In the previous life, my master vowed that in this life, I would be his sole disciple. However, it was not long before she went back on her word and accepted a young junior disciple. My position in the heart of my esteemed master has gradually been supplanted. Even when I was falsely accused, they ruthlessly inflicted severe injuries upon me. To prove my innocence, I would stake my life, yet would still be of no avail. In this present life, the same narrative unfolds once more, yet this time, I shall not acquiesce to their desires. At this moment, Long Yu's first task upon returning to the sect was to ascend Tianjun Peak, and she was accompanied by someone this time. This time, I did not shut my doors to visitors. Upon witnessing this self-raised wolf, which I had nurtured with my own hands, I felt as if I were in a different world altogether. Dear disciple Tianjun, Yu Wei is the descendant of my late sister. Now, left in solitude and despair, I intend to offer her residence at the Jiuxiao sect. Her qualifications are somewhat lacking, yet the junior brother excels in guiding his disciples. The senior sister has an ungrateful request. Might the junior brother take Yu Wei under his wing? Long Yue spoke with unwavering confidence, as if it were an undeniable certainty that I would acquiesce to such a trivial matter. The young girl blinked her eyes at me. I must say, apart from her lack of talent, young Chu Yu Wei possesses commendable qualities in other aspects. At first glance, her appearance is quite endearing. However, I spoke without a trace of compassion, declaring, no, it is simply unacceptable. Her aptitude is astonishingly poor. With such a lack of talent, it would be more beneficial to allocate the cultivation resources to a pig. Upon hearing me remark on her inadequate qualifications, the next moment, Chu Yu Wei burst into tears. Heavenly balance. Why must you treat her this way? She is still so young. Longwear approached me softly. I merely stated the facts. If she cannot bear it now, in the future, as she matures, she will only endure it doubly. You seem to be demonstrating a certain bias. Autumn's talent is not necessarily superior. In my view, they are of equal merit. If you can teach Autumn, why can you not extend the same guidance to Yue? This cannot be the same. Qiu Ci is my daughter. If I do not teach, who will? She is your relative. It is your responsibility to teach her. It is of no concern to me. With a serious expression, Long Yue solemnly declared, I have stated before that I shall never take on a disciple in this lifetime, regardless of the circumstances. Even if Yue were my descendant, it would not change my resolve. Just speak plainly. What would it take for you to accept Yue as your disciple? I am not opposed to complying with your request. How about we make a wager? Let us set a limit of 10 years. If, after a decade, you have yet to take on a disciple, I shall take Chu Yaowei as my apprentice and ensure that I impart my knowledge to her without reservation. I promised. Before I could finish my words, Long Yue hastily interjected. Please hold on, I have not finished speaking yet. What if you take on disciples within the next decade? I fixed my gaze upon Long Yue's eyes and inquired. I distinctly remember that 9 years hence, the Yi Chan would become a disciple under Long Yue. This time, Long Yue replied without a moment's hesitation. Impossible. Utterly inconceivable. There is absolutely no way I could lose this wager. If I lose, I shall leave my fate in your hands. Whatever you command, I shall comply without hesitation. With this decade-long agreement in place, Long Yue no longer pursued the matter and departed Tianjun Peak with Chu Yaowei. Why must Yue pay her respects to Master Chu? On their way back, Chu Yue curiously inquired of Long Yue. Long Yue gently tousled Chu Yue's hair. Indeed, he possesses greater prowess than I. Only he can guide you to traverse further in the future. Yue, do not be anxious. 10 years will swiftly pass by. At that time, you will be 16, an age perfectly suited for cultivation. Do not be misled by the seemingly stern and aloof demeanor of your esteemed Master Tianjun. Beneath that exterior lies a warm heart, making him a truly remarkable individual. Chu Yue nodded, her curiosity towards me deepening. Due to Long Yue's frequent seclusion for cultivation, only Chu Yue remained on Tianjin Peak. Her curiosity soon directed her gaze towards Tianjun Peak. However, it mattered not that she departed. Subsequently, Chu Yue no longer returned to Tianjin Peak. I spent the majority of my time in seclusion, leaving Chu Yue without any opportunity to engage with me. However, many disciples around Tianjun Peak took exceptional care of Chu Yue. In just 4 years, despite her remarkably poor aptitude, Chu Yue steadfastly relied on the elixirs gifted by these elder brothers and sisters to successfully establish her foundation. When I emerge from my seclusion, only a year will remain until the decade's end. I have also attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. There is another reason for this emergence. After successfully entering the nascent soul stage several years ago, Lu Qingxue has finally completed her prolonged seclusion and is poised to re-enter the world. Brother Tianjun, it has been a long time since we last met. May I establish a mountain peak near Tianjun Peak? Lu Qingxue sought me out immediately upon her emergence from seclusion. Of course, I can assist you. I readily agreed. Thank you, esteemed brother. It would suffice if you, dear brother, would frequently visit in the future. Subsequently, Lu Qingxue soared into the sky, where, 20 li east of Tianjun Peak, she forcefully summoned forth a majestic mountain peak. Upon witnessing Lu Qingxue's Qingxue Peak, which is in close proximity to Tianjun Peak, Long Yue's expression visibly fell. Coupled with her realization that I had already reached the threshold of half-step transformation, while she was merely at the mid-stage of a nascent soul, an overwhelming sense of urgency began to arise within her. Suddenly struck by a whimsical impulse, I sensed that there might be an opportunity awaiting me outside, prompting my decision to venture forth and seek experience in the world. I observed that Chu Yue had already reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. I was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent for quite some time. It has been less than a year since Yi Chun arrived at the Jiuxiao sect, so let us allow Chu Yue to relish her final moments of bliss. Chu Yue has regarded herself as a direct disciple of Tianjiao Peak, even presenting herself as such before outsiders. At the tender age of 15, one has already grasped the essence of understanding. In recent days, Chu Yue has been quietly preparing for something special. She contemplates the gift she wishes to present to me on the day of her apprenticeship. At this moment, she is meticulously embroidering the floral patterns on the collar of a garment in the cave of Senior Sister beneath the Tianjiao Peak. I'm uncertain what my master will bestow upon me on the day of my apprenticeship. Regardless of the gift, I shall cherish it. I have heard that my master has an adopted daughter. In that case, I should address her as my senior sister. Will Senior Sister Mu return after taking on her apprenticeship? Chu Yue's mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. What is the young apprentice pondering? Your garment is nearly complete. Why must you wait until the apprenticeship ceremony to present it to Master Tianjun, the master of the cave? A female cultivator named Chun Yun'er jested with Chu Yue, feeling the need for a greater sense of ceremony. Sister Yun, you must promise to keep this a secret for me, Chu Yue said shyly, with her head bowed. Indeed, as the days pass, it seems that the moment is drawing near. Chun Yun'er remarked with a smile. The disciples near Tianjun Peak are well aware that Chu Yue has long awaited this day. In just 205 days, Chu Yue exclaimed. Remarkably, she was genuinely counting down the days. A few days later, I departed from a Nine Heavens Sect, driven by the desire to reclaim the gilded pages of the Six Principles Heavenly Book's Ren chapter before Yi Chen's arrival. Calculating the time, Tang Wuji has already acquired a scroll of demonic cultivation techniques, known as the 9 transformations of the celestial demon in the abyss, concealed within a human skin manuscript that records these esoteric practices. Upon entering the southern domain, I transformed into an embodiment of demonic energy, wielding the formidable pressure of a peak nascent soul. I traversed the realm with unrestrained audacity, making my way towards the very spot where I encountered Tang Wuji in my previous life. The two individuals could be considered as sworn enemies, their animosity palpable upon their encounter. The last time, I forced Tang Wuji to retreat, and with a resolute heart, he ventured into the abyss of Tianyuan. I seek to avenge my previous humiliation, and my cultivation of the heavenly demon 9 transformations is solely to confront him. Surrender the 9 transformations of the celestial demon, and I may spare your life. When we meet, I shall be direct. Tang Wuji, although a paragon of virtue, is also the son of the demonic path. Thus, surrendering him is utterly inconceivable. Consequently, a battle is inevitably impending. At the outset, Tang Wuji harbored considerable confidence. However, after only a few exchanges, he realized he had significantly underestimated my prowess. If you do not cherish the path granted to you, then bestow upon me your treasures. It seems we have reached a conclusion. I spoke in a low, somber tone, and then I directly siphoned the power from Tang Wuji, discarding the withered Yuan Ying to the Tianjun sword. It was merely Tang Wuji who inexplicably gazed at me and uttered an incomplete phrase. "You are a saint." It must be that the heavenly transformation technique was recognized, I suppose. Perhaps it is the ultimate skill of a renowned master from the demonic path. In my previous life, I hardly paid any heed. This arcane technique does not seem to have originated from the southern region. Rather, I recall having discovered it in the corner of the scripture pavilion of the Zhou sect. Forget it. No need to ponder further. No matter how grand the origins of the heavenly creation formula, it cannot possibly compare to the Six Artifices' heavenly manuscript. Only this tome can propel me further into the future. After shattering the human skin scroll, I once again acquired the golden leaf of the Rin chapters. Without hesitation, I promptly returned to the Nine Heavens Sect and began to contemplate the two fragmented pages together. At this moment, there are fewer than 100 days remaining until the decade's promise. During her travels, Long Yu encountered the greatest opportunity of her Lithia millennia-old crimson fruit. With the acquisition of this fruit, she would be able to attain at least the later stages of the Yuanying. With a stroke of fortune, one could ascend directly to the pinnacle. However, it is regrettable that beside the Zhu fruit, there resides a later-stage Yuanying fire flood dragon as a guardian. This creature is likely awaiting the moment when its cultivation is sufficiently advanced to devour the Zhu fruit and achieve a breakthrough into the transformation stage. This opportunity is indeed monumental. Long Yu is reluctant to let it slip away so easily. Although there exists a certain disparity with the fire dragon, it does not entirely extinguish her glimmer of hope. In the end, she resolutely made up her mind. Yet, she ultimately resolved to take the perilous path to seize the Zhuguo. The battle for the Zhuguo raged on for an entire day and night between Long Yue and the fire dragon. In the end, despite sustaining grave injuries, she managed to obtain the Zhuguo. However, after exhausting her final remnants of spiritual energy, she fled 1,000 miles away. LNG, you could not withstand the darkness and fainted. When she opened her eyes once more, she found herself in a dilapidated thatched cottage. "You are awake," a youthful voice suddenly emerged. Then a seemingly pure and innocent youth appeared before her. Long Yu instinctively became vigilant. Fortunately, she checked her attire, which remained intact, and the belongings she carried were also plentiful. "Was it you who saved me?" Long Yu inquired softly. "You have been unconscious for 2 days. First, have a bowl of porridge," Nian said, crouching in front of Long Yu. A faint smile graced her face. "Thank you." Long Yu expressed her gratitude. She instinctively felt a strong affinity for the young man. As she accepted the somewhat worn earthen bowl, it indeed contained a bowl of pristine congee. Long Yu instinctively brought it to her lips. But as the bowl approached her mouth, she suddenly hesitated. How could a roasted fish possibly compare to a bowl of plain congee? At that moment, Long Yu unexpectedly recalled. Many years ago, I uttered a phrase that now evokes a sense of absurdity within her. The bowl of congee I spoke of back then is none other than the one before me at this moment. I'm not hungry. Given your circumstances, they are not particularly favorable. Perhaps it would be best for you to consume it on your own. There was a moment of hesitation. After contemplating for a brief period, Long Yue returned the earthen bowl to the young man. "Have you not been unconscious for 2 days? Would you not feel hunger?" The youth's expression was one of utter astonishment. Upon witnessing the boy's demeanor, Long Yu could not help but reveal a gentle smile. "I am a cultivator and have long since transcended the need for sustenance." No need for sustenance. The youth was even more astonished, as admiration gleamed in his pristine eyes. Not celestial beings, but merely a group of individuals yearning to attain immortality through cultivation. Long Yu patiently elucidated. Subsequently, the two engaged in extensive conversation, as the youth recounted the tale of how he discovered Long Yue. Once again, after enduring countless hardships, she was finally brought back home. Through their conversation, Long Yue learned that the young man's name was Yi Chun, an orphan who led a life filled with struggles, yet possessing virtuous character, is a rare quality in a gentleman. "Xiao Chun, do you have any wishes?" "In gratitude for your life-saving grace, I shall fulfill any desire you may harbor." Yi Chen's face instantly lit up with excitement, yet he refrained from voicing his wish immediately. Instead, he sought confirmation from Long Yu once more. Is it truly any wish that can be granted? Of course, she replied without a moment's hesitation, astonished by my word. In her eyes, the aspirations of a rural lad were likely limited to worldly wealth and glory. The aspirations of ordinary individuals held little significance for her, a true immortal. Yet, in the next moment, when Yi Chun articulated his heartfelt desire, Long Yu was left utterly astonished. She beheld as Yi Chun reverently knelt before her. Then, with utmost sincerity, he implored, "Fairy, please accept me as your disciple. Yi Chun wishes to serve my esteemed master for eternity." How can this be? Is this the very reason for Tianjun's wager? He had, in truth, anticipated this outcome. Thus, when I first declared that I would only accept him as my sole disciple, he did not believe me. From the very outset, he had never placed his trust in me. Long Yu was momentarily taken aback. At this moment, he found it imperative to connect my various behaviors. He did not perceive these as mere coincidences. "Master, what troubles you?" Yi Chun truly knows how to navigate such situations. At this moment, Long Yu could not help but wish to slap herself. How could she have been so careless as to make such a promise? It seemed that any wish would compel the other party to take her as their master. "What should we do now? Are you feeling unwell? Is there anything I can do for you?" Yi Chun's expression grew increasingly tense. Tears unexpectedly welled up in those clear eyes, delicately poised on the brink of spilling over. Upon witnessing the concerned expression of the youth before her, Long Yu felt a chill sweep through her heart. In the next moment, I unexpectedly uttered the words, "All right then." After a brief pause, I added, "Once I have recovered, I shall take you back to the sect." Several days later, Long Yu returned to the Zhixiao sect, her heart burdened with an overwhelming weight, and the matter of accepting Yi Chun as my disciple had become a reality. She can only inform the sect that the ancestral hall has been opened, where the direct disciples pay their respects to their masters. The nascent soul elder is taking in apprentices, and all the elders within the sect must be present. Long Yue is now exceedingly apprehensive about encountering me. In the cave dwelling of Chun Yun'er beneath Tianjun Peak, upon hearing the news, Chu Yaowei collapsed to the ground. She muttered to herself, "It cannot be. How could she do this?" Junior apprentice. This is all true. The one named Yi Chun is already at the ancestral hall. I just saw Master Tianjun heading there as well. Chun Yun'er gazed at Chu Yuwei with a look of deep concern. Just as I arrived outside the ancestral hall of the Zhu family, Lu Qingxue also made her entrance. My decade-long pact with senior sister Long Yue was well known. So why did she suddenly choose to take on a disciple at this moment? Is this a deliberate attempt to disgust me or to repulse herself? Perhaps she is an exceptionally rare prodigy. I maintained a composed demeanor as I casually remarked, even praising Yi Chun. Before long, Lu Qingxue and I entered the ancestral hall of the master, one after the other. I merely cast a fleeting glance at Yi Chun, who appeared no different from my previous encounter. Immediately, I turned my gaze with a sense of intrigue towards Long Yu. Congratulations, senior sister Long Yu, on discovering an exceptional disciple. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. I took the initiative to speak first. Upon seeing Yi Chun again to seek apprenticeship, I felt not a trace of resentment, but rather an inexplicable sense of delight. Long Yu kept her head lowered, eager to offer me some explanations. However, I find myself at a loss for words. At present, I lack even the courage to confront my own brilliance. Subsequently, a simple ceremony of apprenticeship commenced. Yi Chun respectfully offered tea and bowed his head in reverence. Following this, the elders prepared to present gifts to their esteemed junior. Gifts need not be extravagant. They typically consist of relatively fine elixirs. Ah, what a striking visage our esteemed disciple Yi possesses. It seems that senior sister Long Yue has been so delighted that she forgot to introduce us. Allow me to present myself. I am Chu Tianjun. I wonder what kind of gift would please you. Dear disciple, yet perhaps a magical artifact, an elixir, or some other rare treasure. I took the initiative to speak. Disciple Yi Chun pays his respects to Uncle Master Chu. The gifts bestowed by my esteemed master are invariably of exquisite quality. Yi Chun would not dare to be finicky. Regardless of what my master presents, Yi Chun holds it in high regard. He hurriedly bowed and paid his respects to me. In fact, I have also prepared a special gift for my own disciple recently. However, it is of no use now. Thus, I shall simply bestow it upon Master Yi. As soon as these words were uttered, apart from Yi Chun, everyone else wore peculiar expressions. Long Yu's expression altered dramatically, growing increasingly unsightly. At that moment, everyone shared a singular thought. I am now ready to take Chu Yue as my disciple, and I have even prepared a gift for this purpose. But now this apprentice is no more. The gift still needs to be presented. Only the recipient has changed. In the next moment, I waved my hand, and a beautifully crafted golden hairpin materialized in my palm. This artifact is the culmination of 2 years of my meticulous crafting. Worn upon the person, it serves as a protective talisman and can also be wielded as a flying sword. Even at the nascent soul stage, it remains effective. As for its name, I had originally intended for my disciple to bestow it. Master Jia, please bestow upon yourself a name. The only imperfection lies in the fact that this is a female ornament. I hope you do not find it distasteful, though I admit these words are rather presumptuous. Moreover, this exquisite golden hairpin is not of my own crafting. This was merely intended to disgust Long Yue and Yi Chun. My gratitude to Master Chu. Yi Chun, however, received the golden hairpin with eyes gleaming with delight. Many did not observe this scene, but I did. A novice disciple, still a mere country lad. How can he discern the true value of treasures? Yet, the gleam in his eyes unmistakably reveals an understanding. Very well, the gift has been presented. Then we bid farewell. Yi Chun accepted the golden hairpin, a precious treasure. I uttered a parting remark and turned to leave. As I took my first step, Lu Qingxue, without uttering a single word, followed suit. Subsequently, other elders also departed in succession. Some of them shook their heads as they left, leaving one to ponder whether their sorrow was for me or for Chu Yue. Master, did the disciple err in some way? After all the elders of the sect had departed, Yi Chun cast a pitiful glance at Long Yu, clearly sensing the unusual atmosphere that lingered. Before long, you could utter a word. A sudden, anguished inquiry echoed outside the ancestral hall. Why have you chosen to act in this manner? Chu Yue had arrived here, though it was unclear when. Her makeup had been rendered a mere semblance of its former glory, marred by tears. Yue shall return with me. Henceforth, you may address me as master. Long Yu cast a gaze of deep remorse toward Chu Yue. The moment I unveiled that golden hairpin, Long Yu realized that the one most profoundly affected was indeed Chu Yue. Chu Yue was utterly heartbroken. She yearned to question Long Yu about her grievances, yet in the next moment, Long Yu waved her hand and silenced Chu Yue. Subsequently, she led both Chu Yue and Yi Chun back to Tianjun Peak. At that moment, the entire Jiuxiao sect was in an uproar. Originally, Long Yu unexpectedly took Yi Chun as her apprentice. Many people held a spectator's attitude. However, when the scene of me presenting a gift spread, it transformed into a wave of sympathy for Chu Yue, along with whispers and criticisms directed at Long Yu and Yi Chun. I returned to Tianjun Peak. On the surface, my expression appeared rather grim, yet inwardly, I was filled with delight, knowing that my stratagem would undoubtedly incite a fierce conflict among the 3 disciples of Long Yue. Surely, a splendid performance awaits us. Merely a moment later, Chun Yuner approached me, cradling a garment in her hands. Master Tianjun, this is what my junior sister has devoted nearly a year to prepare. She initially intended to present it to you when she visits to pay her respects to her master. Please return it to Tianjin Peak. If it is not meant to be, why force it? That gold hairpin, I too have refined it for 2 years during the night festival. From now on, let us refrain from calling her junior sister. I stepped onto the stage directly, my expression filled with sorrow, as if a spontaneous offering from the dark-haired to the fair. At this moment, the trio of Long Yue and her disciples has returned, their atmosphere tinged with an intriguing strangeness. Chu Yue continued to weep inconsolably, while Long Yu's expression was equally sorrowful. Only Yi Chun appeared somewhat at a loss. The disciple from Tianjun Peak, Chun Yuner, had arrived at the behest of Elder Tianjun. Is Sister Chu Yue present? Soon, Chun Yuner's voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing that she was sent by me, Chu Yue hastily rose and ran out. Sister Chu, Elder Tianjun entrusted me with the task of delivering this to you. Previously, Chun Yuner referred to Chu Yue as little junior sister, but now she simply calls her junior sister Chu. It is evident that a certain distance has formed between them. Did he mention anything? Chu Yue's face was ashen. Upon seeing the returned garment, She understood that all hope had faded. Yet, a glimmer of fantasy lingered within her. So she inquired softly. Chen Yun'er felt somewhat troubled. In truth, I did not specifically address my words to Chu Yue. The elder stated that if there is no affinity, why force it? Just this one sentence. I have labored for an entire year to stitch this together. Even if it is merely a lingering thought, it would suffice. Chen Yun'er did not wish to witness the growth of Chu Yue, nor did she comprehend the distance between herself and the revered figure she admired. Hence, she uttered another phrase. The elder also remarked. The golden hairpin had also been forged by him over 2 years during the night festival. Upon finishing her words, Chen Yun'er handed her garment to Chu Yue. Clutching the garment, Chu Yue sank to the ground, concealing her face as she wept, as if she felt the moment was still not ripe enough. Chen Yun'er added, "It seems that the moment I first laid eyes on the elder, he appeared to age considerably." Hearing Chen Yun'er's words, Long Yu felt an overwhelming sorrow in her heart, and she found herself utterly perplexed. How did something seemingly foolproof come to this conclusion? In the end, Long Yue intended to assist Chu Yue, yet she refrained from allowing Long Yue to touch her. Instead, she embraced her garments and silently returned to her chamber alone. "Master, what on earth is happening? What is wrong with my senior sister?" Yi Chun inquired with an expression of innocence, his demeanor quite sincere. Long Yue sighed, unwilling to elaborate further. To be honest, the sight of Yi Chun, this disciple, now irks her greatly. She merely remarked, "Please treat your senior sister with more kindness in the future." After uttering these words, Long Yue returned to her chamber alone. Throughout the night, the 3 individuals on Tianjun Peak found themselves unable to sleep. Meanwhile, I continued my meditation and cultivation. The 2 pages of the 6 arts heavenly scripture, adorned with golden foil, hover beside me, resembling the process of refining a magical artifact. Chapter 31. Chu Youwei's descent into darkness. On the following morning, Yi Chun busied himself in the courtyard of Tianjun Peak, demonstrating a commendable sense of initiative as he rose early to tidy up the surroundings and prepare porridge. Long Yu and Chu Yue emerged from their rooms almost simultaneously. While Long Yu appeared unperturbed, exuding an aura of serene elegance, Chu Youwei's demeanor remained despondent, her entire being reflecting her inner turmoil. "Sister, please have a bowl of porridge. I prepared it early this morning," Yi Chun said, presenting a bowl of white porridge to Chu Yue with a sense of pride. "Get lost. I do not wish to see you," Chu Yue retorted, showing no regard for Yi Chun as she disdainfully knocked the bowl over and proceeded to walk outside. "Master, does my sister dislike me?" Yi Chun, sensing Long Yu approaching, questioned with a hint of vulnerability as tears glistened in his clear eyes. "It is all right. Let her have some time to cool off. For now, you should familiarize yourself with the surroundings. In a while, I shall teach you the methods of cultivation." Long Yu replied with a calm expression, though her heart was far from indifferent. "Are you blind? It is evident that she dislikes you. Once again, it is just plain porridge. Is that all you can make?" Due to a careless remark made by Chu Tianjun years prior, Long Yu had yet to partake in Yi Chun's porridge. She instinctively harbored a distaste for it, finding Yi Chun's presence increasingly irksome. Yet, an unseen force seemed to prevent her from severing ties with him. Wandering aimlessly, Chu Yue soon left Tianjun Peak and naturally arrived at Tianjun Peak. The base of Tianjun Peak was dotted with numerous caves, a place she was intimately familiar with, having spent most of the past decade there. Before her stood a cave belonging to a junior brother who had only moved in 3 years prior, the only one she could truly refer to as a junior, as he had begun his foundation later than she. The cave was protected by an array of restrictions, yet Chu Yue knew how to activate and deactivate it. As she placed her hand upon the core of the formation, she was taken aback. The array, unchanged for 3 years, had been replaced, leaving her at a loss. Unable to enter. "Junior brother Zhou, are you there? May I come in for a moment?" Chu Yue called out, her voice laced with a hint of sorrow. "Sister Chu, perhaps it is best for you to return to Tianjun Peak. I would feel quite uncomfortable letting you in," the junior brother replied, albeit with a semblance of consideration. Tears streamed down Chu Youwei's face once more as she stood outside the cave for a considerable time before ultimately turning away. Subsequently, she visited numerous other caves, but none granted her entry. Some kindly urged her to leave, while others feigned ignorance, offering no response. Eventually, Chu Yue arrived at the cave of Wu Qingyun, a figure second only to Chu Tianjun on Tianjun Peak. This elder alchemist, now fortified by an abundance of elixirs, had ascended to the golden core stage, free from concerns of lifespan, and had regained the appearance of one in their 30s. In the past, Wu Qingyun had always treated Chu Yaowei with great kindness. Otherwise, given her talents, the prospect of establishing a foundation would have seemed like a fantastical dream. Senior brother Wu, could you take me to meet Master, the Celestial Jun? Chu Yaowei implored Wu Qingyun, yearning to see Chu Tianjun. Over the years, she had come to regard Chu Tianjun as her mentor and Tianjun Peak as her home. Now, she felt akin to an abandoned child, seeking solace from a parental figure. Convinced that the circumstances were not of her own making. Junior sister Chu, do you still not understand? This matter is beyond our control. It lies between the nascent soul masters. Yesterday, Elder Tianjun transferred the precious golden hairpin originally meant for you to Yichen, thereby severing any ties of fate. You should return. Wu Qingyun, ever the benevolent soul, not only responded to Chu Yaowei, but also made an appearance outside the cave dwelling. Chu Yaowei had cried until her tears ran dry. Despair engulfed her as she gazed up at the mountaintop, where she could faintly discern a sea of blooming peach blossoms. She had once believed that she would soon reside there, but now that dream seemed infinitely distant. At that moment, Chu Tianjun was also observing the scene below. He had sensed Chu Yaowei's arrival within the confines of Tianjun Peak. One could not deny that her efforts in stitching garments and her persistent appeals at each cave dwelling had touched him. Very well, let us see how you perform next. If you can discern Yichen's true nature on your own, there may still be a place for you at Tianjun Peak. However, should you repeat the mistakes of your past life, I would not mind reuniting you and your master, sighed Chu Tianjun, reflecting on the bond he had nurtured with her. Given her current demeanor, he decided to offer her an opportunity. After departing from Tianjun Peak, Chu Yaowei sat alone on the edge of a cliff for an entire day, returning to Tianxian Peak only when the clock struck midnight, moving like a specter. As she entered the courtyard, silence enveloped her. At this hour, Long Yue should be meditating, and Yuchen likely had already retired for the night. She glanced up at Yuchen's room, and an overwhelming tide of hatred surged within her once vacant eyes. With resolve, she returned to her chamber. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she removed her hairpin, lifted her skirt, and violently drove the pin into her thigh. Blood flowed freely, yet her expression bore no trace of pain. Instead, her demeanor grew somewhat numb, while her eyes radiated an insatiable hatred, as if they could consume all. Resembling an endless abyss. Yichen, you have destroyed everything I hold dear. I, Chu Yaowei, vow that you shall not die a peaceful death. Remember this. Chu Yaowei, the pain upon your body pales in comparison to the torment within your heart. If you do not slay Yichen, how can you ever forgive yourself? In that single night, the 16-year-old Chu Yaowei seemed to mature suddenly, transforming into a vengeful spirit. It must be said that her aim was accurate. Although she harbored resentment towards Long Wei, she recognized that the true culprit was Yichen. Her life now had but one purpose, to kill Yichen. The following day, Chu Yaowei did not depart from Tianxian Peak, but she rose early, choosing to practice her cultivation in the courtyard beneath the dawn's light. Yichen did not disturb Chu Yaowei. He simply waited until she finished her practice before presenting her with a bowl of kanji. This time, Chu Yaowei refrained from spilling the kanji and, without uttering a word, walked away. A glimmer of joy flickered in Yichen's eyes, for he recognized this as a promising beginning. Unfortunately, the previous day, Long Yu had explicitly informed Yichen that she did not require sustenance and advised him not to plan meals for himself, thus diminishing his opportunities to express his affections. In the following days, Tianxian Peak remained tranquil, with everyone adopting a more structured routine. The most significant transformation was observed in Chu Yaowei. Her life became remarkably orderly. Despite her inferior aptitude, her dedication to cultivation was commendable. Each day, Yichen continued to leave a bowl of kanji for her, and on the 5th day, to his astonishment, Chu Yaowei took the initiative to drink from the bowl placed on the table. Does it suit your palate, senior sister? If you prefer it salty or sweet, I shall prepare it to your liking in the future, Yichen exclaimed, his excitement palpable. His earnest gaze seemed capable of melting the coldest of ice. To his delight, Chu Yaowei responded positively. In the days that followed, she consumed the kanji Yichen made daily, and after a few more days, she even smiled at him and began to address him as junior brother. Long Yu called both disciples before her, commencing the impartation of certain techniques. Yaowei, you have reached the foundation establishment stage, having learned much during your time at Tianjun Peak. Please lend more assistance to Xiaochun. His potential is remarkable, and his future achievements will undoubtedly be significant. Long Yu concluded by encouraging Chu Yue to support Yi Chun while also praising his talents. I will assist Xiao Chun in his cultivation, master. You need not worry about us, Chu Yue replied, adopting the demeanor of an elder sister, evidently showing signs of maturity. Chapter 32. The place where I faltered in my past life. Gradually, the sounds of laughter began to resonate from Tianxian Peak. Yi Chun appeared to possess an innate ability to charm young ladies, often eliciting laughter from Chu Yue. Senior sister, your smile is truly enchanting, Yi Chun remarked, gazing at Chu Yue with clear, bright eyes. You're such a nuisance, Xiao Chun, Chu Yue shyly replied, and the two seemed like childhood companions. Luan Yu observed all of this, and one would expect her to feel joy at such merriment, yet her heart whispered that this was not what she desired. It had been 3 months since she last saw Tianjun, and she questioned what face she had to meet him now. What excuses could she possibly conjure to see him in the future? The passage of time had not dulled her memory, rather, it intensified her sense of deviation from her expectations. During the day, Chu Yue playfully sparred with Yi Chun, but as night fell and silence enveloped the world, she would sit on her bed, using a hairpin to pierce her thigh in acts of self-harm. How disgusting. Yi Chun, you are truly revolting. She thought. You must endure, Chu Yue. Hold on tightly. One day, this loathsome pest will meet a fitting end. By day and night. Chu Yue was 2 entirely different individuals, and no one knew the burden she bore. Meanwhile, Yi Chun radiated happiness. His aptitude was indeed remarkable. On his 100th day of formal cultivation, he successfully established his foundational base, a standard time frame for a prodigy. In times past, Yi Chun's 100-day achievement would have undoubtedly stirred a commotion within the Jiuxiao sect, and his name would have resonated far and wide. However, now, with the precedent set by Chu Tianjun, whose record was a mere 10 days to foundation establishment, the disparity was stark. Especially with recent rumors circulating that Tianjun had begun to break through to the transformation realm. This was no trivial matter. The whispers echoed throughout the Jiuxiao sect and across the entire eastern region, for a transformation realm true monarch could significantly alter the landscape of the domain. Senior brother, you don't seem to be striving for the transformation realm. How can you still find time to chat with me? Lu Qingxue curiously inquired in the courtyard of Tianjun Peak. Just a ruse to give the impression that I am currently preoccupied, Chu Tianjun casually explained. What plans do you have, senior brother? Lu Qingxue asked eagerly, already realizing that her senior brother was beckoning her to assist him. For years, she had felt that her presence was a boon to Chu Tianjun and had longed to contribute in any way she could. I would like to request a favor from you, Qingxue, Chu Tianjun stated directly. Senior brother, there's no need for formality. Just give your orders, Lu Qingxue replied, not questioning what the task entailed, as she was determined to agree regardless. In half a month, the time would arrive for the opening of the Songjin Valley's secret realm. This realm was typically reserved for foundation-level disciples, usually accompanied by 1 or 2 Golden Core elders. However, I hope you can secretly follow this time, Chu Tianjun whispered. A simple task for Lu Qingxue. In the previous life, Chu Tianjun had ventured into this secret realm, although his presence was not strictly necessary. He simply accompanied Yi Chun and Chu Yue, considering that it was their first time participating in such an event. The ever-kind Chu Tianjun, possessing the cultivation of the nascent soul, took it upon himself to escort these foundation establishment disciples. However, this seemingly inconspicuous secret realm led to Chu Tianjun's first misadventure. At the time, he did not pay it much heed, but in retrospect, it was undoubtedly Yi Chun who had a hand in the matter. The Songjin Valley secret realm entirely belonged to the Jiuxiao sect, and its exploration had reached nearly a complete understanding. The nature of its contents and the distribution of dangerous areas were well known, making it a testing ground for foundation establishment disciples for millennia. Yet, in the previous life, upon leading the team into this realm, a late-stage nascent soul demon unexpectedly emerged, and it was in a frenzy. That trial resulted in the deaths of many disciples. And it was only after sustaining injuries that Chu Tianjun managed to slay the beast. Had it ended there, it would have been a different story, but following this expedition, rumors began to circulate within the sect. It was said that Chu Tianjun, in pursuit of a rare treasure within the realm, had disregarded the lives of his fellow disciples, inadvertently provoking the wrath of the demon. Such claims were, of course, preposterous, yet from that moment on, the image of Chu Tianjun as a gentle and beloved senior brother began to transform into that of a nefarious villain. Is it true that there exists something of great significance to the demon race within the Songjin Valley? Have we inadvertently allowed an undercover agent into our sect? Is there treachery afoot during this trial? Lu Qingxue spoke with a frosty demeanor, her heart truly devoted to the Jiuxiao sect. Anyone who sought to undermine it would be regarded as a mortal enemy. Though merely speculation, it was not far from the truth. I suspect that the late-stage nascent soul demon has been lurking therein, likely to safeguard a certain treasure. There is no need for you, junior sister, to slay the demon. Rather, we must discreetly ascertain who has incited its wrath and ideally witness what they extract from the Songjin Valley, Chu Tianjun elaborated. He requested Lu Qingxue to follow quietly, not intending to forcibly alter the outcome of this expedition, but rather to orchestrate a plan that would accomplish multiple objectives. Are we merely to stand by and watch as our disciples perish? Lu Qingxue found it difficult to comprehend and directly inquired. Chu Tianjun then pointed to the map of Songjin Valley and stated, "Before we set out, I will instruct the sect to prohibit disciples from approaching this area. If they choose to defy the sect's decree, then let them meet their fate." Qingxue, aside from the undercover agents, there are many who harbor ill intentions within our sect. It is time for these individuals to reveal themselves. Lu Qingxue gazed earnestly at Chu Tianjun. She had long sensed something amiss within the sect, yet lacked concrete evidence, unwilling to dwell on such thoughts. However, now that Chu Tianjun had articulated his concerns, her last vestiges of hope were extinguished. Yet, the thought that such a senior brother was still working diligently for the sect brought her solace, reigniting her motivation. She nodded solemnly and replied, "I will heed your guidance. For safety's sake, take the Tianxian sword with you and ensure your protection." In the end, Chu Tianjun entrusted his own Tianxian sword to Lu Qingxue, ensuring her journey would be without peril. Though the Tianxian sword has yet to evolve into a spiritual treasure, it has gradually matured after consuming Tang Wuji's primordial infant, rendering it akin to a valuable ally at the early stage of nascent soul. A warmth enveloped Lu Qingxue's heart. Despite possessing formidable trump cards herself, and feeling unafraid even when confronting a peak nascent soul demon, she graciously accepted the Tianxian sword, unable to decline her senior brother's kind gesture. Meanwhile, atop Tianxian Peak, Long Yue summoned Yi Chun and Chu Yue, imparting words of caution regarding the impending trials. Little Chun has reached the foundation establishment stage and is thus eligible to enter the Songjin Valley secret realm. You both must heed the leader's words once inside. Although most areas of that realm are devoid of danger and have been largely explored, it opens only once every 30 years. The beasts within also have the capacity to cultivate, and there may be formidable ones lurking, along with the potential for hidden, powerful creatures. Therefore, vigilance is paramount. Longyue, usually somewhat indifferent in her teachings, displayed a commendable sense of responsibility in this matter. I shall diligently adhere to my master's teachings and ensure my senior sister's safety, Yi Chen declared earnestly. He then cast a glance at Chu Yue, who, at that moment, gazed back at him with affection, her smile brimming with warmth. Chapter 33. A female emperor must accompany the child of destiny. Ah, Yi Chen, how artfully you perform. Were I not the once naive Chu Yue, I might truly be deceived by your faade. Your calculated approach to ingratiate yourself with me. Your daily displays of affection, are they merely a ruse to usurp my elixirs and treasures? I shall dangle you along and witness how long you can maintain this charade. Beneath Chu You's tender exterior lies a visceral disdain for Yi Chen. After experiencing disillusionment, she felt as though she had attained a divine perspective, having long since discerned Yi Chen's true intentions, merely a scheme to covet her modest inheritance. Having resided on Tianjun Peak for nearly a decade, Chu Yue was the recipient of immense adoration, with her seniors bestowing upon her items sufficient to propel an ordinary individual through several stages of golden core cultivation. While these treasures may seem trivial to advanced practitioners, to an ordinary disciple within the sect, they represent a veritable trove of wealth. Thank you, Xiaochen. I have a few exquisite healing elixirs here. As we are about to enter the secret realm, I shall share half with you. With me by your side, you shall remain unharmed, Chu Yue remarked with genuine warmth, producing 2 pills emanating a soft blue glow from her storage bag. Yi Chen eagerly accepted them, overwhelmed with joy. He recognized at a glance the rarity of these elixirs. Not only would they mend severe injuries of a golden core practitioner, but they could also immediately restore his own wounds at the foundation establishment stage. Having been nurtured under the esteemed Chu Tianjun for nearly a decade, and given that Chu Tianjun was renowned for his wealth, it was no surprise that she possessed numerous valuable items. By keeping this Na'vi girl close, Yi Chun believed he could amass sufficient resources to cultivate to the Golden Core stage. In truth, in his previous life, Chu Yue had appeared similarly to Yi Chun. After exhausting her treasures, he had intended to pursue her further. Over the past few months, Yi Chun had grown exceedingly familiar with the Jiuxiao sect and had learned of the decade-long agreement between Tianxian Peak and Tianjun Peak. Not only was Chu Tianjun famed for his unparalleled talent within the sect, but his affluence was equally noteworthy. Regardless of whether it was during his tenure as a transmission elder or when he occasionally assisted fellow disciples, his generosity was boundless. Indeed, Chu Tianjun's wealth was genuine. This lifetime, he expended minimal resources on his own cultivation while accumulating even more than in his previous existence, selectively utilizing what he had, resulting in a veritable mountain of resources. Before long, the day arrived for the opening of the Cangjin Valley Secret Realm. Standing beneath a peach tree, Chu Tianjun watched as a sect-flying vessel gradually departed, followed closely by the concealed presence of Lu Qingxue. Observing the disciple's departure, a faint smile graced Chu Tianjun's lips. With a flick of his fingers, he inscribed a line of words in the air. Composed of spiritual energy, these words coalesced, remaining suspended in the atmosphere. Once he completed his script, a jade talisman emerged, absorbing the spiritual characters. He then lightly flicked the talisman, which transformed into a radiant point of light, vanishing at an astonishing speed. Within the opulent palace of the Daming dynasty, Princess Ning Qiuzi sat gracefully in a resplendent golden robe, her legs crossed in meditation. The palace was adorned with a colossal spirit-gathering array, and before her lay countless spiritual elixirs, each periodically flying into her being. It had been over a decade since Ning Qiuzi departed from Tianjun Peak, and she had not returned since. Now, her parents were aging, and the governance of the Daming dynasty largely rested upon her shoulders as the elder princess. Despite the demands of state affairs, Ning Qiuzi seized every fleeting moment to cultivate her abilities. However, talent was an indispensable factor. Even with her diligent efforts, the extraordinary spirit-gathering array, and an endless supply of elixirs, she had only managed to reach the later stages of foundation establishment after these 10 years. Suddenly, a jade talisman disregarded the palace's numerous defensive formations and descended directly into her chamber. Upon seeing the talisman, Ning Qiuzi immediately halted her cultivation, her heart racing with excitement as she grasped the jade and beheld the inscribed characters with delight. The more she read, the more elated she became, until she whispered to herself in fervor, "Does this mean I can return soon?" The following day at the Daming dynasty's court assembly, Princess Ning Qiuzi issued a series of edicts, the initial ones pertaining to warfare. The Daming dynasty mobilized almost its entire force to wage war against the surrounding mortal nations. Soon, even the cultivation world was aware that Ning Qiuzi, relying on her adoptive father who was on the cusp of transcending the divine, had audaciously initiated a campaign to unify the mundane realm of Fufeng Prefecture. This princess was remarkably unrestrained, declaring war against the 12 nations with the might of her kingdom. Her final decree was a call to the extraordinary individuals across the realm. The Daming dynasty promised not only high positions and generous rewards, but also access to powerful cultivation techniques, various miraculous elixirs, and countless rare treasures from heaven and earth. This invitation was ostensibly aimed at attracting cultivators. However, according to the laws of the Immortal Alliance, those above the Golden Core stage were prohibited from intervening in mortal conflicts. Thus, the recruitment was primarily targeted at Foundation establishment cultivators. At this moment, Yi Chun was unaware of this news. Should he glimpse the imperial edict from the Daming dynasty, he would undoubtedly perceive it as tailored specifically for him. In truth, it was indeed designed with him in mind. Drawing from Chu Tianjun's memories from his previous life, Yi Chun had begun laying foundations in the mundane world during the Foundation establishment stage and had supported a female emperor during the Golden Core phase. By the time of Chu Tianjun's demise, that female emperor was one of Yi Chun's consorts and was on the verge of unifying Fufeng Prefecture. Chu Tianjun had to concede that Yi Chun possessed an extraordinary fortune, seemingly reaping all the benefits. In his previous life, he had become an immense experience package, defined as the malicious villainous senior brother, continuously providing Yi Chun with experience points. In this life, Chu Tianjun had orchestrated many schemes, and it appeared he was still providing Yi Chun with experience. At least currently, Chu You's resources were derived from him. Before long, Yi Chun would travel to the Daming dynasty, and the resources associated with Ning Qiuzi also stemmed from him. Yet, The distinction between feigning to be an experience package and being one passively was markedly different. The secret realm of the hidden Golden Valley belonged exclusively to the Jiuxiao sect. When the disciples of the Jiuxiao sect arrived, several Golden Core deacons from other sects were already outside the secret realm, setting up formations. Within the formation, there were evident spatial fluctuations, a dark rift tearing through the void, connecting to another realm. This venture into the secret domain attracted over 100 individuals. Apart from the two leading Golden Elixir stewards, the rest were all Foundation Establishment disciples. Amongst the throng of Foundation Establishment disciples, Yichen stood out like a crane among chickens. Beyond his striking appearance, he bore the luminous halo of 100 days of Foundation building above his head, a veritable ticket to future excellence. Soon, one of the Golden Elixir stewards began to announce the precautions for entering the secret realm, emphasizing a particular area that was strictly off-limits. This steward was associated with Chu Tianjun, and increasingly, disciples aligned with Tianjun Peak were infiltrating various sect institutions. Many affairs were now being orchestrated by Chu Tianjun without the need for elder council meetings, directly implemented through these disciples. Upon hearing the warning to avoid the restricted area, Yuchen's expression subtly shifted, yet he concealed his reaction expertly, evading notice even from the Golden Elixir stewards. However, no matter how well he masked his emotions, he could not escape the scrutiny of those who cared for him. The fleeting anomaly did not escape the keen eyes of Chu Yue. Did Yichen wish to venture into the forbidden zone of the secret realm? A glimmer of cunning danced in Chu Yue's gaze, accompanied by a hint of morbid madness. Chapter 34. The Forbidden Zone of the Secret Realm. Once the formation stabilizes the entrance to the secret realm, under the guidance of two Golden Core stewards, over 100 foundation-building disciples step into the mysterious domain. After all the disciples have entered, Lu Qingxue appears at the entrance. Yet none of the Golden Core stewards guarding the formation notice her. It is evident that Lu Qingxue possesses some formidable invisibility artifact. As she boldly struts into the secret realm, the nascent soul stage is indeed a significant watershed in the cultivation realm. Otherwise, the title of real person would not commence from this level. The overall environment of the Cangjin Valley secret realm is rather dim, evoking the sensation of a mine. The ground here is exceptionally hard, littered with various mineral remnants. Yet there are also trees and flowers, and in some areas, spiritual herbs not found in the outside world flourish, which contributes to the value of Cangjin Valley. As the disciples initially enter the secret realm, they collectively proceed under the leadership of the two Golden Core stewards. Yi Chun and Chu Yue remain inseparable, and as they walk, he quietly inquires, "Sister, you are well versed in many matters. Do you know how the Cangjin Valley secret realm was formed?" Chu Yue, having heard from a senior Golden Core brother within the sect, responds softly, "It seems this secret realm was originally an abandoned mine in the celestial realm, as most secret realms are formed in such a manner." "You truly know so much." Yichen compliments her at an opportune moment. "All right, we can now disperse and act independently, but remember, do not enter the forbidden zone, otherwise, any dangers encountered will be at your own risk." After approximately a quarter of an hour, the disciples of Jiuxiao sect arrive at an open area, where the leading Golden Core steward announces that the foundation building disciples may explore the secret realm at their leisure. Chu Yue was indeed correct. The Cangjin Valley secret realm is an abandoned mine from the celestial realm, yet it spans an immense area of over 10,000 miles. Such a vast expanse means that even at full speed, it would take foundation-building cultivators several days to traverse. Thus, dispersing and seeking opportunities individually is the most prudent approach. The group scatters, forming small pairs, but each team consists of only a few members. With larger groups, sharing the treasures becomes problematic, aside from particularly close relationships. Most prefer solitude during this exploration. Yi Chun and Chu Yue form one team, and she appears quite obedient, seemingly lacking her own ideas. Wherever Yi Chun suggests they go, she follows. Lu Qingxue has also appeared among the dispersed disciples, her consciousness extending in one direction, the direction of the forbidden zone. Anyone heading that way is undoubtedly inclined towards that restricted area. Naturally, Yichen and Chu Yue are proceeding in that direction. "Xiaochen, isn't this the direction of the forbidden zone?" Chu Yue casually asks during their journey. "Sister, think about it. Since the forbidden zone lies in this direction, it implies that fewer disciples are exploring this way, thereby increasing our chances of discovering valuable items. Moreover, the closer we get to the forbidden zone, the better the treasures are likely to be." As long as we are cautious and avoid stepping into the forbidden zone, we should be fine. Yuchen promptly offers his reasoning, and indeed, his two justifications sound quite convincing. In Chu Yue's gaze, a subtle chill flickered. Yet her tone was laced with admiration as she remarked, "Xiao Chun, you are truly astute." Lu Qingxue had already locked on his several groups of disciples. Unaware that the individual Chu Tianjun wanted her to surveil was, in fact, Yichen. However, it soon dawned on Lu Qingxue that the treacherous spy concealed within Chu Tianjun's words must be Yi Chun and Chu Yue. The two were now merely 2 or 3 miles from the forbidden zone. And those disciples who had previously headed in the same direction had either changed course or halted altogether. Were both of them suspicious, or was it just one? Chu Yue had nearly become the disciple of a senior brother, and logically, she should not pose a threat. Could it be Yi Chun instead? Lu Qingxue began to harbor doubts about Yi Chun. At that moment, she gently raised her hand, and a stone with a surface as smooth as a mirror appeared above her head. This was a reflection stone, a magical artifact not particularly rare, serving the sole purpose of preserving images. The first of Chu Tianjun's trifecta of schemes was to instill suspicion in Lu Qingxue towards Yi Chun. This would ensure that she remained wary of him, thus significantly reducing the likelihood of her falling into his traps and averting tragedy. Senior sister, I perceive that the forbidden zone does not seem perilous. There is a faint glimmer of treasure within. Shall we stealthily venture in? At the edge of the forbidden zone, Yichen finally expressed his true thoughts. His journey with Chu Yue had indeed yielded considerable rewards, and compared to other teams, theirs was likely the most prosperous. Chu Yue hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, seemingly blinded by the prospect of abundant gains. Lu Qingxue had already concluded that either both Yi Chun and Chu Yue were suspicious, or one of them was. Keeping her distance, she allowed the reflection stone to record their every move. Approximately 15 minutes later, the two arrived at a valley overgrown with vines, a place teeming with rare spiritual herbs. However, a powerful beast lay atop a stone platform nearby. Yi Chen's gaze did not linger on the herbs, but rather fixated on the stone platform beneath the beast. Senior sister, I will distract the beast. You must quickly gather those spiritual herbs, Yi Chun whispered earnestly in Chu Yue's ear, disregarding his own peril as if solely intent on enabling her to collect the herbs. This beast appears exceedingly formidable, perhaps at the nascent soul level. It is too dangerous. Xiao Chun, Chu Yue replied, momentarily perplexed by Yi Chen's intentions, shaking her head with evident concern. The next instant, Yi Chen gently grasped Chu Yue's hand, saying, "These spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare. Acquiring them could undoubtedly assist you in breaking through to the golden core stage. I would gladly sacrifice myself for this. Do not hesitate. Prepare to act." Chu Yue permitted Yi Chen to hold her hand. Though she felt a wave of revulsion, she feigned being touched and ultimately nodded obediently. In Lu Qingxue's eyes, the two conferred for a brief moment before Yi Chen stepped forth to attract the beast's attention. It was the golden hairpin bestowed upon Yi Chun by Chu Tianjun during his apprenticeship ceremony that attracted the demonic beasts. Indeed, Chu Tianjun's words rang true that day. This golden hairpin could be wielded even in the nascent soul stage. Several times, the demonic beasts nearly struck Yi Chun down with a single blow, only to be thwarted by the hairpin. As Yi Chun engaged in combat while retreating, he lured the beasts to the brink of the forbidden zone, creating a considerable commotion. Soon, driven by their greed, some disciples blatantly disregarded the previously established prohibitions, likely believing they were on the verge of a significant opportunity, and hastened toward that direction. Seizing the moment, Yi Chun diverted the calamity, allowing a nascent soul beast to ruthlessly slaughter the Foundation establishment disciples. At this juncture, Lu Qingxue indeed refrained from intervening. As Chu Tianjun had stated, these disciples were merely reaping the consequences of their own actions. Before long, two Golden Core leaders noticed the anomaly and began organizing a retreat for the disciples within the secret realm. Had Chu Tianjun been present, he would have recognized this scene as strikingly similar to that of his previous life. Chu Yue swiftly gathered the spiritual herbs from the valley. Shortly thereafter, she received a message from Yi Chun, warning her that the demonic beasts were about to return and urging her to leave quickly, as he would soon join her. Just as Chu Yue departed the valley, Yi Chun returned, landing atop the stone platform previously occupied by the beasts. He struck the platform beneath him with a powerful palm, subsequently retrieving a copper coffin. At the very moment Yi Chun took possession of the coffin, the mid-nascent soul beast suddenly went into a frenzy, its aura surging to the late nascent soul stage in an instant. Chapter 35. the shadow of the sect, Chu Yue from the perspective of Chu Yue. Yichen was relentlessly pursued by the frenzied beast, and the golden hairpin, a treasured artifact, was on the brink of shattering after enduring numerous assaults. Witnessing the imminent destruction of the hairpin, a fleeting flicker of profound hatred flashed in Chu Yue's eyes. This hairpin rightfully belonged to her. "Senior sister, hurry and leave," Yi Chun exclaimed anxiously, appearing to sacrifice himself for Chu Yue. Lu Qingxue had already discerned that the true issue lay with Yi Chun. Remaining composed, she chose to merely record the events with a reflective stone, refraining from intervening. Subsequently, Yi Chun and Chu Yue fled towards the exit together. As they converged, the golden hairpin shattered entirely, dispersing into a wisp of golden dust. Yi Chun, gravely injured, collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Chu Yue's eyes, but was quickly concealed. Instead, she displayed genuine concern as she helped Yi Chun to his feet, producing several array discs, flags, and disposable talismans for protection. It must be said that Chu Yue possessed a remarkable array of valuable items. A mere Foundation establishment practitioner managed to momentarily halt a late-stage nascent soul beast with these tools. Not only did she hasten towards the exit with Yi Chun, but she also retrieved a handful of high-grade pills. "Xiaochen, quickly consume these pills. If they are insufficient, I have more. You must not come to harm," Chu Yue urged, visibly anxious for Yi Chun's well-being. A glint of cunning satisfaction sparkled in Yi Chun's eyes as he hastily ingested the pills she provided, unaware that a similar glimmer of triumph flickered in Chu Yue's gaze each time he consumed a pill. As the medicinal properties coursed through him, Yi Chun's injuries healed almost instantaneously, and he felt an abundance of spiritual energy, even sensing that the remaining potency was nearly sufficient for him to break through a minor realm. Indeed, Chu Yue was quite the affluent individual. It seemed that Chu Tianjun was generous towards her. However, such fortune ultimately benefited Yi Chun. He had heard that Chu Tianjun had an adopted daughter, undoubtedly possessing an even greater assortment of pills and artifacts, and he resolved to acquire them in due time. This Jiuxiao sect was truly a land of fortune. Everything belonging to the renowned genius Chu Tianjun would eventually be his. At this moment, Yi Chun felt elated, already envisioning a promising future. The rampaging beast had wrought heavy casualties among the disciples participating in the Jiuxiao sect trial. One golden core elder had perished while another was gravely wounded, and fewer than 30% of the over 100 Foundation establishment disciples managed to survive. This amounted to nearly a tenth of the sect's Foundation establishment practitioners lost in a single incident. Lu Qingxue had not revealed herself throughout the ordeal. She had already returned to the Jiuxiao sect ahead of the others. "Brother, Yi Chun must not be allowed to live," Lu Qingxue declared with palpable intent to kill upon seeing Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjun nodded in agreement, though he had yet to view the reflective stone. He understood that Lu Qingxue had undoubtedly witnessed something significant, which pleased him immensely. As the footage from the reflective stone began to replay, Chu Tianjun observed intently. When he saw Yi Chun collect the copper coffin, he paused the image to scrutinize it closely. "An item from the immortal realm? It bears celestial inscriptions," Chu Tianjun remarked, his brow furrowed in recognition of the celestial seal upon the copper coffin. How did Yi Chun come to know that there were treasures from the celestial realm here? Could it be that this young man possesses an extraordinary background? What ulterior motives could he have for visiting our Nine Sky sect? Lu Qingxue, who stood nearby, was equally astonished upon hearing Chu Tianjun's words. "Let us observe further." Chu Tianjun did not respond to Lu Qingxue but continued to scrutinize the scene. He had sensed something unusual in Chu Yue's actions from the images captured by the projection stone. Soon, the scene shifted to where Chu Yue was feeding Yi Chun medicinal pills, and suddenly, Chu Tianjun paused the imagery once more. His gaze fixated on the pills Yi Chun had consumed. "This girl seems to have transformed as well," Chu Tianjun remarked with a sudden smile. "Is there something amiss with these pills? They do not appear to be poisonous," Lu Qingxue inquired, puzzled. "It is not poison, but something far more sinister," Chu Tianjun elucidated, albeit vaguely, before instructing Lu Qingxue to have the law enforcement hall investigate the matter of the secret realm. When the disciples returned from the secret realm trial, a cloud of despair enveloped the Nine Sky sect due to the substantial losses incurred. Subsequently, Master Qingxue proposed that the law enforcement hall conduct a thorough investigation into the secret realm to identify the instigator responsible for the grave casualties among the sect's disciples. On the day the law enforcement hall convened, nearly all the Yuanying elders of the Nine Sky sect were present, with only Master Jian, Chu Tianjun, and Long Yu absent. Master Jian had been in seclusion since Lu Qingshue's advancement to Yuanying, while Chu Tianjun publicly stated he was striving to break through to the transformation stage. Long Yu was similarly occupied in seclusion, refining the red fruit. In the law enforcement hall, the remaining 20 or so Foundation establishment disciples knelt on the ground, facing a golden elixir steward who was missing an arm. Who dares to disregard the prohibitions and trespass into the forbidden zone? It would be wise to step forward, otherwise. The law enforcement hall will conduct soul searches on each of you, and the consequences will be dire, warned a peaked golden elixir steward in a harsh tone. Yi Chun trembled slightly, propping himself up with his hands on the ground. He turned to glance at Chu Yue, his face reflecting a resolute expression. His gaze sincere as if to convey to her that he would not implicate his senior sister and would bear all the responsibility. Chu Yue noticed Yi Chun's expression, not because she desired to, but because Yi Chun was clearly displaying it intentionally for her to see. In the next moment, Chu Yue preemptively declared, "It is I. It is all the disciples' fault for coveting those few spiritual herbs, leading to the deaths of many fellow disciples. I will accept any punishment without complaint." Chu Yue voluntarily took the blame, which immediately sparked murmurs throughout the law enforcement hall, with most disciples voicing their condemnation, while the elders appeared somewhat troubled. The difficulty lay in the fact that Chu Yue was the only kin of Long Yu, and there was also the matter of Chu Tianjun, who perhaps had not entirely relinquished his feelings for this disciple who nearly became his direct apprentice. "No, it is not solely my senior sister's fault. I also entered the forbidden zone. I am willing to share the punishment with my senior sister," Yi Chun proclaimed, stepping forward with fervor, protectively placing Chu Yue behind him. His sense of responsibility and loyalty moved many disciples to offer silent admiration. Chu Yue kept her head bowed, but her eyes were filled with murderous intent, directed at Yi Chun. She was acutely aware that it was Yi Chun who had instigated the idea of entering the forbidden zone. Yet his current demeanor appeared as though he was concerned for Chu Yue, reluctantly following her into the perilous territory. "Junior brother, you nearly lost your life for my sake. I understand your intentions. As long as you are unharmed, I shall bear the consequences alone." Chu Yue's gaze, once filled with a murderous intent, instantly softened, now brimming with affection for Yi Chun. At this moment, Yi Chun felt an overwhelming sense of pride, convinced that Chu Yue was indeed naive and affluent, believing he had completely captivated her. Moreover, he harbored no fears for her safety, as he trusted that Long Yue would not abandon Chu Yue. Thus, he willingly accepted the responsibility alongside her, certain that their master would protect him and perhaps even reward him for his display of loyalty. How can you shoulder such a burden alone? Disobeying the sect's orders has led to the demise of numerous disciples. This is a matter worthy of soul extraction and bone pulverization, Lu Qingxue admonished fiercely, her expression one of exasperation. The disciples within the hall nodded in agreement, recognizing that such a grave mistake could not merely be excused by sacrificing one's life. As the murmurs grew louder, the atmosphere became increasingly charged with indignation. Yet, at that moment, Long Yue had yet to arrive, and Yi Chun began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, he still maintained control over the situation. Amidst the clamoring voices demanding Chu Yue's execution, a steady voice emerged from outside the hall, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of authority. "Hold on." With that command, Chu Tianjun's towering figure appeared before Chu Yue. Chapter 36. The Dilemma of Beauty and Brains. Chu Yue gazed vacantly at the silhouette before her, her tears flowing uncontrollably despite her remarkable acting skills. In that moment, she felt disconnected from everything around her. Hearing only a voice that resonated like celestial music, this child is still new to the sect, considering this is her first offense and she has shown remorse. I wish to grant her another opportunity. Even Elder Long Yue did not intervene, yet Master Tianjun was willing to step in to protect Chu Yue. It is no wonder that Master Tianjun is known for his deep sense of loyalty. Were I to have such a mentor, I would willingly face death. Alas, Chu Yue's misfortune lay in having Elder Long Yue as her elder, junior brother Shanin. After all, he is an elder. The appearance of Chu Tianjun undeniably shifted the tide of the situation. Had it been another elder, it might have been difficult to alter the outcome of Chu Yue facing severe punishment, but he was different. He was the strongest within the Nine Heavens Sect. Junior brother Tianjun, this may not conform to our regulations. Even as an elder, you cannot simply overlook this matter, stated an elder in the midst of the Golden Core stage, whose disciple had perished in the secret realm. Soon, several other elders echoed his sentiments. Over 70 fallen Foundation establishment disciples had connections with these elders. Faced with their objections, Chu Tianjun simply stated, "A complete late-stage nascent soul beast. I wonder if that would suffice to compensate for the losses suffered by our sect?" What does he mean? As soon as Chu Tianjun's words fell, the disciples in the hall began to murmur among themselves. The next moment, the sect leader, Master Tianshu, inquired, "Does junior brother Tianjun intend to slay a late-stage nascent soul beast to atone for Chu Youwei's transgressions?" Chu Tianjun nodded. "I recall that there is a provision in our sect rules stating that if one beast is insufficient, then two shall suffice." The elders exchanged glances. Indeed, such a regulation existed. Even in the face of severe consequences, if a higher price could be paid to make amends, one's transgressions could be absolved. A complete corpse of a late-stage nascent soul beast is filled with treasures. Its value certainly surpasses that of a golden core disciple and dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators. If utilized properly, it could even assist a golden core cultivator in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. The significance of having another nascent soul practitioner in the sect is self-evident. If junior brother Tianjun is determined, then one beast will suffice, Master Tianshu readily agreed. Without demanding two, which would have been excessive. Very well, within 7 days, I shall present the sect with a late-stage nascent soul beast, Chu Tianjun declared resolutely. In that moment, all eyes turned to him, his stature towering in their perception. Chu Youwei's vision blurred, and her heart melted at that instant. My master hasn't forsaken me. He is striving for the transformation stage. At such a critical juncture, he would abandon his own breakthrough to save me and hunt a late-stage nascent soul beast. From that moment onward, Chu Youwei's world could no longer accommodate anyone else. Chu Tianjun had become her sole focus. However, Chu Tianjun soon uttered another phrase. "Chu Youwei, today you may escape death, but while the death penalty can be avoided, the living punishment remains inescapable. This serves as a minor punishment for a major warning and also as an explanation to the deceased disciples. You shall seal your cultivation, confine your peepa bone, and reflect in the underground prison for 3 months." The voice of Chu Tianjun echoed within the law enforcement hall. Recalling the punishment he had once endured in a previous life, Chu Youwei bowed deeply to Chu Tianjun and replied, "Disciple accepts the punishment." Chu Tianjun did not focus on Chu Youwei but cast a glance at Yi Chun, who was now the center of attention. Many eyes turned toward him, and some began to question, how could he, who had previously been willing to die alongside Chu Youwei, now refuse to seal his cultivation and face 3 months in the underground prison? At this moment, Yi Chun found himself in a dilemma. Earlier, he had boldly proclaimed his willingness to perish with Chu Youwei, confident that either Longyue or Chu Tianjun would intervene to protect her. Yet, faced with this actual punishment, he truly did not wish to suffer the consequences. Just as Yi Chun hesitated, another voice rang out, echoing the same phrase, "Wait a moment." In the next instant, Longyue appeared in the hall, standing beside Chu Tianjun, marking her first appearance before him since Yi Chun arrived at the Jiuxiao sect. Chu Tianjun instinctively shifted aside, internally cursing Longyue for her poor timing. This foolish woman, why did she have to come now? If only Chu Youwei were allowed to face her punishment in the underground prison, Yi Chun's true colors would be exposed to many. And even if he were to accompany her, would it not be a fitting punishment for him to endure 3 months of suffering? What a brainless display. Chu Tianjun gritted his teeth, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Longyue's figure. "Ahem, Sister Longyue, your timing is impeccable," Lu Qingshui remarked sarcastically, casting a discontented glance at Chu Tianjun. Clearly having noticed his inappropriate gaze. "As a disciple, I bear the responsibility for my master's teachings, and thus this punishment should also fall upon me. I shall go to the underground prison." Longyue's demeanor echoed that of Chu Tianjun earlier, as she intended to take on the punishment for Chu Youwei. This was indeed in accordance with the sect rules, and although Chu Tianjun was displeased, he felt it inappropriate to object. Yi Chun lowered his head, internally lamenting his previous indecisiveness. He should have acted more decisively earlier. It was now too late to express his willingness to share the burden. "In that case, Sister Longyue, please proceed." Chu Tianjun, frustrated, insisted that she adhere to the rules publicly. Longyue did not hesitate, beckoning toward one side of the law enforcement hall, whereupon 2 dark chains flew toward her. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, the chains pierced through her peepa bone, and in an instant, blood flowed down the chains. "No, Master, the fault lies with me. You should not bear the punishment. Let me face it." Chu Youwei, filled with deep regret, scrambled to Long Yue's feet. Xiaochun, take your sister back, Long Yue commanded coldly, instructing Yi Chun to escort Chu Yue away. Yi Chun felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, masking his face with a pained expression as he pulled Chu Yue towards the exit. Subsequently, Hong Wei imposed a seal upon herself, confining her cultivation for 3 months. The act of self-imposed sealing lacks a certain rigor, akin to the futility of a person trying to suffocate oneself. While it is indeed uncomfortable, it does not culminate in demise. Although forcibly breaking the seal is not impossible, it entails certain costs. With a complex expression, Hong Wei cast a glance at Chu Tianjun, feeling both guilt and gratitude. Then, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, she made her way to the subterranean prison. This would have marked the conclusion of the affair. Yet as Yi Chun and Chu Yue journeyed back, Chu Yue overheard Yi Chun murmur, "Senior sister, we have all been deceived by Chu Tianjun. He does not genuinely wish to rescue you. His true intent is to humiliate our master." Chapter 37. Green tea requires green tea for treatment. Xiaochun, how did you discover this? Chu Yue's heart brimmed with a desire to reduce Yi Chun to ashes, yet she outwardly maintained an appearance of preferring to trust him. Senior sister, consider this. Even if Chu Tianjun does not appear, our master will undoubtedly come to our rescue. He has already used a late-stage nascent soul demon to absolve himself of blame, yet he still speaks of death sentences being avoided but living ones being inescapable. What manner of place is that underground prison? To seal our cultivation is nothing but an attempt to humiliate. His initial intent was not to punish you, but to disgrace our master. Yi Chen's rapid-fire discourse seemed, at first glance, to possess a modicum of reason. Even those who might slightly agree with him would inevitably view Chu Tianjun as a malevolent and treacherous figure. What? He is truly so wicked? Chu Yue exclaimed in terror, though she had already cursed Yi Chen countless times in her mind. Senior sister, you have grown up in the sect since childhood, unaware of the treachery of human hearts. I have heard that Chu Tianjun even treats his adopted daughter as a forbidden object. He took her in merely to seize her spiritual essence. What kind of person would not stoop to such depths? Yi Chun continued his tirade, painting Chu Tianjun as an unequivocal villain, a true antagonist of the celestial realm. Shouldn't I be grateful that I did not become his disciple? Xiaochun, how fortunate I am to have you. Chu Yue spoke in a tone reminiscent of a delicate bird, her face reflecting both fear and relief. Yi Chun, with utmost sincerity and gravity, assured her, Senior sister, do not worry. I will strive to cultivate diligently and grow swiftly. In the future, I shall protect you and our master. Xiaochun. Chu Yue, moved, leaned her head against Yi Chen's chest, softly uttering his name with an air of shyness and ambiguity. A flicker of pride danced in Yi Chen's eyes as he feigned nervousness, reaching out to touch her flowing hair. This scene was indeed a breathtaking tableau. After a moment, Chu Yue looked up at Yi Chun, as if having made a significant resolution. With a sweep of her right hand across her left wrist, several storage bags appeared before her. Xiaochun, I give you all my elixirs. You must become stronger quickly. These should suffice for you to reach the golden core stage. Chu Yue said with heartfelt affection, resembling a noble lady sending a struggling scholar to the capital for the imperial examinations. This cannot be. If you give me everything, what will you do? Yi Chun hesitated to accept, his expression troubled, yet he was not outright refusing. Having you is enough for me, Chu Yue shyly replied, lowering her head, her youthful heart blossoming beautifully portrayed. Under the peach tree, Chu Tianjun observed this entire scene, his consciousness enveloping the two, allowing him to hear every word exchanged with clarity. In his previous life, it was likely that Yi Chun and Chu Yue had enacted this very scene. However, upon witnessing it today, he felt no anger. Instead, a playful smile graced his face. This green tea must indeed be treated with green tea. Chu Yue, you truly astonish me in this life. With that, Chu Tianjun no longer focused on Yi Chun and Chu Yue, transforming into a streak of light as he departed from Jiuxiao sect, naturally intent on slaying a late-stage nascent soul demon. The ethereal figure of Long Yue finds herself imprisoned within an underground cage, bound by iron chains that pierce her delicate bones and are anchored to the stone walls. The atmosphere is devoid of light, filled with serpents, insects, rodents, and filth, a stark juxtaposition to her celestial nature. Truly, this place is far too filthy for one of her stature. Tianjun is evidently not devoid of compassion. My current punishment within this subterranean prison should mitigate some of the animosity directed towards me, I hope. Long Yue's garments are now sullied, crawling with repugnant creatures. Yet she remains indifferent, preoccupied with thoughts of whether Chu Tianjun's hatred for her has diminished. During Chu Youwei's interrogation, Long Wei remained conspicuously absent, eagerly anticipating Tianjun's appearance. And at last, she achieved the outcome she desired. Her willingness to substitute for Chu Youwei in this underground confinement was not merely an act of a mentor bearing the burdens of her disciple, but rather a consequence of the punitive measures dictated by Chu Tianjun. As night descends upon the courtyard of Tianxian Peak, Yi Chun and Chu Youwei are ensconced in their respective quarters. Yi Chun fervently consumes alchemical elixirs that Chu Youwei has generously provided, both in abundance and of superior quality. As he refines these potions, his mind contemplates future endeavors. Chu Youwei is utterly devoted to me, and her resources are dwindling. Seizing an opportunity to venture to the Daming dynasty, where Ning Qiuzi possesses not only greater resources, but also princess status, ignites a thrill within me. Once I have secured Ning Qiuzi's allegiance, it will be time to turn my attention to my esteemed mentor. And then there's Lu Qingxue. She proves to be somewhat challenging, yet my family has strategically prepared for such contingencies. Days later, Yi Chun successfully advances to the mid-foundation stage, showcasing a talent that nearly rivals that of Chu Tianjun. A few days hence, he confides in Chu Youwei about his aspiration to embark on a journey of training. It is customary for foundation stage disciples to venture forth, making Yi Chun's descent from the mountain quite reasonable. Upon learning that Ning Qiuzi is actively seeking capable individuals, it appears she too wishes to break free from Chu Tianjun's grasp. Sister, I believe this presents us with an opportunity, if we can ally with Ning Qiuzi. Our chances of vanquishing the tyrant Chu Tianjun will greatly increase, he articulates, referring to Tianjun as a malevolent figure. Chu Youwei seems to have been thoroughly swayed by his words. It is evident that Yi Chun harbors intentions of establishing a harem, yet rather than expressing anger, she exhibits concern for his safety. She proactively states, Xiaochen, I will have someone refine the spiritual herbs we collected in the secret realm into elixirs for you. You must accelerate your consumption to achieve a breakthrough to the golden core stage as soon as possible. Sister, your kindness overwhelms me. Yi Chun, thought of the heavens that I shall never betray your trust, he declares earnestly, his gaze resolute. With excitement coursing through him, Yi Chun descends the mountain, heading straight for the Daming dynasty. Though he is merely at the mid-foundation stage, he imagines himself as a formidable force, believing that all powerful beings are but mere pawns in his game, and that all beauties should willingly submit to his embrace. Meanwhile, Chu Tianjun finds himself in the Liubo mountain range, preparing to slay a formidable demon at the late nascent soul stage, with several lurking within the vicinity, sparing him the need to journey to distant northern territories. CHT New Jersey's intention to strike this time is deeply rooted in his past, for in his previous life, this very location marked the most significant downfall for him. It was here that YCHN caused CHT New Jersey to suffer a tremendous setback. Within the Libi mountain range lies a place known as WBHI. Although it bears the name of a sea, it is, in fact, a vast lake. Chapter 38, Lu Ruyan, the one awaiting destiny. The lakes are abundant with treasures of the water element, including rare and extraordinary items. According to the trajectory of my previous life, approximately a year and a half from now, a remarkable artifact will emerge from this very place. In my past existence, many of the foremost sects from the eastern region vied for this treasure, resulting in significant casualties among the disciples of the sections. This calamity was due to the presence of a peak nascent soul water serpent lurking within the tranquil sea, an entity far superior to ordinary monsters. Although it remained within the nascent soul realm, its strength was comparable to that of an early-stage spirit transformation cultivator. Ultimately, it was the righteous prodigy, Chu Tianjun, who, at the cost of descending a minor realm, vanquished this formidable water serpent. Such an achievement, coupled with his rescue of numerous disciples from the Immortal Alliance, should have elevated Chu Tianjun to a revered status, positioning him as the leader of the Eastern region's Immortal Alliance. However, the reality unfolded differently. Immediately after he defeated the water serpent, a female demon and a multitude of her kin besieged the remaining disciples of the Immortal Alliance. In plain view of all, she proclaimed Chu Tianjun as her master, asserting that everything was part of his cunning scheme. This accusation rendered Chu Tianjun irreparably tarnished. In the end, it was Yi Chun who, against all odds, led the surviving disciples to break free from encirclement, subsequently bringing the injured and demoted Chu Tianjun back to the sect for judgment. Chu Tianjun had long desired to venture here, yet the water serpent posed a significant threat. In the past, he lacked confidence in facing it. However, his recent comprehension of the six instruments' heavenly scripture had deepened considerably. Though he had not yet fully entered the spirit transformation realm, he now possessed the conviction to slay the water serpent. Above the placid sea, Chu Tianjun summoned the Tianxian sword, which transformed into its true form. The Kuan eagle's wings folded, and it submerged into the tranquil waters. Moments later, the previously calm surface erupted with tumultuous waves, accompanied by resounding roars and bellowing from beneath the depths, as if an unparalleled ferocious beast was engaged in a fierce struggle below. After a brief interval, the Tianxian sword soared from the water's surface, reverting to its flying sword form, closely followed by a colossal serpent, radiating a silvery gleam and exuding a terrifying aura of power. "Beast, we meet again," Chu Tianjun remarked with a faint smile upon sighting the water serpent. The intellect of a nascent soul demon is not inferior to that of a human. And the serpent could comprehend Chu Tianjun's words, yet the implications remained perplexing. How could this human cultivator claim they had met before, when this was indeed their first encounter? This fleeting thought barely registered in the serpent's awareness before time ceased to afford it further reflection. Chu Tianjun was not one to engage in unnecessary banter. He immediately unleashed his most formidable technique against the water serpent, which rivaled that of a spirit transformation cultivator. Countless arcane symbols materialized behind him, forming concentric circles of compasses that spun as though orchestrating the very workings of the universe. In this moment, Chu Tianjun appeared as a divine being, simply directing his palm toward the water serpent. With a firm grasp, he forcefully extracted a small, serpent-like white shadow from within the giant serpent's form. This shadow represented the water serpent's nascent soul, writhing desperately in his grasp. However, as the compass behind Chu Tianjun continued to rotate, the aura of the water serpent's nascent soul rapidly diminished, as if it were being ground down into nothingness within a millstone. After a period of silence, the water serpent's nascent soul was on the verge of collapse. Chu Tianjun uttered a sharp command, "Tianxian." He then cast the water serpent's nascent soul, and the Tianxian sword transformed into a colossal eagle, swiftly swallowing the nascent soul whole. Instead of returning immediately, the Tianxian sword's wings retracted once more, morphing into a form reminiscent of a giant kuan, plunging into the depths of the water. This time, however, the kuan form of the Tianxian sword was markedly different. Not only had its aura intensified, but its control over water had evidently strengthened as well. The Tianxian sword had taken a significant step towards evolving into a spiritual treasure. As the sword glided gracefully beneath the surface, it emerged with a palm-sized bronze box. Cradling the box in his hand, Chu Tianjun was instantly reminded of the copper coffin that Yi Chun had retrieved from the hidden gold valley. Yet, while the coffin bore celestial inscriptions, this bronze box did not. Why did it seem as though these items were originally intended for Yi Chun? Lost in thought, Chu Tianjun hesitated to open the box. He stood on the water's surface for quite some time before suddenly directing his gaze toward the riverbank, his tone turning foreboding as he inquired, "How long do you intend to watch?" His gaze fell upon a row of willow trees, which appeared unremarkable at first. However, as soon as he spoke, one of the willow trees emitted a vibrant green light, and a stunningly beautiful woman clad in green appeared before him. Upon seeing her visage, a fierce killing intent flickered in Chu Tianjun's eyes. This woman he would recognize even in ashes. She was the enchanting demoness who had unexpectedly appeared before him in his previous life, declaring herself to be his master. "Please, Senior, do not be angry. I did not mean to spy. I have taken root here and am currently too weak to move," the willow-transformed demoness explained respectfully, her countenance betraying genuine fear. Though her cultivation was merely at the golden core stage, Chu Tianjun found it perplexing. The transformation of flora into sentient beings was a formidable challenge, and even upon attaining intelligence, their cultivation would be exceedingly slow. When he had encountered her in his past life, she had already reached the early stage of the nascent soul. This suggested that within the next year, this demoness, still at the mid-golden core stage, would ascend to the nascent soul realm. She must not have met Yi Chun yet. It seemed Yi Chun had significantly accelerated her cultivation. Drawing connections from his past life, Chu Tianjun swiftly associated this woman with Yi Chun and began to comprehend many aspects of their intertwined fates. "What is your name?" he asked, tempering his killing intent and adopting a calm demeanor. With a flicker, Chu Tianjun appeared beneath a willow tree, standing just a yard away from the demoness. It must be said that Yi Chun had a discerning eye. The beauty of this harem was indeed remarkable. The demoness possessed a unique aura, exuding a blend of grace and allure, purity intertwined with seduction, harmoniously merging these contrasting qualities. Chu Tianjun scrutinized her, mentally appraising her presence. In response to your inquiry, esteemed senior, my name is Lu Ruyan, the willow-transformed demoness replied respectfully. Lu Ruyan, do you know what lies within this bronze box? Chu Tianjun inquired, raising the box as he addressed Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan quickly shook her head and said, although I have been here since I became aware of my surroundings, I have never encountered this object. However, it seems that the water dragon is guarding it. Oh, would you like to know what lies within? Chu Tianjun not only concealed his murderous intent, but also wore a smile upon his face. Naturally, Lu Ruyan was intrigued, and she nodded eagerly. Yet, feeling a twinge of hesitation, she added, I shall obey your instructions, esteemed senior. Without uttering another word, Chu Tianjun gently snapped his fingers, causing the copper box to open before Lu Ruyan's eyes. As the box unveiled itself, a magnificent pink pearl emerged, radiating brilliance and allure. However, Chu Tianjun discerned that there was something more concealed within the pearl. He extended his finger and lightly touched the pearl, which shattered instantaneously, releasing a swirling pink mist that enveloped both him and Lu Ruyan. What is this? Such potent, lustful poison. At the moment he came into contact with the pink mist, Chu Tianjun comprehended its nature. Fortunately, due to his elevated cultivation, he remained relatively unaffected. However, Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, found herself in distress. As the lustful poison permeated her senses, she was instantly struck with thirst, and her desires surged forth uncontrollably like a river breaching its dam. Oh no, it seems I am destined to be at the mercy of this individual today. I can only hope he is the fated one I have been waiting for. Lu Ruyan's breath quickened, and the remnants of her rationality warned her of the impending events. Chapter 39. Why do we feel like spies? Lu Ruyan indeed embodies the essence of a willow tree. Yet from the moment she attained consciousness, she felt an inexplicable anticipation for a particular individual. Chu Tianjun harnessed the power of the grand transmutation magic, and to his astonishment, he discovered that this very technique could negate even the most insidious of lustful toxins. This toxin, in its essence, is a highly advanced energy that compels individuals of the opposite sex to feel an uncontrollable urge for union and subsequently to irrevocably fall in love with one another after the act. In that fleeting moment, Lu Ruoyan's gaze became sultry, and she approached Chu Tianjun, shedding her garments with each step, exuding an air of cunning seduction. However, just as Lu Ruoyan was about to ascend to Chu Tianjun's embrace for a profound exchange, he suddenly splayed his fingers, drawing in the surrounding pink mist, which he transformed into the purest spiritual energy through the grand transmutation magic. With the toxin dispelled, Lu Ruoyan swiftly regained her composure, her cheeks flushed with both embarrassment and shame. Hastily, she pulled her garments back up, bowing her head and wrapping her arms around herself. Thanks to your formidable prowess, senior, or else we might have. Lu Ruoyan attempted to alleviate the awkwardness, but with each word, her discomfort deepened. After a prolonged silence, emboldened, she lifted her gaze, only to be met with a sly smile curling at the corners of Chu Tianjun's lips. In the next instant, to her utter horror, he reached out and tore away her clothing. Senior, please, don't, she implored. But she was powerless against him as he pressed her against her own corporeal form, the willow tree, followed by a brutal chastisement. Lu Ruoyan's cries echoed along the lakeside, filled with humiliation and bewilderment. In truth, having been momentarily ensnared by the lustful toxin, Lu Ruoyan had mentally prepared herself for what was to come. She didn't harbor any aversion towards this human powerhouse. Chu Tianjun had effortlessly vanquished a foe of comparable strength to the transformation stage, leaving an indelible mark upon Lu Ruoyan's heart. The demon clan inherently reveres strength, and perhaps for a fleeting moment, she was grateful for the potent toxin contained within the copper box. Yet, if it were possible to avoid such disgrace, why did the senior choose to overpower her only after dispelling the toxin? Chu Tianjun indeed possessed remarkable strength, excelling in every aspect. By the time he donned his garments, a full half-hour had elapsed. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan was as pliable as a willow branch, devoid of any strength, clutching her clothing in silence. Unsure of what to say, she observed that Chu Tianjun remained equally reticent. Summoning her courage, she glanced over at him. Unbeknownst to her, moments prior, Chu Tianjun had placed the Tianxian sword back into the copper box and submerged it beneath the water's surface. All she could see was him fastening his trousers and preparing to depart. Senior, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an undeniable affinity. Had you simply, I would have willingly acquiesced to you. Why must you treat me this way? As she sensed him about to leave, Lu Ruoyan yearned for clarity, her straightforward demeanor as a demoness prompting her directness. Chu Tianjun halted in his tracks, turned back with a charming smile, and replied, "From the moment I first beheld you, I desired this." Lu Ruoyan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. However, she dared not express her fury. Sensing that perhaps there was no need for shame, Chu Tianjun chose not to eliminate Lu Ruoyan this time. He was curious to see whether Yi Chun would still desire her after learning of her loss of innocence. His response served two purposes. It addressed Lu Ruoyan's earlier remarks, and it avenged the grievances he bore from their previous life. Having uttered this statement, Chu Tianjun continued on his way, yet Lu Ruoyan called out once more, "Senior, will we meet again?" Upon hearing her words, Chu Tianjun's body quivered, and he hastened his departure, pondering to himself, is this enchantress truly addicted? Regardless of how events unfold from this point, Lu Ruoyan aimed to vex and subtly undermine Yi Chun, provided he could reach this juncture in this life. When Chu Tianjun returned to the Jiuxiao sect, it was dusk. He appeared directly above the main hall of the sect, releasing the colossal corpse of the 100-foot-long water serpent. "Brother Tianxiu, I have slain a peak nascent soul great demon. This is a water serpent that is cultivated for a millennium. The sect may dispose of it as it sees fit." Chu Tianjun's voice resonated throughout Jiuxiao sect. Countless gazes turned towards him, and indeed, the sight of the gigantic serpent was astonishing, but even more so were Chu Tianjun's words, a peak nascent soul, a legendary serpent. Master Tianjun is not merely at the transformation stage, he must be approaching it. After presenting the water serpent's corpse to the sect, Chu Tianjun departed. As he returned to Tianjun Peak, Lu Qingxue approached him. "Brother, you are far too generous. That corpse is comparable to a great demon at the transformation stage. The flesh alone could yield countless spirit pills, and the skin and bones are excellent materials for crafting treasures. Why did you not even take the serpent's heart? The essence within could easily create a nascent soul practitioner." Lu Qingshue's demeanor was clearly one of reproach, resembling a chastising spouse. "Then they must be quite pleased, I presume?" Chu Tianjun inquired with a smile. At his question, Lu Qingxue became even more agitated, casting an annoyed glance at him as she continued, "Not only are they pleased, but I have heard that the entire eastern region is abuzz. Various sects from Qinzhou, Yuezhou, and Yangzhou are seeking to exchange for materials from the water serpent through various connections." Chu Tianjun felt no anger at Lu Qingshue's grievances. Instead, he responded with profound significance. "Shouldn't you jot down a few notes, sister? Some individuals have practically revealed themselves." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshue's expression faltered as she quickly grasped his meaning. After a moment of contemplation, she said apologetically, "I apologize, brother. I did not comprehend your good intentions. It seems such a precious asset has been squandered on these unscrupulous individuals. It matters not. They will eventually repay their debts." Chu Tianjun waved his hand dismissively, his gaze deep and his tone somewhat somber. "I had initially thought that only a few elders in the sect were selfish, but it appears that our Fofeng province has not produced a single transformation stage practitioner in a millennium. There must be something more to it." Since renouncing his role as an overly accommodating person, Chu Tianjun seemed to have gained a newfound clarity. Beyond contending with Yi Chun, he gradually discerned the fundamental issues plaguing the Jiuxiao sect, realizing that his own sect was being drained by others, with many elders deliberately suppressing the talented disciples. However, there remained one perplexing question that occupied Chu Tianjun's mind. How did all the elders of Jiuxiao sect dare to act so brazenly? Knowing that there existed a venerable ancestor in the ancestral hall, whose formidable cultivation had reached the terrifying realm of Dongxin, how could this venerable ancestor remain indifferent to the affairs at hand? In the subsequent days, Chu Tianjun was rarely at Tianjun Peak, spending the majority of his time in the scripture pavilion. He recalled that in his previous life, it was during this very period that he had returned injured from the Cangjin Valley and, while recuperating and studying in the scripture pavilion, had fortuitously discovered the heaven-seizing creation technique. In truth, only a few days after his rebirth, he had visited the scripture pavilion, but despite his thorough search, he had failed to locate the technique. This time, he found no trace of it once more. This indicated that the heaven-seizing creation technique had not originally been in the scripture pavilion, but had been placed there later by someone. Could it be that due to the changes in this life, that individual no longer intended to bestow the technique upon him? Standing by the window of the scripture pavilion, Chu Tianjun gazed outside in contemplation, firmly convinced that the heaven-seizing creation technique had been deliberately intended for him. Yet, in his previous life, he had refrained from practicing it, as the description and its practical applications bore an unsettling resemblance to demonic arts. In this life, he had resolved to cultivate it. But the technique that should have manifested had not appeared. After several days of vigil, Chu Tianjun departed from the scripture pavilion, only to find that the elders of the sect had already completely divided the spoils from the water dragon. Upon returning to Tianjun Peak, Lu Qingxue was the first to arrive. "Senior brother, I've taken notes as you instructed, and the situation is even worse than we imagined." As she spoke, Lu Qingxue flipped through a small notebook in her hand. The more Chu Tianjun listened, the deeper his frown became. In these few days, aside from Chu Tianjun, Lu Qingxue, the reclusive Jiu Jianjunren, and the punished Longyue Jinren confined in an underground cage, every other Yuanying Jinren in the Jiuxiao sect, including the sect leader Tianshu Jinren, had been in contact with external factions. Some valuable items from the water dragon had flowed through these elders to other sections. "Senior brother, had it not been for your efforts in gathering some disciples over the years, the entire Jiuxiao sect would likely be riddled with spies by now. My Master S. Wangyue Peak lineage has always had few disciples, and Tianxian Peak has none. I've only recently become a Yuanying, and Qingxue Peak has no disciples." Lu Qingxue's expression was grave. The more she learned, the more she felt that the sect was beyond saving. "What is the specific ratio, then?" Chu Tianjun inquired with curiosity, as he had not previously concerned himself with the exact numbers, despite having gathered some disciples. "Our disciple count is less than 20%. Lu Qingxue's tone had shifted from grave to profoundly heavy. "Why does it feel as though we are the real infiltrators?" Chu Tianjun remarked with self-deprecation. Lu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback by his words, but upon reflection, she realized that there was indeed some truth to his statement. Chapter 40. The ancestor who forgot his own name. The question of who the spy is has transcended the mere intrigue of the Jiuxiao sect's current predicament, delving into the realm of philosophy. Both Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue tacitly refrained from further discussion. "Qingxue, how well do you know our esteemed ancestor from the Jiuxiao sect?" Chu Tianjun then shifted the conversation to the enigmatic figure of the sect's revered ancestor. "Had you not mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious to the existence of such an ancestor. Yet, if he truly exists, how could he stand idly by while the sect descends into such a state? If indeed at the stage, he could lead Jiuxiao sect to become the foremost sect in this realm." Lu Qingxue's expression was one of confusion, yet her doubts existed like a paradox within the Jiuxiao sect. However, Chu Tianjun was increasingly convinced, pondering why someone like Yi Chun would specifically come to Jiuxiao sect. There must be a reason behind it. Indeed, Longyue once received directives from the revered ancestor, and I may have even encountered her. Chu Tianjun stated earnestly. "You have met the revered ancestor?" Lu Qingxue's curiosity deepened. "Many of you wonder how I, a mere mortal, ascended Jiuxiao Mountain. Allow me to share with you the scene of my ascent." Suddenly, a phantom of a compass materialized behind Chu Tianjun, and beams of light radiated from his eyes. Converging before him, Lu Qingxue beheld as images flowed within the luminous screen, presenting Chu Tianjun's memories in visual form. The imagery began in a frigid winter, where a young Chu Tianjun, clad in thin garments, trudged through the snow, delivering firewood to a landlord's household. An orphan, he was nonetheless fortunate in his plight, having grown to an age where he could fend for himself. Though life was arduous, he was not yet at the brink of starvation. After selling the firewood, he earned a few copper coins, which he used to purchase several steamed buns, tucking 2 into his coat and distributing the rest to the beggar children on the street. At that time, Chu Tianjun was an ordinary boy, yet he already exhibited the traits of a benevolent soul. It would not be fair to label him merely as overly kind, for he had survived through the generosity of others. Now, he was simply extending a helping hand to orphans whose fates mirrored his own. After sharing the buns, Chu Tianjun returned to his modest dwelling, gathered some dry twigs to kindle a fire, and melted snow for hot water. Just as he was about to enjoy his meager meal, a voice suddenly interrupted. "Little one, I had no idea your heart was so kind. You can barely feed yourself, yet you give to others." The speaker was a similarly dressed young girl, though her attire was notably cleaner than Chu Tianjun's. Observing her thin clothing and her gaze fixed on the bun in his hand, he instinctively invited. "If you wish to escape the cold, please take a seat." The girl smiled and sat beside him. After a moment's thought, Chu Tianjun offered her the remaining bun. The snow shows no sign of letting up, so if you don't mind, please make do with this. The girl graciously accepted the bun and began to eat with elegance. Once the young girl finished her steamed bun, she took the initiative to speak. In this fleeting life of several decades, do you truly intend to live it in such a manner? At that moment, Chu Tianjun also noticed that this girl, seemingly of similar age to him, had referred to him as little one twice already. How else could an ordinary person live their life? Apart from dreams where everything is possible, what in reality is ever easy? With a hint of resignation, Chu Tianjun replied, "Everyone harbors their own aspirations, yet the harshness of reality is undeniable. Life does not unfold merely according to one's desires. Merely going with the flow surpasses many. Now, there is an opportunity before you. Would you like to join me in cultivating immortality?" The girl suddenly fixed her serious gaze upon Chu Tianjun. "What? Cultivating immortality? Forget it. That's something even dreams dare not conceive." Chu Tianjun laughed as he waved his hand, convinced that she was jesting. "I am not joking. If you do not believe me, see for yourself." The girl shot him an annoyed glance and then snapped her fingers gently. In an instant, Chu Tianjun felt the world spin around him. And the next moment, he found himself no longer in the dilapidated thatched cottage but standing upon a river's surface frozen solid. Is this an illusion? Chu Tianjun gazed around in astonishment, now questioning whether it truly was an illusion. This was the divine ability of a cultivator at the Dongxian stage. A far cry from mere illusions. What illusion? You lack discernment, she quipped. Now, will you join me in cultivating immortality? The girl lightly tapped his forehead and inquired once more. Can I truly cultivate immortality? Chu Tianjun, having been tapped, seemed to have begun believing the girl, though uncertainty lingered within him. The girl nodded and continued, as if tempting him. Once you cultivate immortality, not only will you live in luxury, but you will also have numerous beautiful wives. Then I shall cultivate, Chu Tianjun replied somewhat reluctantly. To be honest, his initial motivation was not to pursue beautiful wives. At that moment, he was merely seeking to improve his life. His words, "Then I shall cultivate," did not genuinely commence his path of immortality cultivation. Instead, it marked the beginning of a memorable journey up the mountain. The Jiuxiao mountain towered into the clouds, its main peak soaring nearly 10,000 feet high, said to have never been tread upon by mortals. Yet, the girl led Chu Tianjun step by step up the mountain. "Fairy, why do you wish to take me to cultivate immortality?" The path up the mountain was arduous, and Chu Tianjun often conversed with the girl. Soon, he confirmed her formidable prowess and began to address her as Fairy. "This path is too lonely. I seek companionship, just as I accompany you on this mountain trail." Her response was imbued with profound sentiment, especially against the backdrop of the vast white snow, as the two figures traversed the towering peaks. Such a scene flickered continuously, indicating that Chu Tianjun and the fairy had been walking for quite some time. When they grew hungry, they foraged for wild fruits in the mountains. When thirsty, they scooped up handfuls of snow to chew. "You are so powerful. Why not simply use your ability to transport me to the summit?" "There are no paths on this mountain. How long must we walk?" After perhaps 2 or 3 days, Chu Tianjun, growing somewhat impatient, remarked. At that time, he was entirely unaware of the levels of cultivation, and thus felt no reverence towards the girl, who might well be an ancient being of the Dongxian stage. The maiden halted her steps, casting a smile towards Chu Tianjun, and then raised her hand to gesture behind him, saying, "Look behind you." Chu Tianjun, somewhat perplexed, turned around but saw nothing except for 2 rows of footprints in the snow, one belonging to him and the other belonging to the girl who had promised to guide him in his pursuit of immortality. "I see nothing at all," he inquired, bewildered. "How can there be nothing? You mentioned there were no paths on this mountain. What then are those we have traversed?" The girl replied, her laughter ringing lightly. After a brief pause, her expression grew solemn as she continued, "As for how long we will walk, it will either be until you can no longer persist, or until the end of the path." In that fleeting moment, Chu Tianjun seemed to grasp something faintly, though he could not articulate it precisely. The journey was lengthy. Chu Tianjun walked for 10 whole days. Upon beholding the grandeur of the Nine Heavens Sect's majestic hall, and the disciples flying by, either as streaks of light or on swords, he realized he had not been deceived. "Master, when will I be able to do that?" He eagerly pointed at the bustling disciples above, having already begun to address her as his master. However, the maiden shook her head and replied, "I cannot be your master, nor do I take disciples. If one day you were to perish prematurely, I would be left to mourn, a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one. Such master-disciple bonds are most detestable, only serving to increase worry and heartache. But fret not, I have arranged a master for you. Long Yu is not only the most talented disciple of the Nine Sky Sect in nearly a millennium, but also quite beautiful. The phrase only serving to increase worry and heartache was something Chu Tianjun had also uttered upon his rebirth, a sentiment he had absorbed from her words. I see. May I know your esteemed name, senior? After all, you are my guiding light, and I wish to remember you for a lifetime. At this moment, Chu Tianjun sensed that the girl, who appeared to be of similar age, likely held a position of great power and status. His words were not mere flattery. He genuinely wished to cherish her kindness, for he was indeed one who embodied the persona of a benevolent soul, and she certainly deserved the title of guiding light. However, upon hearing his inquiry about her name, the maiden appeared contemplative. After a moment of difficulty, she said, "A name, you ask? It has been so long that I have even forgotten my own. It is not that I do not wish to tell you." This marked the end of Chu Tianjun's recollections. Thereafter followed his experiences in the great hall of the sect, where numerous elders vied to take him as their disciple. "Senior brother, that elder seems a bit peculiar. She knocked your head twice," Lu Qingxue remarked after viewing Chu Tianjun's memories. Chapter 41. On maintaining one's composure. "It must be me, the esteemed actress Yu Wei." Chu Tianjun nodded, for it was evident to all that the old ancestor possessed an air of mystery. The elder had indeed tapped his head twice. The first instance occurred when Chu Tianjun expressed disbelief in her identity as a cultivator, dismissing it as mere illusion. The second instance transpired just before Chu Tianjun entered the Hall of Nine Heavens, where the elder playfully mentioned that a beautiful female cultivator named Long Yue had been arranged to take him as her disciple, lightly tapping his head once more while jesting about Long Yue's beauty. After an extensive discussion with Lu Qingxue, they could not derive any tangible insights regarding the enigmatic old ancestor. However, Lu Qingxue did advise Chu Tianjun that the sect housed a dedicated repository for historical records, where he might uncover some clues. The following day, Chu Tianjun ventured to a secluded courtyard inhabited by a few disciples whose lifespans were dwindling and whose cultivation levels were modest. It was unclear who originally established this place. But upon expressing his intentions, a disciple guided him to a row of houses, unlocking their doors to reveal meticulously arranged books within. Indeed, all were tangible volumes. Devoid of jade slips or other recording mediums, the history of the Nine Heavens Sect was recorded word by word on paper. This revelation significantly increased Chu Tianjun's workload. Yet fortunately, he was merely tasked with locating individuals rather than comprehensively understanding the sect's millennia-long history. Soon enough, he stumbled upon a suspicious figure within historical texts dating from 4,000 to 3,000 years ago. The sect's chronicles bore scarce accounts of this individual. Yet every mention was profound. Firstly, this person was the first to ascend the mountain in mortal form, and secondly, he was a prodigy of that era, achieving the void refining stage within a mere century, not the now coveted spirit transformation stage, but a higher realm altogether. However, the records concerning this individual abruptly ceased 3,000 years prior, leaving his fate, whether he perished or transcended to a higher realm, unexplained. At this juncture, Chu Tianjun had nearly uncovered the truth, as the historical records frequently reference this individual by name, Yu Xuanji. Subsequently, he made his way to the ancestral hall, pushing open the time-worn door and surveying the tablets within. Upon completing his examination, a smile graced his face, and he addressed the empty hall. "Xuanji ancestor, it was you who guided me up the mountain, was it not?" Yu Xuanji was a prodigy in the annals of the Nine Heavens Sect. Yet her tablet was conspicuously absent from the ancestral hall, signifying that she had not perished. Thus, the venerable ancestor must be none other than her. Regrettably, despite Chu Tianjun's newfound certainty regarding the identity of the venerable ancestor, no response came forth. The lack of reply was inconsequential to him. He chose not to dwell on the remaining uncertainties, understanding that as his cultivation progressed, all questions would eventually be resolved. Once he reached it was likely that Ancestor Xuanji would reveal herself. "Sister, I intend to enter seclusion once more. I entrust the sect's affairs to you. Should any urgent matters arise, you may awaken me." Chu Tianjun handed Lu Qingxue a jade talisman, which would allow her to bypass the formation surrounding his abode. "Dear brother, during these recent days, Chu Yue has been visiting the underground cage daily to accompany Long Yue. With the 3-month period drawing near, Should we inform Long Yue of Yi Chen's true character? Lu Qingxue has recently taken an interest in Chu Yue, especially since that day when Chu Tianjun rescued her. Perhaps it is futile if she harbors distrust. Even witnessing it firsthand would not sway her. Conversely, if she possesses understanding in her heart, she will come to realize it herself without our prompting. Chu Tianjun sighed, expressing that he has no desire to change Long Yue at this moment, perhaps due to the depth of her wounds. Since Yi Chen descended the mountain, Chu Yue has indeed accompanied Long Yue every day. She neither brings food nor medicinal pills for Long Yue, merely sitting quietly nearby, engrossed in her own cultivation. Initially, Long Yue urged Chu Yue to leave, claiming the place was filthy. Chu Yue simply replied, "My aptitude is poor. It matters not where I cultivate." Following this, she ceased to engage with Long Yue's words. Long Yue is not foolish. Although this was a self-deprecating remark from Chu Yue, she could not miss the underlying resentment. While Chu Yue's aptitude may be lacking, she once had the opportunity to become a disciple of Chu Tianjun, which would have garnered her much affection. Now, however, she resembles a forsaken child. Yue, it was my master's error. You ought to be cherished at Tianjun Peak. It is I who have wronged you. Days passed, and eventually Long Yue bowed her head to apologize to Chu Yue, which undeniably acknowledged that accepting Yi Chen was a mistake. However, Chu Yue merely smiled and told Long Yue, "Master, you are my only kin in this world. There is no need for apologies." This statement deepened Long Yue's discomfort, amplifying her feelings of guilt. Because of Yi Chen, she had inadvertently destroyed her only remaining family. Originally harboring mere disdain for Yi Chen, Long Yue now found herself grappling with a burgeoning resentment. The 3-month period swiftly elapsed, and the seals on Long Yue dissipated, allowing her to regain her yuanying stage cultivation in an instant. The chains shattered, and the wounds on her collarbone healed rapidly, though the tears in her garments remained unhealed. "Let us return. You have endured much suffering," Long Yue said apologetically to Chu Yue. Chu Yue remained silent, quietly following Long Yue. Upon leaving the underground cage, they soared towards Tianjin Peak. As they journeyed, they naturally glimpsed Tianjun Peak. After 3 months, seeing it again left Long Yue in a state of disorientation. The peach blossoms atop the mountain continued to flourish, yet she found herself devoid of any reason to visit. Glancing back at the silent, almost lifeless Chu Yue, Long Yue's heart grew heavier. Where has your junior brother gone? Upon returning to Tianjin Peak, Long Yue realized she had not seen Yi Chen and inquired of Chu Yue. To be honest, had Chu Yue not appeared during this time, Long Yue would not have drawn comparisons. In truth, from the very first day Chu Yue accompanied her in the underground cage, Long Yue had pondered why, being her disciple, Yi Chen, a formally accepted direct disciple, had not come to see her even once. Although she refrained from questioning Chu Yue, the latter did not volunteer any information either. Long Yue's dissatisfaction had already taken root. The day Yi Chen faltered in the Hall of Regulations had cast doubt on his character, and now that doubt had deepened. He has gone to the Daming Dynasty, claiming he seeks Ning Qiuzi. Chu Yue merely stated the facts, devoid of any personal sentiment. What does he need to find Qiuzi for? Long Yue remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. In Long Yue's heart, Ning Qiuzi held a significant status. After all, during the time Ning Qiuzi was at Tianjin Peak, she could freely visit without any pretense. And there were even rumors suggesting that Ning Qiuzi was the illegitimate daughter of her and Chu Tianjun. Rather than feeling disdain for those rumors, Long Yue secretly reveled in them. The thought of it only intensified her frustration. She suddenly realized that even though Chu Tianjun had always maintained a distant demeanor, often casting her disapproving glances in retrospect, those moments brought her a peculiar sense of happiness. Now, however, she found herself deprived of even the chance to be rejected. Chapter 42. Invitation to the Trap. Chu Tianjun's seclusion this time was not aimed at breaking through to the divine realm. In fact, he had been suppressing his cultivation, directing his primary focus towards the study of the 6 instruments of heaven. This was all part of a grand scheme he had long orchestrated, or rather, a trap laid out for those with nefarious intentions. On the other hand, Yi Chen seemed to be favored by fortune, as upon arriving in the Great Ning Dynasty, everything unfolded smoothly, and his wishes came to fruition. When he reached the capital of the Great Ning, it fortuitously coincided with the Lantern Festival, a day when the city was adorned with vibrant decorations. The bustling Jinming Pool was alive with the movement of pleasure boats, accompanied by music and dance, while scholars recited poetry. On this very night, the eldest princess, Ning Qiuzi, was also out on the lake. Her ornate boat was indeed splendid. However, due to her status, she could not truly revel with the common folk. Although several court officials accompanied her, they were either elderly or in their 40s, leaving the princess feeling quite solitary. Just as Ning Xiaozi was engulfed in ennui, a small boat glided gently past her grand vessel. At the bow stood a young gentleman clad in green, exuding an indescribable charm under the moonlight and lanterns. Leaning casually against the side of his boat, amidst the ethereal waters of Jinming Pool, he recited verses aloud. His voice soft, yet audible to Ning Xiaozi and her companions. "What a wonderful poem! What a splendid sentiment!" exclaimed several ministers beside Ning Xiaozi, their gazes naturally drawn to the young gentleman. "Summon this young man," Ning Xiaozi commanded, her heart ignited with admiration for his talent. Before long, the young gentleman approached Ning Xiaozi, bowing respectfully as he introduced himself. "I am Yi Chun, a direct disciple of the esteemed Master Langyue of the Jiuxiao sect. It is an honor to meet your highness." "What? You claim to be a disciple of Master Langyue? She has treated me with utmost kindness. To me, she is like a mother. Are you truly her disciple?" Ning Xiaozi replied, her heart soaring with delight. Yi Chun then exchanged pleasantries with Ning Xiaozi, believing he had made an impeccable entrance, and she, in turn, treated him exceptionally well, inviting him into the royal palace that very night and hosting a banquet in his honor. "How is Master Langyue?" At first, Ning Xiaozi refrained from inquiring about Langyue's circumstances, pretending to be unaware of the events that had transpired within the Jiuxiao sect over the years. "Alas, my master," Yi Chun replied, feigning deep sorrow, and then elaborated, embellishing the tale that Chu Tianjun had imprisoned Langyue in an underground cage to humiliate her. "Sister, I shouldn't speak of such matters, as you and Elder Chu are father and daughter, but..." Yi Chun carefully observed Ning Xiaozi's changing expressions, proceeding cautiously, as he had only heard rumors about her discord with Chu Tianjun and needed to confirm their veracity. "Enough. I know well he is capable of such deeds. Though he is called my adoptive father, it is merely a guise to seize my spiritual essence." In the next moment, Ning Xiaozi dispelled Yi Chun's apprehensions. Thus, an alliance was forged between the two, with Yi Chun vowing to overthrow the formidable Chu Tianjun and rescue both his sister and master. Ning Xiaozi readily agreed to collaborate with Yi Chun on this grand endeavor, encouraging him to diligently cultivate and enhance his strength. As soon as Yi Chun departed, Ning Xiaozi immediately donned a somber expression. "Brother Ouyang, how fares the grand gift we prepared for Yi Chun?" she suddenly inquired, just as Ouyang Ming appeared behind her. "The formation has long been set. Once he steps into it, even a Yuanying expert shall face annihilation," Ouyang Ming declared confidently. Though he was merely at the mid-golden core stage, the true interpretations of formations bestowed upon him by Chu Tianjun was an ancient relic, said to originate from an era when formations were the pinnacle of cultivation. Among them were numerous formations capable of defeating foes beyond 1S level. However, such formations required abundant resources and prior arrangement, functioning only when the opponent entered their confines. In a few days, I shall devise a means to lure him into the formation. My father refrains from striking Yi Chun because he wishes to discern the extent of his hidden cards. I shall alleviate my father's concerns. If I can vanquish Yi Chun, it would be splendid, but even if I cannot, it will surely expose some of his capabilities." Ning Xiaozi stated decisively, resolving to take action against Yi Chun. Ning Xiaozi's aptitude was akin to that of Chu Yue, both deemed absolute failures and among the least gifted individuals ever witnessed by Chu Tianjun. Yet, the dispositions of the two were now entirely divergent. While Chu Yue was playing a long game, Ning Xiaozi was swift and decisive, lacking the patience of her counterpart. In recent days, Yi Chun had been assisting Ning Xiaozi with state affairs and military matters. It must be said that Yi Chun possessed many commendable qualities under his guidance. The combat effectiveness of the Ning nation's army rapidly ascended, and beneficial policies were established that would bolster national strength in the future. "Junior brother Yi, urgent reports have arrived from the front lines. In a bid to thwart our army, Qinghua has colluded with the demonic sect, and now the situation is dire. What shall we do?" One day, Ning Xiaozi exclaimed anxiously, clutching the urgent report from the front lines. Yi Chun recognized this as his moment to shine. He sensed that in just a few days, Ning Xiaozi had begun to rely on him. If he could assist her in resolving the trouble posed by Qinghua's demonic reinforcements, he would surely win her over. Thus, he immediately pounded his chest in assurance, declaring that such a trifling matter would be easily within his grasp. However, they are also cultivators. I cannot allow junior brother Yi to venture forth alone. Sister shall accompany you, Ning Qiuzi said, filled with concern. Yi Chun felt a surge of joy within. Had she truly begun to depend on him? A mere woman, after all, was easily manageable. Yet, he maintained an outward appearance of considering Ning Qiuzi's well-being, adding, "Sister is of noble stature. There is no need for you to take such risks. Await my good news in the capital. No, if anything were to happen to you, how could I?" Ning Qiuzi began, only to falter mid-sentence, feeling embarrassed and lowering her gaze shyly. Seeing her reaction, Yuchen felt even more triumphant. He reluctantly agreed, assuring her that he would protect Ning Qiuzi and would not allow her to suffer even the slightest harm, not even from that old dog, Chu Tianjun. In Yuchen's words, Chu Tianjun had been downgraded from old demon to old dog. Unfortunately, he remained blissfully unaware that in her heart, Ning Qiuzi had truly expressed, "If you do not survive, I shall be consumed by worry." Days later, Yi Chun pursued a group of individuals imbued with demonic energy. Vanquishing these demonic cultivators who fled in disarray, Ning Qiuzi followed closely behind, having witnessed Yi Chun unveil a portion of his prowess. It was undeniable that she was genuinely astonished, despite Yi Chun being merely in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. His abilities were indeed comparable to those of a golden core practitioner. "All right, junior brother, let us halt here," Ning Qiuzi suddenly called out from behind Yi Chun. Instinctively, he came to a stop, noting that the few demonic cultivators who had been fleeing also paused at her words. "Senior sister, what do you mean by this?" Yi Chun felt an unsettling premonition stirring within him. No sooner had he posed the question than he sensed an invisible barrier rising, ensnaring him within its confines. Chapter 43. She truly fears death. As the formation ascended, Ouyang Ming, who had been covertly safeguarding Ning Qiuzi, appeared behind her, holding a formation disc. The disc radiated a brilliant light, revealing a small figure that bore a striking resemblance to Yi Chun. Ning Qiuzi did not respond to Yi Chun immediately. Instead, she gently snapped her fingers. In the next moment, the fleeing demonic cultivators unexpectedly flew to her side, appearing utterly dazed, as if devoid of consciousness. How unremarkable. We've merely arrived at our destination. The scenery here is rather pleasing, is it not, junior brother? A fitting place for your eternal rest, I dare say. Ning Qiuzi spoke with an innocent demeanor, reminiscent of Yi Chun himself. Ning Qiuzi, you vile wench, are you mocking me? Yi Chun, not one to be easily fooled, realized at this moment that he had fallen into Ning Qiuzi's trap. "Ah, one cannot say it quite like that, junior brother. Are you not also playing a role in this charade? You approached me to sow discord between us as father and daughter. Does it mean you alone may act, while others cannot reciprocate? Such a notion is utterly absurd, wouldn't you agree?" Ning Qiuzi replied with an air of calmness, further infuriating Yi Chun. "Are these demonic cultivators also your minions?" Yi Chun's gaze turned icy as he fixated on Ning Qiuzi, suddenly aware that he had left them unharmed. They had indeed lured him here intentionally. In retrospect, he realized he had been rather negligent. These are puppet demonic soldiers. A little trinket gifted to me by father for protection. It seems, dear junior brother, your understanding is rather limited. Ning Qiuzi taunted as she introduced the puppet soldiers before her. Old dog Chu is indeed cunning, yet you are pitiable, reduced to merely being a furnace for his cultivation. Yi Chun scoffed, regarding Ning Qiuzi with disdain. Ning Qiuzi's expression shifted at last. She was indifferent to Yi Chun's opinion of her, but she could not abide insults directed at Chu Tianjun. Thus, she spoke with a chilling tone, truly a dog that cannot change its nature, still seeking to incite discord. Alas, our bond as father and daughter is quite strong. At this juncture, Ning Qiuzi's demeanor shifted to one of pride as she continued, "Moreover, allow me to share a secret. I possess no pure spirit body. In fact, my aptitude is exceptionally poor. Even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. Yet father has been exceedingly kind to me, bestowing upon me endless elixirs and countless rare treasures, even sending a formation master like brother Ouyang to protect me. Are you not envious?" Yi Chun found himself somewhat shaken. The reality diverged significantly from his expectations. However, he did not erupt in fury. Instead, he smirked coldly, uttering disdainfully, "You wretched creature, do you think a mere formation can contain me?" Upon witnessing this, Ning Qiuzi frowned slightly, discreetly drawing the puppet soldiers closer to her. In the next instant, an astonishing aura erupted from Yi Chun, who bellowed, "Break for me," even through the formation. Ning Qiuzi sensed that Yi Chun had momentarily unleashed the power of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. The formation's barrier trembled slightly, yet Yichen ultimately failed to breach it. With a hint of surprise, he inquired, "What kind of formation is this? The five elements array has nearly depleted all my resources. Senior brother Ouyang has tirelessly arranged it for several years. Yichen, do you realize how much I value you?" Ning Qiuzi remarked with a teasing expression. This formation indeed consumes an enormous amount of energy, especially as it is capable of annihilating those in the nascent soul stage. As Ning Qiuzi spoke, Ouyang Ming was not idle. He manipulated the array disc in his hand, causing the array to surge with the chaotic forces of wind, fire, thunder, rain, snow, ice, and frost, as if an apocalyptic catastrophe had descended upon this realm. "You fool, do you not know that villains often perish through excessive chatter?" Yichen suddenly retorted with a cold smirk, as a copper coffin materialized behind him. "Come forth. Today, all of you shall perish," Yichen declared with a wild expression. As his words echoed, the lid of the copper coffin began to slide open with a metallic screech. With the movement of the coffin lid, Ning Qiuzi observed a pair of clawed hands, covered in scales, extending from the coffin, accompanied by an overwhelming aura emanating from within. "At last, you are using your trump card? What monstrosity will be unleashed?" Ning Qiuzi's expression grew grave, yet she did not retreat. Instead, she focused intently on the terrifying entity that was about to emerge from the coffin. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of insignificant beings dare to be arrogant before me?" Yichen laughed even more wildly. The once tumultuous forces of the five elements array could not approach Yichen after the coffin had opened. Soon, a creature that resembled a blend of canine and humanoid forms crawled out of the coffin, its formidable presence suggesting it was on the verge of surpassing the nascent soul stage. "This is bad. Junior sister, quickly retreat." Ouyang Ming reacted swiftly, positioning himself protectively in front of Ning Qiuzi while frantically activating the array disc and unleashing a few other formations. "Die!" Yichen uttered a single word, and in an instant, the creature shattered the five elements array and lunged toward Ning Qiuzi and Ouyang Ming. "Brother, I will handle this." Ning Qiuzi suddenly stepped forward, resolutely placing herself behind Ouyang Ming. However, in the face of the formidable creature, she did not attack but instead appeared resigned, as if awaiting her fate. Just as the creature's claws were about to descend upon her, a brilliant light burst forth from her chest, followed by a series of mysterious runes appearing. These runes were all celestial seals, which, upon materializing, connected seamlessly to form a golden sword shadow that rushed toward the creature. "Impossible! How could you possess celestial seals?" Yichen exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the seals. Before he could finish his sentence, the golden sword shadow pierced through the creature and continued its relentless pursuit toward Yichen. Reacting swiftly, Yichen retreated with the copper coffin, and the golden sword shadow followed far behind, echoing with a sound akin to a copper bell striking before everything fell silent. The copper coffin was his ultimate trump card. Ouyang Ming promptly notified all disciples, "We must return to Tianjun Peak immediately." Ning Qiuzi collected the creature's corpse before turning to Ouyang Ming with a serious tone. "Are we not pursuing Yichen?" Ouyang Ming observed Ning Qiuzi's demeanor, which was as if they were facing a grave threat, despite Yichen having fled in panic. "Shouldn't they be pressing the advantage now? Having exhausted all the means bestowed upon me by my father for survival, I can no longer afford to take risks. At this moment, my only thought is to hastily return and seek my father as protection rather than pursue Yichen. For if I were to fall victim to his experience-gaining exploits, it would spell disaster." Ning Qiuzi stated earnestly, her singular focus being to retreat to the sanctuary of Tianjun Peak. Ouyang Ming's lips twitched slightly. He had anticipated that his junior sister would unveil some profound and strategic wisdom, only to discover that her reasoning was, in essence, driven by a primal fear of death. Chapter 44. The preparation for the net. Ning Qiuzi indeed returned to the Jiuxiao sect without pause, neglecting the war in the Daming dynasty. Fortunately, at this moment, the various armies advanced with unstoppable momentum, posing little threat to the Ning kingdom, and the advantage lay with us. Upon returning to Tianjun Peak, Ning Qiuzi let out a long sigh of relief. She had been away for over a decade, yet this place remained largely unchanged. "Father, this is the creature released from Yichen's copper coffin. He should recognize the life-preserving talisman you gave me, knowing it to be of celestial origin." Ning Qiuzi recounted in detail how she had engaged with Yichen, presenting the corpse of the creature from the copper coffin. Her performance was commendable, although somewhat reckless. She resolved to avoid such perilous ventures in the future. Chu Tianjun examined the creature's corpse closely and admonished Ning Qiuzi not to act so impulsively again. In truth, it was not entirely her fault. Who could have anticipated Yi Chun possessed such formidable hidden strengths? Ning Qiuzi had unleashed a thunderous technique that surpassed Yi Chun by several realms. The 5 elements transforming heaven array could annihilate those at the nascent soul stage, while Yi Chun was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Ning Qiuzi had even accounted for the life-preserving talisman bestowed by Chu Tianjun, a treasure capable of inflicting severe damage on those at the divine transformation stage. Yet, even with all this, she had failed to vanquish Yi Chun. Father, I acknowledge my mistake. I truly did not foresee how difficult Yi Chun would be to kill, and I regret having used the talisman. I shall not be so reckless again. Ning Qiuzi humbly accepted the criticism, her greatest regret being the use of the talisman. However, it was not without gain. At least she learned that Yi Chun's most powerful card was that copper coffin, and she had also gleaned some insight into his origins. As for the talisman, do not fret. I shall take the time to forge another for you, one even more formidable than the last, Chu Tianjun said, sweeping the creature's corpse away with a flick of his sleeve, gazing at Ning Qiuzi with affectionate pride. Does this mean my daughter did not labor in vain? Ning Qiuzi, unconcerned with Yi Chun's origins, eagerly inquired of Chu Tianjun, much like a child seeking approval. Chu Tianjun nodded with a warm smile and gently reassured her. Qiuzi is the best. How could she possibly engage in futile endeavors? Senior brother, what manner of creature was that? And what of Yi Chun's background? Lu Qingxue, who had been present but refrained from interrupting the father-daughter dialogue, now voiced her curiosity regarding these pressing matters. The specifics of its origin remain unclear, but it is certain that it was never a living being. It is likely a corpse, its powers sealed before death, most likely under the control of that copper coffin. Moreover, the force within this creature is neither spiritual power nor demonic energy, but rather a more refined and advanced essence, surpassing the energies of our world. I suspect it to be power from the higher realms. Since Yi Chun is familiar with celestial talismans and possesses that copper coffin, he is likely from the upper realm. Chu Tianjun articulated his conjectures in one breath. He had sensed a new form of power while examining the creature's body, a power that the great freedom magic of creation could absorb, yet could not currently be transformed. This issue primarily stemmed from Chu Tianjun's own limitations, as the great freedom magic of creation was incomplete, its level insufficient to transmute such advanced power. Thus, perfecting the great freedom magic of creation had become a matter of utmost urgency. The conjecture put forth by Chu Tianjun rendered both Lu Qingxue and Ning Qiuzi momentarily speechless. The upper realm, akin to their envisioned celestial world, felt utterly unattainable. It was said that this world had not witnessed anyone ascending to immortality for over 10 millennia, leading many to question the very existence of such a realm. If Chu Tianjun were indeed a being from the celestial realm, what purpose would he have in descending to the mortal plane? Moreover, Yi Chun's own capabilities appeared rather unimpressive. Lu Qingxue felt there were numerous inconsistencies, casting doubt on the belief that Yi Chun hailed from the celestial realm. Before Chu Tianjun could respond, Ning Qiuzi continued, in truth, the likelihood of such a scenario is not insignificant. Lu Shishu, have you ever witnessed a box drama? The box drama served as a form of entertainment for cultivators, wherein myriad miniature puppets were arranged within a box-like artifact to enact scripted performances. Some playful cultivators even authored their own scripts. Lu Qingxue nodded, but soon her expression shifted dramatically as she grasped Ning Qiuzi's implication. Was Qiuzi suggesting that their world might be perceived as mere box drama by the celestial beings? The thought was increasingly difficult for Lu Qingxue to accept. If this notion were validated, many might experience a profound crisis of faith. Fortunately, in the next moment, Chu Tianjun spoke, alleviating Lu Qingxue's concerns regarding her faith. Qiuzi, this is merely a metaphor. Even if we were but puppets in a box, we are not devoid of life. We are sentient beings of flesh and blood. At the very least, I know that you are real, and that suffices. Chu Tianjun's words were heartfelt. He too had pondered whether his own world was merely a box, perhaps even whether his fate was preordained. However, upon being reborn and witnessing Lu Qingxue and the others still alive, he cherished every moment, realizing that even if their existence were confined to a box, it would lose its significance in light of their reality. Moreover, having stepped into a destiny entirely distinct from before, it indicated that their world was not a predetermined construct. You are real, and that suffices. Those words enveloped Lu Qingxue, and Ning Qiuzi in warmth. At that moment, a beam of sword light suddenly soared before Chu Tianjun. It was the Tianjin sword, which he had placed within the copper box, submerged in the tranquil sea. Seeing the Tianjin sword return, a satisfied smile graced Chu Tianjun's face. He was certain that Yi Chun must have ventured into the tranquil sea and had been struck by the sword, likely suffering significant injury. Not long ago, Yi Chun had indeed arrived at the tranquil sea. He was somewhat surprised not to encounter the water dragon. But upon seeing that the copper box remained on the seabed, he thought little of it. When he went to retrieve the copper box, Yi Chun had resolved to confront his master, Ling Wei. However, when Yi Chun eagerly opened the copper box, he was met with an explosive flash of sword light. Chu Tianjun, you treacherous dog, dare you scheme against me? I shall not let you go unpunished. Yi Chun narrowly evaded the Tianjin sword, having nearly lost his life in the process. Infuriated yet wary, he did not linger, fearing further traps that might ensnare him, and swiftly retreated, enveloped by the copper coffin. As the tranquil sea lay undisturbed, Lu Rian revealed her graceful silhouette. She gazed upon the serene surface of the lake and murmured to herself, "So his name is Chu Tianjun. I wonder if he will remember me when I finally cultivate to the nascent soul stage and leave this place." Upon learning of Chu Tianjun's name, Lu Rian appeared somewhat elated. However, the recollection of past events swiftly transformed her demeanor, and she exclaimed with a fierce intensity, "Humph, that scoundrel. After treating me in such a manner, he thinks he can simply forget? I shall search for you through the 3 realms and 6 paths." When the Tianxian sword returned, Chu Tianjun suddenly addressed Lu Qingxue, saying, "Now that we have discerned Yi Chen's greatest trump card, and considering his current strength is not particularly formidable, let us commence our netting strategy. This applies not only to Yi Chen but also to those treacherous individuals both within and outside the sect." Chapter 45. Has the protagonist's favor disappeared? On the very day that Ning Qiuzi returned to the Zhouxiao sect, a momentous piece of news swiftly spread throughout the realm. It was said that Yi Chun, the prized disciple of the esteemed Master Longyue from Tianxian Peak, harbored nefarious intentions towards Ning Qiuzi, the adopted daughter of Master Tianjun, and had even conspired with dark forces. Upon learning of this, Ning Qiuzi rushed back to report the matter, which incensed Master Tianjun, who immediately ordered the apprehension of Yi Chun for interrogation in the discipline hall. Consequently, nearly all the disciples affiliated with Tianjun Peak descended the mountain to capture Yi Chun, and it was rumored that even Lu Qingxue, a Yuantian master in close acquaintance with Chu Tianjun, personally embarked on the mission to seize him. While the disciples of Tianjun Peak nearly emptied their ranks, the other disciples of Zhouxiao sect merely observed the unfolding drama, as did the entire Fufeng prefecture. Everyone was eager to witness whether the relationship between Master Tianjun and Master Longwei would be irrevocably fractured due to this disciple named Yi Chen. Especially given his status as Longyue's cherished pupil, Master Longyue soon received word of the situation. Initially elated by Ning Qiuzi's return, her mood soured upon hearing of Yi Chen's treachery and his collusion with dark forces. Ultimately, she mustered the courage to visit Tianjin Peak. Though she merely alighted in the peach orchard, shy to enter the courtyard. Naturally, Chu Tianjun would not meet with Longyue, yet Ning Qiuzi took the initiative to greet her, for they had once shared a bond akin to that of a mother and daughter. "Qiuzi, Yi Chen has not harmed you, has he?" Longwei inquired. Her expression filled with regret. Her animosity towards Yi Chun was becoming increasingly evident, as she felt he had not only wronged Chu Yue, but now posed a threat to Ning Qiuzi as well. She lamented that her most grievous error in life was taking Yi Chun as her disciple. Ning Qiuzi smiled at Longwei, embodying the same sweet demeanor she had possessed years prior. Yet, her ensuing words darkened Longyue's spirits further. "Even if I were to speak the truth, would you believe me, Master? Yi Chun is your beloved disciple." Although Chu Tianjun did not emerge, he was acutely aware of all that transpired outside, and witnessing this scene brought a wry smile to his lips. In this lifetime, he had done nothing wrong. He had merely treated those worthy of his protection with kindness. Yet Yi Chun was now subjected to the same treatment he had endured in his previous life. He recognized that Chu Yue had developed a profound hatred for Yi Chun, and Longyue's sentiments towards her disciple had likely shifted to suspicion and distrust, potentially evolving into indifference and aversion, mirroring his own past experiences. "I shall personally apprehend this wayward disciple, and you shall receive a proper explanation, Qiuzi. If he truly deserves punishment, I shall expel him from the sect," Longwei declared resolutely after a moment of silence. Hearing Long Yue's words, Chu Tianjun felt a twinge of disbelief. Had he not been privy to the events of the previous life, Long Yue's determination would have seemed reasonable. However, when juxtaposed with the past, the contrast was stark and surreal. Truly, Master, there is no need for such drastic measures. So many senior brothers and sisters have already come forward on my behalf, including Aunt Qingxue. After all, you are bound by the ties of master and disciple. There is no need for such extremes, Ning Qiuzi replied, exuding an air of understanding. This is indeed not an act by Ning Qiuzi. Although she is currently the only one, apart from Chu Tianjun, who is aware of an alternate future, she is not reborn and thus lacks the visceral experience. Consequently, she harbors no animosity towards Longwei. In fact, her prolonged companionship has fostered genuine feelings for her. Hearing Ning Qiuzi's words, Longwei felt a modicum of relief. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Is junior brother doing well?" Longwei felt a sense of embarrassment at the thought of meeting Chu Tianjun, as this was her sole opportunity to comprehend him. Her father had entered seclusion and would not emerge until he achieved a breakthrough in the transformation stage. Ning Qiuzi withheld nothing from Longwei, yet this statement was untrue. Upon learning that Chu Tianjun would not emerge until he reached the transformation stage, Longwei realized the widening chasm between herself and Chu Tianjun. Once, she had considered him as a potential disciple, but soon he would surpass her realm. Would she have to address him as senior upon their next encounter? Shortly thereafter, Longwei departed from Jiuxiao Mountain, presumably to apprehend Yichun. Qiuzi, you are not to leave the courtyard under any circumstances during these days. Also, relay to the disciples still on Tianjun Peak to seal their chambers and remain inside. Regardless of what transpires, remember, regardless of what. Just as the majority of the disciples from Tianjun Peak ventured out to capture Yichun, only those in the initial stages of foundation establishment or even Qi refinement remained on the mountain, when Chu Tianjun suddenly issued a grave command. Ning Qiuzi did not fully grasp the rationale behind such an arrangement, but conveyed it faithfully. Now, only Chu Tianjun and Ning Qiuzi remained at the mountain summit, while the remaining disciples were primarily those who had benefited from Chu Tianjun's grace over the years and were thus devoted to Tianjun Peak. The entire Jiuxiao sect had grown eerily quiet, particularly Tianjun Peak, which was desolate, while Qingxue Peak and Tianxin Peak had never been bustling with activity. One day, dark clouds gathered ominously above Tianjun Peak, followed by the emergence of a pitch-black vortex in the heavens. This vortex spun slowly, harboring thunder and resounding with a roar that echoed for miles. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure descended, not that of a powerful cultivator, but the ominous weight of a heavenly tribulation looming. Heavenly tribulation? Was he about to undergo the transformation stage tribulation? Chu Tianjun had cultivated for less than 30 years. Yet he had provoked the tribulation for the transformation stage. Such talent was monstrous. This cannot stand. If this individual were to become a transformation stage true monarch, the eastern region would revert to the dominance it held 3,000 years ago, with Jiuxiao sect standing unrivaled, leaving no opportunity for any of us to rise. Various thoughts stirred among those witnessing the heavenly tribulation above Tianjun Peak, including elders from Jiuxiao sect, nascent soul true people from other sects in Fufeng State, and even 3 transformation stage true monarchs from the eastern region. However, Chu Tianjun's heavenly tribulation seemed somewhat peculiar. The dark clouds amassed with great might, yet did not descend, as if poised to strike, but restrained. Meanwhile, the disciples from Tianjun Peak, tasked with capturing Yichun, were not actually in pursuit of him. Rather, they had divided into several groups to attend to their own affairs. Wu Qingyun, a master of alchemy, led several disciples to a place known as Changchun Valley. Although it bore the name Changchun, it was, in reality, perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma. In the valley of Changchun, there resides a recluse known as Mr. Ghost, a practitioner skilled in the art of poisons and alchemy. It is said that he possesses the ability to concoct lethal elixirs capable of slaying even the most formidable of cultivators. Wu Qingyun, a disciple of the Tianjun Peak from the Jiuxiao sect, has come to pay his respects to Mr. Ghost. Approaching a thatched cottage with ease, Wu Qingyun bowed politely in greeting. Quite intriguing, a voice emerged from within the cottage, aged and resonant. You have managed to dispel my poisonous gas and arrive here unscathed. You possess some skill. The art of poison and the art of antidotes are but 2 sides of the same coin. If you can wield poison, I can certainly counter it, Wu Qingyun replied with a smile, embodying the demeanor of a learned scholar. What brings you here, young man? Mr. Ghost inquired, his tone somewhat unfriendly. I have been sent to retrieve the Jiaiding, Wu Qingyun responded calmly. Seeking death, are we? Mr. Ghost erupted in fury, and a plume of dark green poison surged forth from the cottage. It is rumored that Mr. Ghost possesses a precious alchemical cauldron that greatly enhances the success rate of elixir refinement, and his accomplishments stem from this artifact. The times have changed, sir. Your poisons are but trifles now. Wu Qingyun replied nonchalantly as he flipped his palm, causing a golden elixir to levitate effortlessly. As the elixir appeared, a fragrant aroma enveloped the air, and golden ripples emanated from the potion. Upon contact with the dark green poison, it dissipated into nothingness, with the golden ripples expanding. The toxic air in the entire Changchun Valley vanished, and the withered trees and grass suddenly regained their vitality, transforming the surroundings into a scene of vibrant life. Truly embodying the essence of Changchun Valley, this was not merely a potion. It resembled a formidable treasure. The disciples accompanying Wu Qingyun were left in awe, realizing for the first time that true alchemy transcends mere consumption of elixirs. In an unknown cavern, Ouyang Ming led a group of disciples, each holding array flags and standing in formation. Several gold core cultivators and more than 20 foundation establishment practitioners were vigorously assaulting a stone door. At last, the stone door was breached. However, instead of rare treasures or flying swords within, they discovered a mountain of spirit stones, as if they had unearthed a premium vein of ore. These spirit stones would suffice to sustain a sect like Juxiao for 5 years. Yi Chen felt that his recent fortune had been rather dismal. Although he had stumbled upon many peculiar locations through various coincidences, he had not reaped any significant benefits. At this moment, he was aimlessly maneuvering his magical artifact when he suddenly noticed a luxurious palanquin drawn by spirit beasts soaring in the distance. He followed the palanquin for quite some time, yet nothing extraordinary occurred. As it gradually receded from view, Yi Chen inexplicably felt as though he had lost something. In truth, this realm was once plagued by a group of rogue cultivators who specialized in robbing fellow practitioners, akin to bandits of the mundane world. However, just a day prior, 2 sword cultivators, a man and a woman, had stormed their lair, ruthlessly annihilating the entire gang. Consequently, the robbers had not emerged today. What Yi Chen had previously observed was the grand carriage of the eldest daughter of the Qin clan, the foremost merchant association within the Celestial Alliance. Had the robbers who pillaged yesterday survived, Yi Chen might have been able to stage a gallant rescue of a damsel in distress. Alas, that opportunity has now vanished. As a favored child of destiny, one would expect him to possess skills in alchemy and poison, an abundance of spirit stones, and the admiration of the merchant heiress. These are but standard expectations. Yet, it seems that all of this has eluded him now. Yi Chen, to what length do you intend to hide? Just as he found himself adrift in thought, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Yi Chen quickly donned an expression of innocence and turned to exclaim, Master. The newcomer was none other than Longyue, the first to locate Yi Chen, as no one else had genuinely sought him out. Come back to the sect with me. Any matters of concern can be addressed at the Hall of Discipline. Longyue's countenance was grim, exuding an air of accusation. A glimmer of fierce resolve flickered in Yi Chen's eyes, a frenzied and resentful notion taking root in his mind. Nevertheless, he refrained from offering further explanations and followed Longyue back to the Juxiao sect. Chapter 46. Chu Yue transformed into a vengeful spirit in his previous life. Chu Tianjun was also unceremoniously cast into the Hall of Discipline by Longyue, after which he essentially lost everything. However, at that time, Longyue had already ascended to the God transformation stage with Chu Tianjun's assistance, whereas now she was still a step away from the peak of the nascent soul stage. At this moment, the elders gathered in the Hall of Discipline, but 3 were absent: Chu Tianjun, who was undergoing tribulation, the reclusive Jiu Jianjunren, and Lu Qingxue, whose whereabouts were unknown. Upon returning to the mountain, Longyue immediately noticed the ominous clouds gathering above Tianjun Peak. A sense of inexplicable worry washed over her, causing her to be less concerned about how to deal with Yi Chen than she had been previously. The elders in the Hall of Discipline, including Tian Shushenren, were clearly distracted, their attention fixated on Tianjun Peak. The outcome of whether Chu Tianjun could successfully navigate the God transformation tribulation bore significant implications. Not only were the elders and disciples of Jiuxiu sect awaiting the result, but countless eyes from the periphery of the sect were also watching intently. At least 30 nascent soul masters had quietly appeared near Jiuxiao sect. With Tianjun Peak sealed off, Ning Qiuzi was unable to provide identification, rendering any potential trial impossible without a plaintiff. Perhaps we should first detain Yichen and postpone matters until junior brother Chu has passed his tribulation? Suggested Tian Shuzhenren. In truth, everyone understood that this affair revolved around the grievances between Chu Tianjun and Longyue. Xiaochen, are you all right? Suddenly, Chu Yue rushed into the hall, her expression fraught with anxiety over Yichen's safety. I'm fine, senior sister. Master doesn't believe me, and no one does. Do you still believe me? Yichen replied, his face a picture of grievance, appearing pitiful and helpless. I believe you, senior brother. You aren't hurt, are you? Have you finished the elixirs I gave you? Chu Yue looked at Yichen with deep concern, tenderly arranging his disheveled hair, still focusing on whether he had consumed the elixirs. Yichen nodded in affirmation. Quickly take these elixirs. They are top-tier spiritual pills that will significantly enhance your cultivation. Chu Yue promptly produced a number of elixirs, their exquisite colors indicating their rarity. Witnessing this scene, many frowned slightly, deeming Chu Yue to be infatuated and overly indulgent towards Yichen. Yichen, however, felt a surge of pride and, without hesitation, consumed the elixirs, clearly sensing a boost in his cultivation. Senior sister, you are too good to me, Yichen expressed, profoundly moved, as the Hall of Discipline became a place of sweet affection. Yet, in the next moment, Chu Yue unexpectedly posed a perplexing question to Yichen. So, senior brother, are these elixirs tasty? Yichen instinctively nodded, ready to affirm their deliciousness, when he suddenly sensed something amiss. With a look of surprise, he asked, what do you mean, senior sister? It's nothing much. I've put considerable thought into ensuring your demise. If you find these elixirs distasteful, it would sadden me. A sickly smile crept across Chu Yue's face, her words leaving everyone in shock. You wretched woman, are you acting against me? Did you poison the elixirs you gave me? Yichen felt an overwhelming sense of deja vu. This scene was strikingly reminiscent of his recent encounter with Ning Qiuzi. Chu Yue had already distanced herself from Yichen, and at that moment, the sickly smile on her face became increasingly pronounced. In response to Yichen's inquiries, she gleefully proclaimed, this is not poison, but a curse. Cursed? Everyone, including Yichen, were expressions of shock and curiosity. The next instant, the sickly smile on Chu Yue's face twisted into madness, and suddenly, black flames erupted from her body, enveloping her entirely in an instant. Yichen, you have destroyed everything I hold dear. I shall risk my life to bring you down with me. As my body is consumed by these flames, you shall suffer the same fate. Even in death, as a vengeful spirit, I will forever haunt you, ensuring you remain ensnared in endless torment. Chu Yue's form was gradually being engulfed in the flames, and indeed, Yichen's body was undergoing a similar transformation. These black flames were fundamentally different from ordinary fire. They seemed impervious to extinguishment, and despite Yichen's numerous attempts, he found no success. In that moment, he and Chu Yue mirrored one another, as if gazing into a reflective surface. Whatever the one did, the other experienced in kind. Yue, no. At that moment, Longyue did not concern herself with Yichen, but instead reached out in an attempt to stop Chu Yue. Step aside, do not feign concern. You brought me to the sect and neglected me for a decade. It was the senior disciples of Tianjun Peak who raised me, taught me techniques, and provided me with elixirs and artifacts. Just as I was filled with joy, ready to become a disciple of Master Chu, you returned with this man, shattering my dreams with your own hands. Chu Yue shouted at Longyue, finally unleashing the words she had harbored for so long. In that moment, she appeared utterly deranged, and coupled with the inky flames surrounding her, she resembled a vengeful spirit forged from resentment. Longyue yearned to explain, but found herself devoid of any justification, realizing that the entirety of the situation stemmed from her own actions. Moreover, the black flames enveloping Chu Yue were exceedingly strange. Even when Longyue exerted her full strength, she could not approach them, let alone extinguish them. Father, why do you not intervene? Chu Yue truly wishes to be your disciple. She has gone to such lengths. Is this not enough of a test? In the courtyard atop Tianjun Peak, Chu Tianjun had emerged from his dwelling, with Ning Qiuzi standing behind him, watching the unfolding events in the Hall of Discipline with a tinge of regret. This is the most insidious curse, one that exacts a toll on one's very soul. Once initiated, it cannot be reversed. Chu Tianjun spoke softly, having already relinquished any doubts regarding Chu Yue. as she spoke her heart's truth to Long Yue. He felt a profound sympathy for her, recognizing that her past life had become a distant memory. Madwoman, cease this at once. Yi Chun roared in agony, for this torment was evidently unbearable. However, Chu Yue felt no trace of pain. Her state had transformed into a state of frenzy, and the black flames grew ever more fervent. The other members of the Zhou sect maintained a spectator's attitude, with most regarding this as merely a melodramatic tale from the home of the esteemed Long Yue of Tianjun Peak, deriving amusement from the unfolding spectacle since it did not concern them. Yet, it soon became evident that this was far more than mere entertainment. Suddenly, Yichen erupted into a boisterous laughter, and behind him, a copper coffin began to materialize, slowly opening in tandem with his mirthful outburst. Chapter 47. Perform this play, well, how dare you, wretched ants, conspire against me. Today, I shall refine you all, perfectly aiding me in the reconstruction of my supreme form. Yi Chen's voice reverberated throughout the entire Nine Skies sect, as a terrifying pressure emanated from the copper coffin. Under this oppressive force, even the nascent soul masters felt a sense of despair. At that moment, the copper coffin had fully opened, but instead of a monstrous being emerging, a cloud of blood mist surged forth. Like a specter, the blood mist darted towards a disciple, and before the unfortunate soul could react, he was reduced to a mere heap of bones, while the blood mist visibly grew in strength. The blood mist moved with astonishing swiftness. In an instant, several disciples fell victim to its wrath. Meanwhile, the soul of Yi Chun entered the copper coffin. The black flames surrounding Chu Yue vanished at that moment. She realized she had failed to completely vanquish Yi Chun. Her spirit was now exceedingly fragile, dissipating gradually, and her face was etched with regret. Elder Long Wei and the other nascent soul elders, witnessing this calamity, launched their attacks against the blood mist, while some directed their efforts toward the copper coffin. Yet, whether against the blood mist or the coffin itself, even these nascent soul masters could not inflict the slightest harm. In but a brief moment, nearly 70 to 80% of the thousands of disciples from Nine Sky Sect were consumed by the blood mist. Soon after, the first nascent soul elder fell prey to it, leaving the entire sect defenseless against this bizarre assault. Is this the fate that awaits Nine Sky Sect after my demise? Chu Tianjun observed the scene with cold indifference, refraining from intervening against Yi Chun, for those who perished now were not true disciples of Nine Sky Sect. In the end, only a few late-stage nascent soul elders remained, desperately holding their ground. At this juncture, they revealed their trump cards. Astonishingly, aside from Long Yue, the most adept techniques they wielded were not those of Nine Sky Sect, but rather the signature martial arts of other sections. Chu Tianjun's gaze shifted towards the ancestral hall, which remained eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Even now, you do not reveal yourself? My revered Xuanji ancestor, he silently mused. Before long, even the sect leader, Master Tian Shu, was consumed by the blood mist. Apart from the isolated Tianjun Peak, only Long Yue remained standing. Additionally, there was Chu Yue, who could only be regarded as a vengeful spirit. In his final moments, Master Tian Shu unleashed a technique that Chu Tianjun recognized as one of the signature martial arts of the Qizhou Wujimen, known as the Seven-Star Sword technique. The fact that even the sect leader was from another sect was quite telling, revealing much about Nine Sky Sect. Chu Tianjun found himself caught in a mix of amusement and irony. Indeed, he was the true undercover agent. The blood mist ultimately did not slay Long Yue, but retreated back into the copper coffin. Subsequently, the coffin trembled, releasing an even more terrifying aura that surpassed the nascent soul stage, hinting at the potential of the god transformation stage. Amidst Long Yue's horrified gaze, a humanoid monstrosity emerged from the copper coffin. This being bore no skin, its flesh and blood laid bare, appearing as if it were a grotesque amalgamation of countless remnants of flesh, coalescing into a human form. Yi Chun, you abomination. Was your initial act of taking me as your master merely a ploy? Suspended above the head of the ethereal moon was the two instruments mirror, and in her hand, she wielded a long sword, pointing it fiercely at the monster as she demanded answers. Fear not, my beloved master, the creature that had once been Yi Chun proclaimed, its voice still echoing Yi Chun's own, yet devoid of the innocence that once graced its visage. Once I have vanquished that old cur, Chu Tianjun, I shall return to shower you with affection. With that, Yi Chun's gaze shifted towards Tianjun Peak, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The ethereal moon instinctively cast a glance at Tianjun Peak, as well as the impending heavenly tribulation descending from the firmament. In a swift motion, she positioned herself before Yi Chun, declaring, "If you wish to harm him, you must first kill me." Presumptuous, Yi Chun scoffed coldly, casually directing a palm strike towards the ethereal moon. The force of the strike sent her hurtling back several dozen yards, crashing heavily against the stone wall outside the Hall of Discipline. Her flying sword shattered, and even her life-bound treasure, the two instruments mirror, dulled and fell to the ground nearby. In but a single maneuver, the peak of the nascent soul realm, the ethereal moon, was left gravely injured, a testament to Yi Chun's overwhelming power, which now instilled terror. "Old Chu, your time has come," Yi Chun declared, soaring towards Tianjun Peak. Observing from the sidelines, Chu Tianjun finally made his move. With a sweep of his sleeve, the heavenly tribulation above dissipated in an instant. He then stepped forward, confronting the furious Yi Chun. Chu Tianjun's emotions were particularly complex at this moment. Having lived a second life, he now faced Yi Chun in his most formidable state, unmarred by misunderstandings or betrayal. As Yi Chun's fist hurtled towards him, Chu Tianjun did not resort to treasures or divine powers, merely raising his right hand to meet it, exuding an air of calm. Soon, the immense force collided with Chu Tianjun's palm, and in that instant, a colossal phantom of a compass materialized behind him. The compass slowly rotated, nullifying Yi Chun's divine transformation strength into nothingness. "Impossible. What is this? I wield an immortal artifact, and my strength has reached the divine transformation stage. How could you so effortlessly neutralize it?" Yi Chun's incredulous voice rang out, as he sensed his power being suppressed by Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjun did not respond to Yi Chun's disbelief. Instead, he continued to press down with an elevated palm, and as the phantom compass spun, it seemed as though a gigantic hand materialized from the void. This hand descended from above, and Yi Chun, unwilling to confront it directly, summoned a copper coffin before him. The next moment, the enormous hand collided with the copper coffin, producing a sound of metallic friction that resonated throughout the heavens and earth, sending shivers even through the hearts of nascent soul masters. Impossible. How could a mere stepping stone of a villain become this powerful? Yi Chun's voice echoed once more, laced with disbelief. This time, Chu Tianjun was somewhat moved by Yi Chun's words. In this life, their interactions had been minimal, yet it was evident from the outset that Yi Chun regarded him as an enemy, and quite accurately, as a stepping stone of a villain. There is no need for the dead to know too much. Chu Tianjun, not one for idle chatter, had no intention of engaging in further dialogue with Yi Chun. He intensified his power, determined to subdue Yi Chun in one decisive blow. At this moment, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from the bronze coffin, forcing Chu Tianjun to retreat several paces. In the next instant, the coffin enveloped Yi Chun in a radiant escape and vanished. Is this truly an immortal artifact? Yet, it seems it cannot be used many more times. The energy of this realm is utterly insufficient to replenish the artifact's consumption. I wonder how many times it can be utilized? Chu Tianjun furrowed his brow, realizing that the bronze coffin had unleashed its formidable might. He chose not to pursue Yi Chun, acutely aware that nearly 30 Yuan-ing true beings were observing him intently from a distance, along with 3 formidable gazes of the transformation stage lingering ominously nearby. As he was being forced back by the immortal artifact, Chu Tianjun suddenly clutched his chest, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. Injured? Seizing the opportunity, they aimed for his demise. If such a formidable opponent remains unvanquished before achieving transformation, we shall have no hope of rising again. As Chu Tianjun spat out blood, the Yuan-ing true beings from other factions, who had been watching from afar, could no longer contain themselves and sprang into action. Chapter 48. 1 against 30. Chu Tianjun stood still in the void, though his aura had noticeably weakened, appearing somewhat strained. As nearly 30 nascent soul cultivators emerged with overwhelming might, he chose not to address them immediately, instead casting his gaze once more toward the ancestral hall. It remained desolate and devoid of any signs of life. Still unwilling to reveal themselves? It seems these individuals have grasped your limits. No wonder they dare to act so unscrupulously, having nearly depleted the resources of the Jiuxiao sect over the millennia. But what truly lies beneath your facade? Is it the complete annihilation of the sect, or is that simply a ruse? Chu Tianjun had been playing a role all along, including at this moment. Whether contending with Yi Chun or eradicating the elders and disciples of rival factions that had drained Jiuxiao sect, his ultimate aim was to draw out Yuxuanji. He was certain Yuxuanji still resided within Jiuxiao sect, testing her boundaries. He understood that his demise would not compel her to appear. as he had already perished once in a previous life. Now, as Jiuxiao sect teetered on the brink of destruction, her absence suggested her indifference toward the sect. Yet, one aspect perplexed Chu Tianjun. If she cared little for the sect, why had she preserved its true legacy? Although the previous incarnation of Long Yue was foolish, her lineage genuinely belonged to Jiuxiao sect and was the only one free from infiltration. Chu Tianjun himself had been personally brought to the mountain by Yu Xuanji, who had specifically instructed Long Yue to take him in, further indicating her intention to leave behind a legacy for Jiuxiao sect. Long Yue, unaware of Chu Tianjun's pretense, found herself encircled by nearly 30 nascent souls. She yearned to assist him, but was left with little strength, barely clinging to life. Was today the end for Jiuxiao sect? Dying together wouldn't be so bad, yet it was unfortunate that he hadn't even glanced at her before his demise. A sense of regret mingled with a feeling of liberation welled within Long Yue. In the Hall of Regulations, Chu Yue's spirit had grown exceedingly faint as she crouched in a corner, quietly awaiting the final moment of dissolution. Surrender your cultivation techniques and treasures, and we may spare your disciples, one avaricious nascent soul cultivator proclaimed to Chu Tianjun. The earlier display of Chu Tianjun repelling Yichin, who possessed divine transformation strength, had ignited their covetous desires. You wretches, daring to offend our sect, shall face the consequences. A chilling voice suddenly resonated across Jiuxiao Mountain. Instantly, the temperature plummeted within a 100-mile radius, and snow began to fall from the sky in mere moments. In the next heartbeat, a figure clad in white, like a snow-capped mountain, appeared beside Chu Tianjun. Lu Qingxue, wielding the azure-green Kanglan sword, cast a cold gaze upon the surrounding nascent souls, unperturbed. Oh, how profound is the bond of fellow disciples! Who would have thought such a poignant scene could unfold in the peculiar confines of Jiuxiao sect? Yet, Lu Qingxue's arrival did not deter the nascent soul cultivators. Rather, they found the situation amusing. In their eyes, Jiuxiao sect was an oddity, a place long usurped, where the original lineage had nearly vanished. Brother, take a moment to rest while I deal with these scoundrels, Lu Qingxue said, casting a sympathetic glance at Chu Tianjun before positioning herself protectively behind him with her sword. Chu Tianjun nodded, displaying no signs of concern. In fact, he eagerly anticipated Lu Qingxue revealing her true prowess. Ha! How boastful! The mockery directed at Lu Qingxue only intensified her resolve. Nevertheless, she chose not to engage in further banter. With a deft throw, she sent her Kanglan sword soaring, creating a shimmering wall of ice crystals that enveloped both her and Chu Tianjun. The gathered nascent soul practitioners reacted with disdain, scoffing at what they perceived as her meager skills. Yet, their derision was short-lived. As the Kanglan sword soared into the sky, Lu Qingxue began to ascend, her form adorned with an ancient and exquisitely crafted suit of armor, crackling with arcs of electricity. The armor clung to her figure, accentuating her grace while transforming her aura into something formidable and unyielding. With a swift motion, Lu Qingxue grasped the air before her, summoning a violet lightning spear into her hand. The moment the sky-splitting thunder lance materialized, the heavens erupted with thunder, and countless bolts of lightning cascaded down, centering around Lu Qingxue as if the entire realm had morphed into a domain of thunder. In that instant, she shed her icy demeanor, replaced by an overwhelming aura of destruction as she brandished the spear and charged toward nearly 30 nascent soul practitioners. The scene mirrored that of a valiant general, fearlessly plunging into the heart of a vast enemy battalion. Though there may be millions, I shall press on alone. What strength! Below the transformation stage, there are no rivals. Chu Tianjun remarked upon witnessing Lu Qingxue unveil her true capabilities. Die, Lu Qingxue declared, her lance aimed at a nascent soul practitioner as she uttered that single word. With the thrust of the sky-splitting thunder lance, torrents of lightning converged, culminating in the birth of a roaring thunder dragon at the spear's tip. The dragon, fierce and majestic, unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the cosmos. In a swift dive, the targeted nascent soul practitioner was obliterated, reduced to nothingness without even leaving behind a trace of essence. This is true divine power, not merely the might of the sky-splitting thunder lance. The celestial spirit body is indeed remarkable. Chu Tianjun reflected, awestruck by Lu Qingxue's ability to annihilate an opponent in a single strike. With his extensive knowledge, Chu Tianjun discerned the true depth of Lu Qingxue's prowess. The sky-splitting thunder lance was still incomplete, merely amplifying her lightning-based abilities. Both the encompassing thunder domain and the thunder dragon were manifestations of divine power. Such powers differ from spells or incantations. They arise from an understanding of fundamental principles, representing a more potent means of wielding force. Possessing a spiritual body allows one to effortlessly grasp corresponding divine powers, and it was evident that Lu Qingxue had attained her lightning divine abilities through her celestial spirit body. It must be said that Lu Qingxue is the most gifted prodigy that Chu Tianjun has ever encountered. In his 2 lifetimes, he has met only a handful of individuals possessing a spiritual body, and among them, Lu Qingxue stands alone as the bearer of 2 formidable spiritual entities. This is dire. She has already comprehended supernatural powers. Everyone, quickly unite your strengths. We must not allow her to defeat us individually. Among the group of Yuanian cultivators, there were those with considerable insight who immediately recognized Lu Qingxue's formidable prowess and hastily offered their warning. After all, they were formidable beings who had reached the Yuanian stage. These individuals swiftly combined their powers, and the collective strength of so many Yuanian cultivators was indeed terrifying. In the next moment, a luminous barrier enveloped the assembly of Yuanian practitioners. Although Lu Qingxue's spear pointed towards them, summoning furious thunder and roaring lightning dragons, the barrier held firm against her assault. Ultimately, she stood alone, and the energy within her could not be sustained indefinitely. If they could endure just a moment longer, vanquishing this woman would be a trivial task. These Yuanian cultivators had already devised their counter-strategy. Chu Tianjun glanced back, but this time, his gaze was not directed at the ancestral hall. Instead, it rested upon the direction of the Moonwatch Peak, where Lu Qingxue's master, the Nine-Sword real person, resided. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Tianjun sighed softly, and his gaze towards Lu Qingxue was filled with compassion and sorrow. Then, he quietly appeared beside her. Chapter 49. Is the transformation stage truly challenging? At this moment, Lu Qingxue was fully engaged in battle with numerous Yuanian practitioners, entirely unaware of Chu Tianjun's approach, a testament to her absolute trust in him. The 9 swords had indeed taken on an exceptional disciple. Young lady, stand down. Your life may yet be spared. Just as Lu Qingxue found herself locked in a stalemate with the many Yuanian masters, a voice suddenly echoed from afar. Subsequently, 3 colossal figures materialized on the horizon, entirely composed of spiritual energy, majestic and grand, truly deserving of the phrase towering to the heavens. Is that the essence of the primordial spirit? Are the transformation true monarchs about to intervene? Someone gasped. The 3 massive forms were indeed the 3 transformation true monarchs of the Eastern Domain's immortal alliance. Humph, I care not who you are. Those who offend my sect shall be my enemies. Lu Qingxue stood unflinching before the 3 true monarchs. Not only did she boldly proclaim, those who offend my sect shall be my enemies, but she also pointed her left hand toward one of the true monarch's primordial spirit forms, sending the Kanglan sword hurtling forth. A mere Yuanian practitioner, defiantly taking on nearly 30 opponents of the same rank, had the audacity to strike at a transformation true monarch. Qingxue, do not be disrespectful. Just as the Kanglan sword was launched, the voice of the 9 swords true man resonated, and immediately, 9 uniquely radiant flying swords interposed themselves before the Kanglan sword, ruthlessly severing it. The destruction of a single flying sword should not have harmed Lu Qingxue. However, she was acutely aware that it was her revered master, whom she regarded as a father figure, who had caused the severance. Furthermore, the Kanglan sword was a gift from the 9 swords true man, akin to how the illusory moon had gifted Chu Tianjun the Tianxian sword in a previous life, symbolizing their teacher-student bond. The shattering of the Kanglan sword filled Lu Qingxue's heart with sorrow, nearly shattering her resolve. Fortunately, at that moment, Chu Tianjun placed a reassuring hand upon her shoulder, infusing her with gentle spiritual energy, while his calming voice reached her ears. No matter what transpires, your senior brother shall remain by your side. All shall be well with me. Before his words had fully settled, Chu Tianjun had already positioned himself in front of Lu Qingxue, and at that juncture, the 9 swords true man finally made his entrance. Upon his arrival, he first bowed deeply to one of the primordial spirit forms, saying, "Disciple pays respects to master. I implore you, master, to forgive Qingxue. She was unaware of my identity, and her offense was unintentional. Fear not, your disciple possesses remarkable talent, a promising prospect. I shall not hold the actions of the younger generation against her," the primordial spirit replied in a gentle tone. Chu Tianjun recognized this figure as the Grand Elder of Lingyun Dao in Yangzhou, known as True Monarch Qinghe. His name seemed to be simply Qinghe. As he had ascended to the rank of Transformation True Monarch, few dared to utter his name, and over time, even his surname had faded from common knowledge. Master, what transpired here? Lu Qingxue steadied herself, retracting her divine abilities, and cast a questioning gaze upon the Nine Swords True Man. The Master of the Nine Swords maintained a composed demeanor and calmly stated, "In truth, I am a disciple of the Lingyun Sect, which makes you a grand disciple of the Clear River True Monarch." Essentially, the Nine Heavens Sect comprises members from various factions. Had it not been for Chu Tianjun's emergence, the Nine Heavens Sect would have long since extinguished its lineage. We, who bear the name of the Nine Heavens Sect, merely seek the resources of spiritual veins. It is evident that the Nine Heavens Sect cannot endure much longer, and it is time for us to return to our original sect. Master, from my early years, you have taught me to respect our teachers and the path we follow, and my path originates from the teachings of the Nine Heavens Sect. Today, you reveal to me that we are merely undercover agents? Lu Qingxue gazed at the Master of the Nine Swords with a look of despair in that moment. Her faith crumbled. Amongst all, only Chu Tianjun could truly empathize with the anguish Lu Qingxue felt, having been betrayed by the one she held most dear. Qingxue, with your talents, you could be a saintess of the Lingyun Sect, with a strong possibility of becoming its leader in the future. The Master of the Nine Swords implored earnestly, genuinely hopeful for his disciple's future. A saintess? A leader? Yet from the moment I entered the sect, you have told me I was a disciple of the Nine Heavens Sect. All the resources I have utilized over these decades of cultivation, along with everything I have learned, have come from the Nine Heavens Sect. Lu Qingxue's expression grew increasingly desolate. She suddenly felt as if she no longer recognized the master she held dear. Chu Tianjun sighed. This scene had not transpired in his previous life, yet he had recently surmised that the Master of the Nine Swords was also an undercover agent. For some time, he had been apprehensive, fearing that the revelation of truth might coincide with Lu Qingxue's departure from the Nine Heavens Sect and from him. However, it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. He could see that Lu Qingxue's principles remained unblemished. She was still the same person from his past life, who, despite having little personal connection with him, fiercely defended him to ensure that the sect did not lose a talented disciple and endeavored to prove his innocence. The path of cultivation is inherently defiant, a relentless struggle for resources and opportunities. Now that the Nine Heavens Sect has lost its value, do you still not comprehend? The Master of the Nine Swords continued to admonish, seeking to correct Lu Qingxue's misconceptions. Aside from an initial remark from Chu Tianjun, he allowed the exchange between Lu Qingxue and her master to unfold without interference, believing that the final decision should rest with her. Fortunately, Lu Qingxue did not disappoint him. She suddenly addressed the Master of the Nine Swords with a grave expression, saying, "Master, this shall be the last time I call you so. From this moment forth, we shall no longer be master and disciple. I, Lu Qingxue, will forever remain a disciple of the Nine Heavens Sect. Should you act against the Nine Heavens Sect, then we shall be adversaries henceforth." Foolishness. The Nine Heavens Sect has but a few remaining members, and do you truly believe you can escape alongside an injured Chu Tianjun? The Clear River True Monarch chided, clearly recognizing Lu Qingxue's exceptional talent. Who says we intend to flee? Chu Tianjun had positioned himself protectively behind Lu Qingxue, standing tall and resolute as he gazed at the three colossal manifestations of primordial spirits in the sky, speaking with a tone that was neither submissive nor arrogant. In that moment, it was evident that he bore the marks of injury. "How do you believe you can still resist?" remarked another Transformation Realm True Monarch with disdain. Chu Tianjun did not respond, but instead cast his gaze once more towards the ancestral hall, his voice resonating powerfully as he called out, "Elder Xuanji, is this truly what you wish to witness? Your esteemed ancestor will not intervene after eliminating you. They will simply arrange for a few disciples to continue flying the banner of the Jiuxiao sect. As long as the name endures, your ancestor will pay no heed," interjected another silent Transformation Realm True Monarch. This revelation dispelled many of Chu Tianjun's uncertainties, indicating that these individuals had discerned Elder Xuanji's limits. Withdrawing his gaze, Chu Tianjun suddenly smiled and said, "In truth, I never intended to resist." Before he could finish, a derisive laugh interrupted. "Ha, at least you possess self-awareness." Yet, in the next moment, Chu Tianjun continued, "For everything has been meticulously orchestrated by me. I lured you here, after all. It is far more efficient to ensnare you all at once than to search for each of you individually. Ha ha ha. This lad must be scared out of his wits. Surely, his Tao heart is shattered, driving him to madness. He does not even comprehend the vast chasm between the nascent soul and transformation realm. This is not merely a disparity in realms. Even if he possessed strength nearing the transformation realm, he faces 3 transformation realm true monarchs. The trio, along with the nascent soul cultivators, seemed to find the situation the most ludicrous of jokes, as the Jiuxiu sect teetered on the brink of annihilation. Chu Tianjun audaciously claimed that it was all part of his design. The distinction between transformation and nascent soul is indeed monumental. The transformation realm signifies the metamorphosis of the nascent soul into the Yuan spirit, capable of wielding the might of heaven and earth with every gesture, their actions transcending the realm of divine abilities. In the face of countless derisive remarks, Chu Tianjun merely smiled, then raised his gaze to the heavens, declaring, "Is achieving the transformation realm truly so difficult?" No sooner had the words left his lips than he extended his right hand towards the sky, and in response, purple lightning surged from above, coalescing into an enormous heavenly tribulation in an instant. Then, in the blink of an eye, the tribulation descended, as if it were forcibly yanked down by Chu Tianjun's outstretched hand. Chapter 50. Crushing all enemies, Chu Tianjun unleashed his power, drawing forth the heavenly tribulation. And those formidable thunderbolts that would strike terror into the hearts of cultivators were effortlessly caught by him. The force of the thunder surged into his body at that moment. It seemed less like he was undergoing tribulation and more like he was refining the very essence of the heavenly calamity. The thunderous roars echoed continuously, and the 3 transformation stage true monarchs were certain that Chu Tianjun was indeed transcending the divine tribulation. Even though they had all experienced this trial before, they dared not interfere, allowing him to absorb the power of the tribulation unimpeded. Typically, cultivators at the transformation stage would endure their tribulation for several days, if not longer, which is why no one questioned the lingering dark clouds atop Tianjun Peak. However, Chu Tianjun's unconventional approach to transcending the tribulation took but a brief moment. Remarkably, the heart demon tribulation, which normally arises during this stage, did not manifest. Chu Tianjun understood this well. He harbored no emotional entanglements, and without such ties, how could there be a heart demon? Moments later, a colossal primordial spirit appeared behind him, mirroring his form. This spirit was even more magnificent than the manifestations of the other 3 transformation stage true monarchs. "Qingxue, let me handle the rest." Chu Tianjun's voice resonated from the primordial spirit. In the next instant, the primordial spirit raised a finger, directing it towards the 9-sword true man. Prior to Chu Tianjun's emergence, the 9-sword true man had long been recognized as the mightiest warrior of the Jiuxiu sect. Yet at that moment, he found himself utterly defenseless. With but a single gesture from the primordial spirit, this former top-tier, nascent soul powerhouse from Fufeng Prefecture was obliterated. Following Chu Tianjun's usual practice, he would not waste a nascent soul. It would be fed to the Tianxian sword. Yet, he left not a trace of the 9-sword true man behind, knowing that Lu Qingxue would find it difficult to strike him down. Therefore, he took matters into his own hands, ensuring a complete annihilation. Witnessing the destruction of the 9-sword true man, Lu Qingxue's face reflected sorrow as she softly called out, "Master," but her gaze soon hardened with resolve. Chu Tianjun's actions were astonishingly swift. By the time he had vanquished the 9-sword true man, the others finally reacted. This youth acts with too much tyranny. Such a person must not be allowed to remain, boomed true monarch Qinghe, rallying the others to join in. In an instant, the 3 transformation stage true monarchs and over 20 nascent soul true men launched their assault upon Chu Tianjun, employing spells, magical artifacts, and divine abilities. Faced with this cataclysmic barrage, Chu Tianjun's primordial spirit merely raised its right hand, and in an instant, a massive compass apparition materialized above Jiuxiu Mountain. Positioned parallel to the heavens and the earth, acting as a shield against the onslaught of the 3 transformation stage true monarchs. As for the attacks from the nascent soul stage, Chu Tianjun boldly met them with his left hand. At this moment, he fully unleashed the heavenly creation stealing technique and the grand freedom demonic art, absorbing the incoming spells and artifacts as if they were mere energy or shattering them into fragments just inches from his form. Has he truly grown this powerful? The half-conscious Lingyue lay on the ground, yet she was still able to witness the unfolding battle. She found it incomprehensible that Chu Tianjun had instantaneously ascended to the god transformation stage and could simultaneously suppress over 20 nascent soul experts while under the relentless assault of 3 other god transformation true monarchs. To say this was a feat of the god transformation stage was one thing. To consider it akin to that of a formidable figure in the void refining stage was another entirely. Suddenly, Chu Tianjun summoned the Tianxian sword once more. Today, the spirit of the Xian sword had reached an extraordinary level of intelligence, immediately transforming into the form of an eagle and surging toward the group of nascent soul practitioners. Even when united, these nascent souls were no match for Chu Tianjun, who had already entered the god transformation realm. Had it not been for the purpose of allowing the Tianxian to devour the nascent souls, these individuals would have likely been obliterated by Chu Tianjun in a single strike. Under Chu Tianjun's suppression, the Tianxian devoured one nascent soul practitioner after another, consuming both the person and their nascent soul in one fell swoop. In scarcely a moment, Chu Tianjun no longer needed to intervene. The Tianxian sword was capable of independently dispatching the remaining nascent soul experts. Now it is your turn. You have profited greatly from my Jiuxiu sect over the years, so today I shall take your primordial spirits as compensation. As Chu Tianjun's colossal primordial spirit manifestation shifted from defense to offense, a massive compass shadow descended upon the 3 god transformation true monarchs. At higher levels of strength, confrontations became increasingly straightforward. The primordial spirit manifestation was inherently more powerful than most spells and techniques, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary treasures. Thus, the primordial spirit manifestation itself served as a formidable means, and such contests required no additional enhancements. Although Chu Tianjun stood alone, ostensibly at a disadvantage, the heavenly creation stealing technique was truly extraordinary. While others expended their strength in battle, his energy only grew more robust. This fellow is exceedingly sinister. We must deliberate carefully on how to eliminate him, remarked True Monarch Qinghe with a tone of grave concern. After a brief skirmish, they had realized they could not contend with Chu Tianjun, who only seemed to grow stronger. Thinking of escaping? There is no chance. Chu Tianjun sensed their intentions and coldly scoffed. In the next moment, 2 pages of golden foil flew from Chu Tianjun's body, each targeting 2 of the god transformation cultivators. While his primordial spirit manifestation fully engaged True Monarch Qinghe. In recent years, Chu Tianjun had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, dedicating nearly all his time to studying these 2 pages of the 6 Principles Heavenly Book. The most significant breakthrough was not merely mastering additional celestial scripts or deriving formidable divine abilities from the fragments. Rather, he had directly refined the 2 pages of golden foil into something akin to a magical artifact. These pages, resembling golden foil, were of an unknown material. Even with all his efforts, Chu Tianjun could leave no mark upon them. It was then that he conceived the idea of refining them like a magical flying sword. Remarkably, he succeeded. At this moment, as the 2 pages of golden foil landed upon the 2 primordial spirit manifestations, they did not emit blinding radiance. Yet the celestial scripts upon them shimmered with a faint glow, akin to 2 talismans that bound the 2 god transformation practitioners, rendering their manifestations nearly immobile. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, True Monarch Qinghe was drained of his primordial spirit by Chu Tianjun using the heavenly creation stealing technique, after which he effortlessly absorbed the remaining 2 primordial spirits into his own power. Once the 3 great true lords of the Eastern Domain had their primordial spirits absorbed by Chu Tianjun, he found himself but a step away from reaching the mid-stage of the transformation god realm. From this day forth, the Immortal Alliance no longer exists in the Eastern Domain. Chu Tianjun's voice reverberated, echoing across hundreds of thousands of miles, reaching the various immortal sects and esteemed families across the 4 states of the Eastern Domain. He then summoned the Tianxian sword, holding it in his hand to gauge its essence. It still had a way to go before evolving into a spiritual treasure. Yet the sword spirit within had become indistinguishable from a human, diligently refining the residual power of the numerous nascent souls within the sword. With the Immortal Alliance now dissolved, you shall temporarily guard the front line of Yuezhou, he remarked to the Tianxian sword. He then gently tossed it, and the sword transformed into a beam of light, soaring southward. Moments later, at the front line of Yuezhou, where anxiety loomed, the Tianxian sword hung in the sky above what was once the Immortal Alliance's stronghold, emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance. With a single stroke, beneath the transformation god realm of the demonic path, none dared to advance a single step. Chapter 51. Once again entering the fray Qingxue, the remaining troubles are yours to handle. After the annihilation of 3 divine transformation cultivators, Chu Tianjun addressed Lu Qingxue before dismantling the protective formation around Tianjun Peak. At that moment, Jiuxiao Mountain lay in ruins. The aftermath of the prior battle having caused countless peaks to collapse, and numerous palaces and pavilions to be destroyed. Scattered among them were severed limbs and shattered magical artifacts. Lu Qingxue nodded and began to lead the few remaining disciples in clearing the desolate remnants of their sect. Chu Tianjun retracted his primordial spirit manifestation and gracefully descended from the sky, ultimately landing outside the Hall of Discipline. Yet, he still chose to ignore Longyue, striding directly into the hall without a glance in her direction. In a corner of the Hall of Discipline, Chu Tianjun beheld Chu Yue, her spirit reduced to a mere wisp. Witnessing such a tragic sight softened his heart. In his previous life, he had nurtured Yue himself. Though he had not directly participated in her growth in this life, she had still matured on Tianjun Peak for a decade. The remnants of Yue's consciousness recognized Chu Tianjun's presence, her gaze filled with sorrowful longing. Alas, her spirit could not shed tears, otherwise, they would surely flow like rain. The essence of her thoughts resonated with a poignant regret. Not being able to call you master is my greatest sorrow. Chu Tianjun extended his hand, seemingly attempting to draw the curled-up Yue from her corner, as he softly murmured, "I will take you home." Yue evidently heard his voice. A glimmer of joy illuminated her face, and the once vacant gaze brightened, her spirit seemingly strengthened. Soon, her essence was enveloped by the sleeve of Chu Tianjun's robe, and he found himself holding a pitch-black orb. This orb, reminiscent of amber, contained within it the image of a young girl lying supine, as though she were in a deep slumber. Earlier, Longyue had witnessed Chu Tianjun entering the hall without even a glance in her direction, leaving her in a state of despair. Her spirit, already fragile, waned further as she mourned the devastation of her sect. Feeling that much of the blame rested upon her for taking Yi Chen as a disciple, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions and injuries, even she, a nascent soul cultivator, felt herself on the brink of unconsciousness. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside Longyue. A precious vial appeared above her head, pouring forth a luminous green light that cascaded down upon her, gradually alleviating her wounds. "Master, you are gravely injured. Let me assist you back," Ning Qiuzi said, crouching before Longyue. In addition to using the Imu Lioli bottle that Longyue had originally gifted her to heal her, she also offered Longyue a top-tier healing elixir. Longyue remained silent, casting a glance at the Hall of Discipline as she permitted Ning Qiuzi to escort her back to Tianxian Peak. The damage to Tianxian Peak was comparatively minimal, as there were few edifices atop it, and Longyue's residence remained mostly intact. After safely returning Longyue, Ning Qiuzi did not hasten to depart. Instead, she waited until Longyue's condition improved before suddenly inquiring, "Master, do you feel that your father is intentionally distancing himself from you?" Upon hearing those words, the expression of Longyue shifted slightly, and she sorrowfully remarked, "It is all my fault. Does Master Uncle know? In truth, my father is a very open-hearted individual. He is not as aloof as he appears. At Tianjun Peak, he would engage all of us in poetry and painting, sharing moments of camaraderie around the bonfire, singing and dancing like ordinary folks. He would regale us with many amusing tales." Ning Qiuzi began to recount the virtues of Chu Tianjun, revealing the authentic essence of the man. He is not some ethereal being detached from the mortal realm. Rather, he embodies warmth and kindness, displaying a cheerful disposition much like an ordinary person. Thus, he has always held a disdain for me. The more Longyue comprehended the true nature of Chu Tianjun, the heavier her heart felt. She finally grasped that his coldness was directed solely towards her. "It should not be, for my father is merely avoiding you." During his foundational trials, he witnessed certain potential futures within the heart demon tribulation. Ning Qiuzi dismissed Longyue's assertion, revealing that as a strategist operating from the shadows, she had a grander scheme, with Longyue being a pivotal element within it. Shocked, Longyue found that Ning Qiuzi's explanation aligned with many of her own suspicions. Eagerly, she inquired, "What did he see?" "Everyone perished. Myself, senior brother Qingyun, senior brother Ouyang, even Uncle Qingxue. All lives extinguished, including my father's. He was betrayed by those closest to him, stripped of his powers and cast into a horde of beasts to be devoured. Though I am unaware of the exact events that transpired, merely being a spectator allows one to sense the profound desolation and despair my father must have felt at that moment." Ning Qiuzi spoke with a sorrowful demeanor. For through the grand divination technique, she had only glimpsed fragments of the truth, yet she distinctly felt Chu Tianjun's desperation in his final moments. Who was responsible for this? Who could have done such a thing? The glint of vengeance ignited in Rong Yue's eyes. Whether Chu Tianjun harbored hatred for her or remained indifferent was irrelevant. She would not permit anyone to treat him with such cruelty. However, the next moment, Ning Qiuzi's words struck her like a thunderbolt. It was you. You were the one who personally stripped away his powers, casting him into the beast horde to be torn apart. Ning Qiuzi's tone was devoid of anger, instead marked by an unsettling calmness. Rong Yue found herself at a loss for words, unwilling to accept the possibility of such treachery. Yet, upon reflection, if she could inexplicably take Yi Chun as a disciple, it was not entirely implausible that Chu Tianjun had deliberately distanced himself from her. Master Uncle, everyone can see that you harbor feelings for my father, do you not? Yet your demeanor is far too frigid. If only you could be forthright with him, whether concerning the potential futures revealed during the heart demon tribulation or the present circumstances. Everything could be altered. You share a decade-long pact with him. Why not have brought Yi Chun back to the mountain earlier, explaining the circumstances to my father? In the face of challenges, you both could have deliberated together. No matter how cunning Yi Chun might be, how could he escape your father's discerning gaze? Had you been open with him from the start, even if you could not unite, many misunderstandings could have been avoided. And how could Yue have met such a tragic end? Ning Qiuzi continued, expressing that no one could have anticipated that the individual with the most meager qualifications and the lowest cultivation would possess the most profound understanding. Long Yu was left unaware of when Ning Qiuzi had departed. Her sole desire now was to hasten her progress towards the transformation stage, not merely to enhance her cultivation, but to provoke the heart demon tribulation, yearning to uncover what Chu Tianjun had truly perceived. On Tianjun Peak, Chu Tianjun was diligently fortifying Chu Youwei's spirit. With the assistance of the Six Instruments Heavenly Book, she would not succumb to the disintegration of her soul. However, he refrained from immediately orchestrating her possession. I have informed Master Long Yu about the heart demon tribulation, Ning Qiuzi stated calmly to Chu Tianjun. You are endangering her. This will only hasten her demise. Chu Tianjun replied with an expression of indifference. Only by immersing oneself in the fray can the truth be unveiled, Father, in truth. You had no choice from the very beginning. Ning Qiuzi's countenance bore an uncommon seriousness. Chapter 52, The Ancestor's Approval Indeed. I have never truly comprehended her essence. Perhaps there lies something within her that I have overlooked. Otherwise, Yi Chun would have no reason to meticulously orchestrate all these events. In the next moment, Chu Tianjun refrained from countering and instead spoke with a thoughtful expression. This revelation had only recently dawned upon him. Although, in his previous life, Yi Chun had schemed to eliminate him. Such an act was not his ultimate aim. Rather, his fundamental objective was to possess Longwei. In this lifetime, even as Chu Tianjun had relegated Yi Chun to the status of a sect outcast, he ultimately resorted to a desperate pretense of being taken back to the sect by Longwei. After the annihilation of the disciples of the Jiuxiao sect, Yi Chun's physical prowess rivaled that of a transformation god, yet he did not slay Longwei. From that moment, Chu Tianjun began to harbor doubts about Yi Chun's true intentions regarding Longwei. Furthermore, there exists a simple truth. Yi Chun possesses a celestial artifact and may, in fact, be a denizen of the celestial realm himself. Additionally, he had laid numerous strategies in advance to ensure his growth within this realm, rendering him entirely unnecessary to join the Jiuxiao sect, as he could thrive independently. From this perspective, the most valuable asset of the Jiuxiao sect might very well be this enchanting master from his past life. In the following period, disciples from Tiankuan Peak returned to the mountain gate in succession. Under the leadership of Lu Qingxue, these disciples commenced the reconstruction of the Jiuxiu sect, gradually restoring much of its former glory. Although the Jiuxiu sect appeared to have suffered a significant loss, in reality it underwent a transformation, embodying the essence of rebirth through destruction. Firstly, the cohesion within the sect reached unprecedented heights, with no more undercover spies. While the number of nascent soul cultivators was pitifully small, they boasted Chu Tianjun, a true transformation god. Moreover, Lu Qingxue stood as an unparalleled force among the nascent soul practitioners. The Jiuxiao sect had already established itself as the dominant power across the 4 states of the eastern region, and the unification of the eastern region was merely a matter of time. Before long, Chu Tianjun summoned Lu Qingxue and a group of Golden Core disciples to the Peach Orchard. Qiuxi, You shall return to the mortal realm once more. This time, I entrust you with the task of unifying the mortal world of the eastern region, Chu Tianjun stated with an uncommon seriousness, exuding ambition. Upon hearing this, his daughter was resolute in her determination to not disappoint her father. Ning Xiaoxi rose to acknowledge the command, her excitement palpable. The rest of you, join me in sweeping through the various cultivation sects of the eastern region. It is time to reshape the landscape of the cultivation world. They shall either submit or face annihilation. From now on, only the Jiuxiu sect shall remain in the eastern region, Chu Tianjun declared, rising with authority. His words were imbued with a formidable presence. Were he not also a self-proclaimed cultivator, anyone witnessing this would deem him a tyrant, threatening annihilation and forbidding the existence of other sects, surpassing even the demon path of the southern region in his tyranny. Within the peach orchard, over a dozen golden core disciples clasped their fists in salute, for they were the last remaining golden core practitioners of the Jiuxiao sect, most of whom had only recently ascended to this level. Nonetheless, their strength was formidable, and they were all staunch loyalists of Chu Tianjun. However, just as the atmosphere brimmed with enthusiasm, Lu Qingxue suddenly stepped forward, addressing Chu Tianjun with a respectful salute. For a sect that has yet to reach the transformation god stage, is it necessary for my senior brother to take action personally? I, Qingxue, am willing to fight for our sect. Just give me 10 days, and I shall clear the eastern region of all sects for you. Lu Qingxue possessed the strength to make such a declaration, and none doubted her capabilities. Chu Tianjun nodded with a smile and said, since Qingxue is willing, let her undertake this journey. You may freely dispatch the disciples of our sect. Subsequently, each day witnessed the demise of various sects or mundane kingdoms, while many others voluntarily submitted, relinquishing their sect names and offering vast amounts of spirit stones and rare treasures to the Jiuxiao sect. In a short period, the Jiuxiao sect had drained the resources of the 4 states, reclaiming what rightfully belonged to them over the past 3 millennia. Due to the overwhelming dominance of the Jiuxiao sect, other sects began to scatter like leaves in the wind. Those with inferior talents became wandering cultivators, while the more gifted sought to join the Jiuxiao sect, hoping to be accepted under its banner. The eastern region was in a state of unprecedented turmoil, yet fortunately, the forces of the demonic path in the southern region did not seize this opportunity to launch a massive invasion. This was largely attributed to the presence of Chu Tianjun, as the southern region had only a few who had attained the transformation stage, and even if these demons joined forces, they lacked the confidence to overpower him. They might even face defeat themselves. At present, Chu Tianjun alone had slain 3 formidable transformation stage true monarchs and dozens of nascent soul cultivators, earning him a reputation that made even the demons regard him as a veritable fiend. Recently, several major transformation stage demons from the southern region had gathered at the holy sect, imploring the sect master, Ji Xuanyu, to intervene, but she declined their request. Ji Xuanyu was an ancient figure at the virtual refinement stage, and even after absorbing the primordial spirits of 3 transformation stage true monarchs, Chu Tianjun did not consider himself her equal. In a previous life, he had sensed her aura from a distance and recognized that he was not yet a match for her. However, Chu Tianjun remained unperturbed, as he knew that Ji Xuanyu had previously been stronger than the combined might of Qinghe, True Monarch, and others. Since she had not intervened then, there was even less reason for her to do so now that he was stronger than the 3 combined. Chu Tianjun speculated that Ji Xuanyu's reluctance to directly strike against the eastern region might be related to the hidden presence of the esteemed Xianzhu ancestor within the Jiuxiao sect. A month after the upheaval in the Jiuxiao sect, the sect had largely returned to its former state, though the landscape had changed significantly, with fewer peaks remaining. The main hall of the sect had been renovated, now more magnificent than ever. At this moment, disciples of the Jiuxiao sect gathered both inside and outside the main hall, where Chu Tianjun stood at the highest point, addressing the assembly that included Lu Qingxue and several golden core disciples, while the outer area was filled with foundation and qi refining disciples, totaling just over 1,000. Today, I summon you, my fellow disciples, to announce several important matters. The Jiuxiao sect has a legacy spanning 10,000 years, having experienced both glory and decline. Now, the sect is entrusted to our care, and I wish to collaborate with each of you to revive our esteemed order. Chu Tianjun's voice resonated throughout the Jiuxiao sect. At this moment, everyone was present in the hall, except for one person, Luan Yu from Tianxian Peak. Having mostly recovered from her injuries, Luan Yu had been obsessively refining her cultivation. reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage in just over a month, as she fervently amassed power to provoke the heavenly tribulation of transformation. Nevertheless, she still heard Chu Tianjun's proclamation. From this day forth, the Jiuxiu sect shall establish an outer sect. All disciples at the Qi refining and foundation stages will be considered outer disciples, entitled to monthly distributions of spirit stones and elixirs according to sect benefits, with unrestricted access to the first level of the scripture repository. Those who have attained the golden core stage and successfully passed the sect's introspective examination will be promoted to inner disciples, granted the ability to establish independent caves and enjoy enhanced benefits, along with access to the second level of the scripture repository. During the Yuaning period, a true disciple may establish a mountain as a place of cultivation, engage in the management of the sect, and possess the right to freely enter and exit the scripture pavilion. The sect has established positions for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Any who transcend to the transformation stage may assume these roles, participating in internal sect decisions and representing the sect externally, thereby automatically gaining the qualification for the position of sect leader. From this moment forth, I shall act as the provisional sect leader of the Jiuxiao sect. Do any of you dissent? Chu Tianjun articulated a series of reforms that fundamentally altered the original structure of the Jiuxiao sect. His adjustments effectively transformed the sect into a centralized authority, with everyone, including the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, regarded as disciples, thereby diminishing the traditional master-disciple lineage to a mere sect inheritance. Senior brother, there are no objections regarding other matters, but this position of sect leader is rightfully yours. Why settle for a provisional title? Lu Qingxue voiced the collective confusion. With Chu Tianjun's reforms, besides the sect leader, other disciples, including the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, now only maintained relationships as senior and junior brothers and sisters, making Chu Tianjun the indisputable first among them. It seemed unnecessary to append the word provisional to his title. Gazing over the assembly, Chu Tianjun perceived their shared perplexity and then turned his attention toward the ancestral hall, stating, "Because our Jiuxiao sect still has a revered ancestor among us, our sect has always esteemed our masters. How could I presume to overstep while the ancestor remains?" In this moment, Chu Tianjun disclosed the existence of Yuxuanji to all the sect disciples, many of whom learned of the secret for the first time, resulting in murmurs throughout the crowd. A smile graced Chu Tianjun's face as his gaze lingered on the ancestral hall. Today, he finally felt a subtle presence emanating from that direction, as if a pair of eyes were observing him. Then, Chu Tianjun proclaimed, with such arrangements, "Does Ancestor Xuanji find it satisfactory?" Many believed he merely spoke for effect. Yet, unexpectedly, a voice emerged from the void, indiscernible in gender, uttering a single word: "Good." Chapter 53. The elusive moon cultivating dark arts. Upon hearing the word good, everyone was taken aback, while Chu Tianjun's smile grew broader. He understood that regardless of the intentions of the venerable Sioux New Jersey ancestor, as his own strength increased, there would inevitably come a day when their paths would cross. If she was reluctant to meet him, he would simply continue to grow until he was worthy of that encounter. Today, in his capacity as acting sect leader, he announced the first appointment of the sect. Lu Qingxue, having toiled and achieved remarkable feats in battles for the sect, was exceptionally promoted to the position of saintess, despite not yet reaching the transformation god stage. As acting leader, Chu Tianjun's first decree was to designate Lu Qingxue as the saintess of the Jiuxiu sect. Naturally, Lu Qingxue could not refuse the goodwill of her senior brother, and the other disciples bowed in unison towards the two. "The acting sect leader is wise. We pay our respects to Saintess Qingxue," echoed the voices of over 1,000, all filled with genuine admiration. The Jiuxiu sect had undergone a transformation akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. And soon rumors spread across the realm that there existed a venerable ancestor within the sect, whose power surpassed even that of Chu Tianjun, the transformation god, true monarch. Simultaneously, the Dian-Ing dynasty unified the eastern region and established a management institution for cultivators, offering the most basic cultivation methods to all mortals. The dynasty also set up a special agency to select exceptionally talented novice cultivators and mortals who, after a period of training, could be recommended directly into the Jiuxiao sect if they distinguished themselves. The landscape of the eastern region had now come to closely resemble that of a celestial sect, with a singular dominant authority, the Jiuxiao sect, which controlled all resources. To officially join the Jiuxiao sect symbolized a meteoric rise to prominence. One day, Dark clouds suddenly gathered over Tianjun Peak, and a massive black vortex rapidly formed. Those disciples with a modicum of insight immediately understood that this was the manifestation of the heavenly tribulation summoned by one of the two remaining nascent soul true persons of the Zhuxiao sect, the elusive moon. Chu Tianjun sensed the gathering of the tribulation and, without a moment's hesitation, appeared in the courtyard of Tianjun Peak. This marked his first visit to this place since his reincarnation, yet it felt entirely familiar to him. The sight of Chu Tianjun startled the elusive moon. While she pondered his intentions, she witnessed him gaze up at the heavens and, with a casual wave of his hand, dispel the originally fearsome vortex of tribulation. The elusive moon looked at the man beside her in bewilderment. Chu Tianjun had become her enigma. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend of regret, guilt, infatuation, and unrequited love. The elusive moon parted her lips, her heart brimming with words she longed to express, yet she found herself at a loss. Fortunately, Chu Tianjun did not leave her in discomfort. The next moment, he spoke. You cannot withstand this heavenly tribulation. Although his tone remained indifferent, the elusive moon sensed a thread of concern woven into his words. Luminous Moon was acutely aware that she could not transcend the heavenly tribulation, yet it was not her intention to face it. Rather, she yearned to confront the heart-demon tribulation to discern what exactly Chu Tianjun had witnessed. The latter, knowing he could not overcome the heavenly tribulation, had taken measures to disperse it, indicating that he did not wish for her demise. I long to know what it is you have truly seen, Luminous Moon mustered the courage to express, recalling the words of Ning Qiuzi, who had advised her that sincerity between individuals could diminish misunderstandings. Ultimately, it seemed inconsequential. Remarkably, Chu Tianjun responded to Luminous Moon, albeit with a gravity that suggested otherwise. Yet it holds great significance for me. Allow me to face the tribulation, even if it leads to my death. Luminous Moon appeared markedly different from before. Her gaze was resolute, and she was acutely aware of her purpose and desires. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Tianjun regarded her with earnest eyes for the first time since his rebirth. Our 10-year pact remains. You owe me a favor, and today, I demand you fulfill your promise. Luminous Moon's expression shifted slightly, and she promptly inquired, what is it that you wish me to do? Her inquiry was not born from a desire to renege, but rather from genuine curiosity, perhaps even a flicker of anticipation. Do not face the tribulation now, if you must. Wait until after you have slain Yuqin. Chu Tianjun replied without delay. I wish to personally eliminate Yuqin, but if I do not face the tribulation, it will be impossible. Are you, in effect, considering my interests? Luminous Moon questioned assertively, her transformation evident after her enlightening conversation with Ning Qiuzi. Chu Tianjun was momentarily taken aback. This was a stark contrast to the master he had known. Her words seemed to imply a question about his feelings for her. Even in the nascent soul stage, it is not impossible to kill someone in the divine transformation stage. Do you truly wish to slay Yuqin with your own hands? He is still your disciple. Chu Tianjun remarked, his demeanor remaining largely unchanged. Indeed, Luminous Moon had yet to formally expel Yuqin from her sect. Though that was merely a procedural formality, when Yuqin utilized the celestial artifact, the copper coffin, to refine others and declared his intent to confront his master, the bond between them had already been severed. Reflecting on the past, Luminous Moon concluded, I have never genuinely regarded him as a disciple. His request to take me as his master was never my intention, as if some external force had interfered with my decision. Her calm demeanor belied the long-held truths that had finally found their voice. Chu Tianjun was not surprised. He had recognized long ago that Luminous Moon was an extraordinarily unique existence, seemingly the origin of all causality, with everything revolving around her. In the next moment, Chu Tianjun revealed a jade slip from his palm and handed it to Luminous Moon. Instinctively, she accepted the jade slip, her fingers brushing against it as she accessed the information contained within. Upon comprehending its contents, she regarded Chu Tianjun with a look of incredulity. Before she could pose her question, he interjected, the 9 transformations of the celestial demon is, indeed, a top-tier demonic cultivation method. It can assist you in slaying those in the divine transformation stage with the power of the nascent soul. However, you must also be aware of the inherent dangers. The choice is yours to make. Chu Tianjun bestowed upon Long Yue the enigmatic magical technique, the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon. The original scroll documenting this arcane art had been destroyed by Chu Tianjun. Yet he retained the knowledge of it from his past life and meticulously inscribed it anew onto a jade tablet. I shall practice it. As long as I can atone for my transgressions, I am willing to plunge into the depths of the demonic path. I will make my intentions clear to you. Longwei declared, her demeanor reflecting a certain stubbornness. This manifestation of hers only intensified Chu Tianjun's sense of estrangement. Yet he found it difficult to harbor any resentment towards her in this state. Chu Tianjun resolved to refrain from further words. In the past, he would have departed immediately at this moment, but today, before taking his leave, he inclined his head towards Longwei as a gesture of acknowledgement. In bygone days, Longwei would have remained silent, merely gazing wistfully as Chu Tianjun walked away. However, today, before he could make his exit, Longwei took the initiative to inquire, "How should I address you from now on?" Previously, Longwei had referred to Chu Tianjun as her junior brother. Given her cultivation level now, she ought to address him as her senior uncle or elder, but Chu Tianjun, having reformed the Jiuxiao sect, permitted all disciples, regardless of their stage, be they the advanced nascent soul or the newly initiated qi refining practitioners, to address him as the acting headmaster or simply a senior brother. "As you wish," Chu Tianjun replied, already rising to depart, leaving her with this final remark. Chapter 54. Gathering in the peach orchard. The arrival of Chu Tianjun breathed life into Longwei, transforming her from a mere shell of existence. In the days that followed, she dedicated herself to the tranquil practice of the 9 transformations of the celestial demon atop Tianjin Peak. This arcane art, while not particularly difficult to master, has a prerequisite. One must reach the nascent soul stage to begin its cultivation. Remarkably, Longwei achieved this in just over 10 days. However, the reason this technique is deemed extraordinary lies in its peculiar nature. The 9 transformations of the celestial demon does not directly enhance the practitioner's cultivation level, nor does it offer a variety of techniques. Instead, it revolves around a single, powerful move. This move expends all of the practitioner's spiritual energy, including that of their current realm. In simpler terms, invoking 9 transformations of the celestial demon unleashes a force that surpasses the practitioner's existing level, with the potential to cross a significant tier. Yet, the price is steep. Once executed, it drains the individual completely, causing their cultivation to plummet to that of an ordinary human. For a nascent soul practitioner, a single use would necessitate at least a decade of recultivation. For cultivators who race against time, longevity is a precious commodity. Thus, despite the technique's remarkable allure, it is seldom employed, as its use often signifies the end of one's cultivation journey. Few can reclaim their former prowess after being reduced to mediocrity. Especially given the vast resources required for such a feat, the most intriguing aspect of this technique is that if a practitioner can successfully execute it 9 times without perishing, and subsequently restore their cultivation, it is said that they attain limitless potential thereafter. This means they can unleash overwhelming power at any moment, without the risk of descending in realm after the 9th execution. This phenomenon borders on the arcane. It would allow a divine transformation practitioner to exert the power of a virtualization stage adept, and a great completion stage cultivator theoretically to slay immortals with ease. Longwei was preparing for her confrontation with Yichun while the Jiuxiao sect continued its steady growth. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Tianjun was also plotting Yichun's demise. Although Yichun managed to escape this time, it did not mean he was free from Chu Tianjun's pursuit. Drawing from his past experiences and the known developments, Chu Tianjun deduced that Yichun had likely fled to the northern domain inhabited by the demon race. In his previous life, just before his demise, the demon army from the north had advanced southward. At first, Chu Tianjun did not connect this with Yichun, but it now seemed evident that Yichun was orchestrating events from the shadows. In this life, Chu Tianjun would not wait for Yichun to command the demon army southward again. Instead, he would take the initiative to march north and eliminate Yichun within the heart of the demon territory. One evening, Longwei sat alone in the courtyard. The Jiuxiao sect had recently welcomed a new batch of disciples, gradually revitalizing the sect's spirit, yet Tianjin Peak remained desolate, with only Longwei for company. Beyond her cultivation, her most frequent activity was sitting in the courtyard, gazing at the distant, yet seemingly unreachable Tianjin Peak. Chu Tianjun, the acting headmaster, continued to reside within the peach orchard, while daily affairs of the sect were adeptly managed by several golden core disciples. Externally, Lu Qingxue, the foremost cultivator beneath the divine transformation stage, exerted such pressure on the cultivation world of the eastern domain that it could scarcely catch its breath. Meanwhile, although Ning Qiuzi possessed abysmal cultivation talent, Her innate managerial skills were remarkably prodigious. In the vast eastern domain, encompassing 4 states, where the realms of immortals and mortals intertwine, amidst billions of ordinary citizens, countless spiritual veins, and abundant mineral resources, the Jiuxiao sect flourishes under meticulous management. The infrastructure of the sect, the expenses of thousands of disciples, are all arranged with precision, creating a scene of prosperity. Master, there is a gathering atop Tianjun Peak tonight. Would you accompany me? Suddenly, Ning Qiuzi alighted beside Long Yue, a radiant smile gracing her features. A gathering? Me? Long Yue questioned, disbelief evident in her voice. Are you not also a member of the Jiuxiao sect? My father has even caught spiritual fish to roast. Wouldn't you like to taste it? Ning Qiuzi coaxed, much like enticing a young girl, and naturally, Long Yue was tempted. Yet, despite her desire to attend, she felt a sense of embarrassment, replying, Isn't it inappropriate for me to go? We are all family. What is there to worry about? Moreover, my father has never prohibited you from stepping onto Tianjun Peak, and you are indeed the sole true disciple of the Jiuxiao sect, Ning Qiuzi insisted, her eyes twinkling. After Chu Tianjun's reforms, following Lu Qingshue's exceptional elevation to the status of Holy Maiden, Long Wei had become the only true disciple. Moreover, Chu Tianjun had not retracted the access to Tianxian Peak, and even within the sect's benefits, there were provisions for the true disciple of Tianxian Peak, with disciples delivering spiritual stones and elixirs monthly. Thus, Long Yue's status as the Jiuxiao sect's true disciple was acknowledged, and according to regulations, a true disciple not only has the privilege to establish a peak as a dojo, but also to partake in sect management, with free access to the scripture pavilion, hypothetically. There was no place she could not enter. The current scripture pavilion of the Jiuxiao sect differed significantly from the past. In addition to the original techniques of the sect, Chu Tianjun had incorporated numerous skills he had gathered from various places, including the renowned secret arts of major sects across the eastern domain, alongside some of his own innovative techniques. Very well. Persuaded by Ning Qiuzi, Long Yue, though filled with trepidation, resolved to take this step forward. A moment later, Long Yue and Ning Qiuzi arrived at the peach grove atop Tianjun Peak. Before entering, Long Yue felt a wave of anxiety, bracing herself for the possibility of Chu Tianjun dismissing her upon sight. Within the grove, many attendees had gathered. Most were familiar to Long Yue, and among them stood Chu Tianjun, engrossed in painting, while Lu Qingxue quietly observed beside him, creating a striking picture of talent and beauty. Nearby, a few individuals stood or sat, among whom were Wu Qingyun, Ouyang Ming, and several disciples who had long resided around Tianjun Peak. There were also several individuals whose names Long Yue could not recall, only knowing they had affiliated themselves with Tianjun Peak in recent years. Most were at the Golden Core stage, with only a handful at the Foundation Establishment stage. These attendees mingled. Some engaged in conversation, others drinking, while a few appeared to be discussing cultivation matters. Upon the entrance of Ning Qiuzi and Long Wei, all eyes turned toward them. And when the crowd noticed Long Wei, their expressions grew somewhat awkward. Long Wei sensed the shift in atmosphere. Her steps faltered momentarily, yet in the next instant, Ning Qiuzi grasped her hand, urging her onward toward Chu Tianjun. Reluctantly pulled along by Ning Qiuzi, Long Yue steeled her resolve and continued forward, though even with her thick skin, she lowered her head, unable to meet Chu Tianjun's gaze. Father, I have also invited Uncle Shi. Ning Qiuzi approached Chu Tianjun and, as if seeking praise, remarked, Since you are here, please make yourself comfortable. Chu Tianjun responded, lifting his gaze. This statement, to Long Yue's ears, sounded like celestial music. She felt it was the most enchanting phrase she had heard in a long time. Uncle Shi, let us sit here, Ning Qiuzi said, pulling Long Yue to take a seat not far from Chu Tianjun. Observing that Chu Tianjun had acknowledged Long Yue, the onlookers' gazes towards her became more amiable. Chapter 55. A distinctive path to immortality. This gathering was the first that Long Yue attended, a source of curiosity for her, albeit one she dared not express. Sitting in hushed silence. Soon, Chu Tianjun set down his brush and began to naturally inquire about the recent cultivation progress of his fellow disciples present. Long Yue cast a glance at his drawing, which depicted the very scene before her, though it remained incomplete, lacking the figures of the attendees. As each disciple posed questions to Chu Tianjun, his responses not only dispelled their doubts, but also proved immensely beneficial to the onlookers. Long Yue recognized this as Chu Tianjun, the acting headmaster, providing special guidance to those close to him. Her father had once mentioned that relationships could vary in intimacy, and while he could not attend to everyone, he could at least ensure that those nearby flourished. Ning Qiuzi leaned closer to Rong Yue, whispering as if she could intuit the thoughts swirling in Rong Yue's mind. The period of instruction from Chu Tianjun was brief, yet Rong Yue found herself unable to integrate into the warm atmosphere, remaining quietly seated and feeling somewhat out of place. Once he concluded his special guidance, the true gathering commenced. The roasted spirit beasts and fish were ready, accompanied by wines brewed from spiritual fruits. Shortly after the festivities began, a refined middle-aged man rose to speak. His gaze briefly swept in the direction of Rong Yue, implying that his mention of the gathering's completeness was in reference to her presence. As he stood, a woman beside him rose almost simultaneously. Their movements were in perfect harmony, and their attire and appearance suggested a strong marital bond. How splendid! The duet of this virtuous couple's sword dance is truly a marvel, a delight for us all today, Chu Tianjun exclaimed, his demeanor shedding the gravitas of his position, resembling a jovial confidant among friends. The couple then performed a sword dance in the center of the gathering. Despite the absence of any spells or sword techniques, their choreography was visually captivating, exuding an extraordinary elegance. Master Uncle, this couple are indeed spouses, originally wandering cultivators who fortuitously met my father during his travels many years ago. He gifted them a set of sword techniques, which propelled their cultivation to unprecedented heights, reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage in just a few short years. Their bond is exceptionally strong, and their combined swordplay amplifies their power. They can contend with nascent soul cultivators even at the Golden Core stage. Over the years, they have cleared numerous sects and families for my father, and outsiders have dubbed them the twin devils of Yin and Yang. Ning Qiuzi promptly introduced them to Rong Yue. This was indeed the first Rong Yue had heard of this couple, and she discerned that both had achieved the peak of the Golden Core stage, making them the most likely candidates for attaining the nascent soul within the Jiuxiao sect. Should they succeed in reaching the nascent soul stage, it would result in 2 new cultivators at that level. Although the Jiuxiao sect was not large in number, it housed the most formidable practitioners of both the nascent soul and Golden Core stages, and it was unclear what specific strength Chu Tianjun possessed. He might very well be the most powerful among them. What are their names? Rong Yue inquired for the first time since arriving in the Peach Grove. She truly needed to know the names of these 2 individuals. It would be rather inappropriate to refer to them as the duo of duality upon their next encounter. Her senior brother was named Zhou Qingfeng, and her senior sister was called Li Wanhua. Ning Qiuzi softly uttered their names. Long Yu nodded, committing these names to memory. When Zhou Qifeng and Li Wanhua concluded their sword dance, applause erupted from the crowd. Yet none were aware that the sword techniques gifted to the couple by Chu Tianjun were those that he and Long Yu had once employed in their previous lives. Those were the years when their bond was at its closest. Both masters were in the nascent soul stage, frequently inseparable, advancing and retreating together, and their combined strength was indeed capable of contending with those of the transformation stage. However, in this lifetime, Chu Tianjun had unhesitatingly bestowed this set of sword techniques upon them. Now, watching Zhou Qifeng and Li Wanhua utilize these techniques, he rarely reflected on the happiest moments of his past existence. After establishing the Jiuxiao sect, Chu Tianjun sensed a peculiar illusion, as if he were gradually forgetting his former life. At times, he even questioned whether that previous life had truly occurred or if it was merely a benign deception. As Ning Qiuzi had suggested, a glimpse into a possible future. With the performances of her senior brother and sister concluded, how could she possibly remain idle? I must trouble you again, Master Uncle, Ning Qiuzi suddenly declared, rising from her seat while casting a cheerful glance at Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue nodded with a smile, then deftly produced a bamboo flute from her hand. Long Yu, filled with curiosity and anticipation, turned her gaze towards the 2. It was Lu Qingxue who first played the flute, producing a melody that was exquisite and enchanting. Long Yu was taken aback, discovering for the first time that Lu Qingxue possessed such talent. Yet, upon reflection, she felt a sense of understanding. There were perhaps many things she remained unaware of. It seemed she had never truly integrated into the Jiuxiao sect, and now, reminiscing about her past days, they felt rather bland and unremarkable. As Lu Qingxue's flute serenade filled the air, Ning Qiuzi began to dance gracefully. Her movements were lively and elegant, earning praise from her fellow disciples and elevating the atmosphere to a peak of exuberance. A smile involuntarily graced Long Yu's face. She suddenly felt her heart attain a state of tranquility, as if the world had become more beautiful. Then, instinctively, she glanced at Chu Tianjun, who was once again immersed in his painting. The scene had evolved since the beginning, in addition to the scenery. There were now figures depicted: Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua's sword dance, Lu Qingxue elegantly playing the flute, Ning Qiuzi dancing, and the surrounding crowd either applauding or savoring their drinks. Yet, she noted with a pang that her own likeness was absent from the canvas. "Master Uncle, come join us." Ning Qiuzi suddenly appeared before Long Yu, boldly attempting to pull her up to dance in front of everyone. I truly cannot," Long Yu stammered, feeling a wave of panic. "It's simple, just follow my lead." "You are so beautiful, Master Uncle. I am certain you would dance splendidly," Ning Qiuzi persisted, her grip firm, resembling someone determined to thrust a reluctant duck into the water. Long Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. She glanced at Ning Qiuzi's hopeful expression and then at the surrounding faces, not wishing to dampen their spirits. Thus, seemingly against her will, she found herself following Ning Qiuzi out of her seat. At first, Long Yue was indeed somewhat restrained. Her movements appeared stiff and awkward. However, as she continued to dance, perhaps moved by Ning Qiuzi's sincere smile, or perhaps yearning to blend in, she unconsciously began to move with increasing fluidity. Although she imitated Ning Qiuzi's style, her performance became increasingly graceful. Before long, Long Yue's dance was no less captivating than Ning Qiuzi's. Her poise and elegance were impeccable, and dancing around the campfire with Ning Qiuzi was truly enchanting. Finally, as the music came to an end, Ning Qiuzi ceased her movements and looked at Long Yue with delight, exclaiming in praise, "I told you, Master Uncle, your dancing must be exquisite. Don't you all agree?" Ning Qiuzi, ever the lively spirit, raised her voice to ask the others. Indeed. This melody and dance are celestial, rarely witnessed on earth." Miss Qiuzi and Master Long Wei would leave even the heavenly beings in awe of their grace. Gradually, others began to echo the sentiments, showering compliments not only on Ning Qiuzi and Long Wei but also remembering the saintly presence of Lu Qingxue. The atmosphere was undeniably delightful. Long Wei was the first to truly feel it. She had always believed that cultivating immortality meant having a tranquil heart and solitary meditation. She had never considered that the path of cultivation could be so vibrant and lively, just as Ning Qiuzi had described, a gathering of people reveling together, singing and dancing around the campfire. Chapter 56, The Northern Expedition Against the Demon Clan. Slaying Yichun Luminous Moon felt a tinge of bashfulness at the accolades bestowed upon her, yet simultaneously a peculiar sensation stirred within her. At that moment, it was as if she were on the verge of grasping something elusive, just a fraction away from clarity. However, as she returned to her seat, her gaze was drawn once more to Chu Tianjun's painting. This time, she beheld an additional figure within the artwork, a silhouette dancing alongside Ning Qiuzi herself. In an instant, an overwhelming realization erupted within her consciousness, as though a barrier had been shattered. She suddenly understood what she must cherish and what she truly desired. Concurrently, a new understanding began to blossom in her mind, leaving her momentarily stunned. Chu Tianjun, too, was taken aback by this transformation, sensing an enigmatic aura emanating from Luminous Moon. He then glanced skyward, where ominous clouds of tribulation began to coalesce once more. In the next heartbeat, Chu Tianjun acted swiftly to disperse the gathering storm. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he regarded Luminous Moon. Recovering from her brief reverie, Luminous Moon felt a hint of embarrassment as she met Chu Tianjun's gaze, aware that he had once again intervened to shatter the impending tribulation clouds. Otherwise, she would have been on the brink of facing another divine tribulation. Although her state of being and mindset had notably advanced, she still lacked the confidence to successfully navigate the tribulation. Despite the brevity of this episode, onlookers sensed the peculiarity of the moment. Their curiosity piqued as they observed the interaction between Chu Tianjun and Luminous Moon. "Have you acquired a divine talent?" Chu Tianjun eventually broke the silence, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Luminous Moon nodded, perplexed by the sudden emergence of an unusual divine ability in her mind, an ability she tentatively referred to as a divine talent. Such talents were typically the domain of a select few cultivators who, upon comprehending the forces of nature, might grasp one or two abilities. Additionally, some cultivators blessed with spiritual bodies could awaken similar powers. Luminous Moon, however, did not belong to either category. Thus, when Chu Tianjun spoke of her as having acquired a divine talent, he alluded to a rare phenomenon, often relegated to the realm of legend. where certain individuals favored by the heavens might be endowed with such abilities. Master, could you enlighten us regarding the divine talent you have awakened? Ning Qiuzi inquired with unrestrained curiosity. Typically, such divine talents were considered deeply personal matters, seldom discussed openly, and the individuals involved would strive to keep them concealed. Nevertheless, curiosity prevailed, even captivating Chu Tianjun. Sensing the weight of their collective intrigue, Luminous Moon candidly replied, "It is a rather unique, or perhaps peculiar, divine talent known as unforgetting thoughts. Furthermore, this talent has a progression. When cultivated to its zenith, it can transform into great prayer technique." The audience was left in a haze of confusion, save for Chu Tianjun, whose mind churned with tumultuous waves. While the name Unforgetting Thoughts seemed innocuous, the title Great Prayer Technique immediately conjured associations with the Great Deduction Technique he had discerned from the Six Rituals Heavenly Book. The mere name suggested they belonged to the same echelon of divine abilities. To possess a talent on par with those within the Six Rituals Heavenly Book was undoubtedly extraordinary. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Long Yu did not hold back and continued her introduction. This extraordinary ability does not merely hinge upon the application of power. Rather, it resembles a form of sorcery. By quietly contemplating a particular desire each day, over time, it may indeed come to fruition. It is a manifestation of the belief that persistent thoughts will echo back to us, and sincere prayers will yield genuine results. Is such a miraculous capability truly possible? If I constantly envision my ascension to immortality, could I perhaps bypass the arduous path of cultivation and, after several years, simply ascend? Ning Qiuzi exclaimed, utterly astonished, feeling that the notion was exceedingly extravagant. Long Yu nodded in affirmation and elaborated. In theory, that is indeed the case. However, there are significant limitations. For instance, the smaller the wish, the more likely it is to succeed and the shorter the time required. Conversely, the more outrageous the aspiration, the lower the success rate. One might simply exchange time for results. If you were to do nothing but pray for a millennium, it is possible to ascend. But who possesses a lifespan of 10,000 years to devote solely to a single endeavor? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Whether through persistent thoughts or great prayer technique, it ultimately involves an equivalent exchange, albeit one of life and time. Nevertheless, it remains an exceptional ability. Chu Tianjun soon offered a more objective assessment. I am willing to share the methods of cultivation with everyone. Let us all see if we can cultivate, Long Yu stated earnestly, her words taking everyone by surprise. In an instant, the collective perception of Long Yu shifted dramatically. Even Lu Qingxue, who had always looked down on her, began to admire her. The sharing of such abilities is a rarity, transcending mere generosity. Chu Tianjun felt a stir within. He had bestowed numerous benefits upon the disciples of his sect but had shared little of his own abilities. Though he had attempted to impart a few techniques to Ning Qiuzi, all had ended in failure. Unlike cultivation methods, abilities cannot simply be learned. Even if the principles are articulated, without personal comprehension, one cannot cultivate them. Furthermore, the lineage of this ability appears quite formidable, and he felt it unnecessary to share. Chu Tianjun advised Long Yu not to divulge her secrets, as few could resist the temptation of such powers as he had. I volunteer, Long Yu replied decisively, promptly revealing the cultivation method for persistent thoughts to the assembly. Everyone turned their gaze toward Chu Tianjun, who nodded in approval. They then began to memorize and attempt the practice. However, it soon became apparent that while they could comprehend Long Yu's words, the act of cultivation was an entirely different challenge, leaving them utterly perplexed. Even Chu Tianjun himself attempted the method, yet he too found himself at a loss. This ability was not something one could learn at will, particularly Long Yu's, which did not conform to any conventional form of power. Even Chu Tianjun's heavenly transformation technique could not assimilate it, nor could great freedom sorcery transmute it. As it became evident that no one could make any progress in their cultivation, the gathering was poised to conclude. At that moment, Chu Tianjun suddenly spoke with gravitas. While we are all gathered tonight, I wish to announce a decision. Several days ago, I ascertained the whereabouts of Yi Chun, and I intend to lead an expedition against the demon clan to eliminate him. As soon as Chu Tianjun's words fell, everyone bowed deeply in reverence, proclaiming, "The master is wise." This included Long Yu. Will senior sister Long Yu be joining as well? I had thought that the matter had reached its conclusion, yet unexpectedly, Lu Qingxue suddenly posed a question. I must go. I shall personally slay Yi Chen, spoke Long Wei with a voice resonating with determination. Ever since awakening her innate abilities, She had been channeling the peculiar force of unforgettable. At this moment, her thoughts were consumed by the painting created by Chu Tianjun that very night. She yearned to safeguard this exquisite beauty, hoping to eternally exist within the artwork by Chu Tianjun's side. This was a blissful and beautiful aspiration, yet soon, a single remark from Chu Tianjun stirred a sense of trepidation within her. Long Yue, while you may earn redemption through merit, you ultimately accepted Yi Chun, this calamity. After you have slain him, I, as the acting sect leader, must still provide an account to the sect, and you shall face consequences for your actions. Chu Tianjun's words not only unsettled Long Yue, but also left the others perplexed. They had previously believed that he had forgiven her. Yet it now appeared that this was not the case. Chapter 57. The enigmatic master of beauty despite her trepidation. Long Yu felt that the gains of the evening were monumental and profoundly significant to her, a sentiment rivaling her initiation into the Jiuxiao sect a century ago. On the following dawn, all disciples of the Jiuxiao sect were astonished to discover that the grand hall of their sect had detached from the mountain, transforming into a majestic palace suspended atop the peak. Chu Tianjun stood upon the jade steps of the hall, with Lu Qingxue and numerous core disciples of the Jiuxiao sect gathered below, all possessing cultivation levels above the golden core stage, naturally excluding Ning Qiuzi. Ouyang, you may begin, Chu Tianjun remarked, nodding towards Ouyang Ming among the crowd. In the next moment, Ouyang Ming executed a series of incantations, and a faint barrier rose around the Jiuxiao hall. Subsequently, countless formations illuminated one after another, with intricate arrays layered upon each other, activating several hundred formations in total. Each of these formations was either inscribed on the floor, pillars, and ceiling, or the very structure of the hall served as the focal point of these formations. Moments later, under the watchful gaze of all Jiuxiao sect disciples, the colossal palace transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the north. The Jiuxiao hall had evolved into not merely the sect's main hall, but an extraordinary magical artifact, consuming nearly 1/5 of the sect's resources for its construction. It is essential to recognize that the resources of the Jiuxiao sect encompass all of the eastern region's 4 states. The resources required to build such a hall could sustain a major sect. The current Jiuxiao hall is of artifact level, adorned with nearly 600 formations, embodying both offensive and defensive capabilities, serving as the very foundation of the Jiuxiao sect, impervious even to the assaults of a transformation stage true monarch. During their flight, Chu Tianjun casually explained to his disciples that he had crafted the Jiuxiao hall, while Ouyang Ming and several disciples specializing in formations had dedicated countless hours over the past few months to its intricate arrangement. Due to their overtime efforts, these disciples received triple their monthly stipend, and the welfare benefits within the Jiuxiao sect were undeniably commendable. The Jiuxiao hall soared to great heights and speeds, initially unnoticed in the skies of the eastern region. However, upon entering the northern region, it exited its state of concealment, gliding just above the ground. Its presence exuded a palpable sense of authority, causing the surrounding demon clans to tremble in silence, with no bold creatures daring to reveal themselves. Such a grand entrance into the northern region, surely this must be a first for our Jiuxiao sect throughout history, Qin Yuna remarked, standing at the edge of the Jiuxiao hall, observing the quaking demons below with a smile. This once foundational female cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, who had shared a close bond with Chu Yue, had recently succeeded in forming her golden core. Many disciples like Qin Yuna had experienced similar fortunes, as the Jiuxiao sect now possessed an abundance of resources, allowing them to cultivate a significant number of golden cores through sheer accumulation. It was rumored that the acting sect leader intended to capture a batch of demon beasts to serve as mounts, leading to the day when our sect would have demon beasts to ride upon. A disciple nearby echoed this thought, acknowledging that Chu Tianjun indeed harbored such intentions, having already designated several formidable golden core disciples for this task. In the grand hall of the Nine Heavens, the disciples exhibited no trace of anxiety typically associated with the impending life and death battle. Instead, they seemed to be enjoying a leisurely outing. Chu Tianjun observed the scene with quiet contemplation, fully aware that some disciples might never return from the northern domain. However, he accepted this reality with equanimity, understanding that death could befall anyone, including himself. For the Nine Heavens Sect to flourish and for the disciples to mature, they must forge ahead resolutely. A greenhouse can only nurture blossoms, incapable of yielding towering trees. Brother Tianjun, where is Yi Chun? What level of cultivation does he possess now? Lu Qingxue, who had remained close to Chu Tianjun, addressed him with the familiar appellation reserved solely for him. Among the entire Nine Heavens Sect, only Lu Qingxue and Wu Qingyan still referred to him in this manner. Wu Qingyan was absent this time, as he was ill-suited for such combat. Moreover, this late-blooming master of alchemy was already striving to break through to the nascent soul stage. He should be making an appearance soon, upon our entry into the northern domain. He likely sensed our arrival. The specifics of his cultivation level were unclear, but perhaps he was nearing the void refinement stage. Chu Tianjun spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on the horizon, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a formidable pressure suddenly erupted from the northern skyline, followed by the emergence of a colossal shadow. The shadow swiftly advanced towards the Nine Heavens Grand Hall, revealing an army of powerful demonic beasts as it drew nearer. The beasts surged forth like a tidal wave, akin to a military force sweeping through a battlefield. Amongst them were several already transformed into their human forms at the nascent soul stage. At the center of this demonic horde, a throne composed of enormous bones stood out conspicuously, and upon it sat an imposing figure, radiating an aura of elegance and strength. Upon seeing the silhouette atop the skeletal throne, Long Yu clenched her fists tightly, her aura reaching a peak, akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. As the power within her threatened to erupt uncontrollably, the figure was none other than Yi Chun. Today, he bore no traces of his previous bloodied visage, having restored his handsome appearance. Yet, it was evident to all that this alluring fade was merely a fade. The Nine Heavens Grand Hall had come to a halt, and all formations began to operate at full capacity, transforming the palace into a formidable fortress of war. With each disciple bracing themselves for the imminent conflict. Yi Shitzi, you seem to be faring quite well. Judging by this display, you must be the demon emperor of the northern domain, am I correct? Chu Tianjun appeared atop the roof of the Nine Heavens Grand Hall before Yi Chun and his demonic army had even arrived. His tone calm, yet laced with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing Chu Tianjun still refer to Yi Chun as Shitzi, Long Yu's expression soured. While others looked on in confusion. Old dog Chu, I didn't expect you to have such audacity, rather than waiting for me to seek you out. You've come to deliver yourself to your doom, Yi Chun remarked with an attractive countenance, yet his words lacked any semblance of grace. His opening remark, addressing Chu Tianjun as old dog, though imbued with a fierce aura, paled in comparison to the respectful title of Shitzi used by Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjun remained unperturbed and replied with a serene demeanor. So, does the Nine Heavens Sect indeed possess something you covet? After uttering these words, Chu Tianjun deliberately cast a glance at Long Wei, and upon hearing his statement, Yi Chun naturally shifted his gaze toward her as well. Although she did not respond, Chu Tianjun had already gleaned a definitive answer. You, like an insignificant insect, are unworthy of knowing. I am aware of your curiosity, yet I shall refrain from divulging anything. Had it not been for that wretched Chu Youwei's treachery, I would have wielded my celestial artifact. And do you truly believe you could have harmed me? Yi Chun's tea artistry was indeed remarkable. He possessed an innate ability to provoke discomfort in others. These few sentences could easily stir the emotions of someone lacking in mental fortitude. Ordinarily, Chu Tianjun was not one to indulge in idle chatter, yet in this instance, he spoke at length, primarily because he suspected that Yi Chun might hail from the upper realm, undoubtedly privy to numerous secrets. Extracting information from him was far more valuable than simply eliminating him. Have you ever heard the phrase to capsize in a ditch? Perhaps, in your eyes, this small world resembles a mere ditch, yet you have already capsized several times. Do you not fear a further misstep? Chu Tianjun was also attempting to provoke Yi Chun with his words, aiming to drive the other into a frenzy. Whether that be through the act of killing him or compelling him to inadvertently reveal some secrets, both outcomes would be exceedingly advantageous. Chapter 58. Banish the misty moon from the sect. Old dog Chu, do not provoke me. You, who can only exploit women, should dare to engage me in a fair fight, Yi Chun declared, fully aware of Chu Tianjun's intentions. Although it appeared he was not deceived, his request for a duel with Chu Tianjun signified his defeat. At Yi Chun's words, Chu Tianjun momentarily lost his composure. Feeling as though Yi Chun had stolen his lines, words he would have longed to utter in a past life. You vile creature, harboring malicious intent and resorting to unscrupulous means. The mere fact that we once bore the title of master and disciple is a lifelong disgrace to me. Today, I shall personally reduce you to ashes. The misty moon could no longer contain herself and shouted at Yi Chun. Her words echoed eerily those she had spoken in a previous life while slaying Chu Tianjun. Today, as the head of the sect, I have come to cleanse the ranks. Since you still claim the title of the Demon Emperor after your demise, the northern region will fall under the jurisdiction of the Jiuxiao sect, for you were once one of its disciples, Chu Tianjun sighed. His statement akin to a dagger to the heart, making it clear to all why he had initially referred to Yi Chun as his nephew. Yi Chun, now infuriated, had never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Even as they threatened his life, they sought to extract every ounce of value from him. Indeed, Yi Chun had not been formally expelled from the Jiuxiao sect. Thus, he remained, in name, a disciple. As a disciple of the Jiuxiao sect and a demon emperor, the northern region's demon race would naturally belong to the Jiuxiao sect, at least in principle. If the sect were to cleanse its ranks, should not everything that rightfully belonged to him revert to the Jiuxiao sect upon his death? You, once eloquent Yi Chun, have been rendered speechless by anger. He realized, mirroring the flustered state that Chu Tianjun had once exhibited when provoked. To survive in this world, one must possess strength. I now wield the power of destiny and absolute might. Whether through words or actions, reason resides with me. The demonic path is not devoid of logic, Chu Tianjun mused, recognizing that in this life, his methods often aligned more closely with the demonic path, yet led him down an entirely different trajectory. It was a path well trodden, devoid of regrets. Enough of this idle chatter. Produce your celestial weapon. Let me see the effort required to vanquish you. At that moment, Chu Tianjun exuded an air of villainy, arrogant and dismissive of his surroundings. Kill them, Yi Chun commanded, and at his word, the demonic army surged toward the Jiuxiao Hall. Faced with such a multitude of demons, the disciples of the Jiuxiao sect would not foolishly abandon their stronghold to engage in close combat. They relied on formations in the inherently formidable Jiuxiao Hall to battle the demons. However, aside from Chu Tianjun, Su, sensing that the demons could not breach the Jiuxiao Hall, soon joined the fray. Her appearance, clad in the Thunder Emperor's battle armor and wielding the splitting sky thunder spear, was striking and undeniably captivating. What drew even more attention was the ceaseless thunder and the thunder dragons that coiled around her. It must be acknowledged that even when two formidable beings, Chu Tianjun and Yi Chun, engaged in combat at the transformation stage, their spectacle and combat efficacy pale in comparison to that of Lu Qingxue, who is at the nascent soul stage. Of course, she is not an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, she faces another transformation stage demon king from the demon race. Apart from Chu Tianjun, only Lu Qingxue possesses the capability to confront a transformation stage adversary within the Nine Sky sect. Lu Yu, however, refrained from intervening. She remained within the Nine Sky Grand Hall, offering no assistance to other disciples against the onslaught of the demon army. Instead, her gaze was fixed intently on Yi Chun, seemingly gathering her most formidable strike from the 9 transformations of the celestial demon. This confrontation between Yi Chun and Chu Tianjun diverged somewhat from the prior clash involving Chu Tianjun and 3 other transformation stage cultivators, wherein their divine manifestations collided. Chu Tianjun did not release his divine manifestation. Whether Yi Chun did is uncertain, as he too refrained from doing so. Yi Chun's monstrous form surpassed any magical artifact in prowess, while Chu Tianjun's physical body was rather unremarkable. He did not attempt to withstand Yi Chun's attacks with his corporeal form. As long as the ethereal compass behind him manifested, no matter how fiercely Yi Chun assaulted, Chu Tianjun could not be breached within 3 inches of his body. The true marvel lay in Yi Chun's copper coffin artifact and the 2 golden pages released by Chu Tianjun. Both the copper coffin and the golden pages from the Book of 6 Principles appeared unremarkable. Yet the sound generated upon their collision reverberated with a resonance that unsettled the minds of cultivators and demons below the nascent soul stage. Thankfully, there were no Foundation establishment cultivators in the vicinity. Otherwise, they might have been rendered senseless by the residual waves. The copper coffin artifact was substantial, while the golden pages were diminutive. Yet, remarkably, these 2 pages managed to shield the copper coffin. Positioned adeptly, they created a striking contrast, rendering the copper coffin somewhat cumbersome in appearance. If this is all you can muster, I shall have to reconsider my estimation of you. Here, among the demons, I possess an endless stream of beasts that shall relentlessly surge forward. Your Grand Hall's formation will inevitably be exhausted, and at that moment, you shall witness their demise with helpless eyes. Yi Chun seemed intent on unsettling Chu Tianjun's spirit, indulging in idle chatter amidst their clash. Nonetheless, there was some merit to Yi Chun's assertion. After all, Even the most potent formations are subject to gradual depletion. Yet, this was the realm of demons, where Yi Chun could command an unceasing tide of beasts to assault. Chu Tianjun remained silent. Even in his previous life, when labeled a villain, he spoke little. And in this life, he had even less to say. With his current strength, he could certainly eliminate Yi Chun, but he wished to grant Luan Yu an opportunity. Moreover, there was another crucial reason. Chu Tianjun sensed that if he were to personally slay Yi Chun, the process would be fraught with complications and unforeseen developments. However, if Luan Yu were to take action, it seemed that success would come effortlessly. This feeling was inexplicable, partially influenced by the Book of Six Principles, and seemingly rooted in the experiences of his past life. Cultivating immortality is an endeavor against the heavens. This world lacks a doctrine of heavenly laws. Yet, at this moment, Chu Tianjun gazed upward at the sky. He understood that this was merely the sky he perceived, not necessarily a reflection of the true heavens. However, Yi Chun had descended from above. Perhaps he truly represented something significant. Yi Chun felt a deep sense of affront, as the very Chu Tianjun with whom he was battling appeared lost in thought, gazing upward at the heavens. However, in the next moment, he found himself devoid of concern for Chu Tianjun, for Yi Chun sensed a formidable terror looming behind him. When Yi Chun turned around, he beheld the ethereal figure of Long Yue, who stood suspended in the void, her hands forming a seal in front of her chest, a seal of unprecedented strength, exuding an unmistakable aura of power. Realizing the impending danger, Yi Chun instinctively sought to evade, yet at that moment, Chu Tianjun unexpectedly struck. A colossal phantom of a compass descended, temporarily ensnaring Yi Chun in place. In the next instant, Long Yue completed her seal, unleashing a force imbued with a sense of annihilation. Unmistakably infused with demonic energy, hurtling towards Yi Chun. The ferocity and velocity of the attack from the 9 transformations of the celestial demon far surpassed that of the nascent soul stage, even ranking among the pinnacle within the god transformation stage. The terrifying force engulfed Yi Chun in an instant, reducing what was arguably the mightiest physical form in this realm to mere ashes, obliterating even his soul. Chu Tianjun contemplated whether to preserve Yi Chun's soul to extract some secrets, but ultimately decided against it. It was better to eliminate such a person outright to avoid prolonged complications. Thus, Yi Chun met his end with astonishing ease, his demise occurring with an unsettling calmness. Long Yue's aura immediately dissipated to that of an ordinary person, rendering her unable to maintain her levitation. Chu Tianjun did not extend a hand to assist her. Instead, with a flick of his sleeve, he cast Long Yue back to the Nine Heavens Palace. At that moment, with Yi Chun deceased, the demonic army promptly scattered like frightened birds. Chu Tianjun effortlessly collected the copper coffin artifact, and 2 pieces of gold leaf flew into his being. In this battle, if anyone could be deemed the most untroubled, it would undoubtedly be Chu Tianjun, the acting sect leader. The Nine Heavens Sect did not immediately take control of the demonic forces. The Nine Heavens Palace transformed into a streak of light and returned to Nine Heavens Mountain, where the disciples required time to recuperate. However, when the Nine Heavens Palace once again hovered above Nine Heavens Mountain, Chu Tianjun publicly announced, "Long Yue, you have misjudged people and invited disaster into our midst, leading the sect into grave peril. Although you have attempted to atone for your sins, while your death sentence may be averted, the difficulty of your survival remains. You ought to have your cultivation stripped and be expelled from the sect, but as you have lost all your powers, this step is waived. Depart from the mountain. All past grievances are hereby erased, and you are no longer associated with the Nine Heavens Sect." Everyone looked on in astonishment at Chu Tianjun, believing that Long Yue had sacrificed her powers to kill Yi Chun, and that any punishment would merely be symbolic. They were unprepared for her expulsion from the sect. Long Yue, in that moment, felt as though the very heavens had collapsed upon her. She had truly lost everything, not only her cultivated realm, but also all hope. Chapter 59. The rapid ascension of the golden elixir Hazy Moon had completely devolved into a mere shell of her former self. Utterly lost and unaware of when Chu Tianjun or anyone else had departed, she could not even recall how she had left the Nine Heavens Palace. And time slipped away from her grasp until she felt someone supporting her. Glancing beside her, she found Ning Qiuzi still by her side. "Master, allow me to take you to a place," Ning Qiuzi said softly, his gaze filled with concern for Hazy Moon. Hazy Moon was reluctant to ponder where Ning Qiuzi intended to lead her. She was uncertain of any destination beyond the Nine Heavens Sect. Now, she had become an ordinary person, Although her physical form had been nourished and cleansed by spiritual energy for years, she was ultimately just a body over 100 years old. Without the opportunity for swift cultivation, her life would be fleeting. After an indeterminate amount of time, Hazy Moon sensed that they had departed from Nine Heavens Mountain. Before her lay a throng of people, bustling and lively, far more so than she remembered from her past visits to the market. With a closer look, she could discern the nature of the place. Yet her heart was not in it. Thus, she inquired, "What is this place?" "This is where the Nine Heavens Sect recruits mortal disciples. Though thousands visit daily, only a handful are accepted. A few of my fellow disciples in the foundation establishment stage are responsible for this task, and they diligently select those with promising potential." Ning Xiaozi explained with a smile, gesturing towards several disciples clad in Nine Heavens Sect attire, who were checking qualifications with their spiritual tools. Hazy Moon looked at Ning Xiaozi with a hint of confusion, the only spark of life remaining in her eyes. Observing her despondent state, Ning Xiaozi offered a resigned smile and remarked thoughtfully, "Your father has expelled you from the sect, declaring all past grievances resolved, leaving you with no ties to the Nine Heavens Sect. However, he did not say you cannot rejoin the sect, did he? This fresh start is indeed an opportunity." Ning Xiaozi's words sent a tremor through Hazy Moon's body, and in an instant, a flicker of vitality ignited in her eyes, rejuvenating her spirit. "Do not hesitate. Everything is just beginning," Ning Xiaozi suddenly declared with profound significance, taking Hazy Moon's hand and guiding her toward one of the recruiting disciples. Before they could approach, the disciple in the foundation establishment stage recognized Ning Xiaozi and Hazy Moon, promptly rising to greet them. "Greetings, Miss Xiaozi, and esteemed Hazy Moon," the disciple said respectfully. Even though Hazy Moon had lost all her cultivation and had been expelled from the sect, he dared not treat her with anything less than reverence. For she was accompanied by Ning Xiaozi. "Brother, let us skip the line and register my master first. We shall follow the proper procedures," Ning Xiaozi said naturally, effectively issuing a command. "Of course, I will handle it immediately," the recruiting disciple replied with a bow. He then produced a jade slip, inscribing a few details before presenting it with both hands to Hazy Moon. "This is your credential for entry into the Nine Heavens Sect, a symbol of your identity. With this, you have returned to the Nine Heavens Sect," he explained. "Thank you, brother. You may continue with your duties." Ning Xiaozi waved his hand, and then summoned a spiritual tool, carrying Hazy Moon as they soared back up the mountain. Moments later, the two returned to Tianjun Peak, where everything remained unchanged from the past few days. "I exercised a small privilege to have Tianjun Peak transferred to my name, and now I intend to gift it to my esteemed master, ensuring that it remains yours in the future. Furthermore, these elixirs were once bestowed upon me by my master, and I have merely safeguarded them over the years. With these elixirs, you should be able to swiftly restore your cultivation." Ning Xiaozi spoke earnestly, and Long Yue was profoundly moved. In her previous attempts to draw closer to Chu Tianjun, she had indeed treated Ning Xiaozi well, and it now appeared that her kindness had not been in vain. Long Yue did not hesitate to accept. She genuinely required these elixirs, not only to regain her cultivation, but also because her physical form was running out of time. She resolved to treat Ning Xiaozi with even greater kindness moving forward. According to the sect's new regulations, her father would personally bestow the position of true inheritance. As soon as her master restored his nascent soul cultivation, she would be able to meet him in a rightful manner. Before departing, Ning Xiaozi made sure to convey the most crucial message, which indeed became Long Yue's motivation to resume her cultivation. As she sensed Ning Xiaozi was about to leave, Long Yue summoned her courage to ask, "Is this purely out of pity for me, or was it my father who sent me?" Before she could finish her question, Ning Xiaozi promptly provided her with the answer. This revelation undoubtedly dispelled all of Long Yue's doubts. It was the answer she had longed for, and in that moment, she truly severed ties with her past and embarked on a fresh beginning. "Within a decade, I shall undoubtedly return to the nascent soul stage," Long Yue silently vowed. Ning Xiaozi soon returned to Tianjun Peak, where Chu Tianjun was still preoccupied with a mystical copper coffin. "How goes your research, father?" Ning Xiaozi inquired. Seeming to be the busiest of them all, managing the vast eastern region's 4 states while overseeing some of the Jiuxiao sect's enterprises, all while worrying about his father's personal affairs. This artifact is called the Zongxian coffin, indeed a celestial instrument, yet its actual purpose diverges greatly from its name. This celestial artifact is utilized by immortals to reshaping their physical forms, thus indicating that a resolution for Youwei's corporeal existence is near. Chu Tianjun expressed his delight. Having grasped the usage of the Zongxing coffin after half a day's study, can it truly reshape an immortal's body? Does that mean Sister Youwei could ascend directly? Ning Qiuzi asked, his face aglow with joy. However, Chu Tianjun shook his head, stating, the resources required for an immortal's physical form are immense. It would likely take the entire world to refine a single immortal body. While I cannot provide her with an immortal body, I am aware of a rare treasure in the southern region that can assist Youwei in attaining a spiritual body. When the time is right, I shall retrieve it myself, marking the day of her resurrection. Is a spiritual body truly that significant? Ning Qiuzi questioned, his expression darkening somewhat. The primary concern was that both he and Chu Youwei possessed rather poor cultivation aptitudes. Should Chu Youwei acquire a spiritual body and be reborn, he would be left as the sole underperformer. Effort pales in comparison to innate talent. Possessing a spiritual body undoubtedly surpasses the absence of one, Chu Tianjun replied bluntly. A statement that undeniably cast a shadow over Ning Qiuzi's mood. Ning Qiuzi pursed her lips, clearly reluctant to continue discussing the sorrowful topic, and instead spoke of Longwei. By the way, I have brought Master Longwei back to Tianjin Peak. Given my father's capabilities, she should be able to regain her cultivation in a short time. Why then does she still need to cultivate on her own? This adopted daughter had never questioned Chu Tianjun, yet she harbored numerous uncertainties. That which is easily obtained is often taken for granted, regardless of whether it stems from genuine experiences or merely glimpses of potential futures. Now, I have severed this causal link, which is beneficial for both myself and them. We have merely traversed half of this path to immortality. Chu Tianjun replied with an expression of calmness, then lifted his gaze to the vast sky. He had initially believed that by eliminating Yi Chen, everything would come to an end. However, it was only at the moment of Yi Chen's demise that he comprehended the truth. It was not an ending, but rather a mere beginning. No matter what transpires in the future, his daughter would always remain by his side. Ning Qiuzi crouched beside Chu Tianjun, speaking softly. Their demeanor was intimate, embodying a pure and untainted father-daughter affection, devoid of any ulterior motives. Though I previously claimed that my efforts are insignificant in the face of talent, your aptitude does not lie in cultivation, so you need not concern yourself with it. As for your lifespan, there is no need for worry. While transitioning directly to the nascent soul stage is currently a challenge, achieving the golden core stage is quite feasible. Why wait for an auspicious day when we can seize the moment? Let us proceed now. As he spoke, Chu Tianjun placed his hand atop Ning Qiuzi's head, and a gentle surge of spiritual energy flowed into her body. Ning Qiuzi was at the foundation establishment stage, and her internal spiritual energy existed in a liquefied state, akin to pure water. Yet now, the energy that Chu Tianjun bestowed upon her was akin to mercury, dense and substantial, magnitudes greater in potency. This mercury-like spiritual energy continuously streamed into Ning Qiuzi's dantian, and under Chu Tianjun's guidance, it was incessantly compressed and infused. After approximately the duration of half a stick of incense, Chu Tianjun forcefully assisted Ning Qiuzi in coalescing a high-quality golden core. Although it lacked the auspicious signs of the dragon and tiger converging, it nevertheless consumed immense energy, and as the core was formed, a radiant light filled the sky. Visible to all within the Jiushu sect. Chapter 60, The Handcrafted Flying Sword. Am I truly at the golden core stage? Ning Qiuzi felt an unprecedented surge of power. Still somewhat incredulous. Your biological parents may not have much time left. Go down the mountain and accompany them in their final moments. Our days together as father and daughter are still plentiful. Though Chu Tianjun appeared indifferent to everything, he was acutely aware of all that transpired. Upon Ning Qiuzi's achievement of the golden core, he urged her to return and spend her remaining time with her biological parents. Father, when we next meet, I shall be known as Chu Qiuzi, she declared, devoid of sorrow at the impending separation. With a radiant smile, she waved farewell to Chu Tianjun. He nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he watched her depart. This time, he refrained from sending anyone to protect her. Firstly, as a cultivator at the golden core stage, Ning Qiuzi possessed significantly enhanced self-defense capabilities. Secondly, he had recently crafted a new protective talisman for her, even more formidable than the last. Lastly, Ning Qiuzi held life dear. Should danger arise, she would undoubtedly flee faster than anyone else, her unparalleled wit ensuring that she would return at the first sign of peril. Once Ning Qiuzi left, A palpable stillness enveloped Chu Tianjun. Meanwhile, during this time, Lu Qingxue led the elite disciples of the Jiuxiao sect in sweeping through the northern region, vanquishing the demon tribes repeatedly. Those who refused to submit or were deemed unruly were met with lethal force. The Jiuxiao sect thrived in the northern region, and while Chu Tianjun had once been a benevolent fool in his previous life, he could no longer afford such naivety. He was still a decent man, but he recognized the truth in the saying that the path of cultivation is inherently one of conflict, a relentless struggle for resources and opportunities. This wisdom echoed the words of Lu Qingxue's former master, the Nine Swords true person, and it rang true. Even as Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue sought to elevate their own cultivation, they too were compelled to contend and seize. During this period, many within the Jiuxiao sect had entered secluded meditation. Wu Qingyun had reached the final stages of breaking through to the nascent soul realm, while the couple Zhou Qifeng and Li Wanhua had also sequestered themselves recently, aiming for the same goal. Additionally, numerous Foundation establishment disciples began striving for the Golden Core stage, a phenomenon made possible through the efforts of Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue in their relentless pursuits. Shortly after Ning Qiuzi's departure, Chu Tianjun also entered a brief period of seclusion, lasting only 3 years. Upon emerging, he found his cultivation had ascended to the mid-stage of the transformation realm, and it was a stable mid-stage, not far from the later stages. Lu Qingxue had long since returned, and Wu Qingyun had successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage a year prior. Furthermore, Zhou Qifeng and Li Wanhua had both achieved the status of nascent soul true persons 2 years earlier. With this, the Jiuxiao sect now boasted 4 nascent soul true persons, alongside a remarkable surge in Golden Core masters, nearly 50 in total. The number of Golden Core cultivators was rapidly approaching that of the Jiuxiao sect from previous years. Upon exiting his seclusion, Chu Tianjun's first order of business was to personally preside over the ceremony for the 3 newly ascended nascent soul true persons, bestowing upon them their rightful positions of true inheritance. On this day, the Jiuxiao Grand Hall was filled to its capacity, with nearly all disciples present, save for those stationed outside. Upon witnessing the remarkable growth of the Jiuxiao sect since its rebirth, which has occurred in less than a decade, Chu Tianjun noted that the number of disciples had doubled, with an even greater enhancement in their quality, if assessed by combat prowess. The current strength of Jiuxiao sect far surpasses that during the tenure of Master Tianshu by several magnitudes. Senior brother, our sect has welcomed numerous exceptionally gifted disciples over the years. They have all gathered here today. Shall we take a moment to observe them? Lu Qingxue suddenly suggested after 3 nascent soul masters were conferred their positions of true inheritance. Chu Tianjun smiled and cast a glance at Lu Qingxue. It seemed that during his 3 years of seclusion, not only had his cultivation advanced significantly, but he had also become increasingly perceptive, as if he could see through everything at a glance. It appears that Qingxue has also taken on disciples. Is your disciple not to be presented to me? He remarked, eager to meet Lu Qingxue's direct disciple. Although the master-disciple lineage had been somewhat diluted post-rebirth, the sect did not prohibit nascent soul masters from taking on apprentices. It was beneficial for the sect to have talented disciples receive guidance from such esteemed mentors, ensuring a smoother path in their cultivation. Qing Yao, are you not to step forward and pay your respects to your uncle master? Lu Qingxue smiled gently at Chu Tianjun and beckoned to a disciple below. While Lu Qingxue was aware that her intentions had been discerned, she felt a surge of happiness within, as it indicated that her senior brother truly understood her. Chu Tianjun indeed comprehended her well. He was even aware of her feelings towards him, which he had never deliberately avoided. With lifespans still stretching far into the future for both of them, there was no room for misunderstandings or discord between them. Everything would unfold naturally in due time. In the next moment, a young woman of 18, clad in white above and a light green skirt below, respectfully knelt before them. Disciple Jiang Qingyao pays her respects to Uncle Master, she announced, performing a grand bow. The young woman considered herself fortunate. Had it not been for Lu Qingxue taking her as a disciple, she would not have had the privilege to address Chu Tianjun as Uncle Master. Please, rise. Chu Tianjun gently raised his hand, assisting Jiang Qing out of her feet. At that moment, he beheld Jiang Qingyao's beauty, which could be described as exquisite. Indeed, she bears a striking resemblance to junior sister Qingxue in her youth, and possessing the water spirit body is a blessing for our sect. Qingyao, do you possess a suitable flying sword or magical artifact? Chu Tianjun inquired, showering her with kind words before asking about her magical implements. Though Jiang Qingyao's water spirit body was among the most basic elemental bodies and could not compare to Lu Qingshue's two supreme elemental forms, it was still a rarity in this world. If all went well, she would likely reach the transformation stage without much difficulty. Upon hearing Chu Tianjun's question, Jiang Qingyao glanced at her master for guidance, and Lu Qingshu nodded in affirmation. In response to Uncle Master's inquiry, my cultivation is still at a low level, and I have yet to forge a flying sword, Jiang Qingyao replied truthfully, as she was still in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Since you have become my disciple, it is only fitting that I present you with a token of our first meeting. Let us remedy that today. Your master has instructed you to primarily focus on sword techniques, so I shall gift you a flying sword, Chu Tianjun noted, having already discerned the method of cultivation that Jiang Qingyao was to pursue. Indeed, one could surmise without much contemplation that Lu Qingshue's most formidable prowess lies within the realm of thunder-based divine abilities, closely followed by her ice-based skills. These powers stem from her two primary spiritual entities and cannot be imparted to Jiang Qingyao. The remaining teachings are likely the sword technique she acquired during her apprenticeship under the esteemed Jian Shinren, which she would predominantly share with Jiang Qingyao. Upon concluding his remarks, Chu Tianjun elegantly gestured, and several luminous objects materialized before him. These items exhibited peculiar shapes, some resembled ice crystals, while others appeared liquid-like. And there were even forms that many had never encountered before. Yet, amidst this array, not a single flying sword was to be found. However, the crowd's curiosity soon dissipated, as in the next moment, Chu Tianjun skillfully crafted a translucent flying sword from those very materials, its entire form reminiscent of flowing water. The exquisite materials used in this creation were rare treasures, sufficient for one to wield until the ascension phase. As for its name, he gestured for Jiang Qingyao to bestow one upon it herself. With a gentle flick of his fingertip, the crystal-clear flying sword soared gracefully to Jiang Qingyao's side. Chapter 61. In a world of great strife, Jiang Qingyao was overwhelmed with excitement as she knelt once more to bow her head in reverence. The onlookers in the hall gazed upon this scene with profound envy, fully aware that this was a testament to Chu Tianjun's benevolence. Lamenting that Jiang Qingyao had indeed found a remarkable master. Magical artifacts are categorized into various grades: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and supreme. As a true master of the Yuan Shan, Chu Tianjun's casually crafted artifacts were of the highest caliber. After meeting Jiang Qingyao, Chu Tianjun also became acquainted with several other talented young disciples, each possessing exceptional aptitude and clear mentorship. For instance, following Jiang Qingyao, Wu Qingyun introduced his first direct disciple, a female named Han Ningxiang, whom he had taken under his wing 6 months prior. Although Han Ningxiang appeared youthful, she was actually in her 40s. What astonished Chu Tianjun even more was that this disciple harbored the rare spiritual body. Medicinal sage's spiritual body. Qingyun, where did you find this disciple? Chu Tianjun was taken aback upon seeing Han Ningxiang for the first time. Wu Qingyun relayed the words of his disciple, who had once been a worldly healer. She had sought to enter the immortal realm to pursue a deeper understanding of medicine, and the sect had graciously welcomed her into a new world. Rather than Wu Qingyun responding, it was Han Ningxiang who addressed Chu Tianjun directly. Subsequently, Wu Qingyun nodded and added, Ningxiang was a renowned physician in the secular world, embodying the benevolence of a healer. I saw her exceptional aptitude for alchemy and thus accepted her as my direct disciple. Chu Tianjun nodded in acknowledgement. Recognizing that Han Ningxiang was not seeking to draw attention to herself or boast, she understood that her master was often engrossed in the art of alchemy. Realizing that explaining her entry into the sect would require considerable elaboration, she chose to respond succinctly to Chu Tianjun. I should also present you with a token of our meeting, but I currently lack a suitable alchemical gift. However, should you encounter any challenges in your cultivation, feel free to approach me at any time, Chu Tianjun remarked after a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over everyone in the hall. Wu Qingyun was particularly thrilled. Bowing deeply to Chu Tianjun with trembling hands, fully aware that this implied Chu Tianjun would be mentoring Han Ningxiang. Han Ningxiang, equally exhilarated, promptly bowed in gratitude, understanding that her mastery of alchemy stemmed from this esteemed mentor's teachings. The prospect of receiving personal instruction from him was far more valuable than any artifact or technique. In truth, Chu Tianjun believed that if evaluated by worth, Han Ningxiang surpassed Jiang Qingyao. Despite both being sacred bodies, Han Ningxiang's successful cultivation would yield greater benefits for the entire sect. Furthermore, she was inherently compassionate, a person deserving of respect even before her foray into immortality. Do you still have family in the secular world? Chu Tianjun gently inquired, raising his hand to support Han Ningxiang. She shook her head and succinctly recounted her circumstances. Once, Han Ningxiang lost her parents at an early age. Fortunately, she was betrothed to a kind family who not only accepted her, but also welcomed her into their home. Upon reaching the appropriate age for marriage, she seamlessly wed her fiancé. Although her in-laws were merely an ordinary family, they were benevolent, and her husband treated her with kindness, allowing them to lead a tranquil and blissful life together. Alas, this idyllic period was short-lived, merely 3 months into their marriage. Her husband fell victim to a mysterious illness that left even the most esteemed doctors at a loss. Han Ningxiang, a woman of indomitable spirit, resolved to educate herself in the field of medicine from the 2nd month of her husband's ailment, determined to save him if others could not. As she devoted herself to caring for her gravely ill husband while tirelessly studying medical practices, fate proved unyielding. Despite her efforts, having surpassed the capabilities of many renowned physicians, she could only extend her husband's life by 1 year before he ultimately succumbed. Though devastated, Han Ningxiang soon regained her composure, recognizing her duty to care for her in-laws. Gradually, her medical expertise flourished and her reputation grew. After bidding farewell to her in-laws a few years later, she found herself at the pinnacle of her craft and, upon hearing of the esteemed Jiuxiu sect, sought to apprentice there. With her profound loyalty and exceptional talent, the Jiuxiu sect had indeed found a treasure in her. Chu Tianjun was elated, increasingly impressed by Han Ningxiang. Initially, the arrival of both Jiang Qingyao and Han Ningxiang made him aware of a concerning imbalance within the sect. Yet the subsequent introduction of several disciples restored his sense of normalcy. Lu Qingxue and Wu Qingyun each accepted a disciple endowed with a spiritual body, while the couple Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua had taken in 6 disciples over the past 2 years. Lacking children of their own, it seemed they sought to compensate for that void through their numerous students, making their Jinshi Peak the most vibrant locale within the Jiuxiu sect. The 6 disciples, a mix of 5 males and 1 female, each greeted Chu Tianjun respectfully. However, the relationship between Zhou Qifeng and Li Wanhua and Chu Tianjun was more distant. Preventing their disciples from addressing him as Shibua, they could only refer to him as the acting sect leader. Similarly, Chu Tianjun was unable to bestow upon them any extraordinary treasures or provide direct instruction, yet he generously offered rewards that, while not comparable to exquisite flying swords crafted by hand, were nonetheless invaluable to these foundation-building disciples. Upon encountering the 3rd-ranked disciple among the 6, Chu Tianjun was taken aback once again. Remarkably, this youth possessed a spiritual body. A shattered spiritual body indicated extraordinary potential for sword cultivation. While the Qishao sword was not a supreme treasure, it was nearing that distinction, and thus he decided to gift it to the young man. Though Chu Tianjun could have fashioned an exquisite flying sword on the spot, he opted to present Lin Yu, a lad whose demeanor embodied youthful vigor, with a slightly lesser sword. Considering that the exquisite flying sword given to Jiang Qingyao was of similar caliber, Lin Yu, characterized by the spirited essence befitting his age, accepted the flying sword with a poised stature and then, with utmost reverence, knelt before Chu Tianjun, solemnly declaring, "Thank you for the generous gift, acting sect leader. I vow to dedicate myself wholly to the sect, unflinchingly facing any peril." The following disciple, known as the 4th, is quite ordinary, merely a promising candidate. The 5th, a young girl, is the only female apprentice of the couple, Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua, and she too exhibits potential, though her presence does not leave a profound impression. Unlike that of the gifted Chu Tianjun. However, upon encountering the 6th disciple, Chu Tianjun was momentarily taken aback. This youth appeared to be the youngest, thus earning the title of junior disciple. Yet, Chu Tianjun discerned that the boy's aptitude was rather mediocre, and he seemed somewhat dull-witted, stuttering even in his greeting. Disciple Lin Fan pays respects to the acting sect leader. Chu Tianjun's gaze shifted towards Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua, prompting Li Wanhua to step forward and bow slightly, offering an explanation. This child is a cousin of Lin Yu, and the two have shared a close bond since childhood. Lin Yu wished not to be separated from Lin Fan, and given Lin Fan's sincere and kind nature, we decided to accept them both as disciples. Standing beside Lin Fan, Li Wanhua gently patted his shoulder, reminiscent of a mother encouraging her child. Chu Tianjun, however, realized that Lin Fan was essentially an additional condition for Lin Yu's apprenticeship. Nonetheless, accepting one more disciple, especially one with a destructive spirit body like the sword-fighting prodigy, was hardly a burden. Moreover, it appeared that Shou Qifeng and Li Wanhua treated Lin Fan with particular care, likely due to his less than stellar aptitude, being especially cautious in their speech so as not to hurt his pride. Your cultivation pace is somewhat sluggish. Here is a vial of pulse-opening elixir, which may enhance your potential to some extent. Chu Tianjun briefly introduced the elixir's effects before lightly tossing the jade vial into Lin Fan's hands. This gesture led many to perceive that Chu Tianjun was somewhat dismissive towards Lin Fan, yet Wu Qingyun, Han Ningxiang, and Lu Qingxue exchanged surprised glances with Chu Tianjun, for they alone understood the rarity of the pulse-opening elixir, which was virtually unavailable in the market. Even Ning Qiuzi could only acquire it in limited quantities. This particular vial contained only 3 pills, freshly refined over the past 3 years, 1 per year, originally intended for Ning Qiuzi. Thank you for your generous gift. Acting sect leader, Lin Fan respectfully bowed in gratitude, his words lacking the eloquence of his cousin Lin Yu. Onlookers attributed his stammering to mere awkwardness. Subsequently, as the gathering dispersed, even Lu Qingxue busied herself with assisting her disciple in refining a top-tier flying sword. Chu Tianjun remained alone in the grand hall. And as the doors slowly closed, the ethereal image of a compass materialized behind him, accompanied by 2 pages of golden foil that fluttered forth. His gaze drifted into the void, as though attempting to glimpse the past and future, yet only a haze obscured his vision. Intriguing, he mused. In just a few short years, so many talents bearing spirit bodies have emerged. What merit does our humble Jiuxiao sect possess? The compass spun momentarily before fading away, and he lowered his head, murmuring to himself. As prodigies with spirit bodies began to appear in succession within Jiuxiao sect, Chu Tianjun sensed the underlying peculiarity of the situation. This was something that required no calculation or analysis. As the ancients would say, talents rise and fall in a world of great contention. With the emergence of so many extraordinary talents capable of leading an era, it is evident that the age of great contention is upon us. And it is clear that the humble Jiuxiao sect stands at the eye of the storm. Chapter 62. The disparity among individuals. Once, Chu Tianjun was a paragon, a beacon of an era. However, in the present day, he has ceased to be regarded as such, for in his eyes, any prodigy is merely a shade more remarkable than the ordinary. Jiang Qingyao accompanied Lu Qingxue back to Qingxue Peak, a place perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, enveloped by thunder, which greatly benefited Lu Qingxue's cultivation. Initially, Jiang Qingyao found it quite uncomfortable, yet after establishing her foundation, she grew accustomed to it. For the thunder not only possessed the power of destruction but also harbored vibrant vitality, perfectly catalyzing Jiang Qingyao's water spiritual body. Qingyao, I shall assist you in refining this flying sword. Observe how exquisite it is. You must treat your master uncle with utmost reverence. For he has crafted few items with his own hands, and each is a treasure, Lu Qingxue earnestly advised her beloved disciple. Expressing her gratitude to Chu Tianjun for bestowing such a magnificent gift upon Jiang Qingyao. After all, Lu Qingxue herself possessed only a single piece of Thunder Emperor's battle armor, which had been personally forged by Chu Tianjun. Master, does my uncle possess any particularly formidable sword techniques? If there were powerful sword techniques to complement this exceptional flying sword, wouldn't he that amplify its prowess? Jiang Qingyao inquired with an expression of yearning, feeling a sense of incompleteness despite her joy on that day. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue instinctively furrowed her brow, yet she dismissed the thought and replied with earnestness, if such techniques existed, your master uncle would undoubtedly impart them to you. The reason he has not done so yet is simply that the time is not ripe. Some things must unfold gradually, and what is suited to you is the best. As my disciple, you need not concern yourself with these external matters. You should focus on your cultivation. Rest assured, as long as it belongs to the Nine Heavens Sect, you shall receive the finest. Thank you, master. I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently. Jiang Qingyao nodded obediently. As the sole direct disciple of the Holy Maiden of the Nine Heavens Sect, Jiang Qingyao indeed enjoyed the finest treatment, a privilege befitting her status, not due to her spiritual body, but because she was Lu Qingxue's disciple. On the other side, Wu Qingyun and Han Ningxiang, the master and disciple pair, found their routine rather mundane. Both were practical individuals, and upon returning to Danding Peak, they resumed their alchemical pursuits. However, With Han Ningxiang's presence, they often collaborated in their endeavors. Over the past 2 years, we have encountered various challenges in alchemy. You should organize these issues and, when time permits, seek guidance from Master Uncle at Tianjun Peak. Be sure to listen attentively and take careful notes. Such opportunities are coveted by others. And even I can meet with my senior brother only at specific times, Wu Qingyan advised Han Ningxiang earnestly during their alchemical sessions. While this sentiment might seem like a reflection of a master envying his disciple, Wu Qingyan was genuinely pleased. For he understood that as he progressed to the nascent soul stage, the path ahead would become increasingly arduous. In the past, he could rely on an abundance of elixirs to bolster his cultivation, but the transformation stage demanded not merely accumulation, but also insight and opportunity, qualities that appeared to elude him. Conversely, Han Ningxiang was different. Her future path promised to extend far beyond, contributing significantly to the Nine Heavens Sect. This was precisely why Chu Tianjun granted her such privileges. As one who truly regarded the sect as home, Wu Qingyan naturally placed great value on his disciple, sincerely hoping she would surpass him at an early juncture. Master, I shall strive diligently and, in the future, I will certainly concoct an elixir capable of transcending the divine transformation stage, Han Ningxiang vowed with unwavering determination. Holding great respect for Wu Qingyan, their companionship had spanned over a year, during which Han Ningxiang came to understand that Wu Qingyan was truly a benevolent soul. He was unreserved in his guidance towards his disciples, generously caring for his peers, and exhibited no airs even towards outer disciples. He regarded the sect as his home and treated his disciples as if they were his own children. If you can assist your senior brother in the future, then I shall rest in peace, even in death. This is the sole hope I harbor, Wu Qingyan stated earnestly. Though he had often extolled Chu Tianjun's virtues to Han Ningxiang in the past, his tone took on an added gravity after their encounter that day. Rest assured, Master, I shall treat our esteemed teacher with the same reverence I hold for you, and henceforth, the Nine Heavens Sect shall also be my home. Han Ningxiang replied with equal solemnity. While her knowledge of Chu Tianjun was rather limited, primarily derived from others' accounts, she placed her trust in her master. If even he held such deep respect for this individual, then surely Chu Tianjun was a figure of greatness worth venerating. Upon her arrival at the Nine Heavens Sect, Han Ningxiang discovered that it was nothing like the rumors she had heard. Before coming, she had imagined that the path of cultivation was fraught with treachery and rivalry. Yet she found that cultivators were, in fact, capable of deep emotions and loyalty. Perhaps this was only true for a select few, but it certainly existed. The atmosphere atop the Qinsei Peak was lively, with 6 disciples exchanging glances and marveling at the treasures bestowed upon them by Chu Tianjun, gifts that even Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua, the married couple, could not provide. 5 of them were visibly excited, while Lin Fan appeared rather disinterested. This was typical of him, and others often attributed it to his shyness, leading his senior brothers and sisters to take special care of him, frequently seeking to engage him in conversation. Junior brother, the elixirs from the acting sect leader are of the finest quality. You must seize the opportunity to refine them. You may very well be the first among us on Qinsei Peak to achieve the golden core stage, 5th sister Tian Xiao teased, shaking Lin Fan's jade vial. While the others chimed in supportively, Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua, witnessing the joyful camaraderie among their disciples, chose not to intrude, quietly departing to allow these young individuals their space. Indeed, Fan, you must promptly refine those elixirs. In just 6 months, the sect's grand competition will commence. The arena for the foundation establishment stage is too small. We shall compete on the golden core stage and face true power, Lin Yu encouraged, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. Despite being the 3rd disciple, Lin Yu's aptitude was evident, as he had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, the highest among the 6. Lin Fan smiled, but a flicker of something unusual crossed his eyes. He had shared a close bond with Lin Yu since childhood, and Lin Yu had always taken on the role of an elder brother, imparting wisdom. Yet, since joining the Nine Heavens Sect, Lin Fan began to perceive his cousin's guidance as a form of humiliation. Understood, Lin Fan nodded, adeptly concealing his negative emotions. To others, he appeared merely taciturn and shy in disposition. As the disciples began to admire the exquisite flying sword, Qi Xiao, bestowed upon Lin Yu by Chu Tianjun, Lin Yu generously permitted them to handle it at their leisure, fostering a delightful camaraderie among the peers. Suddenly, Lin Fan seemed to have an epiphany. Feigning curiosity yet appearing perplexed, he remarked, "Brother Yu possesses the rare destruction spirit body. It would be splendid if he could acquire a supreme flying sword. Alas, the acting sect leader has bestowed that sword upon someone who is not a true swordsman. Upon uttering these words, Lin Fan noticed the discomfort etched on the faces of several senior disciples. What are you saying, Fan? That supreme flying sword was crafted by the acting sect leader specifically for Sister Jiang. Such remarks must not be uttered again. Lin Yu admonished Lin Fan without delay, who perceived the rebuke as quite justified. With a hint of indignation, Lin Fan replied, I only feel it is unfair for Brother Yu. If you were to possess the supreme flying sword, you could very well emerge victorious in the competition, even within the Golden Core division. Seeing Lin Fan's earnest demeanor and understanding that his concern stemmed from a place of care, Lin Yu gently patted his cousin's shoulder and spoke with sincerity. I appreciate your concern, Fan, but the favor granted by the acting sect leader is a kindness we must cherish. Every thread and stitch is worthy of gratitude. We cannot assess the value of gifts based on their weight. As neophytes in the sect, we have yet to earn our place and are merely beneficiaries of our master's goodwill. Even if the acting sect leader were to grant us nothing, it would be entirely justifiable. In closing, Lin Yu added a final note, and the other disciples nodded in agreement. Lin Fan followed suit, though it was evident his acquiescence lacked genuine conviction. Chapter 63. A simple yet romantic love in recent days. Chu Tianjun found himself somewhat idle as he awaited the imminent sect competition, a significant event marking the first gathering of the Nine Sky Sect following its rebirth. To him, this heralded a new era, one belonging to the younger generation. The competition would undoubtedly showcase the brilliance of many disciples, and as the acting leader, Chu Tianjun needed to identify these promising individuals and devise plans for their future development. After the competition, he intended to journey to the southern domain's demonic path. His motivations were twofold. First, to acquire a rare treasure in preparation for reviving Chu Yuwei. Second, to seek out Yu Jiu. After all these years, he wondered whether this sorceress, who had transformed his siblings into soul slaves, had made any new advancements in the realm of celestial inscriptions. Additionally, upon locating Yu Jiu, he wished to probe whether she possessed any remnants of the elusive Six Instruments Heavenly Book. The Six Instruments Heavenly Book was immensely powerful, and Chu Tianjun had deemed it a necessity to gather all its fragments. Yet, he had no leads on the remaining 4 pages and could only search in as many directions as possible. As the time for the competition drew near, those exceptionally gifted young disciples began to break through to the Golden Core stage. Notably, Lu Qingshue's direct disciple, Jiang Qingyao, capitalized on favorable circumstances and effortlessly ascended to this new realm. Following her was Lin Yu from the Qinsei Peak, whose attainment of the Golden Core attracted the attention of a heavenly tribulation. Even Chu Tianjun was momentarily captivated by the spectacle. Lin Yu, facing the heavenly tribulation, shone with extraordinary brilliance. Unlike most cultivators who would resort to protective artifacts, he wielded the Qi Shao sword and boldly confronted the tribulation head-on. While this might have seemed reckless, he navigated the challenge with remarkable ease, quickly becoming a topic of admiration within the sect. One day, while Chu Tianjun sat leisurely in a peach orchard, signs of a heavenly tribulation suddenly emerged atop Tianjun Peak. It was evident this was not his own tribulation. Had it been, he would have faced a far greater challenge at the ascendant stage. The storm clouds rapidly gathered, and a grand formation rose from a cave below Tianjun Peak. With a swift motion, Chu Tianjun stepped into the formation. Do not be distracted. I am here to assist you in overcoming this tribulation. He called out to the individual seated cross-legged within the formation. The one undergoing the tribulation was the formation master, Ouyang Ming, who primarily focused on array techniques, resulting in his gradual progress in cultivation. Yet, he was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Before long, the thunder of the heavenly tribulation struck down. Chu Tianjun refrained from dispersing the tribulation, as doing so would have rendered Ouyang Ming's efforts moot, preventing his ascension to the nascent soul. Instead, he stood a short distance away, gently pressing one hand toward the ground, channeling immense spiritual energy into the formation beneath Ouyang Ming. The formation, which had already radiated brilliant light, erupted into an even more dazzling brilliance. Ouyang Ming felt an unprecedented surge of strength, and with the formation's enhancement, he emerged unscathed from the heavenly lightning. The tribulation did not last long, and once the storm clouds dispersed, Ouyang Ming stood unharmed. Instantly, he knelt before Chu Tianjun, his reverence profound and heartfelt, a gesture of gratitude akin to being reborn. And this was not the first time Chu Tianjun had bestowed such a life-altering favor. Subsequently, the Jiuxiao sect welcomed yet another true disciple and a newly established peak known as the Four Symbols Peak. Gradually, several disciples broke through to the Golden Core stage, bringing the total number of Golden Core cultivators in the sect to 100 before the grand competition. The 6 direct disciples of the Chinsa Peak also succeeded in forming their cores, and even Lin Fan inexplicably condensed his Golden Core the day before the sect competition. Old Sixth, you've done well. I told you our junior brother would succeed. Several senior brothers and sisters encircled Lin Fan, with fifth sister Tian Shaoyi particularly taking his hand and scrutinizing him from head to toe, making Lin Fan feel both shy and content. Fan, congratulations on forming your Golden Core. Here are some high-grade medicinal pills for replenishing energy and healing. The arena can be perilous, and since you've just formed your core, it's prudent to have them on hand. If you truly feel outmatched, do not hesitate to concede. There is no shame in admitting defeat. Lin Yu maintained his composure, genuinely pleased for his cousin. However, unlike others, he refrained from excessive praise and instead offered the medicinal pills, cautioning Lin Fan to prioritize his safety during the competition. Yet, Lin Fan perceived these words as a veiled mockery from his cousin, suggesting that he held a low opinion of Lin Fan's cultivation, believing that competing would bring him shame. Brother Yu, you should keep them for yourself. I wouldn't mind losing. You are the one striving for first place and need these pills more than I do. For the first time, Lin Fan declined Lin Yu's offer, and his words were so eloquent that even Lin Yu felt moved. The other disciples observed this exchange, recognizing Lin Fan's maturity and the profound bond between the brothers. My dear, throughout our lives, our greatest regret has been the absence of children. Yet, these disciples are quite commendable, serving as a worthy compensation for our loss, Li Wanhua confided to Zhou Qingfeng as the couple watched the unfolding events from a distance. Indeed, they are our fine pupils. Initially, I worried that Fan would feel inferior due to his lackluster talents, but it appears this young man possesses an inner brilliance. Though he may seem unassuming, he is undoubtedly a gem in the rough, Zhou Qingfeng remarked with satisfaction, particularly highlighting Lin Fan, clearly pleased with his progress. During my last visit to the Danding Peak, I heard from my niece Ning Xiang that the Tongmai pill is an exceedingly rare elixir, one that even Miss Chiu Ci can consume only once a year. Over the past 6 months, Fan has taken 3. Surely, his constitution has improved and he has opened his meridians? Li Wanhua said with a radiant smile. While she was aware of the pill's rarity, she chose not to divulge its wondrous properties to Lin Fan, allowing him to believe that his achievements were solely a result of his hard work, thereby bolstering his confidence for the future. On the following day, the disciples of the sect gathered at the base of the Jiuxiao Grand Hall. The hall, suspended in midair, provided a vast platform that had been transformed into more than 10 arenas in preparation for the grand competition. The rules remained unchanged, with one group for the foundation establishment stage and another for the Golden Core stage. The order of participation determined by lot. The first day was dedicated to drawing lots. Although there were numerous foundation establishment participants, they garnered little attention, while the Golden Core stage, comprising 101 individuals, captivated the entire sect's gaze. Until yesterday, the number of participants in the Golden Core group was precisely 100. However, due to Lin Fan's timely breakthrough, there emerged an additional individual, resulting in one person being exempted from the first round of the drawing. As fate would have it, the one left out was none other than Lin Fan himself, prompting many to exclaim about his exceptional luck. Ah, that rascal from Chinsa Peak, Lin Fan, seems to be extraordinarily fortunate. Not only did he achieve a breakthrough, but he also drew the short straw in the lottery. Even Lu Qingxue, who typically shows little interest in the affairs of the sect, mentioned this incident in front of Chu Tianjun. During this period, Chu Tianjun found himself with ample leisure time, and Lu Qingxue intentionally refrained from seclusion, continually seeking out Chu Tianjun in various ways. Their time together over the past 6 months could be likened to a romantic interlude. Occasionally, Chu Tianjun would engage in affectionate gestures with Lu Qingxue, such as brushing away flower petals from her hair. On one occasion, upon witnessing a shooting star, he boldly approached it, capturing the celestial fragment and, in her presence, transforming it into a hairpin, which he then lovingly placed in her hair. They often enjoyed moonlit strolls in the peach grove, with Lu Qingxue leaning against Chu Tianjun's arm, everything appearing remarkably natural, as if waiting for the right moment to unfold. In truth, Lu Qingxue felt a sense of urgency. Otherwise, given her usual disposition, She would have been either battling in the outside world or engrossed in cultivation, rather than spending half a year in such leisurely pursuits. This sentiment stemmed from an encounter a few months prior when she quietly approached Tianjun Peak and discovered that Long Yu's cultivation had already returned to the later stages of the golden core. It was likely that within a year or so, Long Yu might reach the nascent soul stage. Previously indifferent towards Long Yu, Lu Qingshu now regarded her as a rival. Luck can indeed be considered a facet of strength. Speaking of which, how is Qing Yao preparing? Chu Tianjun casually remarked. Having heard of the matter but not delving into it too deeply, he continued to express concern for Lu Qingshu's soul disciple, Jiang Qing Yao. Without the autumn water sword, she could at least secure a spot in the top 3. With it, victory seemed almost assured, Lu Qingshu confidently asserted. Autumn water? She named that flying sword Autumn water. It is indeed a lovely name. Chu Tianjun nodded in approval, pleased that the sword he had forged bore a name that resonated well with him. Chapter 64. This young man's luck is unusually fortunate. The following day marked the grand competition, with the preliminary rounds having taken place over the past 2 days, featuring foundational stage participants. Although the number of contestants was considerable, the event did not possess the grandeur expected, as notable figures such as Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingshu were absent. Aside from a few Golden Core disciples serving as judges, only the newly ascended nascent soul cultivator, Ouyang Ming, was present to oversee the proceedings. However, on the 3rd day of the competition, all the nascent soul cultivators of the Jiuxiao sect made their appearance, culminating in Chu Tianjun's arrival at the ethereal Jiuxiao Hall. Upon his entrance, thousands of disciples bowed in reverence, imbuing the Jiuxiao sect with an unprecedented aura of strength. As the competition commenced, Chu Tianjun's voice resonated with authority as he uttered a mere 4 words. Within the lofty hall, only Chu Tianjun and a few nascent soul cultivators were present, while their disciples awaited below in the arena. Over 100 Golden Core disciples had not all signed up for the competition. For instance, Han Ningxiang, although at the Golden Core stage, refrained from participating as her expertise lay in alchemy, rendering such combat unsuitable for her. Nevertheless, Han Ningxiang made her presence known today, having been present during the previous days primarily to address any emergencies should a fellow disciple sustain severe injuries, allowing her to provide timely assistance. Currently, most of these Golden Core disciples were unfamiliar to Chu Tianjun, with only a handful of names he could recall. The first round of the competition was set to conclude today, yielding 50 victors. As there was an odd number of participants, an additional draw would be necessary. However, to maintain fairness, Lin Fan was not permitted to participate in this draw. Fortunately, the initial round did not witness any glaring disparities in strength or the misfortune of prominent figures facing each other prematurely. Thus the matches, while exhilarating, lacked particularly remarkable highlights. Nonetheless, Chu Tianjun remained attentive to 2 specific matches, those of Lin Yu and Jiang Qingyao. Their combat styles were largely similar, both being sword cultivators who prioritized speed, precision, and lethality in their strikes. However, due to their differing spiritual constitutions, Jiang Qingyao exhibited a more gentle approach, while Lin Yu was decidedly more aggressive, radiating a true sense of sharpness. Both competitors were at the early stages of the Golden Core realm, facing opponents at mid and late Golden Core stages. Yet both emerged victorious without contest. As the afternoon progressed, the 50 advancing disciples began their draw, with Jiang Qingyao fortuitously benefiting from a bye, much to the relief of some, as this effectively reduced the number of formidable adversaries. The second day of competition commenced amidst great anticipation. Following rigorous selection, those competing today possessed formidable strength, resulting in notably thrilling battles and the emergence of genuine powerhouses. Nevertheless, in Chu Tianjun's discerning eyes, these displays remained rather unimpressive. Still, he chose to observe attentively throughout the event, ensuring that his disciples felt acknowledged. Just as Chu Tianjun anticipated a mundane conclusion to the morning's matches, his attention was suddenly drawn to one of the arenas. Amidst a chorus of gasps, all eyes turned toward that very stage. On this arena, a contest unfolded between Lin Fan and a male disciple in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Given their respective levels and treasures, Lin Fan's defeat appeared inevitable. The initial progress of their confrontation corroborated this, as the mid-stage disciple clearly dominated Lin Fan. However, even his opponent could scarcely anticipate that, despite the apparent certainty of victory, His magical artifact would unexpectedly explode at a critical moment. Indeed, it was his artifact that detonated. The likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly rare, even less than the chances of a golden core practitioner breaking into the nascent soul stage, as these artifacts are intrinsically linked to their wielders. Any potential damage is well known among cultivators. Yet, akin to human teeth and bones, while the core structure may remain intact, minute flaws can lead to catastrophic failures. It is not unheard of for someone to dislocate their jaw while laughing. The sudden explosion of the artifact mirrored this scenario. As a result of this unforeseen event, the mid-stage golden core practitioner spewed forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing without Lin Fan needing to lift a finger. Many gazes turned towards Chu Tianjun, as such an incident had no precedent in the sect's history. After a brief moment, Chu Tianjun, maintaining his composure, declared, "Indeed, the artifact experienced an accidental detonation. Lin Fan is the victor." Everyone, including Lin Fan himself, was momentarily stunned, and after an extended wait for the officiating judge to announce Lin Fan's triumph, realization dawned upon the crowd. Since it was the esteemed Chu Tianjun who had spoken, no one dared to dispute the verdict, leading to collective admiration for Lin Fan's extraordinary fortune. Yet, it seemed his stroke of luck was merely beginning. With the morning's contest concluded, 25 victors, alongside Jiang Qingyao, totaled 26 participants, who would vie for the top 13 in the afternoon. These 26 individuals were then divided into groups through a draw, with Lin Fan drawing a senior disciple in the late stage of the Golden Core. Upon this revelation, several of his senior brothers and sisters offered consolation, suggesting he might as well concede. At this juncture, only Lin Yu and Lin Fan remained from the Qinsei peak. However, Lin Fan was not one to back down. He expressed a desire to give it a try, asserting that even if he were not a match, he could not tarnish the reputation of Qinsei Peak. Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua, upon hearing their sixth disciple's words, felt a swell of pride, with Li Wanhua discreetly providing Lin Fan with a handkerchief-like magical artifact, clearly a defensive treasure. Due to Lin Fan's fortuitous streak, many fellow disciples turned their attention to his arena in the afternoon, including several nascent soul practitioners from the Jiuxiao Palace, who were curious to see how this luck-driven disciple would fare this time. As Lin Fan approached the arena, a wave of nerves washed over him. It was the first time he was the focus of so many eyes, and while he felt anxious, there was also a sense of fulfillment within him. Lin Fan stood on the stage for an extended period, yet his opponent failed to appear. At this point, Chu Tianjun had surmised that something unusual was afoot. Indeed, before long, a foundation establishment disciple hurriedly approached the judge and whispered something in his ear. The judge, displaying a look of incredulity, steadied himself before announcing, "Due to excessive consumption during the morning's contest, Lin Fan's opponent has voluntarily requested to withdraw from the match, fearing that competing could jeopardize his foundational cultivation. Therefore, Lin Fan is declared the winner." What a bizarre turn of events. Is it truly so outrageous? Is it reasonable? As soon as the referee announced the result, the disciples near the arena erupted in commotion. Lin Fan accomplished nothing yet secured a place among the top 13. Brother, is there really such a spirit that guarantees success in every examination? Is it merely luck? Lu Qingxue could not contain her curiosity and inquired beside Chu Tianjun, as everyone was astounded by the extraordinary events surrounding Lin Fan. Chu Tianjun shook his head in resignation. He could not discern any hidden motives in this situation. Although it was indeed absurd, statistically, it was not impossible. However, to be prudent, Chu Tianjun turned to Wu Qingyun nearby and said, "Qingyun, go check on the disciple who forfeited the match." Wu Qingyun departed swiftly and returned just as quickly. "Brother, the forfeiting disciple is fine. He indeed overexerted himself. Competing forcefully could have harmed his foundation, but a few days of rest should suffice. Such luck is truly unparalleled," Chu Tianjun remarked with a smile. At this moment, he recalled the words of Li Wanhua when he first met Lin Fan, describing him as unremarkable and devoid of any striking features. Yet, through his connection with Lin Yu, he not only entered the Jiuxiao sect but also became a direct disciple of two nascent soul masters. From this perspective, his fortune was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 65. I wish to become your Dao partner in the afternoon. The fierce competition among the top 13 had already showcased two breathtaking contests. Yet the attention of the masses was predominantly fixated on Lin Fan. The reason for this was the impending final draw, wherein one fortunate individual among the 13 would ascend directly to the top 7. When the time for the draw arrived, the other 12 contestants instinctively turned their gazes toward Lin Fan, all silently hoping that he would be the first to draw, including Lin Yu. These individuals were already exceptional talents, and among them, Lin Yu and Jiang Qingyao stood out as paragons. Their desire for Lin Fan to draw first was not to diminish his chances, but rather to satisfy their curiosity about whether his streak of good fortune would persist. Although Lin Fan felt a twinge of anxiety, he was perceptive enough to take the initiative and approach the draw first. At the moment he withdrew the slip, all eyes were glued to his hand. Before anyone else could glimpse the outcome, Chu Tianjun, with his formidable spiritual sense, had already discerned the result the instant Lin Fan grasped the slip. The revelation left him momentarily speechless. Lin Fan had drawn nothing. Chu Tianjun had been closely monitoring the situation and could ascertain that no one had tampered with the drawing box. Lin Fan's hand had simply reached in and pulled out an empty slip. Whispers of speculation began to circulate among the crowd, with some even questioning the legitimacy of the result. Lin Fan remained standing there, appearing somewhat bewildered and innocent, at a loss for words. However, the draw was deemed valid, allowing the others to proceed with their groupings. At this juncture, Chu Tianjun stepped forward to affirm the validity of the outcome, which quelled the murmurings of doubt. He would never entertain unfounded accusations against a disciple of the sect, regardless of how bizarre the situation seemed. He would not allow Lin Fan to endure undue embarrassment without concrete evidence. As the day drew to a close, no one discussed the competitions that had taken place, nor did they ponder the highly anticipated pinnacle showdown of the following day. Instead, they marveled at Lin Fan's extraordinary stroke of luck. Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue sat beneath a peach tree, indulging in fine wine and pastries, appearing quite at ease. Following the emergence of the 6 finalists tomorrow, the first to conclude their match would face Lin Fan in a duel. The most likely candidates to finish first were Lin Yu and Qingyao. However, as Lin Yu was Lin Fan's cousin, he would undoubtedly seek to avoid a confrontation with him, thus delaying the match. Consequently, once Qingyao completed her initial contest, she would surely ascend the stage to face Lin Fan. This young man's fortune was indeed unusually remarkable, and Chu Tianjun found himself curious about the events that would unfold the next day. Chu Tianjun was genuinely intrigued by Lin Fan, having already anticipated some of the occurrences for the following day. If this young man faced no significant obstacles, his prodigious luck would surely lead to great accomplishments in the future. The current competition had unveiled a plethora of promising disciples within the sect, and with further opportunities for honing their skills, the Jiuxiu sect could ascend to even greater heights. Lu Qingxue had always prioritized the development of the sect, and witnessing Jiuxiao's current progress filled her with contentment. This cohort of golden core disciples lacked experience, and following the competition, arrangements could be made for them to be deployed to the front line in Yuezhou in the northern region. With the southern domain's demonic forces stirring and the northern region's beast tribes displaying signs of unrest, Chu Tianjun articulated the plans he had long considered. "Are you truly going to the southern domain's demon path?" Lu Qingxue suddenly inquired with concern. Not long ago, Chu Tianjun had mentioned to her that he would be heading to the southern domain, but he had not divulged the specifics of his purpose. Chu Tianjun nodded and replied, "The enlightenment fruit of the holy demon sect is about to ripen. It takes a millennium for a single fruit to mature. Consuming it significantly increases the likelihood of obtaining a spiritual body, which would be perfect for reconstructing Youwei's physical form. Are you planning to seize the enlightenment fruit from the holy demon sect? Can you truly defeat Ji Xuanyu?" Lu Qingxue asked anxiously. "The enlightenment fruit is the most treasured artifact of the holy demon sect, ripening only once every 1,000 years. The individual who consumes the fruit has a substantial chance of acquiring a spiritual body. However, Ji Xuanyu would certainly not permit anyone to take the enlightenment fruit. He is a renowned figure within the demon path, having reached the void refinement stage a millennium ago. This formidable being can dispatch even transformation stage cultivators with ease." Chu Tianjun replied with a smile, "I may not be able to defeat him, but he cannot kill me either." His tone conveyed confidence. In his past life, he had not attempted to seize the enlightenment fruit as it had not yet ripened. However, he had indeed encountered Ji Xuanyu briefly in the southern domain, and although he had only sensed the latter's aura from a distance, he could discern the general strength of his opponent with his current cultivation. Given the limited passage of time, Ji Xuanyu should still possess that same strength. As long as his opponent cannot kill him, Chu Tianjun believes the advantage lies with him. After all, he is young, possesses extraordinary talent, and has formidable trump cards. Is my senior brother already this strong? But you must still prioritize your safety. After you depart, I will also enter seclusion to cultivate, striving to reach the transformation stage as soon as possible to alleviate your burdens. Lu Qingxue realized that the gap between herself and Chu Tianjun was gradually widening, and she resolved to hasten her cultivation towards the transformation stage. After saying this, she hesitated for a moment before summoning the courage to add, "When you return from the southern domain, I wish to share something very important with you. Indeed, upon my return, I also have something significant to announce. If Qingxue does not mind, I shall proclaim to the world that I wish to become your Dao partner." Chu Tianjun began in a casual tone, but as he continued, his demeanor grew increasingly solemn. Initially, Lu Qingxue was lost in thought, appearing somewhat distracted, but she was suddenly jolted awake when Chu Tianjun uttered the words Dao partner. She gazed at him in disbelief, her eyes reflecting fervor and joy, and stammered, "You mean, you wish for us to become Dao partners? I have feelings for you, and I hope to walk this path together with you. Of course, I respect your choice," Chu Tianjun stated with utmost sincerity. At his current level of cultivation and age, he had shed the hesitations of youth, openly expressing his thoughts while honoring both his own and her feelings. "I am willing. In fact, what I wanted to say is the same," Lu Qingxue quickly affirmed, as if fearing Chu Tianjun might retract his words, and then, somewhat shyly, she completed her sentence. Indeed, everything unfolded quite naturally, as if it were destined. The two individuals, already revered by countless cultivators, did not experience any dramatic turmoil in their relationship. Rather, they simply gravitated towards one another in an organic manner, lending an air of authenticity to their bond. It appears that those who ardently pursue love often find themselves amidst chaos, while it is the tranquil and unadorned relationships that endure the test of time. Now that we are to become partners on this path, our connection is further deepened by the threads of fate. Today, I shall unveil the secret of these 2 pages of gold leaf, along with the esoteric techniques inscribed upon them. Clear Snow, I invite you to attempt their cultivation. If you succeed, the realm of transformation shall soon be within your grasp. Upon receiving Lu Qingxue's unequivocal affirmation, Chu Tianjun prepared to share with her the secret arts from the 6 Instruments Heavenly Book, a promise he had made to her long ago. As his understanding of the 6 Instruments Heavenly Book deepened, Chu Tianjun realized that Lu Qingxue was truly unique. The Gung chapter's gold leaf was a gift she had willingly bestowed upon him, indicating that their bond transcended all expectations. Chapter 66. The Awakening of the Sword Spirit. The complete text of the Golden Book comprises 6 volumes, known as the 6 Principles of the Heavenly Scriptures. At present, Chu Tianjun has nearly mastered the celestial script of the Ren volume, even deriving the supreme technique of grand simulation. Over the past few years, he has gradually sensed the existence of an even more formidable transcendental power beyond grand simulation, which not only signifies an elevation of this technique, but also embodies the true secret concealed within the 6 principles of the heavenly scriptures. It is now reasonably certain that the celestial script inscribed in the 6 principles of the heavenly scriptures can assist individuals in comprehending divine powers. Yet this is not its most significant worth. The true treasure lies in the scriptures themselves. This assertion may appear paradoxical, as any book, whether crafted from paper, gold leaf, or jade slips, derives its value primarily from the text or information it contains, with the book itself serving merely as a vessel. However, the 6 principles of the heavenly scriptures stands in stark contrast to this notion. To articulate this more vividly, what Chu Tianjun currently perceives and comprehends from the 6 principles of the heavenly scriptures is merely the superficial layer. In fact, it is the ethereal compass that manifests behind him when he exerts his full strength that embodies the authentic power projected by the 2 pieces of gold leaf. As for the Gung volume obtained from Lu Qingxue, Chu Tianjun has yet to fully decipher the celestial script inscribed within, let alone grasp its deeper meanings. Chu Tianjun devoted approximately half an hour to instruct Lu Qingxue, enabling her to recognize the celestial script and understand the content of the Ren volume. He even elaborated on the execution of grand simulation. Lu Qingxue expressed her comprehension, acknowledging her understanding of the significance of each celestial character. Yet she could not fathom how they interconnect to convey meaning. As for grand simulation, she was utterly bewildered, akin to the time when Lingyue shared unforgettable thoughts, as if outsiders were incapable of grasping its essence. Lu Qingxue, however, was at peace with her situation. possessing two exceptional spiritual bodies of ice and thunder. She had already mastered two divine powers, and her desire to learn additional techniques was not pressing. The two divine powers she had comprehended were named Ice Enclosure of 1,000 Miles and Thunder Domain, aptly reflecting their titles and effects during use. On the following day, the Nine Heavens Great Hall featured only 6 platforms, with the 12 contenders upon them representing the pinnacle of the younger generation of the Nine Heavens Sect. Upon Chu Tianjun's command, the 6 platforms commenced their contests simultaneously, with 2 platforms, in particular, capturing the majority of attention. One platform showcased Jiang Qinao, while the other featured Lin Yu, both of whom were the most favored candidates for the championship. Indeed, it was widely believed that the victor of this round would undoubtedly emerge from among the two of them. The progression of the matches unfolded precisely as Chu Tianjun had anticipated the previous night. Lin Yu appeared to be deliberately prolonging her performance, while Jiang Qinao swiftly secured her victory. Jiang Qinao, your next match is against Lin Fan. Do you require a moment to rest? Inquired Yang Ming, who was overseeing the proceedings. In response, Jiang Qinao slightly bowed towards Yang Ming, stating, "Disciple is ready to continue." "Very well, Lin Fan, it is your turn to compete," Yang Ming affirmed, gesturing towards Lin Fan, who then ascended the platform amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, even drawing a serious appraisal from the typically aloof Jiang Qinao as she regarded her opponent with newfound respect. Could this young man truly stage an upset? I believe it is unlikely. Sister Jiang is a treasure from head to toe, and that flying sword, Qiu Shui, is an exquisite masterpiece personally crafted by the sect leader. However, his luck is undeniably remarkable. Many are discussing the anticipated outcome of the match between Lin Fan and Jiang Qinao. It appears that the consensus is not in favor of Lin Fan. Yet, due to his uncanny fortune, there lingers a glimmer of expectation in everyone's hearts. A desire to witness Lin Fan triumph once more through sheer luck, perhaps driven by a spectator's curiosity. On the Qinsa Peak, Lin Fan appeared somewhat anxious as he took to the stage, his youthful demeanor marked by a hint of bashfulness, though he remained courteous. "Jiang Qinao of the Qingxue Peak, I humbly request your guidance," she greeted with a cupped fist. Following this, Jiang Qinao swiftly formed a sword technique with her hands, and an array of sword energy coalesced around her, unleashing a barrage of sword light towards Lin Fan like arrows in flight. Seeing this, Lin Fan was momentarily flustered. Yet he quickly retrieved a silken handkerchief and tossed it into the air. The handkerchief expanded rapidly, forming a barrier before him that successfully deflected Jiang Qinao's sword energy. At that moment, Chu Tianjun leaned forward slightly, his gaze intent on deciphering Lin Fan's capabilities. Everything seemed to remain within the realm of normalcy for now. Jiang Qinao, acutely aware of Lin Fan's extraordinary luck, initially opted to test him with her sword technique. However, upon witnessing his defensive use of a treasure, she promptly summoned her Qiu Shui sword, not holding back in the slightest. In fact, due to Lin Fan's uniqueness, she was even more decisive than in her previous matches, and no unforeseen circumstances arose for her. As the Qiu Shui sword descended, the precious handkerchief gifted to Lin Fan by Li Wanhua was cleaved in twain, and the sword continued its relentless trajectory toward Lin Fan. Should that strike land, it would undoubtedly result in his demise. At this juncture, Jiang Qinao had prepared to retract her attack, yet having exerted her full strength, it seemed too late to halt. Outside the arena, Yang Ming was poised to intervene and block the Qiu Shui sword, but he hesitated, as did Chu Tianjun, both eager to witness whether Lin Fan would demonstrate yet another stroke of miraculous fortune. Lin Fan, now alarmed, recognized his limited capabilities. Achieving the Golden Core stage had been a strenuous endeavor for him, and he possessed no significant treasures. Faced with the onslaught of the Qiu Shui sword, he resorted to a defensive spell, crossing his arms before his chest to form a barrier with his own spiritual energy, bracing for the sword's impact. The Qiu Shui sword struck Lin Fan's magical shield, which shattered almost instantly. Yang Ming raised his hand, ready to intercept the sword. However, at that moment, he was suddenly interrupted by Chu Tianjun's voice in his ear. "Do not intervene. Even if his physical body perishes, I can revive him." As Chu Tianjun's words echoed, the Qiu Shui sword pierced Lin Fan's palm, as he instinctively attempted to block it with his hand. Jiang Qinao was already in the process of recalling her Qiu Shui sword. Yet at that instant, the sword, previously in perfect harmony with her intentions, suddenly became uncontrollable. After a brief pause, the Qiushui sword withdrew from Lin Fan's grasp and began to orbit him. What could this mean? Why did it seem as though the Qiushui sword had inexplicably become Lin Fan's? CHT New Jersey and suddenly rose to his feet, first casting his gaze upwards, leaving onlookers puzzled as to what captured his attention. In the next instant, he swiftly appeared upon the arena. With a decisive motion, he grasped the Qiushui sword in his hand, which seemed to writhe as if it were a child reluctantly caught by an adult. At this moment, LNFN clutched his palm in agony, his countenance pale, yet determined, exuding an air of stubbornness. Indeed, LNFN, fortune favors you. The Qiushui sword has awakened its sentience at this juncture, evidently due to your blood, achieving an effect akin to a blood sacrifice, indicating its desire to acknowledge you as its master, CHT New Jerseyan remarked, his expression relatively composed as he regarded LNFN. However, his words sent ripples of unrest among the spectators. The notion that an adversary's sword could develop consciousness at the very moment it sought to kill him, and even choose to recognize him as its master, seemed a far-fetched narrative reserved solely for fictional tales. Chapter 67. The significance of the misty moon at this moment. The one with the most troubled countenance was undoubtedly Jiang Qingyao. She regarded the Qiushui sword as a treasured possession, and the sudden disavowal from her own child left her heart heavy with sorrow. Lin Fan appeared somewhat bewildered, seemingly struggling to grasp the implications of Chu Tianjun's words, his expression still tinged with confusion. However, Chu Tianjun continued, the Qiushui sword was a gift I bestowed upon my disciple Jiang. Ultimately, it does not belong to you. I shall erase its consciousness. Do you harbor any grievances? Without awaiting Lin Fan's response, Chu Tianjun exerted a subtle force, forcibly erasing the newly birthed consciousness within the sword, causing it to fall silent in an instant. I do not dare, Lin Fan replied weakly, his gaze cast downward. Chu Tianjun casually tossed the Qiushui sword back to Jiang Qingyao and turned his attention to Lin Fan, inquiring, shall we continue the contest? I concede, Sister Jiang has won. Lin Fan replied respectfully, but after speaking, he lifted his gaze to meet Chu Tianjun's. Chu Tianjun could discern nothing from Lin Fan's eyes. Yet something about the scene felt amiss, as though the acting sect leader was coercing Lin Fan into submission. Perhaps this was indeed how Lin Fan perceived the situation. This year's sect competition was undeniably thrilling, yet the excitement stemmed not from the contests themselves, but from the series of astonishing strokes of fortune that befell Lin Fan. In the end, when Chu Tianjun eliminated the Qiushui sword's newly awakened consciousness, the entire sect found no fault in it. However, some discerning minds could surmise that Lin Fan harbored a sense of grievance within. As Lin Fan exited the arena, Han Ningxiang presented him with a healing elixir, while several senior brothers and sisters from the Qinsa Peak offered him words of solace, acknowledging that achieving such a result was already commendable. Subsequent matches were indeed exhilarating, culminating in a fierce contest between Jiang Qingyao and Lin Yu for the championship. Perhaps due to the prior bout with Lin Fan, Jiang Qingyao's mental state was affected, and ultimately, Lin Yu claimed the top honor. This outcome was not unexpected, as Lin Yu was already the frontrunner. Many observers noted that although Jiang Qingyao seemed somewhat out of sorts in the final match, Lin Yu also refrained from exerting his full strength, making his victory well-deserved. After the competition concluded, Jiang Qingyao and Lu Qingxue returned to Qingxue Peak. As her master, Lu Qingxue felt it essential to have a heartfelt discussion with her soul disciple, ensuring that the events of the day did not disrupt her tranquility of mind. Soon after, Chu Tianjun entered Lu Qingxue's quarters. Previously, he had never visited Qingxue Peak, let alone stepped into her residence. However, as they were to become partners in the Tao and shared mutual affection, this became a natural progression. Lu Qingxue rose with a smile to greet him, and the two ultimately sat side by side. Chu Tianjun addressed Jiang Qingyao, who was kneeling a short distance away, saying, the emergence of spiritual intelligence in the Qiushui sword during that time is indeed somewhat astonishing, yet not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. The intricate tapestry of existence is woven with countless threads, and every entity holds infinite potential. Many occurrences lie beyond our control, yet our true essence is solely governed by ourselves. Regardless of whether we find ourselves in favorable or adverse circumstances, even in the depths of despair, steadfastness to one's heart is the essence of the self. You need not dwell on today's events. Chu Tianjun spoke earnestly, aiming to enlighten Jiang Qingyao, as she was the only disciple of Lu Qingxue and, in a sense, his disciple as well. It was uncertain whether Jiang Qingyao absorbed his words, but Lu Qingxue appeared to ponder their significance, for they indeed contained profound wisdom, reflecting Chu Tianjun's understanding of the development of events. Your master must have already informed you that soon you will be sent to the front lines of Yuezhou for training, correct? Please prepare yourself. I have matters to discuss with your master. Ignoring Jiang Qingyao's reaction, Chu Tianjun instructed her to depart first. He displayed no reservations, clearly assuming the role of host. Lu Qingxue, far from feeling displeased, was rather elated. The Nine Heavens Sect had once been her home, but now, wherever Chu Tianjun was, it truly felt like home. My senior brother has come to visit for the first time in many years. Why not stay the night? You will be departing for the southern region tomorrow, and who knows how long you will be away. Lu Qingxue now exhibited a hint of girlish charm, perhaps because both she and Chu Tianjun were not the type of cultivators to sever emotional ties. Let us address the matter at hand. Chu Tianjun did not respond directly, but his words undoubtedly indicated his agreement to stay, and given their age, there was little reason for embarrassment. Today, when I erased the spiritual intelligence of the Qiushui sword, I inquired whether Lin Fan had any grievances. His response was, "I dare not." Chu Tianjun began to speak, and the matter he referred to was Lin Fan. Daring not to voice grievances is, in fact, a form of resentment. This young man possesses an uncanny fortune, and we must remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Having witnessed the child of destiny, Yichun, she had grown cautious, with the first thought crossing her mind to eliminate Lin Fan outright. However, Chu Tianjun chuckled and shook his head, then, with a touch of exasperation, remarked, "It appears he himself poses no significant issue. We cannot act rashly against our disciples based merely on conjecture. Moreover, with his kind of luck, who knows what unforeseen consequences might arise if we were to take action against him. If this individual harbors loyalty towards the sect, it would undoubtedly be a blessing for the Nine Heavens Sect. However, should he entertain ulterior motives, it could lead to endless calamities. We cannot afford to remain idle." Lu Qingxue was constantly considering the welfare of the sect. In truth, if he truly has ulterior motives, our adversary would not be him, but rather some inscrutable force lurking in the shadows. To combat such a phenomenon, we may very well need to rely on the one from Tianxian Peak. Chu Tianjun stated with profound implication, still in the process of articulating his thoughts, clearly struggling to accurately describe such an elusive entity. Before his arrival, Chu Tianjun contemplated extensively, even exerting great effort to propel the compass and the grand deduction technique to calculate various outcomes. Although much of the future remained shrouded in uncertainty, it illuminated certain fundamental issues for him. If Lin Fan harbored ulterior motives, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the Jiuxiao sect. However, Lin Fan was merely a medium or vessel. The true menace lay in his almost sinister fortune, a nebulous entity that was beyond Lin Fan's control. Lu Qingxue struggled to grasp the entirety of this, yet she understood the gist. Lin Fan's extraordinary luck bordered on the uncanny, while Long Yue's innate talents and abilities also seemed eerily exceptional. Perhaps it was only through the uncanny that one could vanquish the uncanny. That night, Chu Tianjun indeed resided at Qingxue Peak, where the beauty of the night was profound and long, naturally giving rise to many tales. However, these belonged to a paid content realm, which the website prohibited from broadcasting, so we shall skip over them. The following day, Chu Tianjun departed from Jiuxiao Mountain, and aside from Lu Qingxue, none were privy to his destination. Others assumed that the acting sect master remained within the sect. Subsequently, Lu Qingxue announced on behalf of Chu Tianjun that all outstanding disciples from the recent competition would embark on a 2-year journey of training. They had the option to choose between 2 perilous locations, the northern region inhabited by demon tribes or the front lines of the war against the demonic path in Yuezhou. Among these, the northern region posed the greatest danger, as encounters with non-tribal entities would inevitably lead to life-and-death battles. In contrast, the conflict with the demonic path was relatively manageable. After millennia of mutual skirmishes, both sides had developed a sense of restraint, with demonic cultivators occasionally infiltrating the eastern region and righteous cultivators from the eastern region venturing into the southern region as well. Chapter 68. The 9th generation of fish takes orders. Jiang Qingyao was designated by Lu Qingxue to proceed to the front lines of Yuezhou, a directive she had no choice but to accept, and she harbored no objections. alongside the distinguished disciples of the sect venturing into the world. The couple Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua were also assigned a task. They were to oversee the front lines of Yuezhou. This morning, upon passing through the borders of Yuezhou, Chu Tianjun had already retrieved the Tianxian sword. At the Yuezhou border, several nascent soul masters affiliated with the Jiuxiao sect remained, but without the Tianxian sword. Their combat prowess against those in the transformation stage was severely diminished. With both Zhou Qifeng and Li Wanhua having attained the nascent soul stage, their combined might with the twin swords granted them the capability to contend with even those in the transformation stage, making them well suited for this position. In addition to these two nascent soul masters, Lin Yu and Lin Fan were also preparing for their journey of experience. Master and Mistress, I wish to go to the northern region, Lin Yu suddenly declared as Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua intended to accompany him and Lin Fan to the front lines of Yuezhou. Why do you wish to go to the northern region? At the Yuezhou border, you would have Master and Mistress to look after you. The northern region is fraught with peril, and the sect has not dispatched even a nascent soul master this time. Li Wanhua inquired tenderly, resembling a caring mother. She did not dismiss Lin Yu's decision, but rather sought to understand his reasoning and outline the pros and cons. Lin Yu respectfully replied, "It is precisely because of the dangers that I choose the northern region. My path is one of unwavering swordsmanship, and only by teetering on the brink of life and death can I hasten my growth. Moreover, the sect has bestowed numerous rewards this time, and my strength has significantly improved. It is the perfect opportunity to repay the sect." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, his fellow disciples gazed at him with admiration. Yet Lin Fan's eyes harbored a chill. Subconsciously, he perceived Lin Yu's declaration as mere bravado, an attempt to flaunt his talent. Zhou Qifeng and Li Wanhua felt immense pride. Lin Yu, in both talent and character, was nearly flawless, and several nascent soul masters had privately mentioned that he was likely to be the next disciple of the Jiuxiao sect to reach the nascent soul stage. As they prepared to part, Lin Yu once more advised Lin Fan on several matters, purely out of a brother's concern for his younger sibling. Unfortunately, Lin Fan interpreted these words as condescension from his cousin. "Fan, this is a defensive talisman I obtained from Master Ouyang. Keep it with you. As your brother cannot be by your side, you must take good care of yourself." As a parting gift, Lin Yu pulled Lin Fan aside, presenting him with a talisman resembling a turtle shell. Although Lin Yu referred to it as a request, it was, in fact, a treasure purchased with the rewards from a grand competition, a significant expenditure for a golden core disciple. Lin Fan accepted the turtle shell talisman with an expressionless nod, maintaining his customary reticence, failing to express gratitude or even to wish Lin Yu safety. Lin Yu, however, was indifferent. His benevolence towards Lin Fan was not driven by a desire for gratitude, but rather by the responsibilities of an elder brother. He had always regarded Lin Fan as merely someone who struggled with expression. After entering the southern region, Chu Tianjun's spiritual energy had entirely transformed into pure demonic energy, and he now revealed his cultivation at the nascent soul stage. Since his last visit to the southern region, nearly 30 years had elapsed, yet for cultivators, 30 years was but a fleeting moment. Upon entering the southern domain, Chu Tianjun made his way directly to the Black Wind Academy, intending to seek out Mr. Jinshi to inquire about any recent research findings. He hoped to glean insights about Yu Jiu through Mr. Jinshi before ultimately locating her. However, upon his arrival at the Black Wind Academy, he was taken aback to learn that Mr. Jinshi had passed away 2 decades prior, a victim of the backlash from the main soul of the 10,000 Souls banner, which had claimed his life in a most tragic manner. The Academy's personnel delivered an amusing yet disheartening revelation to Chu Tianjun. The materials for the 10,000 Souls banner had been provided by him to Mr. Jinshi. Though not standard, certain elements were superior and enhanced the banner's potency. Perhaps the materials were too exceptional, and Mr. Jinshi's cultivation was insufficient to master the complexities of the banner, resulting in the disastrous backlash. "I do not slay Boren, yet Boren perishes because of me," Chu Tianjun pondered. He then inquired if Mr. Jinshi had any surviving family members, contemplating a grim fate for them as well, wishing for them to be reunited in death. His query elicited a slight twitch at the corners of the lips of the Black Wind Academy representatives. Those versed in the dark arts understood the implications of Chu Tianjun's thoughts, which were loud enough for even the sacred mountain to hear. While he indeed harbored intentions of raiding the family, his primary objective remained to seek Mr. Jinshi's relics. Having been absorbed by the 10,000 Souls banner, they were already quite unified. "Does your academy possess any knowledge of Yu Jiu's origins?" or her current whereabouts. Chu Tianjun dismissed thoughts of Mr. Jinqi, realizing that his only recourse was now to pursue Yu Jiao. The Yuanying stage is a formidable presence anywhere, and the Black Wind Academy dared not be negligent, promptly providing all available information concerning Yu Jiao. This was Chu Tianjun's first substantial insight into her, although the Academy's knowledge was limited. It managed to sketch a rough outline of her character. Regrettably, her last known appearance had been a decade ago. Yu Jiao had garnered a modicum of fame within the Southern Domain's dark arts, akin to a mercenary in the mundane world, specializing in vengeance and familial extermination. However, her approach to accepting contracts was rather peculiar, or perhaps a reflection of her personal eccentricities. She did not consider the monetary value offered by the client, but rather the tragic nature of their plight. For instance, when faced with clients who had suffered the annihilation of their families, she would take on their vendettas, but on the condition that, after enacting revenge, the client would be transformed into a soul slave. It seemed she was particularly drawn to the profound emotional turmoil of her clients. At present, this was the extent of Chu Tianjun's understanding of Yu Jiao. The most troubling aspect was that she had not emerged from seclusion for a decade. Even as many in the Southern Domain searched fervently for her, hoping she would assist in their quest for vengeance. Upon departing the Black Wind Academy, Chu Tianjun conceived a strategy to locate Yu Jiao. He first journeyed to a city, for the dark arts also boasted urban centers, which were further divided into several factions: lawful evil, neutral evil, and chaotic evil. The terminology was quite literal. Within the cities or the dark sects, lawful evil held predominance. On the very day of his arrival in the city, news spread that the assassin Yu Jiao had resurfaced and was accepting contracts. This information swiftly circulated, igniting hope among those steeped in despair and seeking retribution, prompting many to seek out Yu Jiao. Seated in the upper chamber of an inn, Chu Tianjun listened intently as various prospective employers recounted their tragic pasts. "Very well, I shall take your case. I will accompany you to exact your vengeance." After hearing the lamentations of an elderly gentleman, Chu Tianjun made his decision. It was not that this old man had the most sorrowful fate. Rather, his target for retribution was a modest sect, though not insignificant, boasting a few hundred members and a certain repute within a 1,000-mile radius. What intrigued Chu Tianjun was the notoriety associated with the sect. By masquerading as Yu Jiao, he aimed to amplify the situation, compelling the adversaries to reveal themselves. As for the absence of a disguise on his part, it was entirely unnecessary. Despite Yu Jiao's renown, all who had encountered her were deceased, including the employer. Thus, no one could ascertain her gender. Chapter 69. She laughed to death. The first mission undertaken by Chu Tianjun involved a sect whose most formidable member was merely at the late Golden Core stage. With minimal effort, he dispatched the entire congregation. After all, it was not a reputable sect. Chu Tianjun felt no remorse as he executed his task. Once he obliterated this minor sect, he liberated his employer as well. Although he refrained from transforming his employer into a soul slave, he nonetheless delivered the final blow. This act served as both the compensation offered and a genuine emancipation. Chu Tianjun discerned that those who sought vengeance against Yu Jiao had become singularly fixated on retribution. Once their revenge was fulfilled, their existence would lose all significance. Following his initial assignment, Chu Tianjun helped Yu Jiao regain a modicum of renown. In the subsequent fortnight, he accepted missions almost daily, constantly shifting locations. With each step he took and each life he extinguished, Yu Jiao's reputation flourished. After 2 weeks, Chu Tianjun arrived in a place called Taiyuan City, where he had a client with a formidable adversary, one of the most prominent families in Taiyuan. This family was thriving, with over 1,000 members, including servants, and their estate occupied half the city. Accompanying Chu Tianjun was a little girl, no more than 7 or 8 years old, who appeared filthy and barefoot, her body marred by countless scars. Upon his first glance, Chu Tianjun recognized that the child was teetering on the brink of death, her physical form having succumbed to functional demise, yet she persisted solely through sheer will. Such occurrences were typical in the realm of demonic paths. Although the Taiyuan family had a nascent soul ancestor, Chu Tianjun struck with such swiftness that the ancestor could not even retaliate before perishing. Not a single member of the clan escaped. Their grand estate was reduced to ruins. With her vendetta avenged, the little girl prepared to embrace death. However, in a sudden turn, Chu Tianjun advised her, "Do not hasten to depart. There may still be survivors left behind. Yu Jiao, ensure that my tasks are executed with precision. If I vow to eradicate an entire clan, I shall do so thoroughly. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, he concealed himself and the girl from view. The girl, despite her limited exchange with Chu Tianjun, sensed that there were indeed remnants of their enemies. After a day of concealment, movement erupted from the debris, and soon a young man, approximately 17 or 18 years old, emerged from beneath the ruins. Though covered in dust, it was evident that he had lived a life of luxury. Greetings, you can now reunite with your family, Chu Tianjun announced, revealing himself and the little girl behind the young man. The young man, displaying a visage of terror, turned in shock, alas, before he could fully pivot. Chu Tianjun flicked his finger, and a blade of sword energy pierced through his skull. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, still bearing an expression of disbelief. Witnessing the deceased's countenance, Chu Tianjun raised his hand once more, unleashing another blade of sword energy that severed the young man's neck, leaving only a sliver of flesh connecting his head to his body. Uncle, why did you strike him again in the neck? The little girl, rarely inclined to speak, curiously inquired about something. Chu Tianjun casually replied, when one is anxious, their heart tends to rise to their throat. I noticed he was quite tense earlier. I feared he might not have perished completely. The girl's face, previously devoid of expression, now bore a trace of amusement, her countenance transformed by a flicker of mirth. Uncle, can I die now? She asked, believing that all her enemies must be vanquished and she would finally be liberated. However, Chu Tianjun shook his head and said, you must wait a little longer. With that, the two faded from sight once more. Days passed, and once again, the ruins stirred with activity. This time, 3 individuals emerged, 2 boys and a girl, all quite young. Chu Tianjun chose not to greet them. Instead, 3 arcs of sword energy were unleashed, fulfilling the assassination orders once more. As the adversaries had not been startled and presumably felt no trepidation before their demise, he refrained from delivering a finishing blow to their necks. Nevertheless, he crushed their chests, justifying to the employer, the young girl, that some individuals possess uniquely positioned hearts. Surprise colored the girl's features anew. She found the assassin, Yu Jiao, remarkably professional, realizing such specialized tasks ought to be entrusted to experts. She believed she could finally meet her end, yet Chu Tianjun insisted she wait still. This time, they lingered for a full fortnight. During this period, no one emerged from the ruins, nor did any signs of resurrection manifest. Until 2 weeks had passed, a group of mourners arrived at the ruins, weeping and beginning to prepare a mourning hall. Such was the nature of a large family, the relatives seemed numerous. Chu Tianjun, hidden in the shadows, reflected on the fact that these individuals were also part of the target family. They were exceedingly cautious, concerned that the assassin, Yu Jiao, might still be lurking unseen, which is why they waited a fortnight before returning to mourn. Little did they realize that Chu Tianjun was indeed meticulous. He had genuinely awaited their return for the full duration. Had they delayed further, he would have been prepared to wait another month, or even half a year if necessary. Now that the mourners had gathered in substantial numbers, Chu Tianjun still refrained from action. Subsequently, they hired musicians and chefs, and after another week, a banquet was set up at the ruins. Now, everything was in place. Chu Tianjun and the young employer revealed themselves, providing no opportunity for the attendees to react. A colossal hand descended from above, and this time, even those feasting met a swift end. After executing this final act, Chu Tianjun stood amidst the ruins. To conduct business to such a degree, who could deny the expertise of the assassin, Yu Jiao? All right, you may go now, he stated, turning to the young girl with sincerity. The girl gazed earnestly at Chu Tianjun, suddenly breaking into a radiant smile. Uncle, you truly are an interesting person, she exclaimed. After uttering this, she fell silent, her laughter ringing out until it abruptly ceased. Chu Tianjun cast a detached glance at her lifeless form, a flicker of flame igniting from his fingertip to incinerate the unfortunate employer. Of course, this was a complimentary service. Just as the employer's body was about to be cremated, a sudden sound of applause echoed from afar. Chu Tianjun slightly turned, directing his gaze toward the source of the sound. Chu Laolu, have you gone to great lengths to draw me out, only to find that after 20 years apart, you've developed a fondness for me? A somewhat slender figure emerged slowly from the ruins, and from the voice, it was evident that it was Yu Jiao. Chu Tianjun looked at Yu Jiao, who still appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, her eyes bright and seemingly untouched by the passage of time. This genuinely surprised Chu Tianjun. For while most cultivators can maintain their youthful appearance, a span of 20 years should have brought about some change in one's demeanor. Chapter 70. Time cannot be reversed after 20 years apart. You haven't grown at all. This is not my preferred type. How could I possibly develop feelings for you? Chu Tianjun's gaze fixated upon Yujio, scrutinizing her form, ultimately lingering on her somewhat flat chest as he spoke. The physique of a 15 or 16-year-old child pales in comparison to Lu Qingxua. When it comes to allure, she is far from the enchanting Lu Ruyan. And in terms of bosom, she cannot hold a candle to the ample presence of Long Wei. Realizing he had veered off topic, Chu Tianjun shook his head. To Yujio. This scene unmistakably conveyed that Chu Tianjun found her lacking in grandeur, eliciting a profound discontent upon the girl's face. However, she soon broke into a smile, playfully resembling a spoiled little sister from next door, and said, I don't care. Now that you've elevated my notoriety, this was not my intention, so you must compensate me. Compensate. That depends on whether you possess the qualifications for it. Chu Tianjun replied with a cold chuckle, and without warning. He struck out a palm towards Yujio. This strike bore the strength of the nascent soul stage, while Yujio appeared to be at the golden core stage. Yet, as Chu Tianjun made his move, Yujio's aura underwent a startling transformation, instantly revealing the oppressive presence of the nascent soul stage. Is being at the nascent soul stage truly remarkable? Do I not possess the qualifications now? Without employing any extraordinary techniques, Yujio merely formed a hand sign before her and effortlessly received Chu Tianjun's palm strike. What a clever ploy. If I were to unleash my full prowess at the God transformation stage, how would you respond? Suddenly, a torrent of demonic energy surged from Chu Tianjun, and a towering manifestation of his divine spirit appeared behind him, exuding a similarly overwhelming aura. Upon the emergence of the divine spirit, demonic cultivators within a radius of 10,000 miles trembled in fear. Those at the God transformation stage are indeed top-tier beings. Indeed. Not a single word of truth escapes your lips. Are you concealing your God transformation cultivation to toy with me? If you possess such audacity, why not raise your level once more? Anger was clearly etched upon Yujio's face, yet she exhibited no fear. Not only did she retort Chu Tianjun verbally, but she also matched him in action. As Yujio spoke, a colossal divine spirit manifestation appeared behind her, mirroring her form, revealing her as a practitioner of the God transformation stage as well. Chu Tianjun felt a twinge of embarrassment. He truly could not elevate his cultivation further and was somewhat astonished that he had carelessly encountered a demonic practitioner of the God transformation stage. Old friend. It has been 20 years. I was merely jesting to lighten the atmosphere. Chu Tianjun quickly offered a smile, retracting his divine spirit and addressing Yujio as old friend. And how do you intend to compensate me, old friend? Yujio reciprocated by withdrawing her manifestation. When both parties possess equal strength, they are considered old friends. But if one party is clearly weaker, they would simply take what they desire, which is indeed very demonic. How about I prepare a spirit hall in advance and host a banquet, where we can drink and reminisce? Chu Tianjun appeared quite like a man suffering from a split personality. In the southern domain, he seemed far from normal. To toast at my funeral? That sounds rather intriguing. However, I am not one to perish easily. Perhaps we should switch it to your funeral instead? Yujio resumed her guise of the playful neighbor girl. I am not so easily dispatched either. Shall we change the topic? Do you know how to farm? What? It was merely tilling the land, using a hoe to cultivate it. The conversation between the two shifted dramatically, veering off into distant topics. It shouldn't be too difficult. I believe I can manage. Chu Tianjun replied with uncertainty. Assist me in farming for half a month, and this matter will be settled, Yujio said readily. An unusual condition, yet one that could be accepted. Over these years, you must have made new discoveries regarding the immortal inscriptions, correct? Could we perhaps verify them with each other? Chu Tianjun was uncertain of Yujio's true intentions, but this presented a splendid opportunity to corroborate his understanding of the immortal inscriptions. Furthermore, spending half a month together would allow for a deeper understanding of each other, and perhaps even lead to the discovery of another clue regarding the golden foil. Of course, the primary reason was that he was unsure if he could contend with Yujio. It was better to be allies than adversaries. This is quite straightforward. We will farm in the morning, discuss the immortal inscriptions in the afternoon, and indulge in philosophical musings under the moonlight in the evening. Oh, what a delightful life, Yujio remarked with evident satisfaction, appearing to be someone who truly savored life. Are you not perhaps lusting after my body? Chu Tianjun asked, casting a wary glance at Yujio. Do not think I cannot perceive it. You are already tainted, and I possess a certain aversion to uncleanliness. Yujio retorted, his expression one of distaste as he regarded Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjun felt genuinely embarrassed this time, for Yu Jiu's words held a grain of truth. Ever since he had covertly supported Lu Ruyan, his own purity had indeed been compromised. Ultimately, amidst this not-so-friendly atmosphere, the two reached an agreement. Chu Tianjun would assist Yu Jiu with farming for half a month, during which they could explore the immortal inscriptions and matters of cultivation. Soon after, Yu Jiu led Chu Tianjun to a grand and towering mountain, where several thatched cottages were situated at the summit, maintained in a reasonably tidy state, indicative of occupancy. Chu Tianjun recognized this as Yu Jiu's residence, yet it was rather unconventional for a cultivator at the transformation stage to dwell in such a place. Beside the cottages, Chu Tianjun observed several neglected plots of land, and to his surprise, he noticed a grave behind the cottages. It was a simple earthen mound, lacking a headstone. "Is your family not still alive? Why is there a grave?" Chu Tianjun asked bluntly, recalling that Yu Jiu had turned his siblings into sole slaves, and thus he was curious about who lay buried there. "That grave holds my future," Yu Jiu replied succinctly, which left Chu Tianjun perplexed. "If you said it contained your past, I would respect you as a person of sentiment. But to speak of burying the future, do you take me for a fool?" Chu Tianjun scoffed. He was aware that some people pretentiously claimed to forget the past and bury bygone days. But who could truly entomb their future? Believe it or not, I possess only a past, not a future. Yu Jiu shot Chu Tianjun a glance, seemingly disinclined to elaborate further. Chu Tianjun felt it unwise to press on, recognizing that both were figures of the transformation stage, and it would not be prudent to appear overly juvenile. Subsequently, Yu Jiu introduced Chu Tianjun to the various cottages, designating the one closest to the fields as Chu Tianjun's temporary bedroom. Additionally, there was a kitchen, a storage room, and a study where Yu Jiu kept his books. In the study, Chu Tianjun was filled with curiosity as he observed the numerous celestial inscriptions adorning various places, clearly indicating that Yu Jiu had indeed dedicated a considerable amount of time to the study of these mystical characters. Soon, Chu Tianjun's attention was drawn to a pillar where a piece of paper was affixed. The paper bore a striking resemblance to a couplet, yet its contents were entirely unrelated to traditional couplets and were instead composed solely of celestial inscriptions. As Chu Tianjun meticulously read each word aloud, he was overwhelmed by an unprecedented shock, a jolt that eclipsed even the moment of his rebirth. Time is not a tangible entity. It is merely the trajectory and process of development of events. Trends can be altered, and the process yields results that are irreversible, rendering time incapable of being retraced. Although this passage was not lengthy or particularly complex, it compelled Chu Tianjun to seriously reflect upon the nature of his own rebirth. Over the years, various experiences had sown seeds of doubt regarding the authenticity of his resurrection, and if this statement were indeed true, it would unequivocally validate his suspicions. Are you not astounded? This is the culmination of my millennia of effort, and you have benefited from it without any cost. Yu Jiu proclaimed smugly from behind him, as Chu Tianjun was lost in thought. Turning to face Yu Jiu, Chu Tianjun's expression grew serious as he remarked, "Why do I have the impression that you deliberately allowed me to see this?" Chapter 71. Ji Xinyu takes action. What evidence do you have to say that? Yu Jiu inquired nonchalantly, maintaining a relaxed atmosphere between the two. "I possess no evidence, but I shall remember every word you utter from now on." Chu Tianjun replied with a hint of seriousness. He had never truly comprehended Yu Jiu, thus he could not afford to press too hard. In the following days, Chu Tianjun diligently followed Yu Jiu's instructions, cultivating the land and planting vegetables in the mornings, engaging in discussions about celestial inscriptions in the study during the afternoons, and enjoying wine together in the courtyard at night. Of course, their drinking sessions did not always lead to merriment. More often than not, they would engage in heated disputes, the topics of which predominantly revolved around agriculture. One insisted that watering should occur in the morning, while the other adamantly argued for the evening. At times, they would even quarrel over the spacing of seeds or whether bamboo or wooden trellises were more beneficial for the growth of vine crops, neither willing to concede ground. Fortunately, both maintained a gentlemanly decorum, preferring words over blows, and the outcome invariably favored Chu Tianjun. Despite Yu Jiu's vocal objections, it was always Chu Tianjun who toiled in the fields, digging, sowing, and erecting supports. Ultimately, the state of the fruits and vegetables cultivated was a testament to Chu Tianjun's efforts. Yu Jiu had indeed devoted over 20 years to the study of celestial inscriptions, and Chu Tianjun had come to understand her methods of exploration. There still existed remnants of ancient relics in this world, and tales of antiquity persisted. including artifacts from the celestial realm, many of which bore celestial inscriptions. Yu Jiao had amassed quite a collection of such items. While Chu Tianjun was unaware of her ultimate purpose in studying these inscriptions, he generously shared his insights with her without reservation. As half a month drew to a close, they had nearly exhausted each other's knowledge reserves. However, it was evident that Chu Tianjun had gained more. For Yu Jiao's expertise extended beyond celestial inscriptions to encompass other peculiar subjects. For instance, she spoke of a non-existent concept of time and the ethereal notions of fate and destiny, which Chu Tianjun gleaned from her study or through their conversations. You two have not appeared for over 20 years. You cannot simply wish to verify celestial inscriptions with me, can you? As the deadline approached, the two sat in the courtyard, drinking wine and casually conversing. Nearby, in the vegetable garden, some seeds had already sprouted, and the faster-growing plants had begun to climb the trellises they had constructed. I plan to make a bold move and seize the enlightenment fruit soon, Chu Tianjun declared unabashedly. Yu Jiao's lips twitched, and she instinctively shifted her position, sensing that Chu Tianjun was about to reveal something more. How about it? Chu Tianjun continued, his expression one of temptation. Shall we join forces? Together, we can grow stronger and achieve greatness, eliminating Ji Xianyu. The enlightenment tree shall be mine, and the position of holy master shall belong to you. To be frank, Chu Tianjun was indeed somewhat envious of the enlightenment tree. If the Nine Heavens Sect possessed such a tree, it would almost guarantee that a transformation realm cultivator would emerge every millennium. Certainly a formidable foundation for any sect. You're insane. Yu Jiao gazed at Chu Tianjun with an expression akin to that of a fool, uttering only 3 words. How much do you know about Ji Xuanyu? Are you aware of the most formidable technique possessed by this sovereign? The more you understand, the greater your chances of survival when faced with me. After Yu Jiao rolled her eyes, Chu Tianjun appeared considerably more composed. A millennium ago, he had already reached the void refinement stage, and now his current realm was shrouded in mystery. The cultivation technique he practiced was known as the heaven-swallowing transformation scripture, capable of absorbing the strength of opponents for one's own use. Yu Jiao succinctly shared this information. Although brief, her words carried significant weight. The name heaven-swallowing transformation scripture was only a word away from another technique, sharing identical effects, thus illuminating many of Chu Tianjun's lingering doubts. On several occasions, demonic cultivators, in their dying moments, had gazed at him in disbelief, inexplicably referring to him as some sort of sacred one. It was likely that these souls intended to utter the term sovereign, mistaking Chu Tianjun for the sovereign Ji Xuanyu. That night, Chu Tianjun spoke little, and Yu Jiao seemed to have guessed that he was preoccupied with thoughts. Both returned to their chambers rather early. However, later, Yu Jiao emerged again. Leisurely strolling towards the vegetable patch, her face illuminated with satisfaction as she gazed at the seedlings growing quietly. Occasionally, she tenderly caressed the tender green leaves, giving off an air of eccentricity. Chu Tianjun noticed Yu Jiao's peculiar behavior in the garden, but understanding her nature, he did not dwell on it too much. The following day unfolded as usual, and soon they arrived at the agreed last day. Yu Jiao mentioned that Chu Tianjun would be departing the next day, and as her host, she felt compelled to treat him, so she descended the mountain to procure exquisite wines and delicacies. Whether she actually purchased them or not was uncertain. After all, in the realm of demonic cultivation, many indulged in feasting without paying, and many had met their end for such transgressions. My friend, have you ever heard of a remarkable tome known as the Six Principles Celestial Book? Faced with the sumptuous feast, Chu Tianjun finally posed the question he had longed to ask. Upon hearing the name of the Six Principles Celestial Book, Yu Jiao's demeanor subtly shifted. She pondered for a moment and replied, "To be bestowed with the title of a celestial tome, it must be something extraordinary. I have not heard of it. Since you are so intrigued, why not venture to the Tai Academy in Zhangzhou? It has a lineage spanning thousands of years and may even have great Ascension period masters residing there. The Academy gathers knowledge from across the realms and is bound to possess extensive information." Yu Jiao's mention of the Tai Academy necessitates a brief elaboration on the regional divisions of this world. The land is primarily divided into 4 domains: east, west, south, and north, with each domain comprising several states. Zhongzhou lies centrally among these 4 domains, and within this singular state resides a singular power, the Tai Academy, which is rumored to surpass the combined strength of all sects in the 4 domains. The Tai Academy has traditionally only admitted prodigies. It is said that the threshold for entering is the nascent soul stage. According to the Academy's doctrine, regardless of one's talent, if one cannot reach the nascent soul stage. They are not a true prodigy. It is rumored that the Tai Academy currently boasts several formidable figures at the profound cave stage, with at least 10 ancient beings at the void refinement stage and a multitude of experts in the transformation and nascent soul stages. Most notably, it is said that the founder of the Tai Academy, revered as the Master, is a powerful being of the great ascension stage who still walks the earth today. When the moment is right, I shall go. With your qualifications, why not seek admission to the Tai Academy? Chu Tianjun inquired, believing that Yu was genuinely unaware of the 6 instruments of heavenly books. Yet, going would yield the same outcome as now. Why make the effort? Yu replied with a hint of helplessness. Chu Tianjun refrained from further comment, suspecting this had to do with Yu's assertion of lacking a future. By the way, you need not contend for the enlightenment fruit anymore, Yu suddenly remarked with a smile. Why? Surely, you haven't already attempted to seize it? Chu Tianjun followed up with curiosity. No, it seems someone had the same thought as you. Yesterday, they went to the holy mountain to snatch the enlightenment fruit, but failed. However, they did inflict some damage on the enlightenment tree, delaying its full maturation by 3 years. Yu spoke with evident delight, as this had become the most talked about topic in the southern region, with practitioners of the demonic path sharing their penchant for gossip. Who had the audacity? Chu Tianjun furrowed his brow, feeling as though someone were attempting to pilfer his possessions. The blood fiend elder, an old fellow at the cusp of the void refinement realm, had not appeared for centuries. Many believed he had perished, but this time, he truly met his end. Yu recounted the tale with the enthusiasm of a gossip monger, reveling in the drama. Did Ji Xuanyu take action? Chu Tianjun nearly pieced together the events, re-evaluating the combat prowess of the demonic path saint. Yu nodded, then vividly narrated the details she had heard. The most riveting part was how Ji Xuanyu struck down the blood fiend elder, an old monster at the brink of the void refinement realm, who, consumed by greed, was forced to flee in disarray. It was said that only a faint remnant of his soul escaped, one that could not even achieve possession, destined for complete annihilation within mere days. Chapter 72. He is fortunate. This seems quite reasonable, does it not? At dawn the following day, Chu Tianjun departed from Yu's humble abode. Yu did not accompany him, but merely waved farewell in front of the house. After leaving, Chu Tianjun inquired in the city. Though it was unnecessary to seek out information, as snippets of conversation among others revealed that indeed, the blood fiend master had attempted to seize the enlightenment fruit, only to be left with a mere remnant of his soul after being vanquished by Ji Xuanyu. The enlightenment fruit would not mature for another 3 years, making it clear that Chu Tianjun could not possibly attempt to seize it at this time. Moreover, with the blood fiend master leading the charge, it was opportune for Chu Tianjun to return and cultivate for another 2 or 3 years. Although this journey to the southern region was brief, Chu Tianjun's gains were substantial. Beyond the clues regarding his rebirth, the new celestial script he had learned allowed him to grasp the essence of the Gung chapter. He felt that if he could calm his mind and delve deeply into contemplation, he could comprehend a formidable divine ability from the Gung chapter. At present, Chu Tianjun had 3 crucial tasks before him. First, he needed to contemplate the Gung chapter and master a divine ability, which was of paramount importance. His current means primarily centered on ensuring his survival against powerful foes and maintaining formidable endurance, complemented by his ability to deduce strategies akin to those of the Dongshin stage. What he now lacked was a genuine killing technique, one that could instill fear in adversaries of a significantly higher cultivation level. Second, he aimed to leverage his years of accumulated knowledge to refine the great freedom magic of creation, enhancing it to channel more advanced powers. This step would serve as his foundation for ascending to immortality in the future. Third, he sought to unravel the mystery of his rebirth. Chu Tianjun had begun to piece together some clues, believing the origin of it all lay with the supreme ancestor Yu Xuanji, or that the key doubts resided with her. During his fortnight at Yu's place, he had many insights and reflections, arriving at a significant hypothesis. Perhaps he had not truly been reborn, rather. The heart-wrenching and despairing memories of 30 years were merely visions of the most probable occurrences he had seen before entering the Nine Heavens Palace to take on a master. However, this raised a serious dilemma. If Yu Xuanji were indeed merely at the Dongshin stage, she would not be capable of such feats. Even those at the Mahayana stage, or immortals beyond it, could not achieve this. Thus, strength remained an urgent necessity for Chu Tianjun. On his return, Chu Tianjun passed through the front line of Wushou, where battles still erupted from time to time, and recently, the area had been quite lively. It was rumored that the remnant soul of the Blood Fiend Master was fleeing in this direction, garnering the interest of many in the demonic path, especially since it was a half-step into the void refinement stage. Numerous demonic Yuan cultivators, including many Golden Core practitioners, lingered nearby. Witnessing the restless demeanor of the demonic faction, the Jiuxiao sect was not idle either. They dispatched several disciples to gather intelligence, leading to sporadic skirmishes. In recent days, encounters among Yuan practitioners occurred daily, and occasionally, Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhu would personally engage, resulting in a rather chaotic state along the Yuezhou front line. Chu Tianjun hurriedly passed through without intervening, recognizing that this served as valuable training for the sect's disciples. As the acting leader, he could not attend to every matter himself. Indeed, the few gifted disciples who ventured to the front lines of Yuezhou have reaped considerable rewards. Jiang Qingyou's combat prowess has seen a remarkable enhancement. Endowed with the water spirit physique and wielding a supreme flying sword, she is capable of slaying those in the late Golden Core stage even at the nascent stage of her own cultivation, and has shown brilliantly in just a few days at the front. In contrast, Lin Fan's performance has been rather unremarkable, initially appearing to be merely a filler in the group. However, when the Blood Fiend Sovereign was reduced to a mere wisp of residual soul by Ji Xuanyu, Lin Fan's extraordinary fortune began to manifest once more. As Chu Tianjun passed through the front line of Yuezhou, Lin Fan and several fellow Golden Core disciples were engaged in a mission, their group comprising 6 individuals, including Jiang Qingyao. At first, the team believed that Lin Fan's presence would surely bring them exceptional luck, yet the reality proved quite the opposite. Shortly after setting out, they encountered 2 malevolent nascent soul cultivators who relentlessly pursued them, possibly due to an inexplicable foul mood. In a desperate attempt to escape, the group split up. But it wasn't long before Jiang Qingyao and Lin Fan found themselves reunited, pursued by the 2 malevolent cultivators. Jiang Qingyao revealed her hidden cards, but ultimately, their only option was flight, fraught with peril. Lin Fan, too, faced grave dangers, yet it seemed as though he had done nothing. The malevolent nascent soul cultivator simply could not bring him to his demise. Ultimately, the 2 tragically tumbled into a demonic lair, and in a further twist of fate, beneath the lair lay the legendary 1,000-year spiritual milk, and while Jiang Qingyao lay unconscious, a remnant soul surged into Lin Fan's body. Subsequently, the remnant soul struck a bargain with Lin Fan. Should he assist in slaying the sovereign Ji Xuanyu, the soul would impart all its learned knowledge to him. Before Lin Fan could even respond, the Blood Fiend Sovereign imparted the supreme technique, the Great Blood Fiend Art, which he had fortuitously acquired years prior. Before the remnant soul faded away, bidding farewell to this world. This place, having been a battleground for the righteous and demonic factions for millennia, had its ground upheaved by several feet. Yet, Lin Fan's arrival caused the unstable ground to reveal the demonic lair, the signs of deceit far too evident. Yet all that seemed unreasonable transformed into the realm of the plausible in Lin Fan's presence. Thereafter, within the demonic lair, Lin Fan and Jiang Qingyao absorbed the 1,000-year spiritual milk, and within merely over 10 days, both ascended to the mid-Golden Core stage, dividing the remaining spiritual milk between them. With a promising future ahead, during this period, it was natural for the 2 to engage in some exchanges and interactions, and the emergence of unspoken feelings would not be unreasonable. Unbeknownst to Chu Tianjun, upon returning to the Jiuxiao sect, he entered seclusion, as his absence had not been long. And Lu Qingxue had also recently entered her own retreat. Lu Qingxue had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, with a promising prospect of advancing to the transformation stage, and Chu Tianjun chose not to disturb her. However, prior to his seclusion, Chu Tianjun's consciousness descended upon Tianxian Peak, where he took the initiative to observe the ethereal Yu. At this moment, she stood on the brink of another successful birth of her nascent form. Chu Tianjun quietly entered his retreat. For cultivators of their caliber, a few years often pass in the blink of an eye. Yet the world continues to unfold myriad events at every moment. For instance, after a year of external training, the disciples gradually returned. The demonic faction in the southern region, having failed to locate the remnants of the Blood Fiend Sovereign, witnessed a gradual calmness settle over the affairs. The righteous and demonic paths entered a period of tranquility. Throughout this past year, many disciples exhibited remarkable advancement, with Jiang Qingyao and Lin Yu, the paragons of their generation, standing out. They both ascended a small realm in just a brief span. However, the most significant progress was made by the somewhat dull-witted Lin Fan. who not only advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, nearing its later stages, but also exhibited terrifying combat prowess. Anyone who had sparred with Lin Fan over the years, even if they had not met their demise, would find themselves weakened for an extended duration. Chapter 73. The Great Severance Technique. After 2 years of seclusion, Chu Tianjun suddenly opened his eyes one day. Throughout this period, a spectral compass had continuously manifested behind him. Slowly rotating, and with the passage of time, it showed distinct signs of solidification. By the time one reaches the nascent soul stage, one's consciousness expands immensely, and it becomes a formidable challenge at the transformation stage. Multitasking is no longer a daunting task. During these 2 years, Chu Tianjun had been engaged in dual pursuits, comprehending the divine abilities described in the Gung chapter of the Six Instruments Heavenly Book while simultaneously refining the techniques of the Heavenly Seizure and the Great Freedom of Creation. After 2 years, both endeavors were accomplished. He aptly renamed the Heavenly Seizure as the Great Devouring Technique and the Great Freedom of Creation as the Great Creation Technique, believing that such titles were more befitting of their inherent power. As he gradually rose to his feet, the spectral compass behind him dissipated. He then gently raised a finger, from which a jet-black thread erupted, a manifestation of a power unlike any other, neither spiritual energy nor sword intent. Yet, upon the emergence of this thread-like entity, a sensation of rending filled the space before him. With a flick of his finger, the thread slashed towards the heavens, leaving behind a slender, dark fissure in the sky. Although the crack was diminutive, it created an intense feeling of division in the celestial expanse. Ultimately, the thread struck the very edge of the sky, unleashing a cacophony of thunder, as if a slumbering beast had been roused, roaring in furious protest. Such might. Once I reach the stage, I shall wield the great severance technique to cleave through the barriers of the world. Should I gather the entirety of the Six Instruments Heavenly Book, I could traverse the celestial realm with ease. Chu Tianjun gazed at the heavens, realizing that what he had just executed was indeed the pinnacle divine ability. The great severance technique, derived from his comprehension of the Gung chapter. Thus, Chu Tianjun possessed 4 supreme techniques: the Great Deduction Technique, the Great Severance Technique, the Great Devouring Technique, and the Great Creation Technique. The Great Severance Technique, perfected, could sever all things in the world, including souls. After a considerable duration, the thunder in the sky finally subsided, and the dark fissure gradually closed, the sensation of division dissipating. No one could ascertain what had just transpired. They could only speculate on the nature of the formidable divine ability that Chu Tianjun had unleashed based on the aura that lingered in the air. After 2 years, Chu Tianjun's thoughts immediately swept over Qingxue Peak and Tianxian Peak. It was evident that Lu Qingxue aimed to challenge the transformation stage, a feat that would undoubtedly prove arduous. From the current circumstances, it seemed she would require another year or 2. However, it appeared that Longyue would return to the nascent soul stage within the coming months. The thought of Longyue's return stirred anticipation, knowing they would inevitably meet, aligning with Ning Qiuzi's assertion of immersing oneself in the situation. Regardless of whether his memories were those of a rebirth, he would have to confront Longyue in the future. After a moment's hesitation, he soared towards the heavens, determined to do something for Longyue. While strategies may be more effective, Chu Tianjun believed in the virtue of sincerity. Everything had transitioned onto a different path. Many choices had been unavailable in the past, but now he could choose for himself, and thus he resolved to follow the dictates of his heart. At the edge of the firmament lies the world barrier, perceptible even to cultivators who have reached the transformation stage. Ultimately, ascending to the heavens is merely the act of breaking through this barrier to sense the higher realms before departing from this world. Chu Tianjun once again unleashed the grand severance technique, striking the world barrier. In the next moment, as if under attack from a formation, the barrier began to gather strength to retaliate against the grand severance. This force manifested as thunder, reminiscent of the tribulations faced by cultivators during their ascension. However, Chu Tianjun's intention was not to breach the world barrier at that moment. As the thunder erupted, he swiftly employed the grand devouring technique to consume this overwhelming power. Simultaneously, with a flick of his other hand, several rare treasures appeared, which he then transformed through the grand creation technique into a soft and pure energy, devoid of any attribute. These treasures were swiftly molded into a form resembling a close-fitting armor, into which the energy from his body continually flowed and merged. This process lasted a full half-month, during which the skies echoed with thunder and lightning. Initially, people feared it was a portent of impending calamity, but gradually, the thunder grew softer, resembling a lament. After half a month, Chu Tianjun returned to Tianjun Peak, his cultivation having reached the late transformation stage, a pace so astonishing that anyone would be left in awe. It was time to enjoy a period of leisure, waiting for Long Yue to recover her nascent soul cultivation before attempting to seize the Dao fruit in the southern domain. He pondered whether his current strength was sufficient to snatch the Dao tree itself. Standing beneath the peach tree, he contemplated his next moves. The essence of cultivation indeed lies in seizing opportunities, a fact from which even Chu Tianjun could not exempt himself. The expansive Jiuxiao Mountain was a constant hive of activity, each day brimming with the lives of countless disciples. Chu Tianjun had little interest in prying into others' lives. Thus, despite his formidable spiritual sense capable of enveloping the entire mountain and perceiving every action, he chose not to do so. On a day blessed with radiant sunshine and a gentle breeze, Chu Tianjun reclined leisurely in a chair beneath the peach tree. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he directed his spiritual sense towards a certain location on Jiuxiao Mountain. Having sensed a significant surge of magical energy, someone was engaging in conflict within the Jiuxiu sect. His spiritual sense quickly locked onto a group of individuals in a picturesque setting adorned with waterfalls and pavilions, a spot where disciples often gathered. At that moment, a female disciple lay sprawled on the ground, her clothing tattered and disheveled, her arms and face marred with claw marks, appearing utterly disheveled. Beside her, another female disciple was administering a medicinal pill, while 3 male disciples glared menacingly at a person accompanied by a wolf. The person was none other than Lin Fan, whose extraordinary luck bordered on the uncanny, and the snow-white wolf at his side was evidently a beast companion endowed with intelligence. Since the Jiuxiu sect's conquest of the northern region, many disciples had begun to keep spirit beasts. Lin Fan, you have allowed your spirit beast to harm others, and you can't even muster an apology? This is utterly unacceptable. One of the male disciples, a late golden core cultivator, reproached Lin Fan sternly. It was evident that the snow wolf had inflicted injury upon the female disciple. Lin Fan remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand, causing a jade vial to materialize upon the stone table before him, accompanied by a pile of spirit stones. These were exquisite healing elixirs, along with 100 mid-grade spirit stones offered as compensation. Lin Fan, now quite generous, spoke as though his words were mere charity. Chu Tianjun, still perplexed by the unfolding events, began to observe with increasing curiosity, his instinct telling him that Lin Fan's actions were rather inappropriate. In the next moment, 3 male disciples became incensed, swiftly encircling Lin Fan to prevent his departure. The disciple in the late golden core stage reiterated, Junior Lin, what you ought to do is apologize. If you do not offer an apology today, we shall not allow you to leave. The 3 had already drawn their magical artifacts, surrounding Lin Fan with an air of formidable confrontation, evidently having engaged in a prior skirmish that had alerted Chu Tianjun to the ensuing turmoil. Is it truly you who dares to challenge me? Lin Fan said, his expression unyielding as he took a step forward, intent on departing. Observing this scene, Chu Tianjun could not help but frown. It was clear that Lin Fan was genuinely prepared to escalate the conflict. The 3 male disciples, unable to swallow their indignation, summoned the brilliance of their magical artifacts, signaling that a confrontation among comrades appeared inevitable. Chapter 74. The Ancestral Hall Punishment Stop. A sudden voice echoed from afar, followed by a brilliant red sword light that separated the 3 individuals from Lin Fan. In that moment, Lin Yu appeared before Lin Fan, shielding him with an expression filled with concern. Chu Tianjun refrained from revealing himself immediately, choosing instead to observe how Lin Yu, this prodigious disciple, would handle the situation. In the next instant, Lin Yu clasped his hands together in greeting towards the 3 fellow disciples, courteously inquiring, I am Lin Yu from the Qinsa Peak, and this is my younger cousin. May I ask what misunderstanding has transpired? My esteemed seniors, I implore you to sheath your treasures. We are all comrades. Let us speak amicably. It was evident that these disciples recognized Lin Yu. The moment he appeared, they had no intention of resorting to violence, for they were aware they could not best him. The leader of the small group recounted the events succinctly. We gathered here today for a pleasant meeting, and at first all was well. Suddenly, this creature appeared, attacking junior sister Liang indiscriminately. We intended to subdue it, but this junior brother Lin Fan claimed the snow wolf as his spirit pet. When we demanded an apology, he not only refused but also engaged us in combat. Lin Yu's brow furrowed deeply as he listened. He turned to glare at Lin Fan, a gesture clearly meant for the others to witness. In the next moment, he hastily bowed to the injured female disciple, saying, "Junior Sister Liang, I sincerely apologize. My brother is not adept at social interactions and has inadvertently caused offense today. I take responsibility on his behalf and will ensure he visits to apologize personally, promising you a satisfactory resolution." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the expressions of the disciples softened considerably, and even Chu Tianjun nodded approvingly in silence. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Perhaps Lin Fan did not wish for Lin Yu to apologize on his behalf, or perhaps he simply did not believe he had erred. Thus, he adopted a posture of defiance, asserting, "It was I and Xiaobai who were playing by the waterfall first. They intruded upon us. Xiaobai is usually gentle and would never harm anyone without cause. Her outburst today must have been provoked, and having already offered elixirs and spirit stones. What more do they want? They are clearly pushing their luck." At that moment, Lin Fan indeed bore a semblance of a protagonist, defiantly refusing to bow to the multitude's scorn. Chu Tianjun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, lamenting the injustice towards Lin Yu, who stood steadfastly in defense of his brother while Lin Fan continued to undermine the situation. Had Lin Fan refrained from this obstinate display, the matter might have concluded there. Lin Yu would have simply extended some tokens of apology on his own, claiming that Lin Fan was undergoing a period of reflection. And both the disciples and junior sister Liang would have overlooked the incident out of respect for Lin Yu. Lin Fan's actions had rendered Lin Yu, his elder cousin, the most awkward in this predicament, caught in a bind with no escape. Chu Tianjun had already risen from his chair, recognizing that Lin Yu could no longer resolve the issue at hand. In the next moment, Chu Tianjun appeared in the pavilion, his voice preceding his arrival. "Lin Fan, do you not recognize your misstep?" Upon realizing the speaker was Chu Tianjun, everyone bowed in deference. "We pay our respects to the acting sect leader." Beside Lin Fan, the snow wolf was startled upon seeing Chu Tianjun, leaping into Lin Fan's embrace. The man and the wolf shared an unspoken understanding, as Lin Fan held the creature securely in his arms. While others greeted with clasped fists and bows, he merely inclined slightly, cradling the snow wolf. After performing his greeting, Lin Yu intended to speak favorably of Lin Fan and hastened towards Chu Tianjun. However, before he could finish, Chu Tianjun waved his hand dismissively, advancing step by step toward Lin Fan. The oppressive aura emanating from Chu Tianjun was formidable within the hearts of the disciples of Jiuxiao sect. He was akin to a deity, embodying an almost omnipotent presence. Consequently, even a prodigy like Lin Yu swallowed his words at the mere gesture of Chu Tianjun. "Do you recognize your mistake?" Chu Tianjun queried again as he approached within 10 paces of Lin Fan. The snow wolf in Lin Fan's arms trembled, while Lin Fan maintained a seemingly innocent and somewhat dazed demeanor. Noticing Lin Fan's silence, Chu Tianjun spoke again. "Are you aware that the sect has regulations against privately nurturing demonic beasts? You have not established a master-servant contract with this creature. What do you have to say for yourself?" Chu Tianjun's tone was not strictly accusatory, yet his words caused the expressions of the disciples in the pavilion to shift dramatically. The regulations of Jiuxiao sect were relatively lenient compared to other sects, but they still upheld certain fundamental rules. Disciples were permitted to capture and nurture spirit pets, and the sect even provided specialized techniques and talismans, provided that a master-servant contract was established regardless of the number of creatures cared for. Chu Tianjun had discerned from the outset that Lin Fan had not formed such a contract with the snow wolf, meaning it remained a free beast. "Xiaobai is not a beast, she is my friend," Lin Fan mustered the courage to assert, though he still felt immense pressure in the presence of Chu Tianjun. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, several disciples exchanged perplexed glances, while Chu Tianjun snorted derisively. "You truly value affection over reason. So this creature holds more importance than your fellow disciples?" Chu Tianjun's tone grew noticeably impatient, repeatedly referring to the snow wolf derogatorily. Perhaps they were too loud earlier, disturbing Xiaobai and causing her distress. Do they bear no fault? Lin Fan clenched his fists, sensing the wolf's unease, and summoned further courage to defend his stance. "What do you mean, Fan?" Lin Yu was drenched in cold sweat at Lin Fan's words. The other disciples simmered with rage. Had it not been for Chu Tianjun's presence, they might have unleashed their treasures in retaliation. "Silence! Are you implying that I, as the acting sect leader, am oppressing you without regard for the facts?" Chu Tianjun, rarely angered, was genuinely incensed at that moment. The disciples did not say such a thing. Lin Fan remained stubbornly defiant and aggrieved, as if no one in the world could understand his plight. for privately raising a demonic beast and injuring a fellow disciple. You are to kneel in front of the ancestral hall for 3 days and nights. As for this creature, it must perish. Chu Tianjun declared the resolution decisively, unwilling to engage in further debate with Lin Fan. As Chu Tianjun's voice faded, he cast a glance at the snow wolf cradled in Lin Fan's arms. With but a single look, the snow wolf's neck twisted, and it breathed its last. Onlookers marveled at the terrifying prowess of a deity-level warrior, while Lin Fan knelt in anguish on the ground, clutching the lifeless body of the snow wolf. No, Xiaobai. Xiaobai. No one could fathom the tumultuous emotions swirling within Lin Fan at that moment. But certainly, there was resentment, a sense of injustice, and an overwhelming feeling of humiliation. Chu Tianjun, with a flick of his sleeve, departed, having uttered his words. He ensured that disciples of the law enforcement hall would escort Lin Fan to kneel before the ancestral hall as punishment. The other disciples, having said all that needed to be said, left without further comment. Although they harbored discontent towards Lin Fan, with Chu Tianjun having already vented their grievances, they had no desire to trouble him further. Barely had Chu Tianjun returned to the peach grove when the couple Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua arrived together. They knelt outside Chu Tianjun's courtyard, bowing their heads as they spoke. As parents, we have failed in our guidance. We beseech you to punish us on behalf of the sect master. Enough. In the future, keep a close watch on Lin Fan. This child, though he appears simple-hearted, is, in truth, quite narrow-minded. Do not allow him to become a source of calamity for the sect, Chu Tianjun advised gravely, refraining from directing his ire towards Lin Fan's mentors. Thank you for your understanding, esteemed master. We shall ensure strict guidance henceforth, Zhou Qingfeng replied hastily, recognizing that Chu Tianjun's leniency was already a significant concession. The couple returned to Qinsa Peak with heavy hearts, while Lin Fan was already being punished by kneeling before the ancestral hall. Reflecting on recent events, Li Wanhua paced within their home and suddenly spoke with a grave expression. Ever since he returned from the front lines of Yuzhou, there has indeed been a change in Fanner. Could it be that he has been possessed? That is unlikely. If he were truly possessed, the sect master would not simply have slain a beast, Zhou Qingfeng countered, dismissing Li Wanhua's concern. Nevertheless, he too was deeply troubled and began to feel that his young disciple was becoming increasingly unfamiliar. Chapter 75. The 9 Lives Battle Armor. Chu Tianjun paid no heed to Lin Fan's punishment of kneeling. Instead, he reflected upon the recent events, particularly the slaying of the snow wolf, Xiaobai. Chu Tianjun concluded that Lin Fan's fortuitous luck seemed to apply solely to himself, leaving those around him devoid of such fortune. However, while Chu Tianjun remained indifferent to Lin Fan, others were concerned for him. In the afternoon, Lin Fan knelt outside the ancestral hall, and by evening, a figure appeared in the distant woods, observing him from afar. Soon, the night sky unleashed its rain. Yet the silhouette in the trees lingered, as if silently keeping Lin Fan company. At this moment, Lin Fan knelt in the rain, his head bowed, resembling a protagonist from a tale of suffering and humiliation. His hands were tightly clenched, his nails piercing into his palms, drawing blood that mingled with the rainwater beneath him, evoking a palpable sense of anguish. Third senior brother, do you intend to accompany him in this manner for 3 days and nights? Another figure emerged from the woods, holding an umbrella. Tian Shaoyi. The third senior brother she referred to was naturally Lin Yu. She wished to shelter him from the rain. But Lin Yu waved his hand in refusal. It is all my fault. I have become too absorbed in my cultivation over the past 2 years and have failed to guide Xiao Fan properly, leading him to commit these errors. That spirit beast, the snow wolf, was captured by me from the northern region. The day he first laid eyes on it, he was captivated. Had I witnessed him forge a pact with the spirit beast, perhaps today's events could have been avoided. Lin Yu stood, allowing the rain to wash over him, engulfed in deep remorse, believing that Lin Fan's present state was a reflection of his shortcomings as an elder brother. Third senior brother, how can this be your fault? You have done more than enough. We, your fellow disciples, have witnessed your efforts towards Xiao Fan. It is he who has always taken things for granted. Frankly, we feel it is unjust for you. Has he even acknowledged your plight today? Why must you bear this burden? Tian Shaoyi spoke with a hint of indignation. In truth, Tian Shaoyi had once shared a close bond with Lin Fan, being the youngest disciple of the Qinsa Peak. However, since his return from Yuzhou last year, Lin Fan had gradually distanced himself from his senior brothers and sisters, as they sometimes pointed out his faults, which he interpreted as a deliberate estrangement from them. Lin Yu sighed. You see, Xiao Fan possesses a strong sense of pride. Although he appears simple and honest, his thoughts are intricate, and his heart is fragile. My presence beside him might only reinforce his feelings of inadequacy. Tian Shaoi chose not to argue further, feeling only pity for Lin Yu, this exceptionally talented third senior brother. If she had such a remarkable brother, she would feel as if living in a dream. Yet here was Lin Fan, oblivious to the blessings he possessed. As night deepened and the rain intensified, Lin Yu remained hidden, steadfastly accompanying Lin Fan. However, by midnight, another figure emerged. Lin Yu was the first to notice the newcomer, an elegant woman holding an umbrella. What brings her here? Could it be that she is connected to Lin Fan? Lin Yu recognized the visitor as Jiang Qingyao, the sole direct disciple of Lu Qingxue. Jiang Qingyao appeared beside Lin Fan, holding an umbrella, and soon Lin Fan realized that the raindrops had ceased falling upon him. He looked up to find Jiang Qingyao gazing down at him. This scene was indeed a picturesque moment. Too bad Chu Tianjun was not present, or he might have doubted his inclination to play the role of the villain within the sect. Senior sister Jiang. Lin Fan murmured softly. Little Fan, junior brother. Jiang Qingyao replied. Xiaobai is gone, my friend is dead. You still have me. Lin Yu felt it was best to retreat, as such a scene was ill-suited for a third party. He felt genuinely happy for Lin Fan. Even his gaze towards Jiang Qingyao transformed into one akin to that of a brother-in-law. Jiang Qingyao remained by Lin Fan's side until the rain ceased, while Lin Yu did not depart. For cultivators, 3 days passed swiftly, and this punishment was merely symbolic. Even after a night of rain, it could not inflict any harm on Lin Fan, who was at the Golden Core stage. In the subsequent days, Lin Fan secluded himself, and surprisingly, no disturbances arose. Chu Tianjun paid little attention to him. As the acting sect leader, he rather wished Lin Fan would create some trouble, for that would provide him a legitimate reason to intervene. He could either expel Lin Fan from the sect or eliminate him on the spot. This is my sect. I make the decisions. Regardless of the so-called child of destiny, if one wishes to cause mischief in the shadows, they have miscalculated. This was also the reason why Chu Tianjun initially devised plans for the Jiuxiao sect's rebirth, consolidating absolute power in his hands. Days later, the Tianxian peak was enveloped in radiant light as spiritual energy surged, though no heavenly tribulation descended. Everyone understood that the real person of the Misty Moon had returned to the nascent soul realm. Chu Tianjun emerged from the peach grove, leisurely flying to the Jiuxiao Great Hall. Many witnessed this moment, soon followed by the Misty Moon ascending to the Great Hall as well. Henceforth, the Misty Moon would be the true disciple of the Jiuxiao sect, presiding over Tianxian Peak. Quickly, Chu Tianjun's voice resonated through the Jiuxiao Great Hall. The conferral of the Misty Moon as a true disciple was the most perfunctory in history. Yet as she was a second-time nascent soul, there may be possibilities for third, fourth, or even further ascents. Therefore, those in the know felt it was of little consequence. It seemed the acting sect leader and the real person of the Misty Moon had reconciled their differences. Was there a chance for them to become partners on the path? The nature of gossip does not wane with cultivation. At this moment, from the nascent soul realists to the Qi refining disciples, all within the Jiuxiu sect were buzzing with rumors. Inside the Jiuxiu Great Hall, 2 pairs of eyes met, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Can I still call you Tianjun? The Misty Moon was the first to break the silence. MHM, Chu Tianjun nodded in response. May I become your partner on the path? The Misty Moon then inquired. Chu Tianjun nearly choked, as the situation seemed to be veering into uncharted territory. Of course, this transformation in the Misty Moon was not without cause. It was influenced by Ning Qiuzi. Perhaps it was a grand scheme laid out by Ning Qiuzi from the very beginning. Fortunately, Chu Tianjun was ultimately a true monarch of transformation and, unlike before, his understanding had deepened significantly. He felt no embarrassment, nor did he regard Rong Yue with a cold demeanor. And he certainly did not exhibit the disdain he once had. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he earnestly inquired, have you elevated unforgettable thoughts to great prayer technique? Rong Yue nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, Chu Tianjun smiled and, with a meaningful gaze directed at Rong Yue, remarked, given that, do I have any choice left? Hearing this, Rong Yue was filled with joy and was about to respond when she was interrupted by Chu Tianjun. He continued, while this may also be a potential outcome in the future, it ultimately requires a process. Shall we leave it to fate? Your words alone suffice. Rong Yue nodded contentedly. In the near future, I shall announce my union with Qingxue as partners. Chu Tianjun added. It is all my fault. I was delayed. Rong Yue expressed with a hint of regret. clarifying that it was not jealousy towards Lu Qingxue, but rather her own concern. Yet, despite the delay, she had finally arrived. Chu Tianjun approached Rong Yue, and as he neared her, he turned his palm, revealing a mini armor enveloped in radiance. This is for you. It contains enough pure energy for an ordinary cultivator to attempt the transformation stage several times. Aiding your swift recovery after employing Heavenly Demon 9 transformations, he presented the armor he had forged not long ago to Rong Yue. What shall we name it? Rong Yue joyfully accepted the armor, recognizing it as her first gift from Chu Tianjun, imbued with profound significance and clearly tailored for her. How about calling it the 9 Lives Battle Armor? Chu Tianjun suggested, while also seeking Rong Yue's opinion. I adore whatever you decide, she replied with a smile, for from the moment she stepped into the Jiuxiu Hall, her eyes had been solely fixed on Chu Tianjun. Chapter 76, Lin Fan begins his mischief on the day that Rong Yue returned to the nascent soul stage. Lu Qingxue also emerged from her seclusion. However, she did not undergo the divine transformation tribulation. When these two women, who initially had little in common, met, their gazes revealed a complex array of emotions. How far was she from the divine transformation stage? Chu Tianjun, ever concerned for Lu Qingxue, inquired immediately. Just the tribulation remains. Lu Qingxue replied succinctly. Are you afraid of the heart demon tribulation? Chu Tianjun continued to express his concern. Lu Qingxue refrained from answering, but Chu Tianjun promptly suggested, then let us wait until after the dual cultivation ceremony to undergo the tribulation. At this, Lu Qingxue felt a flush of shyness. Yet her joy was palpable as she nodded in agreement. On the second day following Rong Yue's return to the nascent soul stage, Chu Tianjun publicly announced that 3 days hence, he and Lu Qingxue would hold a dual cultivation ceremony, thereby binding themselves as Dao partners. This was a significant event for the Jiuxiao sect, marking a rare occasion of joy in many years. A Dao partner does not necessarily equate to a spouse. Thus, Lu Qingxue's status will not yet be that of the acting sect matriarch, but rather as the saintess of the Jiuxiao sect, now accompanied by the identity of Dao partner. Nonetheless, this status is very close to that of a wife, rendering the ceremony akin to a wedding. Naturally, the atmosphere was joyous, and nearly all disciples of the Jiuxiao sect were in attendance, including Ning Qiuzi, who had returned. Ning Qiuzi's mundane parents had consumed longevity elixirs, allowing them to live longer than ordinary mortals, and they had yet to pass away. However, Emperor Ning had long abdicated, with her nephew now ruling the throne, while Ning Qiuzi held the title of Grand Princess of the Regency. Upon her return, Ning Qiuzi sought to comprehend the events that had transpired within the Jiuxiao sect over the years. Upon learning of Lin Fan, the fortunate and peculiar individual who had befriended demonic beasts, allowing them to harm his fellow disciples without restraint, and adopting a nonchalant attitude, as if to say, my little white has no issues, the problem lies with those who were bitten, Ning Qiuzi could only disdainfully remark, does such a child of fortune look down upon your father or me? Although Ning Qiuzi paid little attention to Lin Fan, she was quite invested in Rong Yue. Why did father not directly show me the most likely outcome? She asked directly, believing it to be the optimal choice. Chu Tianjun responded straightforwardly, in truth, that is no longer significant. It will not become her heart demon. What remains concerns the matters between myself and Yu Xuanji. Sometimes, the optimal solution is not necessarily the most suitable. Upon hearing this, Ning Qiuzi fell silent. During the dual cultivation ceremony between Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue, Rong Yue displayed neither regret nor jealousy. She was actively involved in the proceedings, and having returned to the nascent soul stage, she had shed her previously aloof demeanor, exhibiting a remarkable transformation. After participating in the ceremony, Ning Qiuzi departed from the Jiuxiao sect, which once again returned to tranquility. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxue, invigorated by the joyful occasion, felt confident in her impending breakthrough to the divine transformation stage and sought guidance from Chu Tianjun regarding the nuances of this critical transition. It was an understatement to merely call it a consultation, for they were now partners in the Tao. Today, the hazy moon is also present, seeking counsel from Chu Tianjun. He is not inclined to refuse her, especially considering the potential for them to become Tao partners in the future. However, this encounter between Lu Qingxue and the hazy moon creates an atmosphere that feels somewhat off. Although they do not overtly display their rivalry in front of Chu Tianjun, their words inevitably carry an undertone of competition. Just as Chu Tianjun begins to feel a headache, Han Ningxiang's voice suddenly emerges from outside the courtyard. Chu Tianjun promptly invites Han Ningxiang in. This junior is the most sensible among them, and her arrival feels like a breath of fresh air for him. In the presence of this younger generation, Lu Qingxue and the hazy moon finally adopt a more dignified demeanor. Though this could also be viewed as a different kind of display. Han Ningxiang is the only disciple whom Chu Tianjun has exceptionally permitted to approach him directly at any time, and this decision has proven to be remarkably astute. Since Han Ningxiang's arrival at Jiuxiao Sect, the overall level of alchemy has ascended significantly. Over the years, she has engaged in numerous private discussions with Chu Tianjun, and he firmly believes that one day she will concoct pills potent enough for ordinary cultivators to break through to the transformation stage. With Han Ningxiang's growth, the prospect of her producing pills that could lead to ascension is not beyond the realm of possibility. Alchemical creations, in her hands, truly become a pathway that leads directly to the ultimate destination. What matter brings you here, my dear disciple Ningxiang? Chu Tianjun inquires, taking the initiative to ask her. Han Ningxiang, poised and graceful, stands a distance of 10 feet from him, first bowing respectfully to Chu Tianjun and then slightly gesturing to Lu Qingxue and the hazy moon. Finally, she addresses Chu Tianjun with utmost respect, saying, half an hour ago, there was a duel on the Tianjin platform among two fellow disciples, one of whom was severely injured. While treating this junior brother, I discovered that his injuries were peculiar. He has been corrupted internally by a force not recorded within our sect, specifically the blood demon power of the demonic path. Understanding the gravity of this matter, I have come to report it to you, Master. Is this true? Is the recording of the duel on the Tianjin platform still available? Chu Tianjun's expression turned serious upon hearing her words. Since the previous altercation involving Lin Fan and several Golden Core disciples, he established a Tianjin platform within the sect, essentially a stage for duels. Given the size of the sect, with thousands of disciples, some friction is inevitable. While the sect prohibits disciples from engaging in private combat, they may challenge one another on the Tianjin platform, where they can fight freely as long as they do not seek to kill. Since the establishment of the Tianjin platform, there have indeed been regular duels among the disciples, serving as an effective means of resolving grievances, and Chu Tianjun has never intervened in these matters. Regarding Han Ningxiang's mention of a force not recorded within the sect, she refers to the regulations pertaining to the cultivation of demonic arts by disciples of Jiuxiao Sect. Since the sect's rebirth, significant modifications have been made to the rules, which can only be described as exceedingly lenient, allowing disciples to cultivate demonic arts. However, there are certain restrictions, whether acquired from the sect or obtained externally. Any cultivation of demonic arts must first be reported to the sect. Those arts that can awaken a cultivator's potential or temporarily unleash power, or those that can corroborate with orthodox techniques, are permitted for cultivation. Even now, the Jiuxiao sect has dedicated halls for the study of demonic cultivation techniques. In summary, the Jiuxiao sect is capable of practicing those techniques that belong to the chaotic yet orderly evil faction, and the sect even offers guidance and assistance to its disciples. Upon hearing this, Han Ningxiang immediately cast a series of incantations, conjuring a water mirror that began to replay the duel between two disciples on the Tianjin platform. Why is it him again? Chu Tianjun recognized one of the figures as Lin Fan the moment he saw the scene. While Long Yue had never encountered Lin Fan, and Lu Qingxue was still unaware of the incident involving the snow wolf, Xiaobai, both were filled with curiosity and gazed intently at the reenacted duel. The duel itself was quite straightforward. Lin Fan engaged in combat with a late-stage Golden Core disciple. From the footage, it was evident that Lin Fan exerted little effort, while his opponent suffered a painful defeat. Judging solely by this duel, Lin Fan exhibited remarkable skill. After all, overcoming an adversary from a minor realm with such ease marked him as a prodigy, endowed with extraordinary potential. Why did they ascend the Tianjin platform? After viewing the scene, Chu Tianjun inquired again. Han Ningxiang promptly replied. The injured disciple had reported a few days prior that he witnessed Lin Fan clandestinely meeting with a female cultivator of the demonic path at night by the mountainside. However, Lin Fan did not admit to it, and the enforcement hall found no evidence. Thus, Lin Fan requested a duel on the Tianjin platform against this disciple. Chu Tianjun remained silent. The matter appeared quite straightforward. Indeed, the Jiuxiao sect is a rational sect, and without evidence, they would not easily accuse Lin Fan of colluding with demons. Ningxiang, send my orders for Lin Fan to report to the discipline hall for questioning. I shall personally interrogate him, setting aside the matter of his alleged liaison with the female demon cultivator. It is a fact that he has been practicing and utilizing unregistered demonic techniques, Chu Tianjun stated solemnly. Through the footage of the duel on the Tianjin platform, he had already concluded that Lin Fan had secretly cultivated demonic arts. Chapter 77. This child must not be allowed to remain. Han Ningxiang immediately took her leave upon receiving the order. Soon, many disciples of the Jiuxiao sect made their way to the discipline hall, and the news of Lin Fan's unauthorized practice of demonic arts quickly spread like wildfire. Chu Tianjun did not hasten to the discipline hall, for it was illogical for a deputy sect master to await the errant disciples of the sect. Observing the curiosity of Lu Qingxue and Long Yue, he recounted how Lin Fan had joined the Jiuxiao sect. The extraordinary and ominous fortune that had led him to shine brilliantly in the sect's grand competition, and the recent incident involving the snow wolf, Xiaobai, injuring someone. What do you think of this child? After concluding his narrative, Chu Tianjun turned to Lu Qingxue and Long Yue, seeking their opinions. Lu Qingxue was the first to speak. During the sect competition, I found this child quite suspicious. To think he privately raised demonic beasts and injured a fellow disciple while feigning victimhood, such a person will inevitably bring disaster to the sect. Long Yue, eager to express her own views, quickly interjected after a brief pause from Lu Qingxue. Practicing demonic arts without permission has already violated sect rules. This alone is grounds for expulsion. Furthermore, as Tianjun has mentioned, this child's character is deeply flawed. He indeed poses a risk to the sect. Chu Tianjun could not help but find amusement in the competitive spirit of the two women, and so, he inquired of them both simultaneously. This child must not be allowed to remain. Lu Qingxue and Long Yue spoke in unison, their agreement on the matter strikingly harmonious. Then let us proceed to the discipline hall together, Chu Tianjun suggested, rising to invite both women along. Upon his arrival at the discipline hall, he found it already surrounded by a throng of people, with several nascent soul cultivators and their direct disciples gathered within. Lin Fan stood at the center of the hall, his head bowed, appearing as though he had suffered great injustice. Chu Tianjun walked directly to the main seat and took his place, prompting the disciples inside and outside the hall to bow in respect. Lin Fan, have you been practicing demonic arts without permission? Chu Tianjun inquired promptly after sitting down. All eyes turned to Lin Fan, especially those of Lin Yu and the couple Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhu, who were visibly anxious, hoping for Lin Fan's well-being. In the next moment, Lin Fan quietly uttered a single word, yes. While the sect did not prohibit disciples from practicing demonic arts, they were required to report beforehand, disclosing the origins and nature of the techniques. Are you aware of this rule? Chu Tianjun's tone was calm, showing no overt hostility towards Lin Fan. Yes, Lin Fan replied with straightforwardness, appearing quite composed at that moment. Many observers anticipated a twist in the unfolding drama, speculating whether Lin Fan had a justification for his actions. Knowing this, why did you proceed nonetheless? Do you have any explanation to offer? Chu Tianjun had yet to show any anger. Even granting Lin Fan the opportunity to clarify his actions, Lin Yu gazed anxiously at Lin Fan, his eyes frantically urging him to explain. However, Lin Fan paid no heed to Lin Yu. He appeared both aggrieved and obstinate, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Chu Tianjun and calmly stating, I cannot disclose the origins of this technique. It is a promise made with a senior. Yet, I assure you, I have never used this technique to harm my fellow disciples, nor have I committed any heinous acts. Chu Tianjun once again perceived Lin Fan's aberrant reasoning. At this moment, the disciples of the Nine Clouds sect began to murmur among themselves. The majority scoffed at Lin Fan's explanation, yet a few expressed admiration for his fidelity to his word. Nevertheless, Chu Tianjun, with a tone laced with sarcasm, inquired, so, in your mind, is your agreement with an enigmatic demonic cultivator greater than the regulations of our sect? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan visibly faltered, his expression darkening. The sect's disciples, who had previously leaned towards Lin Fan, suddenly realized that in situations of conflict, making a choice often signifies allegiance to one side. Lin Fan's decision to conceal the truth suggested that he regarded the sect standing as inferior to that of a demonic cultivator. Rebellious disciple, will you not confess? The sect does not covet your technique. Speak honestly. If your conscience is clear, what is there to hide? Seeing Lin Fan remain silent, his master, Zhou Qingfeng, hastily admonished him. Despite the stern tone, it was evident to discerning eyes that he was attempting to protect Lin Fan. Brother Fan, this world is treacherous. How can you be certain that the demonic cultivator harbors no ulterior motives? The sect would never harm you. If there is something you wish to disclose, please speak up. Lin Yu urged anxiously, genuinely concerned for Lin Fan's well-being, and their words held considerable merit. Regrettably, Lin Fan maintained his demeanor, as if none of them comprehended his plight. He clenched his fists and lowered his head, appearing profoundly wronged. Lin Fan, we do not have time to waste. I shall ask you one last time. Will you confess? Chu Tianjun's voice had grown impatient. He was disinterested in indulging Lin Fan's stubbornness any longer. With gritted teeth, Lin Fan raised his gaze to Chu Tianjun, his eyes resolute, and pronounced each word, I will not. The two syllables felt as if they took an eternity to utter, embodying a spirit of defiance amidst a multitude. Rebellious disciple, has your mind become muddled? You are truly infuriating. Zhou Qingfeng, a perfected Yuanian cultivator and typically a refined individual, was now beside himself with frustration. Li Wanhu, looking at her beloved disciple, felt a wave of sorrow that nearly brought her to tears. However, overwhelmed with grief, this motherly figure found herself at a loss for words. Xiaofan, do you understand what you are doing? You have disappointed me greatly. Lin Yu clutched his chest in exasperation, feeling an overwhelming urge to slap his cousin. Yet, for the first time, Lin Fan regarded Lin Yu with a look of disdain, as if to convey that they could not possibly understand him. Thus, from this day forth, Lin Fan is to be expelled from the sect, and all gifts bestowed by the sect shall be revoked. Suddenly, the formidable voice of Chu Tianjun reverberated, expelling Lin Fan from the sect. As soon as Chu Tianjun's words fell, he raised his hand, preparing to seize the belongings of the Jiuxiao sect that belonged to Lin Fan, including the 3 meridian opening pills he had already consumed. However, before Chu Tianjun could act, a voice unexpectedly broke the tense silence. Uncle Master, please quell your anger. I, as a disciple, vow upon my life that junior brother Lin Fan holds no treachery against the sect. I beseech you to grant him another chance. At that moment, someone had actually stepped forward to plead for Lin Fan, and this individual was none other than Jiang Qingyao, the sole disciple of Lu Qingxue, whom Chu Tianjun was quite familiar with. Chu Tianjun, lacking omniscience, was taken aback by Jiang Qingyao's sudden intercession. At this moment, Lu Qingxue clenched her fist, her gaze towards her disciple one of profound disappointment. Chu Tianjun remained silent, casting a glance at Lu Qingxue. Sensing his penetrating gaze, her expression wavered, but she soon sighed, shaking her head in resignation, turning her head aside in disappointment, signaling to Chu Tianjun that the decision rested with him. Jiang Qingyao, the sect has invested countless resources in you. Is your life merely to be squandered for this? Chu Tianjun's tone was laced with frustration. Jiang Qingyao trembled slightly. Yet she was resolute in her devotion, summoning her courage to declare, I believe in Lin Fan, and I implore you, Uncle Master, to show mercy. If you believe in Lin Fan, then you do not believe in the sect. Thus, today, I shall expel you as well. Without hesitation, Chu Tianjun proclaimed, leaving everyone present in a state of disbelief. Chapter 78. I want you all to accompany me to the grave. Everyone was aware of the affection that Chu Tianjun, the acting sect leader, held for Jiang Qingyao. It was a sentiment that extended to all associated with her. Furthermore, with Lu Qingxue now being his Dao partner, it was not an exaggeration to regard Jiang Qingyao as one of Chu Tianjun's disciples. However, the sudden expulsion of Jiang Qingyao from the sect by Chu Tianjun was an unforeseen turn of events, shocking even Jiang Qingyao herself. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she witnessed Chu Tianjun extend his hand, causing the autumn water sword to soar from her possession and hover before him. With a mere tightening of his fingers, the sword was subjected to an inexplicable force, transforming into its original materials. This was another application of the great creation technique, which transcended mere manipulation of internal energies. It was a divine ability that had touched upon the very fabric of reality. Thus, the autumn water sword ceased to exist in this world. In that instant, Jiang Qingyao's complexion turned ashen. With a look of despair, she turned to Lu Qingxue and bowed her head, calling out, Master, do not address me as your master. Our bond as teacher and disciple has come to an end. As for the gifts I have bestowed upon you over the years, consider them a recompense for the many times you have called me master. It is best that I never see you again, Lu Qingxue responded, her expression grim. She chose to uphold Chu Tianjun's decision rather than plead for Jiang Qingyao. Jiang Qingyao had not anticipated such a conclusion. In that moment, it felt as though all strength had been drained from her, and she collapsed onto the ground, no longer resembling the exalted saint she once was. Chu Tianjun did not glance at her pitiable state. Instead, he reached out toward Lin Fan. His grasp did not extract anything tangible from Lin Fan. Yet Lin Fan sensed an inexplicable essence vanish from within him. Having already consumed the refined elixir, the great creation technique could not restore what was lost. This time, it was the great devouring technique employed to consume the 3 meridian pills that had enhanced Lin Fan's cultivation potential. Leave, Chu Tianjun stated, his hands clasped behind his back after completing his actions. As for the other treasures Lin Fan possessed, some gifted by the couple Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua, others bestowed by his cousin Lin Yu, and some acquired by Lin Fan himself, Chu Tianjun did not confiscate them, for as a distinguished true monarch, he held little regard for such trivial possessions. At that moment, Lin Fan's gaze no longer concealed his resentment. It was a raw, unrefined bitterness. Yet, he refrained from any outrageous actions, instead bending down to assist Jiang Qingyao before striding out of the Hall of Discipline, undeterred by the surrounding onlookers. With his cultivation intact, Lin Fan and Jiang Qingyao departed through the air, and soon, the members of the Jiuxiao sect began to disperse. Knowing that this incident would be a topic of fervent discussion for a long time to come, Chu Tianjun escorted Lu Qingxue back to Qingxue Peak, this time without the presence of Longhua. Qingxue, you do not hold any resentment towards me, do you? Upon reaching Lu Qingxue's chambers, Chu Tianjun inquired, seeking to address the matter of Jiang Qingyao's expulsion. The elder brother was right. That girl so fervently defended Lin Fan, indicating that in her heart, Lin Fan surpassed the sect. Yet, she seems to have forgotten that it was the sect that invested countless resources into her, and all her current achievements stem from the sect's support. Since she has made her choice, it would be better to sever ties sooner rather than later to prevent future troubles for the sect. I must admit my negligence in managing her. Lu Qingxue felt deep regret, but did not lament Jiang Qingyao's expulsion from the sect. If given the choice, she would likely have dealt with it similarly to Chu Tianjun. After all, in Lu Qingxue's mind, the sect held a higher status than any disciple. She had once severed her ties with the revered Zhujian Jinren for the sake of the Jiuxiao sect. Let go of your burdens and cultivate your divine transformation swiftly. I shall assist you, Chu Tianjun remarked, choosing not to mention Jiang Qingyao or Lin Fan any further. At this moment, Lin Fan and Jiang Qingyao had already departed from the confines of Jiuxiao Mountain, yet a glance back revealed the towering peaks that seemed to pierce the heavens. One day, I shall make your entire sect pay for the loss of Xiaobai, Lin Fan suddenly uttered with ferocity. Initially, Jiang Qingyao, lost in her thoughts, flinched at his words, as she held a genuine affection for Lin Fan, though it was for the unpretentious version of him. The current Lin Fan felt foreign to her. Jiang Qingyao was willing to charge into battle for love, even sacrificing her status as the sole disciple of the Holy Maiden, which she could accept. However, Lin Fan's recent declaration starkly contrasted with her values. Jiang Qingyao was aware of the situation with Xiaobai. She had witnessed Lin Fan's profound sorrow over it for more than half a month, which was part of the reason for her affection. Yet, the notion of having the entire Jiuxiao sect mourn for Xiaobai struck her as excessive. Xiao Fan, where are we headed now? Jiang Qingyao asked, hoping that Lin Fan's words had been spoken in anger. To the southern region. I must cultivate to the nascent soul stage as swiftly as possible. I have heard that in about a year, the enlightenment fruit of the sacred demon sect will ripen. If I can seize it, with the protection of the demon Lord Ji Xuanyu, within 10 years, that old scoundrel Chu will not stand a chance against me. The humiliation of today, I shall repay 100-fold, Lin Fan declared, his voice brimming with animosity, yet his thoughts were exceptionally clear and his goals distinctly outlined. In that moment, Lin Fan appeared as a different person, shedding any semblance of naivety. Jiang Qingyao felt a sense of disorientation. She instinctively knew she shouldn't be acting this way, as she was the direct disciple of the Holy Maiden of the righteous Jiuxiao sect. What would it mean to join the demonic path? Yet, the next moment, Lin Fan took her hand and asked, Qingyao, will you stay by my side? This was the first time Lin Fan had held her hand, and she felt as if she were floating. Unconsciously, she nodded and shyly uttered an MHM. Soon after, the two swiftly departed from Jiuxiao sect, heading towards the southern region. By evening, Lin Yu returned to Qinsa Peak, lost and despondent. Even though Lin Fan had been expelled from the sect, he was still his cousin, and he had sought him but found no trace. Upon seeing Lin Yu's return, his fellow disciples at Qinsa Peak hesitated to speak. Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua, the couple, were clearly waiting, and they discerned everything from Lin Yu's expression. Did you not find him? Zhou Qingfeng's voice was laced with a hint of anger. Lin Yu nodded, his face reflecting disappointment. The fact that he was unwilling to meet even Yu suggests that their fateful connection has truly come to an end. Alas, this is all a choice he has made, and henceforth, let each walk their own path. Zhou Qingfeng sighed. Chu Tianjun's expulsion of Lin Fan from the sect was entirely justified. The individuals from Qinsa Peak remained silent, harboring no grievances against Chu Tianjun. Yet they still cherished their bond with Lin Fan. However, the fact that Lin Fan was unwilling to even meet with them indicated that he no longer held Qinsa Peak, nor his master and fellow disciples, in his heart. 2 days later, ominous clouds gathered atop Qingxue Peak as the tribulation of transformation descended, marking Lu Qingshue's tribulation of divine transformation, a process that lasted a full fortnight. Throughout this ordeal, Chu Tianjun refrained from intervening, yet he remained vigilant at Qingxue Peak. Perhaps it was due to Lu Qingshue's inherently pure disposition or her lack of inner turmoil that no demonic tribulation manifested. After 2 weeks, the heavenly tribulation dissipated, yet Lu Qingxue had not emerged. Furthermore, Chu Tianjun observed a drastic drop in temperature across Qingxue Peak, as if the very space had been encased in ice. Additionally, although the tribulation had ceased, numerous spherical bolts of lightning appeared on Qingxue Peak, each imbued with destructive power. Yet, within these spheres of lightning, there seemed to dwell a vibrant vitality, as if miniature worlds were in gestation. It was a remarkably paradoxical force, a coexistence of destruction and life, which even left Chu Tianjun in awe. Chapter 79. The protagonist's treatment. Senior brother, I have comprehended the supreme divine art, the great icebound technique. Yet I feel there is something lacking concerning the thunder-related divine arts. However, the Thunder Emperor armor has undergone a transformation, said Lu Qingxue. After more than half a year, she finally emerged, having ascended to the realm of a true monarch in the god transformation stage. As she spoke, her primordial spirit materialized behind her, wielding a purple lightning spear and adorned in the esteemed Thunder Emperor armor, which now appeared even more regal. This is splendid. I can now embark on my quest for enlightenment with peace of mind, chuckled Chu Tianjun, pleased by Lu Qingshue's growth. Shall I accompany you, senior brother? I can be of assistance now, Lu Qingxue said, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Chu Tianjun. It would be best for you to remain at the sect. I no longer fear Ji Xuanyu, Chu Tianjun replied decisively, exuding an aura of formidable confidence. Though Lu Qingxue felt a tinge of regret, she acquiesced to his decision. Calculating the time, the enlightenment fruit would soon be ripe within a month or two, prompting Chu Tianjun to prepare for his journey to the sacred demon sect in the southern region. However, before departing from the Nine Heavens Sect, he unexpectedly found himself alone outside the ancestral hall. He did not enter, but merely gazed at the hall and muttered aimlessly, "Old ancestor Su Nujerzi, I am leaving." There was no response, not even a whisper of the old ancestor's presence. Chu Tianjun shrugged, smiling faintly before transforming into a streak of light and departing. Shortly thereafter, he arrived in the southern region, making his way directly to the sacred demon sect. This time, he did not alter his aura at all, and the immense pressure of the god transformation stage allowed him to reach the foot of the sacred demon sect without encountering any resistance. In just 3 short years, you no longer bother to feign it. It seems you have made significant progress. At the foot of the sacred demon sect, a familiar figure blocked Chu Tianjun's path. It was Yu Jiu, still bearing that harmless demeanor, accompanied by a faint smile. You have long known I am not of the demonic path. Chu Tianjun halted and replied, his tone more declarative than interrogative. There are only a few in the demonic path at the god transformation stage, and I have encountered them all. There is no need for guessing. I know who you are, Yu Jiu said calmly. Are you here to hinder my ascent? Chu Tianjun asked with a smile. Yu Jiu shook his head. I am merely here to observe the spectacle. I have no conflict of interest with you. Why would I obstruct your ascent? Chu Tianjun found some sense in Yu Jiu's words. Those of the demonic path cannot be judged by common logic, yet the principle of self-interest remains fundamental. Thus, Yu Jiu's reasoning seemed sound. As for Yu Jiu's identity, Chu Tianjun surmised he might be a disciple of Ji Xuanyu or similar, though such details held little importance. If they were not adversaries, then peace could be maintained. Should they become foes, they would settle it in battle. Here to observe? Are you watching me seize the enlightenment fruit? Chu Tianjun continued his ascent, engaging Yu Jiu in conversation as he walked. This here is particularly lively. Do you know who previously claimed the enlightenment fruit? Yu Jiu naturally fell into step beside Chu Tianjun, their exchange reminiscent of two ordinary individuals enjoying a leisurely outing. Chu Tianjun remained silent for a moment before Yu Jiu spoke up. It is indeed the first holy sun, and this time the competition is exceedingly fierce. The holy path has seen numerous prodigies emerge in recent years, several of whom possess spiritual bodies. Notably, a young fellow named Lin Fan has risen with remarkable strength. Today, the three holy sons will determine their standings, with the most formidable among them obtaining the fruit of enlightenment. Lin Fan, has he already become a holy son? Chu Tianjun responded with a calm demeanor, though he was not particularly surprised. He had anticipated that Lin Fan, with such fortuitous luck, would soon make a significant impact. However, Chu Tianjun had his own designs. Quite frankly, he felt lethargic about eliminating anyone who did not exhibit prodigious talent. Do you know him? Yu Jiu inquired, her tone equally composed. Previously, he could barely be considered half my disciple. About a year ago, I expelled him from the sect. The remnant soul of the blood slaughter venerable was likely seized by him. To be honest, he is indeed more suited for the southern domain. Chu Tianjun remarked with a smile, as if recounting an amusing tale about someone else's sect. You are remarkably candid. However, I still wish to witness the spectacle. Could you perhaps tone it down a bit? You're practically broadcasting the identity of the Nine Clouds Sect's leader across your face, Yu Jiu pointedly noted, marking her first request for Chu Tianjun to take action. My friend, times have changed. The old tricks no longer resonate with the hearts of the people. I believe honesty is the best policy. Chu Tianjun nodded, stating this while his aura had already transformed into that of a legitimate practitioner of the demonic path. His appearance even altered. If you can seize the fruit of enlightenment, I shall be forthright with you as well, Yu Jiu responded joyfully, clearly appreciative of Chu Tianjun's discretion in not brazenly approaching the holy demonic sect. Agreed. It's settled, Chu Tianjun affirmed, seemingly formulating a plan in his mind. Though Chu Tianjun had never been to the demonic holy sect, Yu Jiu appeared quite familiar with the surroundings. The two effortlessly ascended to the mountaintop, where magnificent palaces loomed, and in the distance, a colossal ancient tree radiated a faint golden light. That is the tree of enlightenment, and directly beneath it lies the plaza of the holy sect. By now, the holy sons and holy maidens should already be engaged in combat, Yu Jiu elucidated, gesturing toward the distant scene. The two then transformed into beams of light, descending upon the plaza of the holy sect. The area was vast, even larger than the mountaintop platform of the Nine Clouds Sect, and it was teeming with people. At the center of the venue, within a barrier, two late-stage nascent soul practitioners of the demonic path were locked in battle. Now, as Chu Tianjun observed these nascent soul practitioners clashing, it felt akin to watching children fight. His gaze swiftly shifted from the duel to a youth clad in black amidst the crowd. The youth in black was none other than Lin Fan, whose aura had transformed drastically since his time at the Nine Clouds Sect. Previously, Lin Fan was the kind of individual easily overlooked in a crowd, but now, even among thousands, he stood out strikingly. Such extraordinary fortune. Has he truly ascended from late-stage golden core to late-stage nascent soul in just a year? Upon discerning Lin Fan's cultivation level, Chu Tianjun was taken aback. Such speed surpassed even his own experiences, bordering on the unbelievable. Have you spotted Lin Fan? Not only is he profoundly skilled, but he is also one of the three esteemed sons of the holy sect. Beside him, he is flanked by admirers. And the girl clad in white who accompanies him. Could she be one of your disciples or descendants? Do you see that girl in yellow a short distance away? She is Shu Chan, another of the three esteemed sons, and currently, she is also a beloved companion of Lin Fan. Yu Jiu chatters incessantly, clearly the type who revels in gossip, and she seems quite well acquainted with Lin Fan. Jiang Qingyao, originally the sole direct disciple of the holy maiden Lu Qingxue from the Jiuxiao sect, stands amidst the intertwining paths of righteousness and demonic ways. Lin Fan resembles a protagonist from a tale, evoking envy in others. Chu Tianjun bears no resemblance to someone who once shared a close bond with Jiang Qingyao. Rather, he appears to be a mere bystander, enjoying the spectacle. Chapter 80. Reunion with Celestial Artifacts. It is rumored that Lin Fan wishes to take Ji Xuanyu as his master. However, considering Ji Xuanyu's esteemed status, it is inconceivable that she would accept a disciple abandoned by his sect. Yet, it seems that fortune smiles upon this fellow, as if the entire world's benefits are destined for him. Jiao appears to harbor a dislike for Lin Fan, and it is evident that she possesses considerable knowledge. Chu Tianjun cast a surprised glance at Jiao. For those who understand Ji Xuanyu's thoughts are undoubtedly few. Too much of a good thing can be detrimental. Reaping all the advantages may not necessarily be favorable, Chu Tianjun remarked with profound significance. At that moment, the contest between two demonic nascent soul cultivators had concluded, one emerging defeated. Shortly thereafter, another formidable male cultivator from the demonic sect stepped onto the arena. Chu Tianjun discerned that although this newly appeared cultivator was merely at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, his strength rivaled that of the transformation stage, indicating he was likely one of the rising prodigies of recent years. The era of great contention speaks not only of the eastern region but encompasses the entirety of this world. The southern region has also produced numerous talents. This was Wan Songyun, one of the three great saints, and soon Lin Fan would take the stage. Jiao aptly remarked beside Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjun nodded in silence as Wan Songyun began his duel with the previous victor. It was evident that the two were not on the same level. And in a mere moment, Wan Songyun emerged victorious. "I shall go next," Lin Fan declared loudly, stepping up to face Wan Songyun. In terms of individual prowess, among the three, Xu Chan was the strongest, followed by Lin Fan, while Wan Songyun ranked the lowest, Jiao noted in a timely fashion. At this juncture, Lin Fan was still attempting to play clever tricks. Such individuals are destined to falter in their journey. Chu Tianjun's gaze fell upon Lin Fan, recognizing that he was eager to challenge Wan Songyun immediately after his bout, indicating that there was no lack of cunning involved. As Chu Tianjun finished his observation, Lin Fan took the initiative to engage Wan Songyun in combat. The confrontation between these three great saints was markedly different from earlier encounters. As all eyes swiftly turned toward the two prodigies, their strengths comparable to that of the transformation stage. And what do you predict the outcome will be? This time, however, Jiao did not watch Lin Fan and Wan Songyun, but rather curiously inquired of Chu Tianjun. In this match, Lin Fan will triumph. Xu Chan will not contend with him. I suspect she will concede voluntarily. If all goes as anticipated, Lin Fan will effortlessly obtain the Dao fruit. Chu Tianjun articulated, as if reciting a script detailing the events to unfold. He and Jiao conversed freely, yet those nearby remained oblivious to their exchange. Primarily due to the vast disparity in their strengths, the two had no desire for others to overhear them. Is there truly to be an unexpected turn of events? Jiao asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. I shall be that unexpected twist, Chu Tianjun responded directly. The ensuing series of events transpired swiftly, and indeed, as Chu Tianjun had foretold, Wan Songyun fell to Lin Fan, with a significant portion of his vitality drained. Even if the once prominent prodigy were to recuperate, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to advance to the transformation stage. This was also the first time Chu Tianjun witnessed Lin Fan employ the great blood sorcery. It must be said that this divine ability bears some resemblance to the great devouring technique. The great bloodthirst technique can absorb any vital energy to strengthen itself, yet it is limited solely to life force. Thus, the great devouring technique remains superior. Following Wan Songyun's defeat, all eyes turned to the figure clad in yellow robes. Xu Chan, who, under the gaze of the crowd, approached Lin Fan. In this moment of collective attention, both were the most formidable disciples of the demonic path. Truly a match of talent and beauty. However, Chu Tianjun and Jiao, who harbored disdain for Lin Fan, would have preferred to shower them with petals to enhance the atmosphere. Just as the ambience reached a crescendo, Xu Chan suddenly proclaimed, I concede. The enlightenment fruit should rightfully belong to Lin Fan. This declaration left everyone, save for Chu Tianjun and Jiao, in disbelief, particularly as Jiang Qingyao's expression shifted several times. I object. Yet, amidst the astonishment of the crowd, another voice emerged, sounding discordantly at such a moment. Chu Tianjun stepped forward. He had yet to regain his original appearance, rendering Lin Fan and Jiang Qingyao unable to recognize him. At this juncture, Chu Tianjun bore a striking resemblance to a quintessential villain, emerging at a critical moment to thwart good intentions. Your concession is of no concern to me. But your claim that the enlightenment fruit belongs to Lin Fan is something I cannot accept, for I too desire the enlightenment fruit, Chu Tianjun stated calmly, eschewing grandiloquent boasts. Lin Fan had not anticipated an unexpected turn at this critical juncture, having spent a year in the southern domain. He had encountered formidable practitioners of the demonic path, and had even garnered Xu Chan's admiration. Previously, he believed no one could rival him for the enlightenment fruit. Given this reality, it was time to demonstrate true prowess. Lin Fan, a decisive individual, engaged Chu Tianjun without further ado. It was evident that Lin Fan was resolute in obtaining the enlightenment fruit, and even Xu Chan did not distance herself too far. Chu Tianjun discerned their intentions. Should they find themselves unable to defeat him in single combat, this man and woman were poised to collaborate against him. In theory, Chu Tianjun should have been able to crush Lin Fan effortlessly, yet he initially refrained from employing his full strength, operating at merely the early stage of the divine transformation realm. In doing so, Chu Tianjun confirmed a hypothesis. Barring extraordinary circumstances, Lin Fan's fortune would not manifest unless he faced significant peril. Upon further contemplation, Chu Tianjun recognized that all matters in the world fundamentally adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. Good fortune does not materialize from thin air. The more fortunate Lin Fan became, the more it seemed some cost must be paid somewhere, even if that cost was not borne by him directly. Assuredly, some entity had to bear it for him. Anything that comes at a price cannot be infinite. After a brief trial, Lin Fan disowned Chu Tianjun's formidable strength and ceased to conceal his abilities. Commencing the use of the Great Bloodthirst Technique, Chu Tianjun made no attempt to evade the Great Bloodthirst Technique. He immediately sensed his physical vitality being siphoned away. However, this divine ability solely affected the flesh and had no impact on the primordial spirit. What a splendid Great Bloodthirst Technique. Allow me to devour it. Chu Tianjun, feeling his physical vitality being drawn away, remained unfazed. In the next moment, with a resounding shout, he activated the Great Devouring Technique, reclaiming the vitality that had been absorbed. Lin Fan was taken aback, for this was the first instance he had encountered the Great Blood Devouring Technique being countered. Moreover, the Great Devouring Technique not only reclaimed the vitality it had previously siphoned away, but also absorbed a portion of Lin Fan's own strength. In an instant, Lin Fan retreated in alarm, exclaiming in horror, "The Swallowing Heaven Transformation Art? You are the Holy Master Ji Xuanyu?" The Son of Destiny was indeed formidable. He finally managed to articulate this thought. It seemed that Chu Tianjun's Great Devouring Technique was perhaps intrinsically linked to the Swallowing Heaven Transformation Art. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the onlooking practitioners of the demonic path instinctively withdrew. The name of Holy Master Ji Xuanyu was known far and wide. Yet even the most skilled of the demonic sect had never laid eyes upon Ji Xuanyu's true visage. Whether male or female remained a mystery. Although Ji Xuanyu was revered as a holy master, he was by no means benevolent. Rumors within the demonic realm suggested that this holy master was capricious. In moments of good fortune, he would consume a few practitioners, while in times of displeasure, he could devour a multitude. Should this individual truly be Ji Xuanyu? Who could ascertain his current mood? As a forsaken disciple of a sect, Lin Fan was hardly in a position to know. Chu Tianjun responded to Lin Fan, but did not provide an answer. He had not anticipated that the Great Devouring Technique would be sufficient to vanquish Lin Fan. Indeed, the technique had merely managed to absorb a fragment of Lin Fan's waning power before the circumstances shifted. However, this was not merely a low-probability mishap. Suddenly, a bell-shaped artifact materialized above Lin Fan's head, a golden bell's phantom encasing him, rendering the Great Devouring Technique incapable of consuming its power. This occurrence was not due to the inadequacy of the Great Devouring Technique, but rather the weakness of Chu Tianjun as its wielder, compounded by the superior tier of the Golden Bell artifact. A celestial weapon? It was not entirely surprising. This young man seemed to possess extraordinary fortune, akin to Yi Chun, who had swiftly acquired a celestial artifact. It was entirely plausible that Lin Fan could stumble upon one as well. Chu Tianjun noted that the Golden Bell bore 2 celestial inscriptions, which, when read, formed the phrase Universal Salvation. Chapter 81. The relationship between Yu Xuanji and Ji Xuanyu. Lin Fan summoned the Pudu Bell, retreating into its protective embrace like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. It was evident that no ordinary means would suffice for Chu Tianjun to contend with him. After all, wielding a celestial artifact transcended mere boundaries of power. However, now that the confrontation had commenced, Chu Tianjun resolved to go all out and eliminate Lin Fan that very day. Without hesitation, Chu Tianjun unleashed a strand of pitch-black thread from his fingertips. The aura of the Great Severing Technique permeated the air, evoking a visceral sense of danger among all present. Ultimately, the Great Severing Technique collided with the Pudu Bell, emanating a thunderous peal that reverberated across the heavens and the earth. Those cultivators below the Yuanying realm felt their heads throb painfully upon hearing that sound. Within the Pudu bell, Lin Fan's body swayed, his expression betraying his astonishment. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of his adversary. "I wonder how long your feeble bell can withstand this," Chu Tianjun scoffed, proceeding to cast the great severing technique in rapid succession. As he did so, the space between Chu Tianjun and Lin Fan distorted violently, resembling a sheet of white paper torn into countless fragments. The relentless barrage of the great severing technique caused the chaotic chimes of the Pudu bell to generate tremendous tremors, prompting cultivators below the Yuanying realm to flee in terror from the sacred demon sect, with even the Yuanying cultivators retreating several miles away. Beneath the enlightenment tree, only a handful remained standing: Chu Tianjun, Lin Fan, Yu Jiao, who maintained a calm demeanor, and Shu Chan, who was struggling to hold on, while Jiang Qingyao had already collapsed to the ground. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Fan sensed the murderous intent emanating from Chu Tianjun, realizing that this was far from a mere contest for an enlightenment fruit. "Lin Fan, do you still recognize your former sect leader?" Suddenly, Chu Tianjun revealed his true appearance, his aura shifting back to its original form. "Old thief." Lin Fan spat out the words with palpable venom. It seemed that many of these favored children of fortune lacked decorum, often addressing their perceived foes as nothing more than old dogs or old thieves. "It appears your hatred for me runs deep. Thus, I cannot allow you to live. How about we play a game?" He proposed with a mischievous smile. "These two are your beloved confidants. I shall spare you, but I will kill one of them. Who will you choose to save?" Having halted his assault, Chu Tianjun simultaneously cast the great severing technique towards Jiang Qingyao and Shu Chan. At this moment, Lin Fan stood between his two cherished companions. While the Pudu bell could indeed withstand the great severing technique, it could only shield one of them due to the attacks coming from opposing directions, forcing him into a heart-wrenching choice. This was undoubtedly a dilemma favored by villains to impose upon protagonists, and now Lin Fan found himself compelled to make such a decision. In the distance, Yu Jiao watched with an expectant expression, seemingly reveling in the unfolding drama. Jiang Qingyao, having been struck unconscious, remained oblivious to her peril, while Shu Chan's face reflected sheer terror, her gaze shifting towards Lin Fan, filled with hope. As a prodigy of the demonic path, Shu Chan was undeniably powerful. Yet in the presence of Chu Tianjun, such talents paled in comparison. Aside from Lin Fan, he could easily vanquish 10 others of her caliber. The two great cutting techniques left Lin Fan little time for contemplation. With a cold smile, Chu Tianjun gazed at Lin Fan, eager to discern whether this favored child of fortune would choose the devoted Jiang Qingyao, who wholeheartedly sacrificed her glory for him, or the enchanting and equally devoted demonic saintess, Shu Chan. However, in the next moment, Lin Fan's choice left both Chu Tianjun and Yu Jiao utterly dumbfounded. The great cutting technique effortlessly cleaved Jiang Qingyao and Shu Chan in two, including Shu Chan's primordial spirit and Jiang Qingyao's golden core. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan swiftly fled the scene. Jiang Qingyao, in a state of unconsciousness, perished without pain, blissfully unaware of her beloved's betrayal. A twist of fate, one might argue. Yet, before Shu Chan's demise, it was her heart that first succumbed. Even Chu Tianjun, typically a villainous figure, was bewildered. "Wait, you, the favored child of fortune, could have saved at least one of them. You had the chance to rescue one. This plot is amiss." The death inflicted by the great cutting technique was irrevocable. Lin Fan barely cast a glance at his beloved. Now, he had to reassess this individual, for it appeared he was indeed someone destined for greatness. Chu Tianjun refrained from pursuing Lin Fan. As of now, he had yet to trigger Lin Fan's extraordinary luck, and his purpose for coming to the southern region was not to slay Lin Fan. As the acting head of the Jiuxiao sect, Chu Tianjun proclaimed, "Those irrelevant to this matter, begone." Once Lin Fan had escaped, Chu Tianjun unleashed his full aura. Although still at the late stage of the transformation god realm, his presence now rivaled that of those in the empty refinement stage. With a single statement, the onlooking demonic cultivators fled even further. Yu Jiao, however, remained, intrigued by Chu Tianjun, seemingly awaiting his next move. In the next moment, Chu Tianjun flicked his sleeve, and two flames descended upon the bodies of Jiang Qingyao and Shu Chan, performing their cremation without charge. He then turned towards the highest point of the sacred demon sect and shouted, "Ji Xuanyu, come forth." Do not presume that I do not know who you are simply because your name is reversed. I heard you loud and clear. Was it necessary to shout so? My ears are ringing. Came Yu Jio's voice from behind Chu Tianjun, still wearing that harmless expression. Chu Tianjun turned to face Yu Jio, suspecting a significant connection between him and Ji Xuanyu. Yet he did not anticipate that Yu Jio was indeed Ji Xuanyu. So, we were already acquainted. You truly know how to play ancestor. Chu Tianjun observed Yu Jio, or rather Ji Xuanyu, with a calm demeanor. In the next instant, Yu Jio shook his head with a smile. And in a heartbeat, both his appearance and aura transformed dramatically. Chu Tianjun then beheld a figure from his memories, the plain yet immaculate girl who had once guided him up Jiuxiao Mountain, who claimed to have forgotten even her name. Strictly speaking, I'm not the ancestor you remember. Since we agreed to dispense with the games, allow me to take you to a place of splendid scenery, where we can sit and converse leisurely. Ji Xuanyu resembled the figure of the revered ancestor in Chu Tianjun's recollections. However, at this moment, she did not acknowledge herself as the one who had led Chu Tianjun to Jiuxiao sect. With that, Ji Xuanyu began to walk towards the enlightenment tree, and Chu Tianjun, without hesitation, followed closely behind, the distance between them merely a single step. The wisdom tree stands majestically, its trunk adorned with winding pathways that are, in fact, vast vines and branches flourishing upon its colossal form. From a distance, these features are not easily discernible, but as one approaches, they reveal themselves like a staircase. Aside from her altered appearance, Ji Xuanyu evokes in Chu Tianjun a sense akin to that of Yu Jio, reminiscent of their conversations while cultivating in an unknown mountain 3 years prior. Presently, Ji Xuanyu bears no trace of hostility. She walks ahead, while Chu Tianjun follows closely behind. Yet, in her transformation into the likeness of Yu Xuanji, Chu Tianjun experiences a fleeting sensation of returning to the days of yore. Trailing behind Yu Xuanji en route to the Jiuxiao zone. Let us first address your relationship. I cannot help but feel you are one and the same. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chu Tianjun inquired. Having previously agreed to eschew deception, he found it preferable to seek clarity sooner rather than later. This time, Ji Xuanyu refrained from keeping him in suspense, though her response left Chu Tianjun somewhat perplexed. I am the forgotten self of Yu Xuanji, a being who ought not to exist in this world. Chapter 82. The cultivation of the path of forgetting emotions by Yu Xuanji. Ji Xuanyu's words were profoundly perplexing, leaving Chu Tianjun in a state of disbelief. His mind was consumed by the phrase, I am the self forgotten by Yu Xuanji, and he silently followed behind Ji Xuanyu. Soon, the two arrived beneath the expansive canopy of trees, where the branches remained colossal. In some areas, even a table could comfortably fit. The elevation provided a broad vista, making it an excellent spot for admiring the scenery. Still struggling to comprehend? I must admit, I am not entirely certain myself. Shall we sit down and ponder it together? Ji Xuanyu's smile was utterly natural, making it impossible for anyone to associate him with the infamous demon lord. Subsequently, Ji Xuanyu led Chu Tianjun to a long, horizontal branch, where they sat together, gazing at the distant landscape of the southern region, creating a serene and warm atmosphere. It is indeed difficult to grasp, but what I am most eager to inquire is whether you recognized me long ago, or did you assume the guise of Yu Jio to approach me for some purpose? Chu Tianjun had many uncertainties, yet since he had promised Ji Xuanyu not to engage in any subterfuge, he decided to ask straightforwardly. I do not know you. Yet I am aware that you have also cultivated the heaven-devouring transformation technique, and that suffices, Ji Xuanyu replied candidly, avoiding any trickery. On that note, I must ask further. Have you visited the Jiuxiao sect, perhaps even renamed the heaven-devouring transformation technique and placed it in the sect's repository? Did you also venture to the northern region, collecting numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Chu Tianjun immediately probed, believing this was the only way to make sense of the situation. However, Ji Xuanyu's next words deepened Chu Tianjun's confusion. No, after myself was separated from Yu Xuanji, I left the Jiuxiao sect and have not returned in 3,000 years. How could I have placed the technique back? I have also never been to the northern region. Ji Xuanyu's response was unequivocal. Does Yu Xuanji also possess the heaven-devouring transformation technique? Chu Tianjun inquired again. 3,000 years ago, she undoubtedly did. However, she has forgotten even her own past, so it follows that she has forgotten these techniques as well. She certainly does not possess them now, Ji Xuanyu stated with a composed expression, appearing truthful. So enigmatic. What then does she cultivate? If she can forget herself, What remains of her? Chu Tianjun realized that all his inquiries ultimately circled back to Xuanji. Ji Xuanyu's words further solidified Chu Tianjun's previous conjectures about rebirth. If he had had a 70 to 80% certainty that he had not been reborn, he was now nearly 99% sure that he had not been. Everything was merely a glimpse into the most probable outcome of the future. Yet this revelation was even more astonishing, for the great divination technique could also predict certain futures. However, relying on such foresight should not enable one to directly master techniques that could only be learned in the future. Nor should it allow the direct inheritance of cultivation experiences that appeared in the divination. Such power far surpassed mere divine abilities, transcending the very laws themselves. She cultivates the path of forgetting emotions. Ji Xuanyu murmured. The path of forgetting emotions? What is this? Is it more formidable than the heaven-devouring transformation technique? CHT New Jersey Inn was introduced to these concepts for the first time, and not only did he fail to comprehend them, but he was also greatly astonished. Jesu New York replied with a smile, there is no basis for comparison. If we consider divine powers as mere mundane words, capable of expressing only superficial meanings, then the path of forgetfulness transcends to the level of celestial script. Is it truly that formidable? She must be immensely powerful now. Surpassing the Dongxian stage, has she already attained immortality? CHT New Jersey Inn was once again taken aback. He understood the magnitude of divine powers, and in the face of the path of forgetfulness, they were rendered insignificant. The cultivation of the path of forgetfulness differed fundamentally from divine techniques. Theoretically, when one achieves mastery of the path of forgetfulness, truly forgetting everything, their strength would be boundless, not determined by their own limitations but by the ultimate potential of the world. Jesu New York spoke with a hint of melancholy. Despite being a reflection of Waisu New Jersey, her words seemed to pertain to another. CHT New Jersey Inn grew increasingly alarmed. Yet this time he harbored doubts regarding Jesu New York's assertions. He continued to inquire, but if she has forgotten even herself, why did she bring me up the mountain decades ago? You earlier asked if there was anything she had not forgotten. I believe it must be the Ji Xia Zing. She can forget everything except for the Ji Xia Zing, and her continued guardianship there indicates something significant. Jesu New York addressed this query, suggesting that the Ji Xia Zing held considerable importance to Waisu New Jersey. The act of bringing CHT New Jersey into the Ji Xia Zing now appeared explicable. It seemed that Waisu New Jersey did not wish for the Ji Xia Zing to lose its legacy entirely, at least from the current perspective. CHT New Jersey had indeed managed to uphold that legacy, perhaps revealing her original intent. Yet, something still felt amiss. As someone who once was her, you ought to understand her best. Why does it seem you know very little? CHT New Jersey discerned a flaw in Jesu New York's knowledge. Although she claimed to be the version of Waisu New Jersey that had been forgotten, her understanding of Waisu New Jersey was limited. Before forgetting herself, she had already lost most of her memories. Emotions, much like time, are intangible concepts. Love, hatred, and resentment do not arise in a vacuum, but are generated through interpersonal interactions and various events. Thus, in essence, to forget emotions is to relinquish all past experiences. Therefore, my knowledge is also quite limited. Have I not mentioned that I possess no future? Even if I were to cultivate, my abilities would remain static. If one day Waisu New Jersey were to completely master the path of forgetfulness, I would vanish. Conversely, if her cultivation were to falter and she regained her memories, I too would cease to exist. Jesu New York continued to explain with a smile. Upon hearing this, CHT New Jersey regarded Jesu New York with a newfound sympathy. Perhaps sensing his empathetic gaze, Jesu New York nonchalantly continued. Many things can be forgotten, yet there is one that cannot be: habits. I enjoy planting vegetables on the mountain, studying celestial script, and engaging with peculiar artifacts. These are habits, and they must have been among Waisu New Jersey's most frequent activities. CHT New Jersey nodded in agreement. Indeed, habits are not easily forgotten. Regardless of whether his additional 30 years of memories were real or merely a simulated outcome, many of those habits remained unalterable. Habits truly reflect certain facets of an individual. As Chu Tianjun appeared to be lost in thought, Ji Xuanyu suddenly reached out and grasped a fruit the size of a fist, resembling glass in its entirety, which then fell into her hand. Behold, this is the enlightenment fruit. Without hesitation, Ji Xuanyu handed the fruit to Chu Tianjun. He, in turn, accepted it without pretense and smiled as he said, "You are quite generous to me. Thank you." In truth, at that moment, in Chu Tianjun's eyes, Ji Xuanyu bore an uncanny resemblance to Yu Xuanji. In fact, they were essentially the same being. If I find you pleasing to the eye, even if you had not come today, I would not have given the enlightenment fruit to Lin Fan. I was never meant to exist in this world, my actions guided solely by whim. You are the only one who captivates me. Thus the concept of fate is indeed wondrous. Perhaps Yu Xuanji's forgetfulness is merely my way of waiting for you. Ji Xuanyu suddenly voiced her speculation, acknowledging her identity as Yu Xuanji, yet not entirely so, as an incomplete version of Yu Xuanji. She too would ponder the current state of the complete Yu Xuanji. Chu Tianjun, deep in thought, recognized that Ji Xuanyu's conjecture held merit, and the probability of it was quite significant. Abruptly, he turned to Ji Xuanyu and said, I possess a supreme technique called the Great Divination Art, which allows one to deduce the past and future based on known information. Shall we give it a try? Chapter 83. Fattening before the slaughter, all right, Ji Xuanyu replied decisively. She then rose alongside Chu Tianjun and inquired, What do you need me to do? Simply open your mind and cooperate with me, Chu Tianjun casually responded. As the ethereal image of a compass materialized behind him, he extended a finger and pointed it towards Ji Xuanyu's brow. To his surprise, she did not resist. It appeared that she genuinely trusted him. As the great divination technique commenced, a vivid scene gradually unfolded before their eyes. The primary setting was a mountaintop, which Chu Tianjun found strangely familiar. There were several houses and patches of farmland, yet it was not the mountain where Ji Xuanyu resided in the southern region. Judging by the surrounding environment, it seemed to be the peak housing the ancestral hall of the Jiuxiao sect. Suddenly, the image revealed Yu Xuanji, who appeared to possess no cultivation at all, surrounded by books and papers within the room. At this moment, Chu Tianjun realized that this scene must have been captured thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years ago, when Yu Xuanji was still an ordinary person. Abruptly, Yu Xuanji lifted her head, her face radiating joy as she gazed towards the entrance, clearly anticipating someone's arrival. Chu Tianjun's curiosity was piqued, and in the next instant, a man's silhouette emerged. However, as he observed this figure, he felt an oddity. It was too indistinct, so much so that he could only discern it was a man. At that moment, the figure unexpectedly turned around, and Chu Tianjun was struck by a peculiar sensation, as if the figure from the past had sensed his presence and was about to gaze upon him. Yet, before he could see the man's face, an alarming event transpired. The compass's ethereal image, which had been revolving in a particular rhythm, suddenly halted, as if a machine had jammed. Then, Chu Tianjun violently coughed up blood, his skin cracking, and even his primordial spirit's manifestation dimmed considerably. What a terrifying existence. Chu Tianjun hastily ceased the divination. Had Ji Xuanyu not been quick to catch him, he might have found himself tumbling down from the tree in a most disgraceful manner. The past was immutable. That individual had evidently foreseen that he would employ the great divination technique to glimpse into history, serving as a warning. It seemed this formidable being was the one who imparted the path of forgetfulness to Yu Xuanji. A steady stream of power flowed from Ji Xuanyu into Chu Tianjun, aiding in the repair of his physical injuries. Ji Xuanyu, truly remarkable, quickly grasped many things in that instant. This person was certainly not of this realm, and such a terrifying entity might not even exist within the celestial realm. The fact that he could not even catch a glimpse of him through the fixed past, merely a vague silhouette, had nearly caused Chu Tianjun to fall a small realm. He was still filled with trepidation. Had he not acted swiftly to withdraw, he would have undoubtedly descended in cultivation. Yu Xuanji's path of forgetfulness will surely not reach great fruition, Ji Xuanyu suddenly remarked. Chu Tianjun looked at her in confusion, and she continued with a light laugh. The imprint left by such an existence, I fear, cannot be easily forgotten by the path of forgetfulness. Thank you. Chu Tianjun expressed his gratitude, as he felt the injuries to his physical form were now under control. You need not thank me, at the very least. You have unveiled my fate. The path of Yu Xuanji, steeped in emotion, is destined for incompleteness. Therefore, I shall inevitably become one with her, and perhaps your actions will hasten this process. Ji Xuanyu perceives everything with clarity. I await that day. After all, not long ago, she was my guide in cultivation. You, a mere shadow of her past self, stand as a fellow practitioner in this journey. I remain at Jiuxiao sect, anticipating the return of the true you. Chu Tianjun regarded Ji Xuanyu and spoke words laden with significance, yet upon uttering them, he felt an inexplicable dissonance within. Ji Xuanyu merely smiled. Aware that Chu Tianjun must return to recuperate, the damage to one's primordial spirit is not easily mended. Shortly thereafter, Chu Tianjun returned to Jiushu's sect, not concealing his presence. Many disciples within the sect sensed his arrival. Upon returning to his quarters, he sat cross-legged, his weakened primordial spirit manifesting, revealing the severity of his injuries. Lu Qingxue and Long Yue approached Tianjun Peak in unison, landing at the entrance of the courtyard. Although Lu Qingxue had already reached the transformation stage, Long Yue, still at the peak of the nascent soul stage, showed no signs of inferiority, nearly competing to enter the courtyard alongside Lu Qingxue. The two immediately beheld the disheartened Chu Tianjun. "Brother, Tianjun, you are injured." In the next moment, both appeared at Chu Tianjun's side simultaneously. Lu Qingxue had already summoned her primordial spirit's manifestation, while Long Yue exuded an inexplicable aura, clearly eager to assist Chu Tianjun in recovering from his wounds. "Please, cease your actions and listen to me," Chu Tianjun interjected. Despite their concerns, both complied and squatted on either side of him, awaiting his words. "Qingxue, you shall disseminate the news, stating that I was gravely injured in a confrontation with Ji Xuanyu. Furthermore, instruct the disciples outside to return to the sect and have Ouyang Ming activate the protective formation." Chu Tianjun first directed Lu Qingxue. "Is Ji Xuanyu planning to summon the demonic forces to attack?" Lu Qingxue inquired, her expression tense. Chu Tianjun shook his head, replying, "Ji Xuanyu would not strike while I am down. However, Lin Fan undoubtedly will. I encountered him at the Sacred Demon Sect, and this young man possesses a celestial artifact." He briefly recounted his experiences in the Southern Territory, including his slaying of Jiang Qingyao and Xu Chan, noting how Lin Fan had managed to escape unscathed. However, he chose to withhold details regarding his conversation with Ji Xuanyu and the incident where he was grievously injured after merely glimpsing a past existence through the great divination technique. "I shall go and eliminate this boy before he matures. If I delay for a few more years, the consequences will be dire," Lu Qingxue declared. Rising to pursue Lin Fan, "I shall accompany you," Long Yue asserted, seizing the opportunity to display her resolve, even if it meant collaborating with Lu Qingxue. "Wait, allow me to finish," Chu Tianjun quickly called out to them. Before they could respond, he elaborated, "Lin Fan is favored by fortune. He seems to stumble upon celestial artifacts with every step. Surely, he possesses many treasures awaiting him. If we were to slay him now, would not those precious resources be squandered? Do you intend to wait until Lin Fan matures before taking action? Would such a delay not be overly perilous?" Long Yu swiftly grasped Chu Tianjun's intentions. She too harbored concerns that should this child of destiny come into his full potential, the consequences could spiral out of control. Fortune favors the bold. Within this vast sect, one must seek substantial gains to achieve remarkable progress. Having unearthed this promising avenue, I believe the risk is worth embracing. Chu Tianjun elucidated. He indeed perceived Lin Fan's extraordinary fortune as a swift path to the sect's expansion. After all, having established his role as the antagonist, it would be remiss not to eliminate a few children of destiny to fulfill that persona. "I shall heed my senior brother's counsel." Lu Qingxue promptly expressed her unwavering support. For in her devotion to the sect and trust in Chu Tianjun, none could surpass her. In the ensuing years, the sect's treasury opened its doors to supply disciples with resources for cultivation, particularly those of exceptional talent. "Qingxue, please make the necessary arrangements. Long Yu, I require you to stay." Chu Tianjun continued to delegate, ultimately requesting Long Yu to remain alone. Lu Qingxue cast a complex glance at Long Yu before departing. While within Long Yu's eyes, excitement and pride flickered. This marked the first occasion that Chu Tianjun had sought her out for a private conversation, a significant milestone indeed. Chapter 84. The Alliance of Zhou. What can I do for you? After Lu Qingxue departed, Long Yue inquired with a hint of tenderness in her gaze, no longer concealing her feelings. "If I can still trust you when I confront Lin Fan, I hope you can employ the great prayer technique to sever his fortune and disrupt the fortuitous blessings granted to him by that indescribable entity," Chu Tianjun stated. Locking eyes with Long Yue, his words laden with significance. "Of course you can trust me. Just wait and see. I will prove everything through my actions," Long Yue replied earnestly. However, after making her declaration, she awkwardly asked, "The great prayer technique can indeed grant wishes, but how can it interfere with his good fortune? I possess a grand divination technique, which reveals countless potential outcomes for my duel with Lin Fan. Among these myriad possibilities, only a few indicate his defeat. By choosing the most advantageous outcome for us and praying accordingly, the final result will gravitate towards that conclusion. Chu Tianjun articulated his thoughts, illustrating the true essence of the great prayer technique in conjunction with the grand divination technique. Long Yue was astonished yet filled with trepidation. Hearing that the scenarios of Lin Fan's failure were exceedingly rare implied a high probability of Chu Tianjun's defeat, an outcome she fervently wished to avoid. What outcome do you desire? Long Yue asked with renewed seriousness. Why not take a look for yourself before making your choice? Chu Tianjun suggested, and with that, a shimmering compass projection appeared behind him. He then unleashed beams of light from his eyes, manifesting a dynamic tableau before Long Yue. The imagery depicted countless potential outcomes, most culminating in Chu Tianjun's demise. The obliteration of the Jiuxiao sect and the death of all sect disciples, with only a scant few scenarios showing Lin Fan's death. The sheer multitude of possibilities and the stark contrast between many outcomes astounded Long Yue, revealing the unpredictable nature of the future. Chu Tianjun felt the implications even more profoundly. The most likely outcome had shifted from him being slain by Long Yue to his indifference towards her, while she, in turn, pursued him wholeheartedly. Have you made your decision? Chu Tianjun interrupted Long Yue's reverie with his inquiry. Long Yue nodded, naturally opting for the outcome most favorable to Chu Tianjun and the Jiuxiao sect. Yet in the next moment, a sudden realization struck her, and her expression turned to one of alarm as she asked, "Wait, if I cultivate the great prayer technique to its zenith, in conjunction with your grand divination technique, could I not dictate any outcome? Would that not mean controlling fate itself?" Chu Tianjun nodded, acknowledging that a predetermined outcome constitutes destiny. And indeed, the ultimate grand divination technique, paired with the great prayer technique, could facilitate the specification of fate. Nevertheless, both he and Long Yue remained far from mastering these divine arts to their fullest potential. Discussing such matters was, for now, mere fantasy. It appears that our fates are destined to intertwine deeply, Long Yue remarked shyly, lowering her gaze after the initial shock subsided. Are you curious about what was most likely to transpire between us? Suddenly, Chu Tianjun posed this question to Long Yue. This had once been Long Yue's most fervent desire to know, and now she found herself equally intrigued, instinctively nodding in agreement. We were destined to become master and disciple. The process has become inconsequential. Autumn Ci has already divulged the conclusion to you. Though none of this has come to pass, I must admit that it feels remarkably real. And I believe I understand you quite well. The day you expressed your wish to become my Tao partner, I was indeed taken aback. Given our familiarity, I worried that if such a day were to truly arrive, I might find myself unable to act. Chu Tianjun spoke candidly, yet his words inevitably stirred the imagination. Long Yue initially maintained her composure, but as the conversation progressed, her cheeks flushed, and she became too embarrassed to meet Chu Tianjun's gaze. It was true that Chu Tianjun felt excessively familiar with Long Yue, even subconsciously accustomed to addressing her as master. On several occasions, he had nearly let it slip, a habit that had only begun to fade over the years. If he were to attempt to remove Long Yue's garments now, he would indeed find it difficult to proceed. Setting all that aside, I believe the current state of affairs is rather favorable. There are twists and misunderstandings, but ultimately, they belong to the past. It is through arduous experiences that we come to cherish what we have. I will treasure everything before me and ensure that the conclusion unfolds in the most auspicious direction. Long Yue stated with utmost seriousness, a smile gracing her features. It was the first time she had shared such heartfelt words with Chu Tianjun, which undeniably made her feel at ease. After a brief moment, Long Yue departed from Tianjun Peak, and soon, a multitude of disciples from the Jiuxiao sect returned. Subsequently, the grand formation of the sect was activated, and an abundance of resources was distributed. Jiuxiao sect embarked on an unprecedented period of seclusion and cultivation. It was foreseeable that within a decade, numerous golden core cultivators would ascend to the nascent soul stage, while new golden core practitioners would emerge like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. However, news of Chu Tianjun, the acting sect leader nearing the pinnacle of the transformation god stage, suffering severe injuries, spread swiftly. Rumors circulated that during his confrontation with Ji Xuanyu, he had been cast down a minor realm, and now, Jiuxiao sect had retreated behind its protective formation due to Chu Tianjun's significant loss of strength. In recent years, Jiuxiao sect had developed too rapidly, inciting resentment from both the eastern and northern realms. Where there is oppression, there is rebellion. In preceding years, Remnants of defeated sects and unruly factions from the northern region had periodically caused disturbances, especially now that Jiuxiao sect had retreated. Soon, those with vendettas against Jiuxiao sect, rebellious demon clans, opportunistic rogue cultivators, and troublemaking demonic practitioners from the southern region united, forming a formidable anti-Chu alliance. Their sole objective was to overthrow Chu Tianjun, dismantle Jiuxiao sect, and subsequently divide its coveted resources. Of course, everyone understood that the fundamental aim was the division of resources. As this alliance took shape, Lin Fan's streak of fortune began anew. He unexpectedly found himself entering a cave, where he awakened an ancient powerhouse slumbering within an exquisite coffin. She is an extraordinarily beautiful female cultivator in the void refinement stage, who has been in slumber for millennia due to a unique secret technique. Upon awakening, this ancient being inexplicably feels an affinity for Lin Fan, and within merely 3 days, she finds herself captivated by him. After listening to Lin Fan recount his tragic experiences, the female cultivator, who has slept for thousands of years, resolves to engage in dual cultivation with him, aiding his advancement to the god transformation stage. Following their shared cultivation, Lin Fan successfully ascends to the god transformation stage, gaining a powerful companion in the form of a stunning cultivator. What follows is a series of extraordinary opportunities that seem almost otherworldly, propelling Lin Fan's cultivation to unprecedented heights. He acquires treasures in abundance, and around him gathers yet another group of enchanting dual cultivation partners, as well as formidable followers he has conquered through various means. Among them are the dignified and noble female cultivator from the righteous path, who is over 3,000 years old, the passionate and fiery Fire Phoenix Demon Queen, who possesses the bloodline of a divine beast from the upper realms, and the alluring female demon leader with thousands of disciples under her command. Ultimately, Lin Fan effortlessly seizes control of the anti-Jiuxiao sect alliance, becoming its leader. Years later, the alliance dominates more than 70% of the northern, eastern, and southern regions, and Lin Fan has an undeniable air of sovereignty. One day, he personally leads the alliance's forces against the Jiuxiao sect, radiating confidence as if he holds the very essence of the world in his grasp. Chapter 85. My life on thin ice for nearly a decade. Chu Tianjun has remained in seclusion, diligently honing his skills at his residence, while outsiders have assumed he is merely recuperating from his injuries. Lu Qingxue has also intensified her training. It seems as though the very air atop Qingxue Peak has been frozen. Over these 10 years, the thunderous storms have not ceased for a moment. Long Yu has scarcely departed from Tianxian Peak, yet, despite having reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, she has yet to break through to the god transformation stage, leaving one to ponder the nature of her training. During this span, no one from the Jiuxiao sect has achieved the god transformation stage. However, many, including Zhou Qingfeng, have advanced to the later stages of the nascent soul, with a new cohort of talented disciples gradually attaining the nascent soul realm. Among them, Lin Yu was the first to break through. In addition to Lin Yu, 3 others have succeeded. One is Han Ningxiang, while the other 2 are not disciples of the nascent soul but rather ordinary golden elixir disciples who have ascended. Though they may not be prodigies, they are still rare talents, as these young disciples continue to realize their potential within the nascent soul realm. The future of Jiuxiao sect promises a burgeoning number of nascent soul practitioners. Master Uncle, I seek an audience. Shortly after Lin Fan vowed to confront the Jiuxiao sect, Han Ningxiang appeared outside Chu Tianjun's courtyard. During these 10 years, Han Ningxiang had visited only once, when she heard of Chu Tianjun's grievous injuries and sought to offer her assistance. Come in, Chu Tianjun's voice resonated. Han Ningxiang swiftly entered the courtyard. Observing that Chu Tianjun was not engaged in meditation but rather seated upon a bamboo chair, surrounded by numerous commonplace books. Master Uncle, I have successfully refined the Repairing Heaven pill. This elixir can swiftly mend damage to the primordial spirit, and I hope it proves beneficial to you. Standing before Chu Tianjun, Han Ningxiang performed a respectful bow and presented a pill enveloped in a radiant aura, clearly extraordinary in nature. Chu Tianjun's expression shifted, and he rose to his feet, not hastily reaching for the Repairing Heaven pill, but instead gazing at Han Ningxiang with gratitude. How much time did this take? He inquired softly. Since I stepped into the nascent soul stage 5 years ago, I have been refining this pill, due to its high level. I have only managed to produce this one in 5 years, Han Ningxiang replied naturally. You've shown great diligence, my dear niece. I shall accept this divine pill. In truth, my primordial spirit has long since healed, and my cultivation has surpassed my previous state, Chu Tianjun said with a smile, accepting the repairing heaven pill. Han Ningxiang's dedication over 5 years prompted Chu Tianjun to resolve to be candid with her. That is splendid news. Your well-being is the greatest blessing. Han Ningxiang exclaimed joyfully, her expression radiant. She did not question whether Chu Tianjun might be deceiving her. The mere assurance of his safety brought her immense happiness. Indeed, I intentionally spread word of my injuries to lure the rebels out, allowing Lin Fan to believe he had the upper hand. Otherwise, how could he have willingly walked into my trap? Chu Tianjun revealed his intentions. Upon hearing this, Han Ningxiang's joy only intensified, her demeanor considerably more relaxed. In recent days, most members of the Jiuxiao sect have been plagued with anxiety, for Lin Fan's allied forces are indeed formidable, brimming with skilled warriors. Lin Fan was already at the transformation stage, and behind him stood an ancient being at the void refinement stage. Several of his beautiful confidants were also at the transformation stage, accompanied by a multitude of followers whose strength was comparable to the transformation stage. Moreover, the number of allies he commanded was tenfold that of the disciples of the Jiuxiao sect. To be frank, with such a disparity in power, any other sect would have long since scattered or surrendered. I hurried to share this good news with my fellow disciples, as the pressure had been immense for everyone lately. Some disciples might even falter under the strain and develop ulterior motives. Han Ningxiang was eager to proclaim this uplifting news, hoping to bolster the sect's confidence and unity. However, in the next moment, Chu Tianjun swiftly intervened, saying, "Hold on, this matter should not be publicly announced. Instead, go and find Ouyang Ming. Instruct him to quietly leave a loophole in the protective array of the sect. If anyone wishes to leave, let them do so." What? Han Ningxiang looked at Chu Tianjun in utter disbelief. Having been engrossed in alchemy for years, she momentarily failed to grasp Chu Tianjun's intention. Chu Tianjun smiled gently and patiently explained, "The Jiuxiao sect has developed steadily for decades, and over the years, the disciples who joined have inevitably been a mixed bag. This opportunity is quite favorable. It can help us eliminate some undesirable elements. Master, your foresight is commendable. I understand now." Han Ningxiang quickly realized, and then followed Chu Tianjun's instructions to find Ouyang Ming. The protective array of the sect was discreetly opened, and the gap allowing one to slip out was soon known to many disciples. Indeed, that very night, some disciples hastily packed their belongings to flee, most of whom were at the Qi refinement stage, with a few at the foundation establishment stage. None from the golden core stage had left yet. As days passed, the number of those fleeing increased, including several elite disciples from the golden core stage. However, Chu Tianjun and the other high-ranking members of the sect made no attempts to stop these fleeing disciples, adopting a laissez-faire attitude. A few days later, Lin Fan appeared with the allied forces merely 200 miles away from the Jiuxiao sect, near a river named Fenshui, from which one could see the prominent peaks of Jiuxiao Mountain. Standing by the riverbank, Lin Fan gazed up at the familiar summits with a sense of exhilaration. Behind him were his powerful followers, and among them, the most striking were those enchanting beauties, each remarkable in her own right. Closest to Lin Fan was the Yundream Fairy, who had awakened after a millennia of slumber, her cultivation the highest, earning Lin Fan's deep respect. Is this the Jiuxiao sect? It does hold a certain grandeur. The protective array is formidable, crafted by a master, and even I cannot easily breach it. However, our power vastly overwhelms the Jiuxiao sect. Their downfall is merely a matter of time, the Yundream Fairy softly remarked, embodying a supportive consort to her husband. Lin Fan stood at the riverbank, hands clasped behind his back, clad in an exquisite black robe, his countenance stern and commanding. My life has been a precarious journey. After 10 years, I finally returned to the Jiuxiao sect with dignity. The humiliation I faced in the past, I shall repay tenfold, especially to that old rogue Zhu. I will make him witness the demise of his disciples one by one. Lin Fan's tone was not one of hysteria, yet the boundless hatred he harbored stirred the waters of the Fen River into tumultuous waves. The Cloud Dream Fairy gazed at Lin Fan's upright silhouette with a heart full of compassion. She was unaware of the reasons behind Lin Fan's expulsion from the sect a decade ago, only knowing that he had endured immense humiliation. Everything Lin Fan had done over the past 10 years was driven by a singular purpose: to obliterate the Jiuxiao sect and exact vengeance upon the old rogue, Chu. In the Cloud Dream Fairy's eyes, Lin Fan's journey was an inspiring tale of a young man unafraid of tyranny. Lin Fan, you are destined to ascend to immortality. And in the heavenly realm, you shall undoubtedly carve out a place for yourself. This mere lower realm sect is but a minor obstacle on your path to greatness. Once you surmount it, you will soar to unimaginable heights, and there is no need to cling too tightly to such grievances. She spoke gently, as if well-versed in the intricacies of the celestial realm, firmly believing in the heights Lin Fan would achieve. Chapter 86. The victorious Lin Fan, the capital of the great Ning dynasty, is now shrouded in an atmosphere of foreboding. The emergence of the Resistance Alliance has not only altered the dynamics of the cultivation world, but has also stirred a tempest within the mundane realm. Particularly, when it became known that the Jiuxiao sect was reclusive and that Chu Tianjun had sustained severe injuries. The remnants of various noble families and ambitious individuals in the secular world began to stir restlessly, as Lin Fan led the allied forces to assault the Jiuxiao sect. These factions in the mundane realm promptly rallied to arms, igniting chaos throughout the secular world, where various self-proclaimed kings sought to seize dominion. Recently, Ning Xiaozi sensed some irregularities and promptly dispatched troops to safeguard critical cities, with elite forces retreating to the fortified strongholds. On this day, the emperor, accompanied by several key ministers, visited Ning Xiaozi's palace. Just days prior, both the Grand Emperor and Empress had passed away, and the capital was still embroiled in funeral rites amidst the turmoil, creating an atmosphere of instability. Your Highness, I have come to pay my respects, the emperor, now in his 40s, greeted Ning Xiaozi, who appeared as youthful as ever. His gestures were exceedingly courteous. Ning Xiaozi glanced at the assembly, noting the presence of 3 esteemed ministers behind the emperor, all of whom she had personally nurtured over the years. Greetings, Your Royal Highness, the ministers bowed, adhering to the formalities of monarch and subject. Rise, she commanded, already anticipating their purpose. After a prolonged period of peace, many have grown accustomed to a life of ease, relishing the benefits of order, yet they now yearn for what they call freedom. A firm reprimand will suffice to restore order. After stretching languidly, she continued. Subsequently, a series of commands emanated from the palace. The once cowering elite of the dynasty surged forth like tigers unleashed from their cages, while the previously zealous so-called righteous army immediately scattered in disarray. Lin Fan, along with his followers, crossed the Fun River with great fervor. Shortly after their passage, they encountered defected disciples of the Jiuxiao sect. Initially, Lin Fan's men intended to slay these traitorous disciples, but upon their pleas for mercy and desire to join the alliance, Lin Fan graciously accepted them, even bestowing upon them medicinal pills, presenting himself as a benevolent sovereign. With the addition of these defectors, Lin Fan felt invigorated, believing he had found another opportunity to humiliate Chu Tianjun. Moments later, countless figures appeared before the protective array of the Jiuxiao sect, where its disciples braced themselves for battle. However, those who chose to remain rather than flee bore expressions of unwavering resolve, prepared to face death, even in the face of tenfold adversaries, including several formidable beings at the transformation stage and a terrifying elder of the void refinement stage. These disciples steadfastly maintained their positions, ensuring the operation of the Jiuxiao sect's grand protective formation. In confrontations of this magnitude, the optimal strategy was not to rush recklessly into battle, but to rely on the formation to counter the enemy, particularly the Jiuxiao sect's protective array, which, centered around the Jiuxiao Grand Hall, had been meticulously arranged over decades and was continually refined, a superlative formation. Maintaining such an array's function required even the sect's nascent soul masters to act as pivotal nodes within the formation. Among all the nascent soul true ones, 3 individuals were conspicuously absent from the formation's core. One was the ethereal moon, while the other 2 were Lin Yu, possessed of the annihilation spirit body, and Han Ningxiang, embodying the apothecary saint spirit body. Elevated above, Lin Fan stood resplendent in his flowing black robe, a look of disdain etched upon his visage. He then raised his hand, and in an instant, a colossal crimson hand manifested in the heavens. This blood-red giant hand descended with a thunderous crash, its full force striking the protective great array, causing the formation's luminous barrier to tremble violently. "Chu, old thief, come forth. Were you not so arrogant? Why do you now cower, reluctant to face me?" Lin Fan's voice resounded across the cosmos, a scathing rebuke directed at Chu Tianjun, an outlet for the pent-up resentment he had harbored over the years. Your temperament remains as deplorable as ever. After all these years, you have shown no growth. Clearly, your cultivation at the divine transformation stage has been obtained through underhanded means. In the next moment, Chu Tianjun emerged, soaring out of the protective array. Trailing behind him were two figures. One was Lu Qingxue, clad in the battle armor of the Thunder Emperor and wielding a long spear, and the other was Lin Yu, the swordsmanship prodigy dressed in a neat gray robe. Lu Qingxue's presence beside Chu Tianjun was hardly surprising, given that she was his Dao partner and possessed formidable strength at the divine transformation stage, capable of assisting him. However, Lin Yu's appearance astounded everyone. Despite having ascended to the nascent soul stage in merely a decade, his prowess, while top tier among his peers, was still inconsequential in such a grand confrontation. Lin Fan's gaze lingered momentarily on his cousin Lin Yu, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he turned to Chu Tianjun, speaking with an air of superiority. Do you recognize these individuals? Just yesterday, they were disciples of your sect. Today, they have turned against you. Do you not feel a tinge of shame as the sect leader? What right do you have to admonish me today? His words served not only to humiliate Chu Tianjun, but were also intended for Lin Yu's ears. For he had indeed surpassed him in every conceivable aspect, both in cultivation and status. You believe I seek to insult you? Huh, how I have misjudged you. However, I must express my gratitude. Without you, these remnants would not have willingly abandoned the Nine Heavens Sect. It seems you are all cut from the same cloth. Discarded disciples of the sect. Though Chu Tianjun was not one for lengthy speeches and seldom engaged in verbal duels, his succinct remarks rendered Lin Fan and the defecting disciples visibly agitated. Xiao Fan, cease this self-deception. It is not too late to withdraw. You have achieved a commendable level of cultivation. Why not focus on your training? A promising future awaits you. Associating with this rabble will lead to naught but ruin. Lin Yu, as the elder brother, implored Lin Fan, still hoping to persuade him to retreat. Though Lin Fan could no longer be a disciple of the Nine Heavens Sect, as long as he did not become an enemy, all might still be well. Regrettably, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Fan's countenance shifted to one of madness. The next moment, he brazenly retorted to Lin Yu. What right do you have to speak to me in such a manner? You, burdened with the annihilation spirit body, are still far beneath my level of cultivation. In light of our past brotherhood, I offer you a chance. Withdraw from the Nine Heavens Sect now, and I shall spare your life. If you kneel and acknowledge your errors, I might even grant you some benefits. Lin Yu, do not utter another word. Can you not see through his true nature by now? You should be grateful that the master had expelled him from the sect long ago. Upon noticing Lin Yu's hesitation to speak further, Lu Qingxue could not help but interject. Lin Yu was at a loss for words. How could he not perceive Lin Fan's transformation? The current Lin Fan could be said to be the genuine version of himself, having shed the facade with newfound power. Yet, as an elder brother, he still yearned to salvage whatever he could of Lin Fan. Today, all members of the Jiuxiao sect shall perish. Not even the immortal could save them, mark my words. However, that old scoundrel Chu, I shall ensure you are the last to die. I want you to witness the tragic demise of your disciples with your own eyes. Lin Fan stood triumphantly, exuding an air of dominance infused with bitterness, reveling in the sweet taste of vengeance fulfilled. Chapter 87. The world as a chessboard, all things as pieces. Lin Fan, refrain from engaging in idle chatter with them. If you intend to act, do so swiftly. You already possess the upper hand today, and there is no need to further humiliate them. Suddenly, the enchanting Yunmeng fairy, who had been standing behind Lin Fan, spoke up, urging him to act without unnecessary taunts towards the members of the Jiuxiao sect. Chu Tianjun cast a surprised glance at this breathtaking fairy. Although her words did not evoke any particular fondness, they certainly did not inspire disdain. Lin Fan, your fortune is indeed remarkable. If you could humbly seek guidance from this Yunmeng fairy, your future accomplishments would undoubtedly be significant. Alas, Chu Tianjun expressed his regret. He truly felt that Lin Fan was somewhat unfortunate. The extraordinary luck he possessed, along with the exceptional individuals surrounding him, whether it be the initial Lin Yu, the deceased Jiang Qingyao, or the present Yuming fairy, were all outstanding. Had Lin Fan heeded their counsel, he would surely have become an extraordinary figure. Before Chu Tianjun could finish his thought, Lin Fan interjected, diminish that air of self-righteousness. I am favored by destiny. As the saying goes, when the time comes, heaven and earth will lend their strength. What do you have to contend with me? What qualifications do you possess to challenge me? In the past, you stood aloof, merely having practiced a few more years than I. What do you possess now that can compare to me? You are young and have achieved much, which indeed grants you a sense of superiority. Yet, your narrow-mindedness confines you to transient honors and self-deception. Do you truly believe that being favored by fate means you hold destiny in your grasp? Do you think that with luck on your side, you can seize all the benefits of this world? Do you believe that with countless opportunities, the world should revolve around you? It is utterly laughable. Chu Tianjun burst into laughter, his tone losing its previous calmness as he spoke with fervor. Lin Fan's expression darkened, ready to retort. However, as he was about to utter a word, Chu Tianjun continued assertively. You ask what I have to compare with you. At the very least, I fight today for my sect, not for selfish desires. At the very least, I live my life with a clear conscience, never regretting my decisions. At least I would risk everything to save those I love, and I would never abandon those who care for me to live a solitary life. Even if I were to perish today, my heart would have no regrets. Is that not sufficient? Chu Tianjun's words rang with sincerity, each statement further darkening Lin Fan's countenance. Lin Fan was undoubtedly a self-serving individual, though he justified his actions as being decisive and unencumbered by personal attachments, which allowed him to abandon Jiang Qingao and Shu Chan without hesitation. However, some things cannot be compared, for justice resides in the hearts of men. In the next moment, nearly 10,000 disciples of the Jiuxiao sect shouted in unison, "We are willing to die alongside our sect leader." At that moment, even the Yuming Ferry and the allied powerhouses were moved. Cultivators are typically selfish, and such a united front was unheard of. Do you see this? This is where our paths diverge. Have you ever contemplated the true intentions of those who follow you? How many among them genuinely wish to advance and retreat alongside you? Their allegiance is ultimately driven by self-interest, forming a transient and disjointed assembly. In truth, Chu Tianjun had no need to articulate this. He did not intend to disturb Lin Fan's resolve through mere words. His extensive discourse was merely a prelude to a subsequent statement, one not directed at Lin Fan. His voice resonated through the cosmos. What is the essence of cultivating immortality? Is it solely the pursuit of immense power, only to ascend to immortality and thereafter to perpetuate this cycle until one reaches the pinnacle, enduring eternal solitude? If this path is destined to be one of ultimate isolation, what purpose does the pursuit of immortality serve? Would you not agree, Ancestor Xuanji? With this final remark, Chu Tianjun abruptly turned his gaze towards the ancestral hall, once more invoking the name of Ancestor Xuanji after many years. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Perhaps each individual had pondered the purpose of cultivation and the ultimate goal. Yet few had contemplated what that destination truly entailed. After a fleeting silence, a voice emerged from the void, and this time, at least half of the Jiuxiao sect recognized it as that of the enigmatic supreme ancestor. In response, Yu Xuanji succinctly affirmed Chu Tianjun's query with 2 words, indeed. Ever since parting ways with Ji Xuanyu, Chu Tianjun resolved that since Yu Xuanji was destined to falter in mastering the path of forgetfulness, it would be more prudent to facilitate her failure sooner rather than later. The criterion for failure in the path of forgetfulness is to recall past loves, grievances, and emotions. Chu Tianjun's lengthy discourse aimed to evoke Yu Xuanji's sentiments, and it was evident that he succeeded. Today was not a suitable moment for Lin Fan to engage in battle. The Jiuxiao sect harbored hidden powers. Upon hearing Yu Xuanji's response from the void, the expression of the Fairy of Cloud Dream shifted dramatically, prompting her to quietly advise Lin Fan, "Fear not, as long as those who recently allied with us continue to fight under the banner of Jiuxiao sect, he shall refrain from intervening. Today, Chu and his cohorts must perish," Lin Fan asserted with a wave of his hand. During his time in the Jiuxiao sect, he had also heard tales of the supreme ancestor Yu Xuanji. "I sense an element of uncertainty. Chu Tianjun is no ordinary adversary, unless we possess absolute assurance. I suggest we deliberate further." The Fairy of Cloud Dream's thoughts began to waver. She could not fathom why, despite her initial unwavering confidence in Lin Fan. She now felt he was no match for Chu Tianjun. "Enough. Today, I command the advantage of time, location, and support. If I do not seize this opportunity to obliterate the Jiuxiao sect, what authority will I retain as the leader of this alliance?" Lin Fan was resolute, dismissing any counsel. His confidence was palpable, stemming from the celestial artifact he bore, the superior quality and quantity of allies at his command, and an inexplicable fortune that seemed to favor him. Yet, the Fairy of Cloud Dream sensed an underlying dissonance. She recognized that Lin Fan indeed surpassed both the Jiuxiao sect and Chu Tianjun in various aspects. Neither of the two individuals realized that none of these possessions belonged to Lin Fan. Chu Tianjun was orchestrating a grand strategy, one so vast that the entire universe, encompassing both the known and the unknown, served as his chessboard. In this intricate game, he, along with everyone around him, including enemies and all that he beheld, were mere pawns. Today, Lin Fan represented the most crucial piece in Chu Tianjun's design, one of immense utility, by purging the dross of the Nine Heavens Sect. Seizing Lin Fan's fortune and resources, enhancing the cohesion of the sect, and disrupting the cultivation of Yuxuanji's emotionless path. These were all objectives he sought to achieve through Lin Fan. Moreover, there were certain elusive and ineffable elements lurking beneath the surface. However, one thing remains unequivocal. Chu Tianjun perceives the cosmos as his chessboard and all beings as his pieces, not merely for his own gain or to assume dominion over the lives of others, but rather in pursuit of a simple yet noble aspiration that resides within his heart. Chapter 88. I do not require your death, flattened the Nine Heavens Sect. With a decisive command, Lin Fan left no room for retreat. The true threat to him and the Nine Heavens Sect lay solely with Lin Fan and the Fairy of Cloud Dreams. As Lin Fan issued the order to strike, Chu Tianjun's sleeves fluttered and the Tianxian sword soared forth. Tianxian, protect Qingxue, Chu Tianjun stated calmly, stepping forward, his aura enveloping Lin Fan and the Fairy of Cloud Dreams. Simultaneously, the Tianxian sword erupted with a blinding radiance, revealing a stern young man clad in black, exuding the formidable pressure of the god transformation stage. A spirit treasure? The Tianxian sword has become a spirit treasure? The members of the Nine Heavens Sect, witnessing this sudden emergence of strength, realized that Chu Tianjun's sword had transcended into a spirit treasure. It was their first encounter with such an artifact, capable of independent cultivation and potentially ascending to the celestial realm, embodying a unique form of life. This development effectively added another god transformation powerhouse to the Nine Heavens Sect. Yet the disparity in strength between the two sides remained vast. At this moment, Lu Qingxue felt deeply moved. In such dire circumstances, Chu Tianjun chose to utilize a god transformation ally to safeguard her rather than keep it for himself, a gesture far more profound than any romantic declaration. The battle commenced, and both Lu Qingxue and the Tianxian sword faced immense pressure, for aside from Lin Fan and the Fairy of Cloud Dreams, there were still 4 formidable god transformation experts to contend with. They would have to withstand the combined might of these 4 beings. Among these 4 god transformation experts was a formidable demon possessing the bloodline of a divine beast from the celestial realm. The blazing phoenix had revealed its true form, flames engulfing it as if igniting the very sky. Fortunately, Lu Qingxue's Great Eye sealing technique innately countered fire-based spells. As the phoenix manifested, heavy snow began to swirl around Lu Qingxue, and a vivid clash of ice and fire erupted in the skies above. Yet, regardless of the ferocity of the surrounding battle, the ultimate outcome would be determined solely between Chu Tianjun and Lin Fan. Even the Fairy of Cloud Dreams, the highest skilled in the arena, was not the pivotal factor. Both Chu Tianjun and Lin Fan had manifested their primordial spirits, as had the Fairy of Cloud Dreams. This marked Chu Tianjun's first genuine engagement with a cultivator of the void refinement stage, and he discerned the differences between the primordial spirit and that of the god transformation stage. Even though Chu Tianjun could ascend to the void refinement stage at any moment, his primordial spirit remained in a shadowy form, composed of pure energy. Though refined, it lacked physicality, akin to light and shadow. The Fairy of Cloud Dreams' primordial spirit, while not yet fully tangible like her physical form, was approaching corporeality, reminiscent of the transformation from chi refinement to foundation establishment, where spiritual energy is compressed into spiritual liquid. In this critical moment, Chu Tianjun opted not to employ great cutting technique, but rather his most frequently utilized great devouring technique in conjunction with great transformation technique, primarily to counter the Fairy of Cloud Dreams. He withstood Lin Fan's attacks directly, relying on these 2 spells to absorb and neutralize the incoming threats. Originally, the concept of refining the void signifies transforming the ethereal into the tangible. Achieving a perfected primordial spirit allows one to entirely forsake the corporeal form. Even the spiritual body may merge into the primordial essence. This, I dare say, represents a more advanced state of existence. After engaging in several encounters with the celestial maiden of Yunming, Chu Tianjun suddenly mused aloud. Both the celestial maiden and Lin Fan were taken aback by his revelation. Lin Fan felt bewildered, yet the celestial maiden was visibly alarmed. Who exactly are you? I discern no spiritual body upon you. Your prowess rivals that of the void refinement stage despite being in the transformation stage. Do you possess any hidden cards? The more she pondered, the more uneasy she became. She realized that Chu Tianjun was not a prodigy endowed with a spiritual body, yet he faced her, a seasoned practitioner of the void refinement stage, with an unsettling calmness. It seemed that throughout their confrontation, he was merely studying the intricacies of the void refinement stage from her. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's attacks continued to rain down upon Chu Tianjun. However, he paid no heed to Lin Fan, instead extending his hand towards him with fingers splayed. An ethereal compass materialized, effortlessly deflecting all of Lin Fan's assaults, which were subsequently transformed into his own power through the Great Devouring Technique and the Great Transformation Technique. In truth, throughout this ordeal, Chu Tianjuan's sole concern was Lin Fan's streak of fortune, which rendered it rather difficult to eliminate him. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is the person I aspire to become. Today, you shall assist me in transcending the void refinement stage. When the time comes to end your life, I will ensure it is swift, sparing you unnecessary suffering. Chu Tianjun remarked to the celestial maiden with a smile. His delay in breaking through the void refinement stage was not due to insufficient strength, but rather a lack of profound understanding of the stage itself. Although there were some insights left by predecessors within the sect, Chu Tianjun sought a path that was uniquely his own. To this point, his primary cultivation method was the incomplete sixfold celestial tome. However, this extraordinary text was so advanced that it offered no descriptions of the realms beyond immortality, leaving Chu Tianjun with only the most superficial understanding. Engaging in close combat with the celestial maiden provided him with his first direct insight into the void refinement stage. With these experiences, combined with the wisdom of his predecessors, he began to comprehend how to cultivate within the void refinement stage. Chu Tianjuan's earlier words instinctively prompted the celestial maiden to retreat, just as his aura surged dramatically. At that moment, ominous clouds gathered in the heavens, and the tribulation of the void refinement stage descended upon him instantaneously. As the tribulation struck, Chu Tianjun rapidly assimilated its power in an instant. His primordial spirit manifestation became significantly more corporeal, no longer a mere shadow, and the pressure of the void refinement stage equaled that of the seasoned celestial maiden. Impossible. How can one traverse the tribulation so effortlessly? Even with Lin Fan's auspicious fortune, it cannot be this simple. Who are you truly? The celestial maiden gasped in astonishment, losing her composure at the sight of Chu Tianjun having so swiftly reached the void refinement stage. She had always believed Lin Fan to be the favored child of destiny, destined for immeasurable achievements. Yet, she was acutely aware that Lin Fan's breakthrough to the transformation stage was achieved through their mutual cultivation, while Chu Tianjun had accomplished his advancement entirely on his own, and in an instant, no less. This comparison revealed the vast chasm between them. Now, it is time for you to meet your demise. Chu Tianjun responded to the celestial maiden, though his words did not directly address her inquiry. As Chu Tianjun ascended to a transcendent realm, he exuded an aura reminiscent of sovereign dominion over the world. At this moment, he effortlessly overshadowed the renowned Yundream fairy, who, despite her formidable prowess, found herself unable to confront the might of his great cutting technique. The space surrounding her was ensnared by the formidable force of the technique, rendering her ensconced within a cage woven from fissures in reality. Do not take my life. I possess the rare Hahuan spirit body, and through dual cultivation with me, the likelihood of transcending any realm below that of immortals would significantly increase. My 1,000 years of arduous cultivation have not been in vain. I beseech you, esteemed friend, spare my life, and I shall offer everything. Realizing her utter impotence, the Yundream fairy pleaded for mercy from Chu Tianjun. However, confronted with her stunning beauty and the allure of her Hahuan spirit body, Chu Tianjun exhibited no hesitation, replying simply, I have no need for it. In that instant, several manifestations of the great cutting technique severed the essence of the Yundream fairy, and with a single decisive motion, he engulfed her spirit, assimilating it into his own cultivation. Having just traversed the tribulations, he now solidified his prowess at the initial perfection of the virtual realm. Chapter 89. Enhanced Grand Prayer Technique. The celestial maiden of Yunmeng was almost obliterated in an instant, invigorating the spirits of the Zhou sect, while simultaneously plunging the alliance into despair. Lin Fan cast a venomous glare at Chu Tianjun. The celestial maiden was the third woman he had lost to him. Particularly haunting was the fact that she had pleaded for mercy before her demise, which left Lin Fan feeling deeply betrayed. Are you not enraged? Today, let me witness the extent of your fortune and how much those behind you are willing to invest in your fate. After slaying the celestial maiden, Chu Tianjun turned his gaze towards Lin Fan, his words laced with mockery, evoking memories of the disdain he had endured a decade prior. Lin Fan could never forget the humiliation of watching Xiaobai perish in his arms, struck down by merely a glance from Chu Tianjun, while he was powerless to intervene. I shall grind you to dust, Lin Fan spat fiercely, as the Pudu bell appeared above him, a blood-red flying sword materializing in his grasp. 2 celestial artifacts. What an investment this is. I am genuinely curious about what you hope to achieve. Is it still connected to the Jiuxiao sect? Chu Tianjun regarded Lin Fan with a knowing look, but after uttering these words, he glanced up at the heavens. In contrast to the already deceased Yi Chun, Lin Fan had evidently garnered a far greater investment, all of which pointed towards the celestial realm. Particularly, Lin Fan's uncanny fortune could only be influenced by the divine. From this, Chu Tianjun gleaned a vital piece of information. Even the celestial realm could not intervene directly in this world. Otherwise, they could simply dispatch an immortal to settle matters, negating the necessity for these favored ones to develop from the outset. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged, still rife with hatred and resentment, as the blood-red celestial sword hurtled toward Chu Tianjun. This indicated that Lin Fan was likely unaware of his true mission, merely progressing along a certain trajectory. The might of the celestial sword compelled Chu Tianjun to exercise caution. In the next moment, 2 sheets of golden foil emerged, seemingly sentient, entangling the blood-red sword and producing a cacophony of clinks and clatters upon collision. The unique material of the golden foil proved remarkably resilient, impervious to even the slightest harm from the celestial sword. As the celestial sword was thwarted by the golden foil from the 6 Principles Heavenly Book, Chu Tianjun unleashed his grand cutting technique towards Lin Fan, now wielding the prowess of the void refinement stage. This technique surpassed its manifestation during the spirit transformation stage by leaps and bounds. When this technique struck the Pudu bell, the defensive celestial artifact trembled violently. And Chu Tianjun sensed that with continued bombardment, the Pudu bell would inevitably be rendered unusable. In the next moment, Chu Tianjun's assault intensified. However, it was precisely in this moment that what should have been impossible occurred. Perhaps an unseen force granting Lin Fan fortune had sensed his peril. The grand cutting technique, capable of slicing through space and leaving behind remnants, had already left the area before Lin Fan in tatters, torn asunder by the very essence of the technique. Yet suddenly, the tormenting sensation that was supposed to gradually subside vanished in an instant. Subsequently, as Chu Tianjun's grand slicing technique cleaved through the fabric of space, it seemed to encounter an extraordinarily solid object. The power of the technique diminished at an unfathomable pace during its transmission through space. When the grand slicing technique collided with the Pudu bell, it yielded only a faint chime, akin to an ordinary weapon striking a hefty bronze bell. Has this begun to deviate from fairness? Chu Tianjun remarked with a light chuckle, and at that moment, Lin Fan distinctly felt a sudden alleviation of pressure, a look of joy spreading across his face. In the next moment, Chu Tianjun closed the distance to Lin Fan, and this time, the spectral compass behind him grew larger. The intricate layers of the compass began to rotate in a manner that defied comprehension, oscillating between rapid and slow, reminiscent of the changing seasons. The withering and flourishing of flora, as if all things in the universe were undergoing transformation. This alteration did not provoke any other phenomenon. However, the might of Chu Tianjun's grand slicing technique was evidently heightened once more. The previously unyielding barrier between him and Lin Fan seemed to revert to its original state. And as the grand slicing technique struck the Pudu bell, it resonated with a sound that echoed through the heavens. Soon, sparks erupted from the celestial artifact, seemingly on the verge of shattering if it persisted. Regardless of the circumstances, at that moment, Chu Tianjun undeniably resembled a formidable antagonist. While Lin Fan remained resolute in his struggle, his eyes still reflecting an indomitable spirit. Chu Tianjun, however, did not regard Lin Fan's expression. Instead, he cast an unanticipated glance towards the direction of Tianjin Peak. On Tianjin Peak, Long Wei had been observing everything outside the protective array, yet she had taken no action. I know you have not yet truly placed your trust in me. Nonetheless, today, regardless of what transpires, I shall forever stand by your side, Long Yue murmured softly. her gaze solely fixated on Chu Tianjun. Long Yue was not foolish, after all. Even Yu Xuanji had proclaimed her as the most talented individual in the Jiuxiao sect over the past millennium. When Chu Tianjun previously suggested to Long Yue that if she could still trust him, she should employ the grand prayer technique to disrupt Lin Fan's fortunes. She realized then that she had not truly earned his trust. However, Chu Tianjun had also made it clear that he was granting her an opportunity. When he instantaneously broke through to the void refinement stage and effortlessly dispatched the Yum Fairy, Long Wei understood that even if she refrained from intervening today, Chu Tianjun likely possessed a trump card capable of overcoming Lin Fan. Although a voice deep within her urged her to witness Chu Tianjun's ultimate secret, Long Yue suppressed it, refusing to allow herself to miss this final opportunity. At that very moment, the mysterious force that bestowed fortuity upon Lin Fan seemed to sense his peril once more. As cracks appeared on the Pudu bell, an unprecedented upheaval manifested in the heavens. In an instant, a terrifying aura of destruction descended, causing everyone to instinctively look up. And they beheld countless meteors materializing in the sky, not romantic shooting stars, but rather colossal extraterrestrial meteors. The meteors blazed with fierce flames, truly capable of annihilating the world. A single one could turn a 1,000-mile radius to scorched earth, and the sky revealed over 100 of them. It is conceivable that a colossal meteorite may occasionally descend from the heavens, but should such an event occur en masse, it would undoubtedly herald the end of the world. Even more astonishing is the fact that these meteorites seem to possess a consciousness, all directed toward a singular target with uncanny precision, specifically, the location of the Jiuxiao sect. The force of a single meteorite is comparable to a strike from a formidable being at the Dongshin stage. And the impact of hundreds of them would equate to the combined might of numerous such entities converging upon one point. Unlike others, Chu Tianjun distinctly felt that these celestial bodies were aimed directly at him. Is this excessive? Is there no sense of decorum? Chu Tianjun's expression darkened as he gazed at the firmament, which appeared devoid of anything amiss, yet he could not suppress his discontent. One hand clasped within his sleeve. It seemed he was preparing to invoke some form of countermeasure. In the next instant, an inexplicable aura suddenly emanated from Tianxian Peak. Sensing this presence, Chu Tianjun gradually relaxed his grip. He then turned his gaze toward the peak and beheld the ethereal figure of Long Yue suspended above it, her hands clasped in prayer high above her head. Despite her expression of deep reverence, it was not a gesture of worship to the heavens. Rather, she gently tapped her thumbs against her forehead 3 times, prompting the rapid formation of calamity clouds in the sky. The moment these clouds coalesced, Chu Tianjun sensed something was amiss. This was clearly not a sign of Lin Fan's fortune, but rather an omen of misfortune directed at him. The ominous clouds were specifically targeting Lin Fan. In an instant, Lin Fan's countenance paled, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. The earlier meteorites had not instilled in him the slightest inkling of danger. He was acutely aware that their descent would obliterate the entire Jiuxiao sect, leaving Chu Tianjun with no choice but to flee or perish beneath the meteor shower. Yet the current calamity clouds instilled a profound sense of peril within him. He could not fathom why he had inadvertently provoked a tribulation of the Lianshu stage when he was still far from reaching the pinnacle of the Huashan stage. However, this was merely the beginning. After a silent prayer, Long Yue's peak nascent soul energy was abruptly siphoned by a mysterious force, simultaneously doubling the intensity of the tribulation aimed at Lin Fan. 9 transformations of the celestial demon, once more, thundered Long Yue. In that moment, her 9 lives battle armor erupted with tidal waves of pure spiritual energy, and in the span of a single breath, her cultivation once again surged to the zenith of the nascent soul stage. Yet, as soon as her power returned, it was once again drained, as if she were partaking in a monumental sacrifice, further amplifying the might of the tribulation targeting Lin Fan. Is such a feat even possible? Chu Tianjun was left in a state of shock. He realized that Long Wei was utilizing the 9 transformations of the celestial demon to continuously sacrifice her own cultivation, thereby augmenting the potency of the great prayer technique. In mere moments, she had consecutively sacrificed her energy 8 times. Upon the 8th sacrifice of her nascent soul peak power, Long Wei achieved the unprecedented mastery of the 9 transformations of the celestial demon. At this juncture, the tribulation in the sky had transformed into something truly terrifying, its ominous presence eclipsing even that of the falling meteorites. You are finished. Chu Tianjun cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Fan and uttered a few words. The heavenly tribulation unleashed by the peak cultivation of the 8-dimensional infant sacrificed by the ethereal moon, was such that even with the great devouring technique, Chu Tianjun harbored no certainty of withstanding it. He sensed that the might of this tribulation had already surpassed that of the tribulations faced in the period. It could very well rival the ascension tribulation of the Great Ascension stage. Chapter 90. The last thing I can do for you indeed. Malevolent forces can only be vanquished through even more sinister means. Lin Fan's fortuitous luck inadvertently summoned a cataclysmic meteorite capable of annihilating worlds. Meanwhile, the prayer of the dim moon sought Lin Fan's demise, and thus his tribulation arrived inexplicably ahead of schedule, amplifying its devastating power as a testament to the clash of destinies. In a remarkable turn of events, the tribulation descended before the meteorites, shattering them mid-fall and transforming the sky into a vast meteor shower. No, it is impossible. I cannot die. Lin Fan gazed in terror at the rapidly descending thunder, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair. At this moment, an inexplicable yet familiar wave rippled through the cosmos. Chu Tianjun recognized this as the lingering will of Lin Fan's benefactor, who remained undeterred, attempting to bestow luck upon him once more to aid his escape from peril. However, Chu Tianjun would not grant such an opportunity. He clasped his hands before his chest, forming a seal he had never utilized before. In the next instant, the spectral compass behind him swelled rapidly, connecting heaven and earth, while the 2 pages of the 6 instruments' heavenly book began to tremble, radiating brilliant golden light. This golden luminescence cascaded over the compass apparition, transforming its inscriptions into shimmering gold, and the immense spectral compass itself took on a golden hue. Subsequently, the colossal compass began to rotate in an unprecedented manner. If one were to discern a difference from before, it was that it seemed to initiate a reverse rotation. Almost immediately, a golden beam shot skyward from the compass, piercing the clouds without causing destruction. To onlookers, it appeared merely as a golden shaft ascending into the heavens. Yet within the ears of Chu Tianjun and in Lin Fan's heart, it resonated with the sound of something shattering, akin to the breaking of glass. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fan felt as though he had lost his greatest anchor. He understood that his luck had dissipated. Chu Tianjun's trump card had always been the 6 instruments' heavenly book, but employing it in such a manner exacted a tremendous toll, draining nearly all of his spiritual energy as a formidable cultivator in the void refinement stage merely to awaken the deep-seated power of the book's golden filigree. The awe-inspiring celestial phenomena that unfolded over Fufeng Prefecture, be it the meteorite showers, the ascension tribulation rivaling the might of an advanced cultivator, or the final golden light piercing the firmament, captured the attention of every living being in this world. Even in the distant Tai Chi Academy of the Central Continent, powerful beings surrounded by ripples of space emerged from their grand halls, instinctively gazing towards the sky. Once the golden pillar dissipated, these transcendent beings of the Dongxian realm, along with a considerable number of venerable figures from the void refinement stage, congregated in the central pavilion of the academy, resembling a repository of knowledge. Despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, it occupied the most prestigious position within the academy, which was constructed around it. Master, a formidable being has just breached the barriers between realms in the eastern domain, not to ascend to a higher plane. With such a powerful figure emerging, is this a blessing or a calamity for our academy? How should we respond? Inquired a late-stage Dongxian realm powerhouse, bowing respectfully towards the repository. His demeanor and words laced with utmost humility. All eyes were filled with anticipation as they gazed upon the library, and in the next moment, a deep, aged voice resonated from within. In an era of great turmoil where crises and opportunities coexist, none of us can remain aloof. It is time to apply our learning. The Master's words were few and somewhat tangential, leaving some to ponder, while many others appeared utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, a calamity of immense power, comparable to the ascendant stage, descended upon Lin Fan. He could only brace himself with the universal bell. Originally, this bell could barely withstand such a tribulation, but fortune had truly abandoned him. The bolt of divine wrath struck precisely at the minute crack in the bell, shattering the celestial artifact into fragments in an instant. Under the thunderous skies, Chu Tianjun observed the terror etched upon Lin Fan's face. Yet the sheer ferocity of the catastrophe was so overwhelming that even he could not discern what transpired. However, this ordeal was brief, and to Chu Tianjun's astonishment, Lin Fan remained alive, albeit beside him. A talisman-like object was slowly turning to ash. A substitute talisman? You possess quite an array of treasures, yet it seems you have reached your limits now, Chu Tianjun remarked coldly, perceiving Lin Fan's aura as exceedingly feeble. Though he had not succumbed, he resembled a tiger stripped of its claws. At this moment, the spectral compass behind Chu Tianjun vanished, along with the ethereal aura of the moonlit prayer, leaving Lin Fan bereft of any miraculous fortune, and everything returned to a semblance of normalcy. The allied cultivators ceased their assault on the Nine Heavens Sect's formation, and some of the more astute among them began to make their escape. Just then, Chu Tianjun flicked his sleeves, and a copper coffin materialized before him. Since you harbor malicious intent, it is only fitting that I take your lives, he stated calmly, addressing all present in the alliance. In the next instant, the coffin of the immortal's burial creaked open, unleashing a miasma capable of devouring flesh. Reminiscent of the blood ritual carried out by Yi Chun upon the Nine Heavens Sect years ago. That time, Yi Chun had sacrificed nearly 10,000 lives, including a dozen nascent soul stage practitioners. Today, however, nearly 100,000 souls were present, with dozens of nascent soul experts among them. Chu Tianjun felt a surge of anticipation. What kind of corporeal form could emerge from such a wealth of vital essence? Demon, you, Chu Tianjun, are indeed a fiend. How can the Nine Heavens Sect, which prides itself on righteousness, not fear the inner demons that shall ensue from the bloodshed of 100,000 cultivators? As the Alliance's practitioners faced imminent doom, Lin Fan's companion from the demonic sect could not contain her frantic outcry. You were the ones who vowed to flatten my Nine Heavens Sect, and now that you face death, you begin to wield double standards? Truly, birds of a feather flock together. You and Lin Fan are indeed well matched, Lu Qingxue retorted, engaged in combat with this individual, preempting any words from Chu Tianjun. Outside the Nine Heavens Sect, only Lin Fan and 4 God transformation stage cultivators remained from the Alliance. It seemed the coffin of the immortal's burial had become saturated from the excessive blood sacrifice, enveloped in a shroud of blood mist, floating in the void like a colossal blood cocoon. Although Chu Tianjun had his gaze fixed on Lin Fan, he refrained from making a move. At that moment, both he and Lin Fan were in a similar state, devoid of significant power to wield. However, the next instant, Chu Tianjun whispered, Lin Yu, I'll leave the rest to you. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Yu appeared nearby, sword in hand. Half a year ago, I returned home, and I noticed that fourth uncle and fourth aunt have aged considerably. Lin Yu spoke, his tone as serene as it had been over a decade ago when he and Lin Fan were still ordinary individuals. Are you feeling quite proud? Ready to assume the role of a victor and educate me as an elder brother? Lin Fan glared at Lin Yu, resentment etched across his face. He understood that he had lost utterly. Without that extraordinary fortune, he could scarcely stir a ripple. They are still unaware of your circumstances. I will tell them that you have fared well at the Jiuxiao sect over the years. Before your arrival, I pleaded with the sect leader for the privilege of ending your life myself. After your demise, I shall return your body to our hometown, informing fourth uncle and fourth aunt that you perished in battle against a beast. This is the last act of kindness I can offer you. Lin Yu's voice remained calm, yet his grip on the Qishao sword trembled slightly. Chapter 91. Taking the initiative to apologize to Rongyue. Lin Yu indeed took the initiative to request the opportunity to slay Lin Fan himself. For he understood that had the sect leader intervened, Lin Fan would likely have perished without a trace. Chu Tianjun acquiesced to Lin Yu's request, observing him quietly. When Lin Yu first proposed this notion, Chu Tianjun experienced a moment of astonishment. However, he soon felt a sense of joy and relief, realizing that from that instant, he had begun to nurture Lin Yu as a prospective candidate for the future sect leader. Subsequently, Lin Yu and Lin Fan exchanged no further words. Although Lin Fan's cultivation level surpassed Lin Yu's, his breakthrough to the transformation stage had been somewhat opportunistic, and coupled with his dwindling strength, he was hardly a match for Lin Yu, who had honed his abilities through relentless combat and training. In the final moment, Lin Yu unleashed a technique he had never employed before. In that fleeting instant, his physical form and his primordial spirit fused with the essence of his sword intent, transforming him into an unstoppable blade, magnificent and resplendent. With a single strike, he shattered Lin Fan's primordial spirit while simultaneously piercing through his chest. Another child of destiny had fallen. Chu Tianjun sighed inwardly, hoping that the Jiuxiao sect might enjoy a brief respite. He harbored a foreboding sense that as long as he remained earthbound and unable to confront the celestial powers, this humble Jiuxiao sect would never find peace. With Lin Fan's demise, the alliance of 100,000 cultivators faced a bloodbath, and the remaining 4 transformation stage experts resolved to flee. However, such an escape was impossible at this juncture. Chu Tianjun did not even have to intervene, as Lu Qingxue and the Tianxian sword, in conjunction with the sect's defensive array, activated in offensive mode, along with Lin Yu, who could contend with transformation stage adversaries, and the formidable duo of Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua, who also matched transformation stage prowess, led to the downfall of the 4 experts in succession. The primordial spirits of these 4 were not wasted. They were devoured by the Tianxian sword, perhaps having feasted a bit too abundantly. After consuming the 4 primordial spirits, the Tianxian sword reverted to its original form, quietly returned to Chu Tianjun's possession, as if it had fallen into a deep slumber. Following Lin Fan's death, the blood-red celestial sword was also collected by Chu Tianjun, granting him 2 celestial artifacts. At the very moment the Jiuxiao sect's protective array was deactivated, a pill emanating a dazzling radiance appeared above the sect. As the light spread, everyone felt enveloped in a gentle and pure spiritual energy, which not only alleviated their pain and fatigue, but also swiftly restored their depleted spiritual power. What would typically require 3 to 5 days to recuperate was nearly restored in just a few breaths. What is this? Does our Jiuxiao sect possess such a treasure? It is truly astonishing. Such rapid recovery would allow us to engage in battle once more without issue. Many disciples gazed curiously at the unfamiliar divine pill, which could indeed be deemed the Jiuxiao sect's most prized possession. This was the life treasure of the esteemed Master Ningxiang, and although calling it a treasure was somewhat inaccurate, it was, in fact, a pill known as the Pill of Creation. It serves as both a pill and a treasure, capable of continuous enhancement, and in the future, it may even evolve into a spiritual artifact. Soon, someone elucidated that this item was indeed called the Pill of Creation, the most valuable possession in the hands of Han Ningxiang. The alchemical refinement of elixirs akin to treasured artifacts was an art mastered by Wu Qingyun in earlier years. However, Han Ningxiang, a disciple of remarkable talent, with the assistance of Chu Tianjun, recently succeeded in concocting the creation divine elixir. This particular pill possesses the extraordinary capability of continuous refinement and evolution, potentially allowing it to manifest and cultivate akin to the Tianxian sword in the future. Subsequently, disciples of the Jiuxiao sect commenced the task of clearing the battlefield. Both Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue retreated to seclusion to recuperate, having sustained considerable depletion of their spiritual energy. Chu Tianjun was nearly drained, and Lu Qingxue had also expended a significant amount. Although Han Ningxiang promptly sought them out, offering numerous elixirs for rapid recovery of spiritual energy, they both declined the gifts. They believed that a brief period would suffice for recovery, and these precious elixirs were better reserved for future necessities. Their identical reasoning reflected their bond as companions on the path. Such sentiments quickly reached the ears of the ordinary disciples, who regarded Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue with even greater reverence. In these times, the Jiuxiao sect dominated 3 territories, overflowing with abundant resources. Yet the 2 most powerful individuals within the sect exhibited remarkable frugality. This served as an exemplary model for the disciples, instilling a commendable tradition of avoiding wastefulness, ensuring that all valuable resources were judiciously utilized. Chu Tianjun's recovery was swift. Within 2 days, he departed from Tianjun Peak and made his way alone to Tianxian Peak. As he pushed open the door to the courtyard, familiar from memory, he stepped inside. The courtyard was devoid of the figure of Long Yue. However, after taking a few steps, the door to Long Yue's chamber swung open, revealing her graceful silhouette. With a smile, Chu Tianjun nodded in her direction and continued his advance. Long Yue beamed back at him, her joy evident, and gracefully descended several steps of the wooden staircase, her footsteps light, yet resonating with a hurried cadence, akin to a young maiden eager to meet her beloved. The moment Chu Tianjun laid eyes on her, he noted that she was currently at the foundation establishment stage. The 2 halted when they were merely 3 steps apart, gazing at one another, as a slight awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. Why not utilize the 9 lives battle armor to restore your cultivation directly? In your current state, with an unblemished mindset, ascending to the transformation stage would be effortless. Chu Tianjun finally broke the silence, initiating the conversation. During the crafting of the 9 lives battle armor, he had designed it such that the final use would be sufficient for Long Yue to ascend to the transformation stage. If I were to employ it one last time, the 9 lives battle armor would be depleted. It was a gift from you, and I wish to cherish it forever, hence my reluctance to use it. No matter. I am well acquainted with my cultivation, and within 2 or 3 years, I shall regain my strength. When the time comes, striving for the transformation stage will not be delayed. After all, my lifespan is still ample. Though Long Yue's cheeks flushed slightly, her words were candid, and her speech had noticeably increased compared to the past. Chu Tianjun, though not inexperienced, felt a twinge of bashfulness in the face of such unabashed affection. With an awkward smile, he flipped his palm, revealing a jade vial. I possess a few elixirs, which are of a personal nature, for the foundational stage does indeed present its own challenges, Chu Tianjun remarked as he extended his hand forward. Although Chu Tianjun is the actual master of the Nine Heavens Sect, he has always maintained a clear distinction between the sect's treasury and his private hoard. The elixirs he presented to Long Yue were of his personal collection, unrelated to the sect. Long Yue accepted them with delight. Truly loving someone means one cannot refuse their kindness. As she took the jade vial, whether intentional or not, her fingertip brushed lightly against Chu Tianjun's palm. He quickly withdrew his hand. Yet Long Yue could not help but chuckle softly. She then boldly inquired, "You are treating me so well now. Does that mean we can become partners?" "I have another matter to discuss today," Chu Tianjun replied, stepping back. After speaking, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and bowed deeply to Long Yue, saying, "There were times in the past when I acted inappropriately, and today I come to apologize." His sudden action left Long Yue momentarily stunned. But she soon grasped the meaning behind his words, recognizing that he referred to the deliberate distance he had maintained and the cold jibes he had directed at her. There is no need for such formality. Had it not been for those moments, my character might not have evolved as it has. I quite like who I am now. Able to express my thoughts openly. I should be the one thanking you, Long Yue said graciously, placing her hand on Chu Tianjun's wrist. Her forthright nature surely precluded any misunderstandings arising from ulterior motives. Chu Tianjun indeed came to apologize. As a cultivator in the void refinement stage, he had discerned that the unpleasant memories he held were subtly instilled by Yu Xuanji before he entered the Nine Heavens Great Hall to apprentice. However, Chu Tianjun was also certain of one thing. The stage could not predict the future to such a degree. Thus, the most probable future of those 30 years was not the result of Yu Xuanji's divinations. There was another force at play behind it. "You have yet to answer my earlier question," Long Yue pressed, her gaze fixed on Chu Tianjun, her face radiating anticipation. Chu Tianjun smiled and replied, "At present, we can only be considered life and death friends. To become partners, mutual affection is essential, is it not? For now, concentrate on cultivating to the spirit transformation stage. Life and death friends? That sounds quite splendid. It seems I am drawing ever closer to my goal. Next time, should I encounter such a formidable child of fortune, I will certainly fight alongside you," Long Yue said joyfully, her demeanor serene and filled with yearning. Chapter 92 The greatest enigma lies with Long Yue. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjun cast a meaningful glance at Long Yue, genuinely pondering the possibility of encountering a child of fortune, a prospect that may very well stem from her. It appeared that the Jiuxiao sect possessed something extraordinarily alluring. Previously, Chu Tianjun had suspected that it was Yu Xuanji, but now he firmly believed that even beings from the celestial realm would hesitate to predict her fate. Reflecting on the last encounter from the perspective of Ji Xuanyu, the indistinct figure that emerged in his memory could likely obliterate a celestial being with a mere glance. Thus, the matter could not possibly revolve around Yu Xuanji. This left but one possibility, Long Yue. Furthermore, over the past few days, Chu Tianjun had also divined Long Yue's fate. Under the auspices of the great divination technique, he discovered that should Long Yue cultivate to the transformation stage, a monumental change would undoubtedly manifest. Hence, he had consistently emphasized the importance of her reaching that stage. However, the results of this divination diverged significantly from the memories forcibly implanted within him. In those 30 years of recollections, Long Yue had indeed attained the transformation stage, suggesting that under such circumstances, she may not exhibit any extraordinary transformation. Thus, Chu Tianjun realized that if Long Yue were to reach the transformation stage this time, the factors contributing to her monumental change would arise from his own transformation, or rather, from the essence of Long Yue altered by him, which would lead to a fundamental metamorphosis. Only then would he truly possess her. Perhaps thereafter, some lingering uncertainties would also find resolution. Subsequently, the two conversed amiably as friends, and Chu Tianjun, possessing a profound understanding of Longyu, engaged in delightful discourse. After his departure, Longyu, feeling satisfied, resumed her secluded cultivation, fervently yearning to step into the transformation stage, anticipating that by then, even her inner demons would be vanquished. Upon returning to his residence, Chu Tianjun retrieved the celestial artifact, the burial coffin of the immortals. As the lid of the coffin was lifted, a terrifying aura surged forth, and a rigid corpse gradually floated from within. It was termed a corpse due to its extreme rigidity, presenting no signs of movement, resembling that of a lifeless body. Yet, the visage of this corpse was exquisite, clad in luxurious garments, an exact replica of Chu Yue. Chu Yue's lingering soul had already been fused into this formidable corporeal form, yet this time, Chu Tianjun found himself at a loss. Everything appeared normal, yet upon the integration of Chu Yue's lingering soul with the body, there were no signs of revival. It was inaccurate to declare her dead, for she seemed to be ensconced in a deep slumber. What could possibly be the matter? The soul had been stabilized. The corporeal form was immensely powerful, capable of nurturing the soul, and he had even administered the enlightenment fruit and the heaven-mending pill to her. Why then? Did it seem that her consciousness remained unreachable? Chu Tianjun delved deeper into his studies, bestowing such a robust body upon Chu Yue partly as a means of atonement for his guilt. Days later, still devoid of answers, he gently caressed Chu Yue's cheek with an expression of regret, softly murmuring, "I am sorry, Yue. For now, you cannot awaken as a normal person would. But I shall exhaust every effort to ensure your swift revival. It is rather inappropriate for you to remain within the coffin. Henceforth, you shall reside in the room adjacent to Chiotzi. You once shared a close bond with Chun Yuner, and I shall arrange for her to care for you." CHT New Jersey N's feelings for CHYUWI are remarkably pure. In his memory, she is akin to a child he has nurtured, and this recollection continues to resonate. If Ning Chi Si, his daughter, appears somewhat inexplicable, CHYUWI embodies the essence of his daughter even more profoundly. Soon, CHT New Jersey Inn's courtyard regained its vitality, as CHYUWI resided there like a somnolent being, while CHNYNR, now at the Golden Course stage, acted as a devoted attendant, also taking up residence. Her daily responsibilities included grooming and adorning CHYUWI, who required no sustenance. Nevertheless, CHNYNR would take her out each day to admire the breathtaking vistas of G11O Mountain or to regale her with amusing tales of the G11O sect beneath the peach trees. Before long, LQNXU also moved in, as it was quite natural for a Dao companion to share a dwelling. Coincidentally, on this very day, Ning Chi Si returned, albeit now she was known as CH Chi Si. Will father still accept YUWI as a disciple? Should I refer to her as junior sister? CH Chi Si mused, curiously observing CHYUWI. She had heard that CHYUWI's physical form rivaled that of a Dongxian stage cultivator and nearly succumbed to the temptation of pinching her. You may simply call her sister from now on. After all, raising one is akin to raising two. I had no intention of taking on disciples anyway. So why not have another daughter? CHT New Jersey N articulated his premeditated arrangement. This was not a whimsical decision. He had ample experience as a father, yet lacked the expertise to teach a disciple, as he possessed no techniques to master the role of a mentor. Given that his sentiments towards CHYUWI were already paternal, he embraced the notion of welcoming another daughter. Standing beside CHYUWI, CHNYNR felt a fleeting glimmer in her eyes, though she hesitated to confirm it, suspecting it might merely be a transient illusion. "Senior brother, are you truly embracing fatherhood?" LQNXU inquired bluntly, catching CHT New Jersey N off guard, leaving him at a loss for words. Did he indeed harbor such a peculiar inclination? Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Isn't my daughter also yours?" This rendered LQNXU speechless, her gaze towards CH Chi Si and CHYUWI shifting, as a sense of unease crept into her heart. How would she learn to embody the role of a mother? From that day forth, LQNXU underwent a significant transformation. She engaged in delightful activities with CHGC, deliberated on fashionable attire, and personally styled CHYUWI's hair and makeup. She would even push a contraption resembling a wheelchair, taking CHYUWI to witness the sea of clouds and the setting sun. On one occasion, LQNXU took CHYUWI and CHNYNR down the mountain, claiming they would explore the city and allow CHYUWI to experience the vibrancy of life. CHT New Jersey N and CHGC chose not to accompany them, for whenever this father-daughter duo found themselves alone, it was certain they were engaged in discussions of significant matters. I will soon enter seclusion for an extended period. Once I break through to the Dongxian realm, it will be effortless for you to attain the Ying stage. Additionally, your senior sister Ning Xiying has commenced refining elixirs that will greatly enhance the success rate of transcending to the spirit transformation stage. It won't be long before the G11O sect ascends to new heights, and a confrontation with the TI Academy is inevitable. CHT New Jersey N stated with an air of naturalness. Father, please rest assured in your seclusion. Your strength is the key to determining the limits of the Jiuxiao sect. For the sake of our grand plan, the Tai Academy must also be eradicated. Before that, I will ensure that the combat power of the Jiuxiao sect undergoes a transformation. Chu Qiuzi gazed at Chu Tianjun with a hint of admiration whenever she discussed serious matters with him. Her demeanor transformed from that of a dutiful daughter into that of a cunning strategist, brimming with schemes. Let us arrange another banquet in the Peach Grove, this time. You shall preside over it. We should also focus on nurturing Lin Yu moving forward. Chu Tianjun nodded in agreement. He and Chu Qiuzi shared a tacit understanding, their father-daughter bond allowing them to communicate without the need for explicit words. Lin Yu indeed possesses the qualities of a leader, and since you will not be able to manage many sect affairs in the future, he is a commendable candidate for the position of sect master. I have another concern. The background of Master Long Yue is likely quite formidable. If you do not handle your relationship with her well, it could introduce significant variables. Although Chu Qiuzi had not been at the Jiuxiao sect in recent years, she was well aware of everything that transpired there, as many plans had been crafted with her clandestine assistance. Her regard for Long Wei had never waned. I have been forthright with her. If sincerity does not yield true loyalty, then she is destined to be an adversary, which is nothing to fear. It merely introduces another formidable opponent. Whether she is an enemy or an ally is ultimately not our choice. Chu Tianjun's gaze shifted toward Tianshan Peak. He had indeed been candid with Long Wei, as he was with everyone around him. Chu Tianjun found the machinations of intrigue rather tedious. He believed that sincerity was the most effective way to engage with others. Does father truly believe this? Yet I sense that you are employing a form of overt strategy. Suddenly, Chu Qiuzi regarded Chu Tianjun with profound significance. If sincerity is also an overt strategy, then so be it, my dear daughter. Chu Tianjun turned to face Chu Qiuzi, a smile gracing his features. However, the last phrase, my dear daughter, carried a weight of meaning that resonated deeply. Chapter 93, The Ambitious Jiuxiao Sect. That evening, Chu Qiuzi hosted a peach orchard night banquet under the name of Chu Tianjun. The number of attendees had significantly increased. Whereas previously it was primarily comprised of those at the Golden Core stage, it now predominantly featured those at the Nascent Soul stage. The Jiuxiao sect now boasted nearly 20 Nascent Soul practitioners, not accounting for the ever-looming return of the ethereal Elnju or the formidable Lingbao Tianxian sword, which had already reached the transformation stage. Additionally, the physical prowess of the comatose Chu Yue was comparable to that of a practitioner at the stage. Yet she too was not included in the count. The atmosphere remained carefree, and with the larger gathering came a myriad of talents. Many young nascent soul disciples exhibited remarkable skills in music and performance. Chu Tianjun, as was his custom, meticulously recorded everything with his brush. He had once confided to his close companions that if time were to erode memories, he could revisit these paintings to relive those delightful moments once again. Everyone regarded Chu Tianjun as a person of deep affection and loyalty. Yet, these practitioners, now at the nascent soul and transformation stages, still bore the same attachments as ordinary individuals, reluctant to sever ties with friends and peers, and possessing a strong sense of belonging to their sect, all of which was greatly influenced by the presence of such a soulful character as Chu Tianjun. The model of Jiuxiao sect indeed stands as a unique exception within the realm of cultivation. The enjoyable gathering soon approached its conclusion, at which point Chu Qiuzi rose and said, seizing this opportunity with so many present, I would like to convey on behalf of my father the forthcoming development plans of our sect. As soon as Chu Qiuzi spoke, the crowd straightened in their seats, for she was delivering words on behalf of Chu Tianjun. Their reactions were precisely as she had anticipated. She smiled and stepped away from her seat. standing among them to continue. Following our recent events, the three domains have become predominantly ours in Zhuxiao sect. However, there remain numerous territories that we must formally seize. Henceforth, our sect must take the initiative once more. We shall claim the mineral veins that are rightfully ours, acquire the secret realms for our own use, and eradicate the rival sections. It suffices for Zhuxiao sect to reign supreme in the three domains. Chu Tianjun paused, then turned her gaze towards Lu Qingxue. Bowing slightly as she stated, the southern domain's demonic path is most chaotic, with several transformation stage experts still present. I must trouble you, dear mother, to personally attend to this matter. Very well, but how shall I deal with Ji Xuanyu? Lu Qingxue replied without hesitation, though she simultaneously looked to Chu Tianjun for guidance. Lu Qingxue was indeed formidable among her peers at the transformation stage, capable of taking on 2 or 3 opponents simultaneously. Defeating a single expert at this stage was hardly a challenge for her. However, she felt uncertain against Ji Xuanyu, confident only that she could ensure her survival and escape. Ji Xuanyu will not intervene, and you shall not approach the Shengma sect, Chu Tianjun promptly responded. Agreed. Within half a year, aside from the Shengma sect, there shall be no other sects remaining in the southern domain, Lu Qingxue stated decisively, revealing her inherent affinity for the thrill of battle and conquest. Senior brother Lin Yu, with Lu Qingxue's concerns addressed, Chu Tianjun suddenly turned her attention to Lin Yu, calling out his name. Lin Yu swiftly rose to his feet, not allowing the disparity in cultivation levels between himself at the nascent soul stage and Chu Tianjun, who was at the golden core stage, to diminish his respect for her. After standing, he clasped his hands in a gesture of reverence and addressed her. Miss Tianjun, please issue your commands. There are numerous unruly demonic clans in the northern region, and I must trouble you, senior brother Lin Yu. Additionally, my father will be in seclusion for an extended period, and there are certain matters within the sect that require your assistance, Chu Tianjun articulated with great courtesy. Upon the conclusion of her statements, it became evident to all present that she was entrusting Lin Yu with additional responsibilities. Disciple acknowledges the command. Lin Yu responded with a respectful bow towards Chu Tianjun, cognizant that this was his intention. Subsequently, Chu Tianjun called out the names of several other nascent soul cultivators, all of whom had recently ascended from the ranks of ordinary golden core disciples. Though they were not prodigies, they were nonetheless elite members of the sect. For our sect to flourish, we require a fresh influx of quality talent. I kindly ask several senior brothers and sisters to assist with the upcoming expansion of our recruitment for new disciples. Chu Tianjun addressed all present with politeness. However, her words bore the weight of command rather than mere suggestion. The several nascent soul cultivators responded with respectful bows, accepting their tasks. After a brief pause, Chu Tianjun continued to call out 2 more names: senior brother Xingji, senior brother Zhouang. 2 relatively youthful nascent soul cultivators rose in response, one named Shin Xingji and the other Zhouang, having entered the nascent soul stage several years prior. As the latest generation of disciples to achieve this level after Lin Fan and Han Ningxiang, they possessed exceptional talent and were key candidates for the sect's further development. I request that you both set off tomorrow to gather intelligence on the Tai Academy, Chu Tianjun stated directly. All tasks assigned to you, dear senior brothers and sisters, are to be completed within a year. When the time is ripe, our sect will declare war against the Tai Academy. Her tone took on a chilling gravity as she concluded her remarks. At her proclamation, all but Chu Tianjun displayed expressions of astonishment. With the exception of the comatose Chu Yue, the formidable strength of the Tai Academy was well known among the higher echelons of the Zhuxiao sect. Although these nascent soul cultivators held high positions within their sect, they were acutely aware that they could barely scratch the surface when it came to the Tai Academy. To wage war against the Tai Academy seems unwise, considering their legacy spans millennia and they boast several experts at the cave profound stage. Han Ningxiang was the first to voice her skepticism among the assembly. Upon hearing Han Ningxiang's concerns, Chu Tianjun's demeanor remained calm. She even offered her a gentle smile, which prompted an approving glance from Chu Tianjun as well. Under the scrutiny of their peers, Chu Tianjun began her explanation. Sister Ningxiang, it is not that we seek to initiate war with the Tai Academy, but rather that our ascendants will inevitably lead us to confront them. Rather than waiting for them to draw their blades against us, it would be more prudent for us to strike first. In the past, no sect has posed a threat to the Tai Academy, which has monopolized the finest resources, allowing them to remain aloof. However, the rise of Zhuxiao sect is now an inevitability, and as we continue to grow and expand, we shall eventually incorporate the central region into our dominion. With our sect's formidable strength and an abundance of treasures and elixirs, should we not seize the opportunity to fight rather than merely exist in a state of complacency? Father devoted his entire life to the sect, and had he sought ascension solely for himself, he could have easily claimed the resources for his own benefit, perhaps achieving immortality long ago. However, his grand ambition was to elevate the entire sect to the celestial realm, ensuring that every member of Jiuxiao sect attained immortality. As Chu Tianjun spoke, his words grew increasingly impassioned, and the phrase "everyone becomes immortal" resonated with a powerful fervor. The audience was stirred, their hearts ablaze with a singular thought: to vanquish the Tai Academy and allow Jiuxiao sect to dominate a realm of its own. Han Ningxiang was the first to rise. Though not typically one to seek conflict, she bowed deeply to Chu Tianjun, declaring, "Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. I, Ningxiang, pledge my life to follow you. Master, we are willing to fight to the death for the sect." With that, all present stood and bowed in reverence to Chu Tianjun. Ever since the battle with Lin Fan, no one referred to him as the acting leader. In the eyes of others, he had become the sole leader. In that moment, no one noticed the flicker of a flame deep within the eyes of Chu Yue, who sat in her wheelchair, resembling a mere shell of her former self. Chapter 94. Half-stepped to the Zhu Tianjun rose and nodded to the crowd, then spoke in a gentle tone, "I appreciate everyone's hard work." In that moment, Zhu Tianjun exuded an aura that transcended that of the sect leader. If the sect leader represented authority and pressure, he now embodied the essence of a patriarch. "Jiuxiai, what about me?" In this solemn atmosphere, Long Yu unexpectedly broke the silence. "Uncle Master, your task is to swiftly enter the transformation stage," Zhu Qiuxiai remarked with a smile. "Oh," Long Yu replied, somewhat shyly. The next day, the senior members of the sect commenced their respective duties as planned. Lu Qingxue led a group of elite disciples across the border into the southern region, engaging in battle. Lin Yu also took a contingent of disciples and decimated the northern region's demon tribes once more, resulting in a more docile demon population. It was rumored that many demons had taken to vegetarianism, their newfound passion for singing and dancing attributed to the preferences of the disciples from Jiuxiao sect. Ouyang Ming remained within the sect, guiding a group of disciples in the study of formations, continuously enhancing the sect's formations and crafting magical artifacts, which constituted their unique method of cultivation. Wu Qingyun and Han Ningxiang, as master and apprentice, naturally led alchemical disciples in pill crafting. Currently, the Jiuning Ding was in use by Han Ningxiang, who was diligently concocting pills aimed at increasing the success rate of breakthroughs to the transformation stage. Zhou Qifeng and Li Wanhu, a devoted couple, seldom left Jiuxiao sect, primarily focusing on educating disciples. Aside from their encounters with Lin Fan, the rebellious disciple, their teachings had proven effective. Long Yu's cultivation improved daily. She occasionally consumed pills allocated to the nascent soul realms by the sect. The last time she played a pivotal role in vanquishing Lin Fan, she felt justified in using these pills. However, she had yet to touch the vial of pills given to her by Zhu Tianjun. It seemed she was not particularly anxious to restore her cultivation and enter the transformation stage. Despite not being able to see Zhu Tianjun, she appeared to relish this lifestyle. Now that Zhu Qiuxiai had returned, Long Yu frequently visited Tianjun Peak to converse with Zhu Qiuxiai and spend time with the comatose Chu Yue. Lu Qingxue was still waging war in the southern region. Recently, news arrived that in a mere 2 months, she had obliterated over a dozen demonic sects and captured dozens of cities. Just recently, she had executed the Great Eye Sealing technique, freezing 1,000 miles and single-handedly toppling a demon lord at the transformation stage. Perhaps Lu Qingxue was inherently unsuited for tranquil cultivation, as this warfare and bloodshed propelled her cultivation to new heights. In truth, the busiest individuals during this time were Lin Yu and Zhu Qiuxiai. Jiuxiao sect was consistently acquiring new territories, with Zhu Qiuxiai overseeing operations comprehensively, while Lin Yu managed numerous specific tasks. Together, they maintained order within the expansive Jiuxiao sect. Time swiftly passed, and soon 5 years had elapsed. Lu Qingxue had long since returned to Jiuxiao sect. With Zhu Tianjun yet to emerge, she chose to enter seclusion, believing that after half a year of battle, a few years of retreat would suffice to reach the late transformation stage. In the 3rd year following Chu Tianjun's retreat, Long Wei regained her peak yuan in cultivation. After waiting another year without any sign of his emergence, she triggered the tribulation for the transformation stage and, as expected, successfully transcended it without any unforeseen challenges. Remarkably, this time, there was no manifestation of the heart demon tribulation. Upon attaining the transformation stage, Longwei automatically acquired the title of Saintess of the Jiuxiu sect. Becoming the second Saintess of the sect, however, her status paled in comparison to that of Lu Qingxue, as she lacked the identity of a Dao partner. During these years, the Jiuxiao sect welcomed several new Yuaning realists, and the Golden Core stage had become the mainstream within the sect. This advancement marked a significant leap in strength, akin to the Yuaning stage being merely a starting point at the Tai Academy. In the Jiuxiao sect, if one failed to condense a Golden Core within 5 years, they were essentially abandoned by the sect. The Jiuxiao sect, with its vast resources, did not accommodate idlers. One day, while Longwei was in the peach orchard with Chu Tianjun and Chu Yuwei, accompanied by Chen Yuner, the women were engaged in a discussion about which hairpin was the most aesthetically pleasing. Chen Yuner, having devoted much time to caring for Chu Yuwei, had neglected her own cultivation. Nevertheless, she received special treatment, enjoying medicinal pills several times more potent than those available to ordinary disciples, alongside other resources beyond the reach of regular disciples. Hence, despite her lack of training, she had reached the threshold of half-step Yuaning. Chu Yuwei had shown no change over the past 5 years. Her eyes appeared vacant and devoid of spirit, hardly even moving. However, just as Longwei and the others were focused on the hairpins, Chu Yuwei's eyes unexpectedly shifted, her gaze moving towards the courtyard. In the next moment, Longwei sensed something awry and looked towards the courtyard in astonishment, followed by Chu Tianjun and Chen Yuner, unaware of the transformation occurring within Chu Yuwei. Amidst the surprised glances of the women, ripples appeared in the space above the courtyard. Subsequently, Chu Tianjun reached out into the void, and then he stepped directly into it, as if crossing into another realm. What was that? Where did father go? Chu Tianjun inquired with confusion. It seems to be the legendary small world of Dongtian, akin to a secret realm. Could it be that your father has reached the Dongxin stage? Even as a transformation stage cultivator, Longwei recognized that Chu Tianjun had just opened the small world of Dongtian. However, it was rumored that only those at the Dongxin stage could touch the fabric of space. And to establish a small world of Dongtian, one would at least need to be at the late Dongxin phase. Chu Tianjun had not even transcended the tribulation of the Dongxin realm. Instead, he had merely recently entered the late stage of the refining void. Yet, the power of the late refining void, combined with the profound energies of the Six Virtues Heavenly Book, allowed him to grasp the mysteries of the Dongxin stage. By harnessing the power of the Six Virtues Heavenly Book, he sculpted a modest and rather simplistic small world of Dongtian. The term Dongxian refers to the insight into the subtleties of the universe. Now, Chu Tianjun had perceived a glimpse of the world's mysteries ahead of time. Within the small world of Dongtian, he discovered that he lacked the ability to control time, further validating Ji Xuanyu's theories. Yet soon, Chu Tianjun encountered a similar phenomenon. In this newly unveiled realm of the cave world, there exists naught but emptiness. Yet, Chu Tianjun possesses the ability to shape it. This shaping is not mere fabrication from thin air. It does not manifest mountains simply by desire, nor does it summon rivers at a whim. It is not as simple as uttering a wish for light and having it appear. Rather, Chu Tianjun can extract items from his storage equipment to arrange within this space, such as sowing a seed, which, under the nurturing essence of spiritual energy, can take root and sprout. Soon, Chu Tianjun discovered that, although he could not control the passage of time within this miniature world, he could indeed slow down or even freeze everything within this space, achieving an effect akin to the deceleration of time's flow. This revelation astonished him, prompting him to embark on an even bolder experiment, to freeze this space entirely. By continuously drawing power from the external world, he managed to regulate the internal decay of materials to 1/10 of its original speed, thereby truly attaining an effect reminiscent of time's deceleration. Similarly, he could accelerate the decay of materials, achieving an effect akin to the hastening of time. This remarkable discovery granted Chu Tianjun a disparity akin to a single day within the cave, while 10 days passed externally. However, this was not obtained without consequence. As Chu Tianjun utilized this cave world to absorb energy for internal acceleration, it seemed as if a colossal black hole had emerged atop Tianjun Peak, voraciously devouring the spiritual energy from the surrounding heavens and earth. The Jiuxiao sect, originally a land abundant in spiritual energy, became barren and thin in an instant due to his insatiable absorption. No one knew what had transpired, but Long Wei attributed the phenomenon to Chu Tianjun's entrance into the cave world. Consequently, Ouyang Ming swiftly established a dedicated spiritual energy transmission array atop Tianjun Peak, continuously feeding it with spiritual stones. The rich spiritual energy almost transformed into liquid spirit, frantically consumed by the miniature cave. Fortunately, over the years, the Jiuxiao sect had acquired numerous spiritual veins and mines. Otherwise, such immense consumption would have been unsustainable. Thus, 5 years passed, and at long last, Chu Tianjun emerged from the cave world. In the external realm, 5 years had elapsed, but for him, it had been akin to 50 years of cultivation within the cave. At this moment, his cultivation had ascended to the threshold of the half-step cave profound realm. Chapter 95. Is this the daughter of destiny? Without needing to ask, Chu Tianjun was acutely aware that the sect had invested significantly in him, though his half-step into the realm was undoubtedly worth the cost to the sect. It had been a decade since he last made an appearance, and his divine consciousness first swept across the Jiuxiao mountain range, taking in the entirety of the sect. To his surprise, the sect had flourished remarkably, particularly as he discovered 5 additional cultivators aside from Lu Qingxue and Long Wei. Furthermore, the number of Yuan-ing cultivators had skyrocketed to nearly 60 in just 10 years, an astonishing increase. The emergence of numerous Yuan-ing cultivators had dramatically altered the landscape of the Jiuxiao mountain range, with mountains rising abruptly, resembling a dense forest. "Father, you have returned?" Chu Tianjun was the first to notice Chu Tianjun. After 10 years, she had not changed at all. Still the same initial stage of golden core that Chu Tianjun had forcibly nurtured her to. Additionally, Chu Yue was present in the courtyard, still seated in her wheelchair, her eyes vacant and resembling a vegetative state. It must be said that these 2 languishing sisters would have shown no signs of change had it not been for Chu Tianjun's intervention. Chu Tianjun nodded at Chu Tianjun and, without uttering another word, took a step forward, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared outside the ancestral hall. This was a universal technique of the realm, which even Chu Tianjun, still in the, could easily wield. Many noticed Chu Tianjun's arrival, particularly the cultivators. Yet even Lu Qingxue, his companion, refrained from approaching him. They watched as he respectfully bowed towards the ancestral hall, then extended his hand, pointing into the void, causing violent spatial ripples to emerge above the hall. Simultaneously, Chu Tianjun's lips moved, as if engaged in conversation with someone, a situation that none dared to interrupt. Upon reaching the half-step realm, Chu Tianjun could sense the created by Yuxuanji. As his cultivation advanced, his understanding of many matters deepened, most notably the formidable power bestowed upon him by the You cultivate the path of detachment, remaining hidden in your due to the impending depletion of your lifespan? Chu Tianjun inquired, his tone calm and unperturbed. This question was directed at Yuxuanji, spoken in a manner meant to be discreet, ensuring that others could not overhear. Upon perceiving Yuxuanji's, Chu Tianjun noted that its process of material decay was significantly slowed, indicating that she was actively mitigating the deterioration of her own lifespan. Indeed, a swift response followed, and he recognized the voice of Yuxuanji, whose modest attire and youthful appearance lingered in his memory. Though elixirs that extend lifespan are scarce, I will do my utmost to procure some for you. On that day, when you brought me up the mountain, did you not forcibly impart a segment of predictive memory to me before I entered the hall to pledge my allegiance? Chu Tianjun gestured into the void, forcefully pinpointing Yuxuanji's and transmitting his voice within. "I have forgotten." Yuxuanji's reply was succinct, merely 2 words. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjun was momentarily taken aback. He sensed that the response lacked any emotional nuance. It was not a mere dismissal from Yuxuanji, but rather an indication of genuine forgetfulness. After all, she practiced the path of emotionlessness, and forgetting was indeed a possibility. "Do you still recall our journey up the mountain?" he inquired. "I bear no ill regarding that memory. Regardless, it spared me from unnecessary detours, and you have been my guiding light on this path of cultivation." Chu Tianjun, filled with respect for Yuxuanji, pressed on, acknowledging her not only as the esteemed ancestor of the Jiuxiu sect, but also as his mentor. "I remember, though not much," Yuxuanji replied, her response slightly more elaborate this time. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjun felt a stirring within his heart. It seemed that something in his previous remarks had resonated with her. Perhaps she had indeed forgotten, only to recall a fragment of that memory now. If there is any assistance you require, please do not hesitate to ask. I recall your words from years past, that this path of cultivation is exceedingly lonely. Now, as I am on the brink of the Dongshan stage, I plan to appoint a young leader soon, allowing me to assume the role of a venerable ancestor. In this manner, you would no longer be the sole venerable ancestor of our Jiuxiao sect. How does that sound? His tone bore the earnestness of a dutiful descendant, tinged with a desire to please. Recognizing that Yu Xuanji had chosen the path of emotionlessness due to her concerns regarding longevity, and that she was confined within the small realm of Dongtian, he understood that she was not a cold and aloof individual. Her actions were driven by deeper motives. You may take charge. Your arrangements seem quite satisfactory, Yu Xuanji replied succinctly. Chu Tianjun noted that when the conversation turned to matters concerning the Jiuxiao sect, her demeanor became considerably more normal. With a smile, he concluded the dialogue, realizing he had now earned the right to engage directly with Yu Xuanji. The actual meeting was of little consequence, as her current state was not conducive to leaving the confines of the Dongtian realm. Subsequently, he soared toward the Jiuxiao Grand Hall under the watchful gaze of many. As he entered, several figures followed closely behind. The first to arrive were Lu Qingxue and Long Wei, one at the late stage of the transformation realm and the other at the early stage. Despite the noticeable disparity in their cultivation levels, Chu Tianjun sensed that in a confrontation, Lu Qingxue might not necessarily prevail against Long Wei. He gestured for them to remain silent for the moment. As others began to arrive in succession, including Chu Qiuzi, Lin Yu, Wu Qingyun, Han Ningxiang, and two individuals he had not encountered before, except for Chu Qiuzi. All were in the transformation realm. Congratulations on your return from seclusion, Father, Chu Qiuzi said, bowing deeply to Chu Tianjun, followed by the other five, excluding Lu Qingxue and Long Wei, who also paid their respects. In these past 10 years, you all have stepped into the transformation realm. Qiuzi, please provide me with a brief overview of the current situation, Chu Tianjun said, surveying the assembly with satisfaction. He had not anticipated that in just over a decade, the Jiuxiao sect had progressed to such a remarkable state. In the 4th year of your seclusion, Master Long Wei ascended to the transformation realm. That same year, Senior Sister Ningxiang concocted the first transformation pill to enhance the success rate of transformation. The following year, Uncle Qingyun successfully entered the transformation realm after consuming the transformation pill, and later that same year, Senior Brother Lin Yu achieved a breakthrough to the transformation realm on his own. In the 7th year of his father's seclusion, Sister Ningxiang successfully refined a transformation pill. In the same year, Sister Ningxiang advanced to the transformation stage, and this year, Brother Wang Yi independently broke through to the transformation phase as well. Prior to his father's retreat, Brother Wang Yi was at the cusp of the nascent soul realm. At this juncture, Chu Qiuzi paused, and then a gentleman clad in blue, possessing a scholarly demeanor, respectfully bowed once more to Chu Tianjun. Disciple Wang Yi, paying respects to the sect leader. No need for formalities, Chu Tianjun replied with a smile, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Given that the individual was already at the brink of the nascent soul realm before his father's retreat, it indicated that Wang Yi had traversed both the nascent soul and transformation stages in a mere decade. Moreover, Chu Tianjun could discern no signs of any spiritual body within him, marking Wang Yi as a prodigy among prodigies. Crucially, this individual had undoubtedly experienced the alliance battle with Lin Fan, solidifying his sense of belonging and allegiance to the Jiuxiao sect. 2 months prior, Sister Xiao Jingshuang had also achieved a breakthrough to the transformation stage. Additionally, 2 years ago, Brother Shin Xingji, who was far away at the Tai Academy, similarly reached the transformation phase. Upon concluding his remarks, Chu Qiuzi introduced the last young woman with minimal details, merely her name and the time of her breakthrough. It turned out that, aside from the 7 transformation stage cultivators present in the hall, one of the 2 individuals sent undercover to the Tai Academy had now also reached the transformation stage, bringing the total number of transformation stage cultivators in the Jiuxiao sect to a remarkable 8. Sister Xiao Jingshuang, when did you join? Chu Tianjun inquired, directing his attention to the unfamiliar disciple. The young woman, with hair cascading like a waterfall secured by a single white ribbon, donned a simple yet elegant white robe. Her overall demeanor radiated a cold, noble grace, and her beauty was indeed captivating. In response to the sect leader, I joined the Jiuxiao sect 13 years ago. Xiao Jingshuang replied with a bow. 13 years ago coincided precisely with the defeat of Lin Fan, suggesting that Xiao Jingshuang was among the first disciples recruited following that incident. Chu Tianjun scrutinized Xiao Jingshuang closely, discerning that she possessed a spiritual body. Interestingly, it bore a striking resemblance to the thunderous spiritual body of Lu Qingxue. Although he could not recall its specific name, he was certain that Xiao Jingshuang's techniques and abilities were intricately tied to thunder and lightning. Furthermore, she had ascended from an ordinary individual to the transformation stage within a mere 13 years, undoubtedly indicating immense fortune. Could it be that she was the fated daughter this time? Chu Tianjun found himself naturally harboring doubts about Xiao Jingshuang. Earlier, Chu Qiuzi's brief introduction of her seemed to reflect similar sentiments. Chapter 96. His path to immortality is unlike others' master. Here are 2 transformation pills. If I refrain from concocting other elixirs, I can produce one within a year. However, if I undertake the creation of additional pills, it would take approximately 3 years for one to be completed. Currently, the most promising candidates for entering the transformation phase are Uncle Ouyang and Uncles Zhou and Li. They aspire to attempt a self-breakthrough, so these 2 pills may be allocated to other disciples. Subsequently, Han Ningxiang took the initiative to report to Chu Tianjun. Naturally, achieving a breakthrough through pills is not as commendable as a self-initiated one. However, given the circumstances of individuals like Wu Qingyun and Han Ningxiang, they have no choice but to rely on elixirs for their advancement. Keep the transformation pills safe for now, bestow them upon suitable disciples when the time is right. There is no need for you to exert yourself excessively in refining these pills. Proceed according to your own plans, Chu Tianjun remarked. Refraining from taking the pills back or pressuring Han Ningxiang to hastily produce them, Han Ningxiang's value has increased significantly. Such talent should not be overworked as mere labor, but rather allowed ample time to research new recipes, a true treasure of the sect. Following this, Chu Tianjun inquired about the current status of the sect, including the number of disciples and the reserves of spirit stones, elixirs, and magical artifacts. Tomorrow, summon all disciples. I have important matters to announce. Additionally, as you are now regarded as the holy sons and holy daughters of our sect, to distinguish you from those of the nascent soul stage, I shall create a small cave world for each of you, serving as your exclusive abode. Chu Tianjun concluded with a smile. Considering the establishment of these exclusive realms as a reward for the holy sons and daughters in the transformation stage, everyone displayed expressions of joy, as they possessed a certain understanding of the mysteries of small cave worlds. With these realms, provided one is willing to invest resources, it is possible to accelerate cultivation or mitigate the consumption of lifespan. Senior brother, have you truly reached the cave profound stage? Lu Qingxue inquired directly, her curiosity evident. Halfway to the cave profound stage. However, I have acquired some abilities characteristic of that realm. Even when facing powerful beings of the cave profound stage, I can hold my own, Chu Tianjun candidly stated, never shying away from revealing his true strength, exuding confidence and openness. After departing from the Nine Heavens Great Hall, Chu Tianjun returned to Tianjun Peak, where Chen Yun'er was pushing Chu Yue beneath a peach tree, seemingly awaiting his return. Now at the nascent soul stage, Chen Yun'er could easily concoct elixirs that enhance the success rate of breakthroughs to the transformation phase. Has Yue remained unchanged over these years? Chu Tianjun inquired, lowering himself to address Chu Yue directly. Yes, she remains the same, Chen Yun'er replied, her expression laden with regret. Having watched Chu Yue grow up, she had witnessed her transition from being showered with affection to becoming homeless and despondent, ultimately enduring humiliation to slay Yi Chun, even at the cost of self-immolation, leaving her soul fractured. This is a matter of the soul and consciousness, and for now, I am powerless to assist. Perhaps only time can heal these wounds. Chu Tianjun mused, probing Chu Yue's body and spirit with his consciousness, yet perceiving nothing, merely the sensation of a shell with a dormant spirit. After a while, Lu Qingxue arrived and directly addressed Chu Tianjun. I do not desire a small cave world. I wish to move in and live with you. Furthermore, my identity does not seem appropriate for being a holy daughter like them, does it? Well then, come here. Tomorrow, I shall establish the position of the Grand Elder, corresponding to the identity of the void refinement stage, and you shall naturally acquire it in advance. Chu Tianjun responded without hesitation and even arranged a new identity for Lu Qingxue. He understood that Lu Qingxue's actions were merely a reflection of her awareness of the threat posed by Longwe, a sentiment he could comprehend, and he would naturally express his own stance. Lu Qingxue held a unique position in Chu Tianjun's heart. This arrangement brought her immense joy, prompting her to hurriedly return to pack her belongings. Her intention to live with Chu Tianjun was not merely about moving to the Peach Blossom Courtyard. That day was destined to be busy for Chu Tianjun. No sooner had Lu Qingxue left than Long Wei arrived punctually. She stood beside Chu Tianjun, a faint smile gracing her lips, yet she did not speak immediately. After a moment, she gently inquired, "Are you enjoying the scenery?" "Yes. Is there something on your mind?" Chu Tianjun replied, "Nothing much. I am admiring the scenery while watching you. It feels quite pleasant," Long Yue said, her cheeks slightly flushed, though her tone remained calm. The anxious hands hidden within her sleeves betrayed her inner turmoil. Chu Tianjun turned to glance at Long Wei and smiled, saying, "It's only been 10 years since we last met. Your transformation is quite remarkable. 10 years is not a short span. Aside from the initial years spent in cultivation, I have read numerous tales of the mundane world and learned various techniques of courtship. Were you not moved by my earlier display?" Long Wei declared, embodying a diligent demeanor that undeniably rendered her irresistible to men. However, Chu Tianjun remained unfazed and shifted the topic, remarking, "Congratulations on finally reaching the God transformation stage." Long Wei realized that Chu Tianjun's words held deeper implications. A flicker of hesitation crossed her gaze, and at that moment, Chu Tianjun's voice resonated once more. "Is there something you wish to share with me?" This further solidified Long Yue's suspicions. Contemplating Chu Tianjun's character, a sense of trepidation filled her heart. If she did not engage in earnest dialogue, would she drift further away from him? After a brief moment of hesitation, Long Wei stated resolutely, "Indeed. The heavenly demon 9 transformations you bestowed upon me is not a demonic technique, but rather a precursor to the great sacrifice technique. The great prayer technique paired with the great sacrifice technique is a perfect match. It seems you have acquired what you desired. Perhaps it is time for you to depart?" Suddenly, Chu Tianjun gazed toward the sky and spoke. "No, I am not going anywhere. This is my home, and I have committed no wrongdoing. You shall not expel me." Long Yue's response was firm, yet she appeared quite anxious. Chu Tianjun chose not to speak further. In truth, Long Yue's reply had confirmed many of his suspicions, or rather, those were not merely suspicions but profound insights gleaned from numerous known pieces of information. Noticing Chu Tianjun's silence, Long Wei bit her lip and asked, "If my presence indeed brings unrest to the Jiuxiao sect, would you desire to distance yourself from me? As long as you do not betray the sect and do not harm those around you, I shall always protect you." Without any hesitation, Chu Tianjun answered the question. For in his heart, such matters required no contemplation. To protect whom? To risk the entire sect for the sake of one? Long Yu's eyes misted with unshed tears as she incessantly pressed him for answers. "With my life, as long as I am alive. It is not yet your turn to perish," Chu Tianjun stated with unwavering resolve. Indeed, such traits are etched into the very marrow of one's being, not easily altered. Long Yu fell into silence, grappling with an impulse to embrace Chu Tianjun, yet restrained by the notion that such emotions should unfold gradually. The text suggests that feelings should develop subtly, like a gentle rain nurturing the earth. "Tianjun, what are your true thoughts?" Long Yu inquired. "Isn't the pursuit of immortality aimed at reaching the pinnacle, wielding the power to control all?" Though moved, her desire to comprehend the essence of Chu Tianjun deepened. As she sensed its significance, Chu Tianjun perceived that Chu Qiuzi was approaching. There were matters he needed to discuss with his daughter, so he turned to retrace his steps. Yet, as he pivoted, he addressed Long Yu's final inquiry. "I do not wish to one day look back upon the path I have traversed and find myself utterly alone." Chapter 97. The celestial ancestor. In a moment of contemplation, Han Yue remained rooted in place, refraining from pursuing Chu Tianjun. She was still savoring his words. And only after a considerable time had elapsed, when he had long since departed, did a smile of understanding grace her lips. Han Yue intended to gradually cultivate her relationship with Chu Tianjun. After all, they were not yet fated partners, and it would be inappropriate to cling stubbornly to him in the Peach Grove's small courtyard. That evening, Lu Qingxue, assuming the role of the hostess, formally took up residence. Under the veil of night in the Peach Grove courtyard, Chu Tianjun inquired of Chu Qiuzi regarding the origins of Xiaojing Shuang. Lu Qingxue was not an outsider. She quietly seated herself beside Chu Tianjun. As it happened, the Xiao family, to which Xiao Jingshuang belonged, shared a connection with me. Her grandfather, Xiao Jiuzhong, was a significant contributor to my father's establishment of the nation and ascension to the throne, holding the hereditary title of Duke of Han. Presently, the Duke of Han's residence is managed by his father, and Xiao Jingshuang, being the legitimate eldest daughter, had also been recognized for her talents through the imperial examination a decade ago, gaining entry into the Jiuxiao sect. Chu Tianjun elaborated extensively, providing a comprehensive account of Xiao Jingshuang's background, which appeared exceedingly ordinary and without flaw. I have taken note of her as well. Not only has she cultivated a form of lightning-based divine power, but she also possesses a treasure of mysterious origins resembling a talisman, which she refers to as the Thunder Mother Talisman, its potency rivaling that of spiritual treasures. Lu Qingxue shared her insights. Having observed Xiao Jingshuang early on due to their shared affinity for lightning-based spiritual bodies, Chu Tianjun nodded thoughtfully, aware that, at least on the surface, Xiao Jingshuang had not engaged in any activities detrimental to the Jiuxiao sect. Otherwise, given Lu Qingshue's disposition and Chu Tianjun's capabilities, she would not have smoothly progressed to the transformation stage, let alone still be alive today. The presence of a secret treasure was inconsequential. As long as it posed no threat to the sect, she deserved her rightful treatment. Perhaps, in light of our experiences with Yi Chun and Lin Fan, there has been a heightened sense of vigilance. However, Qingxue, you are not far from the void refinement stage. Tonight, I shall impart my insights on this stage to you, so that you may strive to enter it at the earliest opportunity. Our Jiuxiao sect has experienced certain gaps in this realm. Ultimately, Chu Tianjun did not harbor excessive suspicion towards Xiao Jingshuang, but rather expressed hope for Lu Qingshue's swift advancement to the void refinement stage. Presently, the Jiuxiao sect indeed faced some discontinuities. Chu Tianjun's true strength had already reached the cave profound stage, leaving the sect without even a single member at the void refinement stage. On the following day, tens of thousands of disciples of the Jiuxiao sect gathered beneath the Grand Hall, where the sheer number of attendees rendered it impossible for the Golden Core disciples to ascend. Only a few dozen nascent soul masters were permitted to appear before the floating Grand Hall. Chu Tianjun, eschewing formalities, publicly announced several pivotal decisions. The first was the establishment of positions for elders and supreme elders, intended for those at the transformation stage who had adopted unconventional cultivation paths or recognized that the transformation stage was their limit. These individuals could relinquish their titles as holy sons or daughters, and thereby forfeit their claims to the sect's leadership, allowing them to dedicate themselves to other pursuits. For instance, this time, Wu Qingyun was not the holy son, but rather had become an elder of the sect. The esteemed Grand Elder corresponds to the void refinement stage, holding a position that surpasses even that of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, embodying the very backbone of the sect. This time, Lu Qingxue earned the title of Grand Elder due to her remarkable achievements in battle, coupled with her prowess that rivals the void refinement stage. Following the announcement of the elders and the Grand Elder, Long Wei voluntarily relinquished her title as Holy Maiden to embrace the role of elder, a choice that Chu Tianjun readily accepted, recognizing it as more befitting for her. A momentous declaration followed, as Chu Tianjun announced his resignation from the position of acting sect leader of the Jiuxiao sect, ascending instead to the rank of the second grand ancestor of the sect, henceforth abstaining from the mundane affairs of the sect. Given his stature and cultivation, he was indeed qualified to assume such a venerable title. On this day, the position of sect leader was conferred upon Lin Yu. Chu Tianjun's authoritative voice resonated throughout the heavens, a formidable presence akin to that of the stage, such that not only the disciples of Jiuxiao sect could hear him, but his words echoed across the entire three domains. Lin Yu, caught off guard by the announcement of his new role, exhibited a look of disbelief upon hearing he was to become the sect leader. Lin Yu, why do you hesitate to step forward? Chu Tianjun urged once more. In the next moment, Lin Yu regained his composure, swiftly calming himself before solemnly approaching Chu Tianjun, ultimately kneeling at a respectful distance of 10 paces. Disciple Lin Yu, I shall not disappoint the grand ancestors' high expectations and vow to serve the sect with unwavering dedication until my last breath. Lin Yu's bow was imbued with solemnity. He understood the weight of this responsibility and mission, as well as the trust bestowed upon him by the grand ancestor, leaving no room for refusal. Chu Tianjun nodded at Lin Yu, then raised his hand and gestured lightly before him, conjuring a blood-red flying sword. The moment this sword materialized, an overwhelming pressure radiated outward, felt even by the divine transformation cultivators present in the hall. This sword is an immortal artifact, which I have reforged. Its original name is of no consequence. It shall henceforth be known as the Jiuxiao sword. With your cultivation, wielding this sword, you may slay those of the void refinement stage. I hope you will carry the immortal sword Jiuxiao and lead the Jiuxiao sect to new heights of glory. Chu Tianjun's voice echoed throughout the Jiuxiao mountains, as he bestowed upon Lin Yu the very immortal sword once wielded by Lin Fan. This truly is an immortal artifact, and with it, Lin Yu possesses the capability to slay formidable foes of the void refinement stage. Moreover, as a sword cultivator with the destruction spirit body, he can unleash the sword's maximum potential. Thus, the Jiuxiu sect effectively gained a top-tier combatant of the void refinement stage, ensuring that their finest resources are utilized to their utmost advantage. Lin Yu accepted the Jiuxiao sword with both hands, raising it above his head before solemnly exiting the Jiuxiao Great Hall, presenting himself and the Jiuxiao sword before the tens of thousands of disciples of the sect. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Tianjun created independent small realms for several of his fellow divine transformation peers, providing them with talisman-like keys to access and exit these realms. Both Lu Qingxue and Long Yue declined the small realms. One was resolutely determined to stay wherever Chu Tianjun resided, while the other had no intention of secluding herself for cultivation, her heart solely set on romance. The following day, Lu Qingxue began her seclusion, not within a small realm, but directly at the site established by Chu Tianjun on Tianjun Peak. In recent days, Chu Tianjun has been rather leisurely, spending each day in the company of Chu Qiuzi and Chu Yaowei. Longwei has also been frequenting the Peach Grove cottage, arriving early each morning and not departing until evening. Her rationale is quite sound, as Chu Yaowei is a descendant of her kin. In light of this, she playfully jested with Chu Tianjun, suggesting that, by lineage, he ought to address her as grandmother. Ah, so you initially prompted me to take Yaowei as my disciple merely to gain some advantage for yourself? Chu Tianjun, ever one to indulge in humor, reminisced about their decade-long pact from years past. However, upon reaching this juncture, Longwei felt a pang of guilt and refrained from further jesting. Oh, is that not the peak of Shaojingshuang? Why are there so many people gathered? As Longwei sought to divert the conversation, she suddenly noticed an influx of individuals atop Jingshuang Peak. Oh, isn't there a new regulation within the sect? Each holy son and holy daughter is entitled to 5 inner disciples, 10 outer disciples, and 50 miscellaneous positions. Shaojingshuang recently returned to the Duke's residence, bringing along several members of her family, which has rendered her peak quite bustling. Chu Qiuzi remarked with a smile, as she is fairly well acquainted with the happenings within the sect. This is, in essence, an additional privilege granted by the sect to the holy son and holy daughter. Those quotas equate to corresponding resources. Individuals like Han Ningxiang and Wang Yi, lacking relatives or having lost close kin, remain solitary, or perhaps select a few favored disciples to assist with trivial matters. However, Xiao Jingshuang, possessing a vast family, naturally would not forego such sect benefits. On this occasion, she handpicked several outstanding kin and also brought along numerous clever servants from the Duke's residence, who possess a modicum of cultivation aptitude. Chapter 98. A personal visit to the Taiyi Academy. Xiao Jingshuang is undoubtedly the most legendary figure of the Jiuxiao sect. Her cultivation speed surpasses even that of the venerable Chu Tianjun, and her renown in the secular world is even more pronounced, a quintessential example of how one enlightened individual can elevate their entire household. Remarkably, she did not directly allocate all 5 spots for inner disciples. Instead, she granted one to her younger brother, Xiao Jingyu, a mere ordinary individual, who nonetheless receives the resource allocations meant for golden core disciples each month. Among the 10 outer disciple positions, she designated 6 for the most exceptional members of her clan. Although the Xiao family is a noble house, being the esteemed contributors to the Ning clan, they are accustomed to grandeur. However, upon arriving at the Jiuxiao sect, these young scions of the Xiao family were met with an array of unfamiliar marvels, their astonishment akin to that of naive country folk. Even Xiao Jingyu found himself in awe, shrieking at the sight of flying artifacts darting between the peaks of the Jiuxiao mountains, alongside celestial cranes and dragon-like beasts serving as mounts. When they reached the summit of Jingshuang Peak and beheld the magnificent halls and towers, their gasps of wonder were renewed. They had believed their noble residence was vast, but the resplendent grandeur before them rendered their estate a mere cottage compared to a royal palace. This was the majesty of the immortal realm. As the Xiao disciples lingered before the majestic halls, a ripple of space manifested above, and Xiao Jingshuang emerged from a small pocket realm, descending like a celestial being, gazing down upon her clan members. Could this truly be the fabled world of the small pocket realm? A true gentleman exists within the vastness of heaven and earth, wielding power and gazing down upon all beings. This is the essence of life. When might I ascend to such heights? At the back of the group, a youth of 17 or 18, with a resolute visage and piercing gaze, pondered silently. The youth, while merely contemplating, was suddenly met with a resonant voice in his consciousness. What is this rudimentary small world? Merely a little realm established by a novice in the Tao. Your cultivation of the great 5 elements technique is among the foremost of the 3,000 divine arts. Your future potential is boundless. And the Tao foundation stage should be regarded as merely a transient goal. Even if I were to regain my prime, immortals would be nothing more than trivial beings. Enough with the boasting. Emperor, no matter your prowess, can you rival the Jiuxiao sword? I have heard it is a celestial artifact. The youth retorted within his mind, addressing the entity that simply identified itself as Emperor. I am a spiritual artifact, incomparable even to ordinary celestial artifacts. But alas, it seems you lack the understanding. Focus on your cultivation. The entity named Emperor seemed to lose interest, realizing that there was little satisfaction in displaying superiority before someone so unversed. The youth, named Xiaohan, had initially been the most humble servant of the noble house. However, by chance, he had once witnessed a meteorite fall by the riverbank. Driven by curiosity, he approached and discovered a seal with 5 dragons coiled around it. Just as he reached for the seal, it transformed into a beam of light and entered his brow. Subsequently, a voice emerged within Xiaohan's consciousness, introducing itself as Huang and imparting 5 profound techniques to him. Thus, Xiaohan began to display remarkable talent. Recently, Xiaojing Shuang returned to the manor and recognized Xiaohan's potential, designating him for admission into the Jiuxiao sect. Nevertheless, Xiaohan currently remains an ordinary individual, serving as a menial disciple within the sect. Though you are descendants of the Xiao family, having entered the sect, your identity is now solely that of a disciple. Regardless of your familial ties or former servitude, if you diligently cultivate, you may one day ascend to the inner sect and become a true disciple. Especially you, Xiao Jingyu. Despite your inner sect status, your strength does not match your position, and you will soon become a laughingstock. I grant you 2.5 years. If by then you have not condensed a golden core, return to the Duke's residence, Xiao Jingshuang declared from her elevated stance. Her expectations of her relatives and servants exceedingly stringent, particularly towards her own brother. The current standard within the Jiuxiao sect requires 5 years to attain a golden core for continued resource allocation. Yet Xiao Jingshuang has the timeline for her own brother. The Xiao family descendants and their servants dared not utter a word. In the next moment, with a flick of her sleeve, countless medicinal pills cascaded down, swiftly forming dozens of small piles in the hands of the Xiao family members. Xiao Jingyu received the most, while those of servant origins, like Xiao Han, were allocated less. Yet it was still equivalent to the monthly quota for foundational disciples of the Jiuxiao sect. This is a token of our meeting. Arrange the rest yourselves, she stated before turning and re-entering the small cave abode. Soon after, under the arrangement of a steward-like figure from the Xiao family, Xiao Han and the other servants were assigned their respective duties. In addition to their cultivation, they were tasked with maintaining Jingshuang Peak, which included tending to the medicinal fields, nurturing spirit beasts, and performing various daily chores. Xiao Han was designated to oversee the medicinal fields. Earlier, during Xiao Jingshuang's brief appearance, Chu Tianjun had observed her words with his spiritual sense, finding them quite satisfactory and in alignment with his values. It was commendable that she prioritized the sect over familial matters, thus alleviating some of his wariness towards her. As for the Xiao family members and servants, he had no intention of paying them any heed. As a formidable figure, he would not waste a glance upon them. Early in the morning, Long Yu arrived at the Peach Grove courtyard, carrying a food box filled with exquisite pastries and sweet soups made from rare spiritual herbs. Come, everyone, taste these. I spent the entire night preparing them. Long Yu called to Chu Tianjun, Chu Qiuci, and the comatose Chu Yue, who had been wheeled out. Long Yu had not been focusing much on her cultivation lately, becoming quite enamored with these culinary pursuits, likely influenced by some romantic tales. Chu Tianjun did not refuse. Long Yu's creations were infinitely more substantial than plain kanji, and he found the flavors delightful. For those in the foundational or even golden core stages, consuming such delicacies would yield better effects than most medicinal pills. However, it was unfortunate that for Chu Qiuci and Chu Yue, these treats would be of little benefit. Chu Qiuci was somewhat appreciative of the flavors, while Chu Yue could only be fed some sweet soup by Chen Yunair, merely for the sake of ceremony. How does it taste? Yunair, you should try some and give me your thoughts. With a face full of anticipation, Hanwei looked on, urging Chen Yunair to partake as well. Chen Yunair, known for her prowess in delivering the finishing blow, was indeed a person of extraordinary fortune. In her early days, while still in the qi refinement stage, she had benefited from the grace of Chu Tianjun. Although she seemed rather inconspicuous, she resolutely chose to reside at the base of Tianjun Peak, where she forged a profound friendship with the young Chu Yue. Despite her low presence and the absence of any remarkable feats or grand opportunities, she managed to secure a place in the Peach Blossom Courtyard through this intricate web of connections, enjoying resources comparable to those of revered disciples and frequently receiving teachings from the venerable Chu Tianjun. Not bad. Quite delicious. Both Chu Tianjun and Chu Qiuzi responded nonchalantly, as they typically did, not particularly concerned with such matters. Ultimately, Hongyue had to place all her hopes on Qin Yuner, knowing that whatever remained would likely be consumed by her, after which Qin Yuner would convey her impressions back to Hongyue, perpetuating this inexplicable cycle of benefit. Hongyue, hand me your tying mirror, Chu Tianjun suddenly instructed one day. Startled for a moment, Hongyue promptly produced the tying mirror. I shall refine it anew and return it to you in due time, Chu Tianjun remarked casually as he took the mirror from her. A wave of elation washed over Hongyue, her mind racing with thoughts. Could this be a token of affection? This was her life as treasure, being refined anew by him. Could it symbolize something deeper? From that day onward, Chu Tianjun seldom made an appearance. Although Hongyue continued to visit daily, she refrained from intruding, her eyes betraying only anticipation. In the following months, Ouyang Ming also ascended to the transformation stage through the path of array formation, while the couple Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhu both reached the same stage, all choosing to become elders without requiring Chu Tianjun's oversight, as Lin Yu, the current leader, managed these affairs. 3 months later, Chu Tianjun reappeared, returning the tying mirror to Hongyue. Cradling it like a precious treasure, she sensed that with diligent nurturing, it could transform into a spiritual treasure. It was immensely significant. Qiuzi, summon Lin Yu for me. I have matters to discuss. Afterward, I shall visit the Tai Academy. I shall accompany you. Hongyue volunteered eagerly as soon as Chu Tianjun finished speaking. Chu Tianjun waved his hand, with Qingxue still in seclusion. It would be wise for you to remain within the sect. Should any issues arise, you can provide assistance. Although Hongyue felt disappointed, she could say nothing further, as this was Chu Tianjun's arrangement, and it made her feel valued. Chapter 99. The seating arrangement at Tai Academy. After a brief conversation with Lin Yu, Chu Tianjun entered his own small world. Inside, Lu Qingxue was quietly cultivating. Though the acceleration was not as rapid as in the past, the conditions there were still equivalent to 1 day of cultivation inside being equal to 2 days outside. This was not merely a matter of time acceleration. The cost was substantial. It required immense spiritual power, and the rate of decay for both beings and objects inside was double that of the outside world. Naturally, Lu Qingxue sensed Chu Tianjun's presence immediately. She opened her eyes and greeted him with a smile. Rest assured and continue your cultivation. I shall leave my physical form here to accompany you, as well as a portion of my consciousness to explore the mysteries of longevity, Chu Tianjun said as he settled down not far from Lu Qingxue. He then separated his primordial spirit from his physical body, and a moderately sized phantom of a compass appeared behind him, seemingly calculating something. Chu Tianjun had already reached the threshold of the cave Xian realm. His primordial spirit had fully materialized, having nearly completed the transformation from the ethereal to the tangible. Shortly thereafter, Chu Tianjun quietly departed from the Zhoxiao sect. He needed to approach Tai Academy discreetly, with the protection of the 6 instruments heavenly book. He was confident that even a cultivator of the great ascension stage would struggle to discern his true identity. Though the distance from Zhoxiao sect to Central Continent was considerable, Chu Tianjun was now capable of traversing great distances in an instant. Moments later, he set foot on the land of Central Continent. Not long after entering, 2 figures emerged before him, one at the early stage of the transformation stage, and the other at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Disciple pays respects to the ancestor. Both bowed to Chu Tianjun. They were Shinxingji and Zhouang, undercover for many years at Tai Academy. No need for excessive formality. Let us keep our identities concealed for now, Chu Tianjun replied with a smile, embodying the humility of his position as ancestor. The two then shared extensive information about Central Continent and Tai Academy, a far more vivid exchange than mere written communication. Coincidentally, Chu Tianjun's arrival was timely. In half a month, the Academy would hold its decennial discourse conference. where the esteemed sage would deliver lectures. What a grand occasion this will be. I shall explore Central Continent on my own for the next half-month. You need not accompany me. Prolonged presence may arouse suspicion, Chu Tianjun instructed casually. Soon parting ways with Xinxingji and Zhouang. In the following half-month, Chu Tianjun wandered through the cities and villages of Central Continent, immersing himself in the local customs and culture. Being the territory of Tai Academy, the traditions here clearly reflected the academy's characteristics. In summary, Chu Tianjun observed a strict hierarchy, with a pronounced emphasis on talent. The half-month passed swiftly, and on the eve of the discourse conference, Chu Tianjun arrived at Tai Academy. Xinxingji and Zhouang appeared promptly, having arranged accommodations for him. Ancestor, tomorrow's discourse conference will see the most powerful and promising cultivators seated closest to the sage. If you wish to conceal your identity, you may have to sit in the middle. Should you reveal your true self, you could secure a seat directly before the sage. Xinxingji informed Chu Tianjun about the important details of the conference at Tai Academy. The Tai Academy, strictly speaking, is not a sect. For even if one is a disciple of another sect, provided they exhibit talent and potential or possess formidable strength, they may enter the Tai Academy for study without having to withdraw from their original sect. This is undoubtedly a manifestation of the confidence of the Tai Academy, and such a policy has indeed transformed it into a colossal entity, as nearly all cultivators with even a modicum of talent or exceptional strength have pursued their studies there, with the vast majority expressing gratitude towards the Academy. Naturally, there is also a sense of reverence for the Academy, primarily towards the venerable master of the Great Ascension stage. On the following day, Chu Tianjun arrived at the Academy, and with the guidance of Xinxingji, a disciple in the Divine Transformation stage, he easily made his way to the inner sanctum of the Tao Discussion Conference. Xinxingji led Chu Tianjun to a venerable elder responsible for seating arrangements in the Void Refinement stage. Although the Academy was teeming with nascent soul and divine transformation cultivators, those in the Void Refinement stage were few and held significant status and power. This friend appears quite familiar. Your cultivation seems to be at the pinnacle of the Void Refinement stage. Such prowess allows you to sit in the 4th row of Area A, remarked the elder after appraising Chu Tianjun with a courteous demeanor. Chu Tianjun nodded with a smile, understanding the basic etiquette required in another's domain. After all, his character was that of an antagonist. Only the protagonist would be haughty, while most antagonists tend to be quite polite. He had no objections to the seating arrangement, believing it inconsequential, as he was not there to seek the limelight. Soon, Chu Tianjun was escorted to his designated seat, which consisted merely of a low table and a brocade cushion. However, this was quite a favorable arrangement, for such seats numbered only around 30 across 4 rows. And Chu Tianjun found himself in the middle of the last row, evidently the so-called Area A, which was also the closest to the master. Beyond Area A, the subsequent sections were even more rudimentary, lacking tables and only featuring cushions, with the rows further back devoid of cushions altogether. Shortly after Chu Tianjun sat down, individuals began to fill the surrounding seats, and approximately 15 minutes later, the Tao discussion venue was fully occupied. In the very front row of Area A sat no fewer than 7 formidable cultivators of the Dongxian realm, while the remainder of Area A was filled with elders of the Void Refinement stage. At last, amidst the gaze of the multitude, a 1,000-mile stretch of violet aura appeared in the sky, followed by a dazzling display of radiant light cascading above the Tai Academy. In this brilliant spectacle, a dignified elder clad in a white robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, emerged. As soon as the elder appeared, everyone in the venue rose in unison, respectfully bowing and proclaiming, "We humbly welcome the master." Chu Tianjun also stood in accordance with the crowd, offering a sincere salute. During the past half-month, Chu Tianjun had traveled through the Central Continent. Although he did not entirely subscribe to the ideals of the Tai Academy, it was undeniable that the Central Continent was prosperous, and the populace lived in peace and contentment. Moreover, such a state of affairs had endured for millennia, all owing to the presence of the master. Regardless of the elder's age or the deeds he had accomplished, Chu Tianjun felt a sense of respect was warranted. "Please, take your seat." The master gestured with an open palm, before settling into his own position. At this moment, the crowd displayed expressions of eager anticipation, for it was the only grand sermon of the Great Ascension period in this realm. Even Chu Tianjun held a sense of expectation. However, in the next instant, the master's gaze fell directly upon Chu Tianjun, and he inquired publicly, "This young friend appears unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to the academy? Chu Tianjun was somewhat taken aback, yet not entirely surprised. He rose slowly and replied with a smile, I have the honor of meeting you, master. Indeed. It is my first time here. May I ask you a few questions, young friend? The master continued. Please, master, go ahead. How long did it take you to cultivate to the nascent soul stage? Hesitating for a moment, Chu Tianjun answered truthfully, 6 years. 6 years for the nascent soul. You may advance to the front row, the master said with a smile and a nod. In the next moment, a disciple from the academy came to move Chu Tianjun's seat to the third row. Upon reaching his new position, Chu Tianjun slightly bowed in gratitude. Yet he did not sit down immediately. How long did you take to reach the spirit transformation stage? The master continued. This time, Chu Tianjun answered without hesitation, 30 years. 30 years for the spirit transformation. You may move forward 1 row, the master remarked, and Chu Tianjun's seat shifted once more. At this point, no one was astonished. For within the Taiyi Academy, Chu Tianjun's rate of advancement was precisely the hallmark of genius. Upon reaching the second row, the master asked, and how many years did it take to attain the void refinement stage? 40 years, Chu Tianjun replied succinctly. Yet this response sent the entire assembly into an uproar. The path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous with each stage. The preceding 6 years for the nascent soul and 30 years for the spirit transformation were not particularly remarkable within the Taiyi Academy. But 40 years for the void refinement stage was an unprecedented record. 40 years for the void refinement. You may advance to the first row. The master proclaimed with an even broader smile. When his seat was placed in the first row, side by side with the imminent beings of the cave profound realm, Chu Tianjun finally took a seat. However, in the next moment, the master inquired, May I ask how you are addressed? Ji Xuanyu. Chu Tianjun replied with a smile. Upon hearing the name Ji Xuanyu, the master erupted into hearty laughter, chuckling several times before regaining his composure. Following this, the master refrained from posing any further questions to Chu Tianjun and officially commenced the sermon. Yet, as soon as Chu Tianjun uttered the name Ji Xuanyu, far away on an inconspicuous peak in the southern region, the true Ji Xuanyu had just plucked a cucumber from a trellis. She rubbed the surface of the cucumber with her sleeve before taking a hearty bite. After just 2 bites, Ji Xuanyu suddenly directed her gaze towards the central region, narrowing her eyes as if she could see 100,000 miles away, even hearing the sounds from afar. Suddenly, she chuckled, her expression one of amusement as she muttered to herself, Ha ha, Feng Su Xing, you cowardly and hypocritical fellow, at last. Someone is here to deal with you. Chapter 100. The child of fortune seeks to steal home seated in close proximity to the esteemed master. Chu Tianjun listened intently as the master eloquently spoke for half an hour. The master's discourse was indeed captivating, and many of the philosophies presented resonated with Chu Tianjun. However, at his level of understanding, these concepts were deeply entrenched. Even when confronted with a formidable cultivator of the Great Ascension stage, he maintained a discerning attitude, absorbing the information with a critical mind. When the master concluded his teachings, the discussion hall transitioned into a period of open dialogue. The delineation of groups was clear. Those in the cave profound stage convened together, while a cluster of those in the refining void stage gathered separately. And numerous factions of the transformation spirit stage formed their own circles, each engaging in their discussions without disturbing one another. The master suggested that if the sovereign could sit in the front row without disdain, perhaps they could engage in a dialogue together. One of the prominent figures among the cave profound practitioners extended an invitation to Chu Tianjun, evidently aware of Ji Xuanyu's reputation. Chu Tianjun, ever courteous, acknowledged the group with a respectful gesture before seamlessly integrating into their discourse. His comprehension of the cave profound stage surpassed that of the present practitioners. And as he articulated his insights, the expressions of the cave profound experts shifted to one of admiration, their gazes reflecting newfound respect. Upon the conclusion of the discussion conference, Chu Tianjun opted to remain at the Taiyi Academy, discovering within it a treasure trove of knowledge. Within the Academy's library, he encountered numerous ancient texts previously unfamiliar to him, many of which proved beneficial to his studies. The library was vast, and without the need for sustenance or rest. He immersed himself in its depths for what felt like an eternity. Days turned into months, months into years, and soon 3 years had passed. Eventually, the people of the Taiyi Academy became aware of a figure named Ji Xuanyu, who tirelessly perused the library day and night. As 6 years slipped by, Chu Tianjun continued his scholarly pursuits, and if he maintained this pace, he would soon exhaust the entire collection of the Academy's library. Meanwhile, over the span of 6 years, the Jiuxiao sect flourished remarkably, particularly since Lu Qingxue had successfully ascended to the refining void stage a year prior, thereby solidifying her status as a true elder. Emerging from the small cave abode, Lu Qingxue found herself in the Peach Blossom Courtyard, where she encountered the long-absent Chu Qiuzi and Chu Yue, as well as the leisurely living Han Yue. The pair of carefree sisters remained unchanged, even more so during the years of Chu Tianjun's absence. However, Lu Qingxue noted with some perplexity that Han Yue had not made a single advancement in her cultivation over the past 5 years. Typically, a practitioner in the transformation spirit stage would experience at least a modicum of growth, even without intentional cultivation or elixirs. The only conceivable reason for Han Yue's stagnation was that she was deliberately suppressing her progress. Moreover, a crucial observation was that upon witnessing Lu Qingxue's rise in cultivation, Han Yue no longer exhibited the competitive spirit or jealousy that had characterized her demeanor in the past. Shortly after Lu Qingxue emerged from her seclusion, a modest stir of excitement arose at the Froststorm Peak. Since the birth of Xiao Jingshan's brother, Xiao Jingyu, into the Golden Core stage 2.5 years ago, it had been nearly 3 years, and now another member of the Xiao family had attained the Golden Core. The emergence of this new Golden Core disciple took everyone by surprise, including the renowned Xiao Jingshuang, who was equally astonished. For it turned out to be the servant Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you have impressed me greatly. Henceforth, you shall be recognized as an inner sect disciple. This inlay blade, a treasured artifact I wielded in my early years, is now bestowed upon you. May you tread steadily and ascend to greater heights, Xiao Jingshuang proclaimed. Rather than look down upon Xiao Han due to his background, she honored him with a magical relic. This scene ignited a sense of jealousy within Xiao Jingyu, who had formed his Golden Core a few years prior without receiving such a gift from his sister. The thought that he, having trained for 2.5 years, was outshone by Xiao Han, who had taken 5 years and 3 months, surpassing the sect's standards for talented disciples, filled him with resentment, especially as it seemed his sister favored Xiao Han more. Xiao Jingshuang was not being unfair. She understood well that her brother Xiao Jingyu's Golden Core had been achieved through countless elixirs and precious materials amassed over 2.5 years, while Xiao Han's was the result of his own diligent cultivation. Moreover, she was aware that throughout these years, Xiao Han had been occupied with menial tasks on Jingshuang Peak and frequently undertaking sect missions, which left him with even less time for training. Judging solely by the time it took to reach the Golden Core, Xiao Han was undeniably a prodigy. Thank you, Mississippi. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Xiao Han respectfully accepted the inlay blade. Although he did not place great value on the artifact, he was genuinely delighted today, for he had achieved the status of an inner sect disciple, thus finally shedding the stigma of servitude. What would they think if they knew I formed my Golden Core in less than a year? He mused, engaging in spirited conversation with Huang within his consciousness as he bowed. You have condensed the great 5 elements Golden Core, granting you 5 chances. With this Golden Core, not only are the applications boundless, but its spiritual potential is 5 times that of an ordinary Golden Core. Ascending to immortality is merely a matter of time. For now, it is prudent to remain humble. There is no need to flaunt your abilities before these insignificant beings, Huang advised, his authoritative voice resonating in Xiao Han's mind, urging him to conceal his true capabilities for the time being. I understand. One cannot discuss ice with summer insects. Displaying strength before these fools would be futile. Xiao Han concurred with Huang, having no intention of boasting. However, just as he was feeling elated, he heard Xiao Jingshuang's voice turn noticeably colder. Xiao Han, I shall remind you once more, this is the sect. There are no titles of Miss here. You may refer to me as Saintess or Senior Sister, but remember, this is your final warning. Her tone was not only frigid but also laced with a hint of menace, starkly contrasting her previous demeanor of warmth and expectation towards Xiao Han. Startled, Xiao Han lowered his posture even further and hastily replied, Your teachings are well taken, and there will certainly be no next time. After casting a brief glance at him, Xiao Jingshuang retreated to her small cave abode. Once she departed, everyone collectively exhaled in relief. The Jiuxiao sect indeed possessed remarkable qualities. The bond between him and Xiao Jingshuang was evidently fated, and her evident favoritism towards him was clear. Yet, the sect's influence over her was profoundly strong, to the extent that a mere form of address could invoke such lethal intent. The voice of the emperor reemerged, this time imbued with a profound gravity. You have consistently claimed that the Nine Heavens Sect harbors an unimaginable opportunity. What precisely is it? Xiao Han too adopted a serious demeanor. He had heard the emperor mention that within this world lay an opportunity beyond comprehension, which could be confidently identified with the Nine Heavens Sect. This opportunity eclipsed even the emperor himself, and Xiao Han harbored doubts that the emperor had sought him out for the sake of this so-called opportunity, though the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, it sufficed to know it resided within the Nine Heavens Sect. You must expedite your cultivation, ascend to the role of the sect leader, and secure the entire Nine Heavens Sect firmly in your grasp. Whatever it may be, it shall belong to you, the emperor stated with unambiguous clarity, his strategy both straightforward and unyielding. Chapter 101. The profound shock of the great vehicle. Chu Tianjun remained in the library of the Taiyi Academy, immersed in his studies. Before long, 7 years had swiftly passed. At this moment, he stood before the final bookshelf, holding the last book in the library. After 7 years of reading, Chu Tianjun's demeanor had grown increasingly composed. Upon finishing the last page and gently closing the final book, ominous clouds suddenly manifested above the Taiyi Academy. Heavenly tribulation? Is someone in the academy about to undergo tribulation? No, look at the sheer magnitude of those clouds. This is no ordinary tribulation. This must be a heavenly tribulation of the profound realm. And the world is about to witness the emergence of another formidable figure in the profound stage. Countless whispers arose, and all eyes in the Taiyi Academy turned skyward. This heavenly tribulation was indeed Chu Tianjun's, yet this time he did not directly absorb the tribulation to refine it. Instead, he leaped into the heavens, bathing in the boundless thunder of the tribulation as if undergoing a sacred baptism. Having experienced numerous tribulations, Chu Tianjun finally exhibited a semblance of normalcy. The profound stage this time. Chu Tianjun approached the tribulation normally, employing it to reverse engineer certain celestial rules, gaining true insight into the mysteries. The duration of Chu Tianjun's tribulation was brief, lasting approximately the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, and once again, the trial of the heart demon did not manifest. In truth, Chu Tianjun longed for the appearance of the heart demon tribulation, as it pertained to the soul and intent, a field where his research was notably scant, and he had no means to delve deeper. Furthermore, the prolonged slumber of Chu Yue was linked to this very aspect. Had the heart demon tribulation arisen, Chu Tianjun would likely have sought to thoroughly confront and exhaust the heart demon. "My young friend, I invite you to gather here," said the master as Chu Tianjun completed his tribulation and officially became a practitioner of the profound stage. Chu Tianjun smiled and descended before the pavilion where the master resided, entering under the guidance of a servant. From the outside, it appeared to be a pavilion, yet within lay a small realm of paradise. A serene world adorned with picturesque mountains and clear waters, where a courtyard nestled among the bamboo groves awaited. "This place is splendid," Chu Tianjun remarked upon entering the courtyard, bowing respectfully to the master. The master rose to greet him, and the two took their seats in the courtyard, where spiritual fruits and tea were laid out before them, embodying the essence of philosophical discourse. As they settled, the master broke the silence. "You are not Ji Xuanyu. On what grounds do you assert that I am not?" Chu Tianjun countered. "Because you are simply not. They all claim I am not, yet I declare that I am." Their initial encounter spiraled into a relentless debate over Chu Tianjun's identity as Ji Xuanyu, with Chu Tianjun steadfastly affirming his claim. The master, taken aback by Chu Tianjun's unwavering conviction, regarded him with surprise. In the next moment, a smile graced Chu Tianjun's lips as he spread his fingers wide, then slowly brought them together, forming a fist. As his fingers converged, the spiritual energy throughout the Taiyi Academy was swiftly drawn forth, disregarding the master's secluded realm. Within mere moments, the spiritual essence within a 100-mile radius was wholly extracted by Chu Tianjun. The people of Taiyi Academy felt the sudden vacuum of spiritual energy, their expressions turning to shock and fear, convinced that some monumental change was unfolding in the world. With the modest means of the heaven-swallowing transformation technique, "Can I now be Ji Xuanyu?" Chu Tianjun gazed at the sage with profound intent. Despite being merely a cultivator at the stage, he faced the sage, a being of the stage, with no hint of trepidation, maintaining an aura of absolute equality. "You may be whoever you wish to be," the sage remarked, a hint of resignation in his voice. "Your clarity is admirable, esteemed sage. May I inquire what guidance you seek to impart?" Chu Tianjun replied, his demeanor still cheerful. "The essence of my spirit once traversed the celestial realm, which is far from a paradise. It is merely a vast domain with a rigid hierarchy, rife with the law of the jungle, The sage spoke, his tone suddenly grave. Chu Tianjun was not taken aback. After all, this was a being who had lived for over 10 millennia, attaining the pinnacle of this world's cultivation, making a visit to the celestial realm entirely plausible. Isn't that quite reasonable? Chu Tianjun responded nonchalantly. The sage understood that by reasonable, Chu Tianjun alluded to the harsh realities of the celestial realm. As an exceptional figure in this realm, wielding great power and looking down upon the masses, would you truly wish to descend to the celestial realm as a lowly ant? The sage adopted a tone of earnest counsel, subtly advising Chu Tianjun against seeking ascension. Chu Tianjun was indeed surprised to learn that the sage's intention for this meeting was such. He glanced at the sage, bemusement flickering in his eyes, before dismissively replying, "So, having visited the celestial realm, you have lost your ambition? Are you content to be a head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix?" Truth be told, such words from Chu Tianjun were rather audacious. Most would falter in conversation at this juncture, especially when addressing a figure of high status and unmatched prowess. Yet, the sage was not angered. Instead, he continued with his earnest entreaty, "I act for the good of all beings. I have established order here to protect them. You have witnessed the splendor of Zhongzhou and the prosperity of the academy. What is wrong with this? Paths differing cannot be pursued together," Chu Tianjun countered. "While you may view this as commendable, I believe that beings require the truth. No one wishes to dwell within the illusions woven by others. Ordinary people cannot perceive the vistas above the white clouds, nor do they know what lies beyond the firmament. Yet, I understand that everyone has harbored a similar dream, to journey towards the stars and the sea." Rising from his seat, Chu Tianjun expressed his dissent. His ideology starkly contrasted with that of the sage, whom he perceived as a formidable being ensnared in a theatrical box, desiring others to join him in his fixation. At this moment, Chu Tianjun had formed a negative impression of the sage, labeling him as timid. "My young friend, one must always act within their capabilities. In this world, there are countless prodigies, as numerous as fish crossing the river. Yet how many can endure for a millennium or more? Only those who survive hold the power to change the world." The sage also rose, his demeanor remaining refined, yet the unique pressure of a practitioner was palpable. His words rang true. In the sage's eyes, I may merely be a young friend, yet I believe I deserve to be addressed as a fellow cultivator. Don't you think? CHT New Jersey and suddenly cast a smile towards the master, and before his words could fully escape his lips, he struck with an open palm directed at the master. As this forceful gesture was made, an ethereal image of a compass emerged behind CHT New Jersey in. However, this time, the compass bore a striking difference, without the projection of the 2 pages of the Yoi heavenly scripture. The celestial inscriptions upon the compass radiated a brilliant golden hue. The master's brow furrowed slightly. He did not exhibit the slightest hint of negligence and responded with a palm strike of his own towards CHT New Jersey in. To his astonishment, a blazing sun appeared behind him, emanating an intense heat that warped the surrounding space. Before their palms could even meet, the small celestial realm could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed in on itself. In the next moment, CHT New Jersey in and the master found themselves hovering above the Tai Academy, each accompanied by a remarkable phenomenon that instantly drew the attention of countless onlookers. Yet, before those present could fully comprehend the situation, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth from the center of their palms. In an instant, the vicinity of the Tai Academy transformed into a desolate wasteland, with countless cultivators and mortals suffering grievously, their casualties immeasurable. Only those at the nascent soul stage or above, or those fortunate enough to activate their defensive formations or possess exceptional defensive treasures, managed to escape with their lives. Even the few formidable beings at the cave profound stage within the academy were struck with astonishment, for even they were compelled to employ their own means to withstand the residual force of the clash. Though the confrontation between CHT New Jersey in and the master appeared far from over, it had already wrought immense devastation. However, following that initial energy ripple, the catastrophic destruction ceased to escalate. Yet, many soon heard CHT New Jersey N's mocking voice ring out. "Haha, master. I believe I have come to understand your so-called establishment of order. It is merely rooted in your own selfishness. If I am not mistaken, your recruitment of the world's talented individuals, ostensibly for their cultivation and guidance, conceals some unspeakable secret, does it not?" As the master attempted to impose his will upon CHT New Jersey in, striving to compel him to submit through his great ascension stage prowess, CHT New Jersey and labeled him as hypocritical. In but a brief moment, he discerned that the master was, in fact, a cowardly and insincere individual, a sentiment that echoed Ji Xuanyu's earlier assessment of the master. My friend, you are hardly a paragon of virtue. Our mere exchange has led to the suffering of countless lives, and I see not a hint of hesitation or guilt in your heart. Why then? Do you cling to notions of morality? Are you truly intent on making an enemy of me? The master did not refute CHT New Jersey NS inquiries, and his address had indeed shifted to that of friend. He retorted sharply, displaying a certain clarity in his response. I have never claimed to be a good person. Many a child of destiny has labeled me as a rogue or villain. Since this is a clash of ideologies, let us engage openly and without pretense. I, CHT New Jersey N, the supreme ancestor of the Jiuxiao sect, hereby declare to the world that from this day forth, the Jiuxiao sect shall be at war with the Tai Academy. Standing proudly amidst the cosmos, CHT New Jersey N faced the heavens, confronting the greatest sentient stage with his cave-profound strength, leaving those of the greatest sentient stage at a loss. He boldly proclaimed the war against the Tai Academy. The master, clearly unperturbed by this outcome, had anticipated that moment when CHT New Jersey N took the initiative to strike. He understood that a cultivator of the greatest sentient stage was no mere triviality, yet he remained unfazed, as though all was well within his grasp. Suddenly, both Master and Chu Tianjun withdrew simultaneously, causing the phenomena behind them to dissipate. Chapter 102. The uniqueness of the Jiuxiao sect. CHT New Jersey N was determined to depart, and even the esteemed master could not deter him. He left Zhongzhou accompanied by SH and X NGZH and Zichuing, returning to the Jiuxiao sect. Unbeknownst to CH, several months prior, an unprecedented secret realm had been unveiled. Following a cursory examination by two true lords in the transformational stage, it was confirmed that the secret realm posed minimal danger. Consequently, LNY directed the sect to issue a mission, inviting several core disciples of the nascent soul stage and dozens of intersect practitioners of the golden core stage to delve into the depths of the secret realm. As this marked the first extensive exploration of a new secret realm, not only would those accepting the mission be rewarded by the sect, but any treasures obtained would belong solely to them. The two true lords in the transformational stage had indeed discovered something remarkable within the secret realm, a stone door, robustly shielded by formidable restrictions, adorned with rare celestial inscriptions. Ordinarily, such a significant find would prompt the Jiuxiao sect to deploy numerous transformational stage practitioners to forcefully breach the stone door. After all, the Jiuxiao sect was currently thriving, boasting over a dozen transformational stage practitioners, with LNY wielding a celestial sword and the likes of Yuang Yiming, a master of formations. With sufficient investment of resources and time, even a celestial artifact could be shattered. However, LNY opted for a different course of action. He promptly sought out CHGC. Esteemed senior brother, do you recall what YSH11ing mentioned? The Son of Fortune should have already manifested within our sect. Perhaps this presents an opportunity to uncover him. Let us summon YSH11ing for a discussion. CHGC did not immediately arrange for the acquisition of the secret realm, but instead brought up an individual named YSH11ing. Soon after, another transformational stage practitioner emerged from the Jiuxiao sect, Wing, a figure of modest presence who, in a mere decade, had ascended through both the nascent soul and transformational stages, surpassing expectations. In the fourth year of CHT New Jersey N's tenure at the TI Academy, Wing, often regarded as the foremost recluse of the Jiuxiao sect, unexpectedly approached LNY with a revelation that defied belief. He asserted that, based on the frequency with which secret realms had been opening in recent years, along with the emergence of many previously unseen realms, a third wave of fortune had commenced, indicating that yet another son of fortune had arisen, concealed within the sect. Wing's initial statements left LNY perplexed, but he soon provided a thorough explanation. He had noticed an increase in the frequency of secret realm openings since the emergence of YCHN, along with a significant surge in the resources yielded by these realms and the frequent appearance of great opportunities. Wing meticulously compiled and documented various data over the years, tracking the openings and yields of secret realms, the emergence of higher-level practitioners, and the frequency of rare treasures. He even crafted a chart illustrating these findings. The chart clearly depicted a surge in fortune surrounding the Jiuxiao sect following YCHN's appearance, a brief stabilization after his demise, and a subsequent resurgence coinciding with LNFN's emergence. In recent years, the chart had once again entered a phase of temporary calm, but its trend indicated that the wave of fortune was rising anew, signifying the commencement of a new cycle of prosperity. Lin Yu subsequently shared this matter with Chu Tianjun. Observing Wang Yi, who had achieved a prophetic accomplishment through a different approach, Chu Tianjun could only silently lament that the Jiuxiao sect was not lacking in eccentricities. Undoubtedly, Wang Yi was a remarkable talent, a particularly unique kind of individual, and fortunately, his aspirations aligned with the sect. With the news of Wang Yi, Chu Tianjun and Lin Yu became especially attentive to such circumstances. Initially, they focused their efforts on Xiao Jingshuang. However, after Chu Tianjun departed from the sect, she scarcely left the small cave abode, not even stepping outside the sect's boundaries. In the subsequent years, although numerous secret realms opened across various locations, and many disciples of the Jiuxiao sect encountered fortuitous opportunities, the sheer number of individuals seeking fortune was overwhelming, and no disciple with an obviously abundant fortune emerged. Consequently, the search for the child of destiny became rather aimless. Nevertheless, the recent emergence of a secret realm seemingly orchestrated by the celestial realm heralded a new opportunity. Thus, we now possess a prime chance to identify this child of fortune. It is an entirely new secret realm brimming with immense prospects, likely prepared for the destined one. Ascertaining who benefits most from this realm will effectively allow us to pinpoint our target. What do you think, Master Jiang and Brother Yi? Chu Tianjun articulated her thoughts, intending to leverage this evidently celestial prepared secret realm to identify their objective. Since it pertains to the child of fortune, it is inevitable that some unseen arrangement will guide him into the secret realm. Upon the issuance of tasks, the destined one will undoubtedly be among the participants. At that time, we shall assign a trusted team of disciples whose sole responsibility will be to observe and document the gains of other disciples. Wang Yi immediately supplemented the plan with detailed strategies, clearly demonstrating his expertise in this regard. Chu Tianjun had already surmised that this seemingly unassuming Brother Yi must have quietly benefited significantly from Yi Chen and Lin Fan during the previous two instances of fortune emergence. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to progress so rapidly in his cultivation. However, since Wang Yi had willingly divulged his hidden strengths, it fostered a sense of belonging within the sect, alleviating concerns about his intentions. With such a talent, the sect would only reap benefits, never detriments. Under the conspiracy of the three, the sect's mission was announced, wherein Wang Yi personally selected a true inheritance disciple with ties to the demon clan and several golden core disciples lacking prominent factional insignia to join the exploration team for the secret realm. Wang Yi volunteered for this task, as Chu Tianjun, with her limited cultivation, was disinterested in overseeing these specific affairs, and Lin Yu, as the sect leader, was preoccupied with daily responsibilities. The emergence of smaller factions was also an inevitable consequence. The Jiuxiao sect had grown excessively large, with the number of disciples exceeding 50,000, and the Yuaning disciples surpassing 100. In the 8 years since Chu Tianjun's departure, 3 more disciples had advanced to the transformation stage. With such an increase in numbers, the formation of various factions became unavoidable, naturally coalescing around a Yuaning true inheritance disciple, often based on shared hometowns, years of training, or familial connections like those of Xiao Jingshuang. In recent years, the Jiuxiao sect has embraced a philosophy of inclusivity, welcoming all who sincerely pledge their allegiance. Those demonic beings who genuinely submit to the Jiuxiao sect are not only accepted as disciples but are also permitted to engage in romantic relationships with humans, resulting in several instances of couples and even marriages. Presently, there are several true heirs of the nascent soul stage who are either of demonic lineage or of mixed heritage between humans and demons. Naturally, these hybrid cultivators with demonic blood tend to gravitate towards their kin, giving rise to small, organic communities. Within just a single day, the opportunity to explore a new secret realm was fully subscribed, and Chu Tianjun, Lin Yu, and Wang each secured their places on the list. This roster comprises over 30 individuals, including 6 at the nascent soul stage and 28 at the golden core stage, with Xiaohan's name occupying a rather inconspicuous position. Chapter 103. Lu Rian comes knocking. The most valuable treasures within the new secret realm lie beyond the stone door, and as Wang Yi had anticipated, the stone door that several true monarchs of the transformation stage could not easily open, inexplicably yielded to this exploration team's arrival. Behind the stone door, danger lurked at every turn. This exploration team, boasting considerable strength, comprised 6 individuals at the nascent soul stage and 28 at the golden core stage, a force that would have been formidable for any mid-sized sect in the past. In their pursuit of the treasures behind the stone door, the team paid a grievous price. 2 nascent soul members perished, and 7 golden core cultivators fell. With so many invaluable items, why should I allow them to slip through my fingers? Xiaohan pondered as he observed his fellow sect members acquiring envious magical artifacts and rare treasures. In contrast, he had only gathered a few spiritual herbs and some items that appeared to be mere trifles. At that moment, the imposing voice of Huang resonated within Xiaohan's mind. You have already obtained the finest treasure. Excess in all things is detrimental. Being overly ostentatious will only draw attention to you. Besides, once you acquire the Jiuxiao sect, these treasures will inherently belong to you. Xiaohan paused, feeling as though he were merely scavenging. How could he have received the best? Huang, perhaps sensing Xiaohan's skepticism, continued, the seemingly inconspicuous stone lamp you collected by the roadside upon entering the stone door is, in fact, the most exquisite item here. How can that be? It appears to be an ordinary stone lamp, barely useful in its material quality. I intended to melt it down for raw materials, Xiaohan replied, his disbelief evident. Such ignorance. Although it seems plain, that lamp is a perpetual light from a sacred ground in the celestial realm. While it may be regarded as a mere household item by celestial sovereigns, it nonetheless belongs to them. If you reignite it, the everlasting tranquil flame within will suffice to bring your Crimson Emperor Fire Sovereign technique to perfection. In doing so, you will have completed 1/5 of your great 5 elements technique cultivation. This alone is sufficient for you to enter the nascent soul stage, Huang patiently elucidated, imparting a wealth of information. Xiaohan is fundamentally different from Yi Chun and Lin Fan. He exhibits both restraint and a lack of desire to seize every advantage for himself. In many respects, he embodies a more grounded nature, and it seems that some unseen force has been aiding in his concealment, as to this day, no one has noticed his uniqueness. After the conclusion of this secret realm expedition, both Wang Yi and Chu Tianjun were left dumbfounded. Although they had observed 2 or 3 disciples gaining immense benefits within the secret realm, one nascent soul cultivator even acquiring a complete spiritual treasure, these individuals did not align with those who had previously shown in earlier expeditions. This indicated a significant element of randomness. Something appeared amiss. The trend of fortune had evidently begun to surge, approaching the peak values seen in the previous 2 expeditions. According to past patterns, the favored ones of fortune should have reaped the majority of benefits, so why were these resources so widely dispersed this time? There was certainly something amiss. Wang Yi gazed at his statistical chart, lost in unprecedented contemplation. Perhaps the strategist behind the scenes is more astute, employing methods we have yet to uncover to create disturbances. It is also possible that the fated child has already acquired true treasures. Chu Tianjun appeared to be lost in thought, contemplating several possibilities. Suddenly, Wang Yi seemed to have an epiphany. Lin Yu and Chu Tianjun immediately turned their gazes towards him, and they beheld Wang Yi producing a booklet. Countless names surged forth, culminating in the formation of a chart in the void. Among the myriad of names, 3 stood out, their colors deepening and becoming remarkably prominent. We have found it. The answer lies among these 3 individuals, who have entered the secret realm the most frequently in recent years and remain in good health. Wang Yi pointed at the 3 names, having identified those who have ventured into the secret realm the most over the years and still thrive. Notably, one of those names belonged to Xiaohan. We must keep a close watch on their actions. Lin Yu, the sect leader, nodded in agreement. For identifying the fated child has always been a fervent pursuit of the core leadership of the Nine Heavens Sect. After all, the fated child represents not only the greatest threat to the Nine Heavens Sect, but also signifies an abundance of resources, serving as a pivotal opportunity for the sect's rise. Upon returning from the secret realm, Xiaohan exhibited no unusual behavior. With the assistance of Huang, he swiftly ignited the eternal lamp of the sacred land and began to absorb the eternal pure flame. This gentle celestial flame, utilized by celestial sovereigns for illumination and ambience, is formidable even for ordinary immortals and serves as a shortcut for cultivation for Xiaohan. Half a month later, Xiaohan had perfected the Red Emperor Fire Sovereign technique, and his cultivation had reached the late golden core stage. Achieving the late golden core stage in 8 years is not particularly extraordinary and is still distant from being a prodigy, yet he is recognized as a disciple with potential, leading to some preferential allocation of resources. As soon as Xiao Han emerged from his seclusion, several disciples who had befriended him hurriedly approached, as he had made numerous friends over the years, including several particularly close ones. Xiao Han, you must hurry to Tianjun Terrace. Senior Sister Mingwei is in a conflict with Wanshan Luo, one disciple urgently relayed. Senior Sister Mingwei, whose full name is Jiang Mingwei, is a true inheritor of the nascent soul whom Xiao Han had known since his foundation establishment period, having ventured into the secret realm with her on several occasions. Xiao Han held great respect for her. For what reason? Xiao Han inquired with concern. He was well aware of Wanshan Luo, another true inheritor of the nascent soul and a formidable figure ranked 10th on the talented individuals list, a prominent character within the Nine Heavens Sect. Not long ago, a junior sister from Mingwei Peak and a disciple from Sanluo Peak simultaneously discovered a spirit herb, both of whom were in dire need and unwilling to yield, leading to a confrontation. The junior sister suffered severe injuries from the opponent's demonic techniques. Although senior sister Mingwei rescued her, her cultivation would find it difficult to progress further. In response, senior sister Mingwei challenged Wanshan Luo to a duel at Tianjun Terrace to avenge her junior sister. Xiao Han's friend recounted the events, revealing a rather ordinary sect conflict. Regarding the renowned list of prodigies, it was established by the disciples of the Jiuxiao sect, who, over the years, have witnessed an abundance of Yuan Ying true disciples. They took the initiative to create a list to rank the top 100 among them, although only the top 10 were acknowledged. Surprisingly, the foremost position on this list was claimed by none other than the inconspicuous Chu Tianjun. Her ascent to the pinnacle was primarily due to a sect competition held several years ago, during which Chu Tianjun was absent. Lin Yu proceeded with the customary event. But unlike previous years, the competition for those below the golden core stage was abolished, making the Yuan Ying stage contests far more captivating. Chu Qiuzi, finding the event tedious, suggested that Chen Yuner participate. Remarkably, she, endowed with astonishing spiritual energy and an extraordinary array of magical artifacts, triumphed effortlessly over her Yuaning peers, securing the first place with no suspense. Though Chen Yuner lacked any extraordinary fortuitous encounters, the resources available on Tianjun Peak were unimaginably abundant. She could effortlessly gather rare spiritual herbs that others had never even seen, which enhanced her spiritual power and potential. Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue often discarded various precious remnants, all of which Chen Yuner meticulously collected. She sought not to forge any supreme artifacts. Yet the sheer volume of rare materials amassed over the years allowed her to craft numerous magical items, filling several storage bags without a hint of regret when she unveiled dozens at once. Additionally, the occasional favors from Lu Qingxue and Longyue, as well as the potions refined by Han Ningxiang, placed her in a favorable position to utilize them, leaving even her perplexed as to how she became the leading figure on the prodigy list. Conversely, the remaining 9 Yuaning disciples on the list were seasoned warriors, each having traversed their respective paths through perilous trials, including the Northern Demon Clan and the Southern Demon Sect, emerging with indomitable spirit and poised to successfully transcend to the next stage. The 10th position was held by Wanshan Luo, a practitioner of demonic arts, whose prowess was formidable. As Jiang Mingyue faced her, the gap between them was apparent. Upon arriving at the Tianjin platform, Jiang Mingyue found herself on the brink of defeat. Junior sister Jiang, perhaps you should retreat and cultivate for a few more years, Wanshan Luo suggested, summoning a colossal skull that struck Jiang Mingyue, rendering her Yuaning weakened. Over the years, no one had truly fought to the death on the Tianjin platform, adhering to the sect's unwritten rules. Jiang Mingyue would recover after a year or so of rest without significant repercussions. According to regulations, any confrontation on the Tianjin platform, regardless of victory or defeat, would erase any grievances between the parties involved. Wanshan Luo, having incurred no real loss, was content with his victory. However, as he was about to depart, he hesitated, clasping his fists to Jiang Mingyue, saying, "I apologize, junior sister Jiang. I will ensure to properly discipline the disciple from my peak once I return." Jiang Mingyue understood that she was not Wanshan Luo's match. Her presence at the Tianjin platform was more a statement of support for her disciples, reassuring them that she would stand up for them in times of need. The matter was virtually concluded, yet just as Jiang Mingyue and Wanshan Luo were about to leave, the typically low-key Xiao Han suddenly stepped forward. Senior brother Wan, junior sister Mingwei has rendered me a favor in the past. Today, I, Xiaohan, challenge you. The appearance of Xiaohan caused quite a stir. A golden core disciple challenging the esteemed Yuanying true transmission ranked 10th on the talented list was deemed madness by all. Wan Sanluo, somewhat exasperated, felt that as a formidable presence on the talented list, being challenged by a mere golden core disciple was less a challenge and more a provocation, especially in a public setting. Thus, Wan Sanluo readily accepted, eager to impart a lesson to this golden core disciple. Soon, the news spread throughout the sect that Xiaohan would challenge Wan Sanluo on the Tianjin platform. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qiuzi and others instinctively cast their gazes toward the platform, while Wang Yi, the sacred son of the transformation stage, personally arrived to witness the event. As the competition commenced, it initially unfolded without suspense, with Xiaohan being utterly dominated. However, in a surprising turn of events, he invoked the tribulation of the Yuanying, using its power to shatter Wan Sanluo's demonic arts. Not only did he advance to the Yuanying stage, but he also triumphed over Wan Sanluo. In that moment, Xiaohan not only became the Yuanying true transmission of the Jiuxiao sect, but also ascended to the rank of the 10th on the talented list, garnering the admiration of countless disciples, including the support of Jiang Mingwei and others. Am I being too ostentatious today? My intentions seem rather transparent, and I worry that I may not pass the scrutiny of my senior sister. Xiaohan expressed his apprehension to Wang amidst the crowd's attention. You have long desired to make a remarkable impression. Now is the opportune moment. With Chu Tianjun just declaring war on the Tai Academy, there is a pressing need for talents like you. The Jiuxiao sect will undoubtedly place greater importance on you. Having decisively defeated Wan Sanluo, you have already become a standard bearer among true transmission disciples. You can begin to establish your own faction, and with swift advancement to the transformation stage, you will soon wield significant influence within the sect, potentially usurping power in no time. This is the art of strategy. Was it not through such means that Chu Tianjun once controlled the Jiuxiao sect? Huang elaborated on the intricacies of power dynamics. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Zhu Qiuzi, Lin Yu, and Wang Yi had already discerned Xiaohan's identity as the fated child. It is undoubtedly Xiaohan. Shall we proceed with the kill? Wang Yi inquired of Zhu Qiuzi and Lin Yu, the current decision-makers of the Jiuxiao sect. Lin Yu remained silent, glancing at Zhu Qiuzi. Such a decision was beyond his purview as the sect leader and required Zhu Qiuzi's judgment. Let us wait a moment. Your father will return shortly. Zhu Qiuzi was about to make a decision when Lu Qingxue, who typically refrained from meddling in sect affairs, unexpectedly appeared. Greetings, Mother Supreme Elder. The three bowed in unison towards Lu Qingxue, their titles varying but their respect unwavering. Following Lu Qingxue's arrival, Chu Tianjun emerged from the small cave abode, and after spending 8 years in the central continent and engaging in a duel with the esteemed sage Feng Su, Chu Tianjun's primordial spirit descended upon Tianjun Peak, seamlessly merging with his physical form. At the very moment when Chu Tianjun returned, a stunningly beautiful woman, poised yet alluring, exuding both purity and a hint of seduction, smiled as she rose gracefully to gaze upon Tianjun Peak. With a blend of anticipation and trepidation, she made her way toward the peak. Upon Chu Tianjun's return to Jiuxiao sect, several other core members swiftly gathered at the Peach Grove courtyard, with Long Yue being the first to arrive. Additionally, Han Ningxiang, Ouyang Ming, the couple Zhou Qifeng and Li Wanhua, along with Shen Xingji, who had returned with Chu Tianjun from Zhangzhou, were also present. Chu Tianjun indeed had matters of significance to discuss with them, as he had officially declared war against Tai Academy. Soon, a substantial number of disciples from Jiuxiao sect would be dispatched to the front lines bordering Zhongzhou, and an unprecedentedly large-scale war within the realm of cultivation was imminent. However, before Chu Tianjun could finalize his arrangements, and before Chu Qiuzi could reveal that Xiaohan was the new child of destiny, Chen Yunu appeared with a cautious expression and carefully spoke. Ancestor, a true disciple named Lu Ruyan requests an urgent audience. Before Chu Tianjun could respond, Lin Yu, visibly irritated, prepared to confront Lu Ruyan for her audacity in seeking an audience with the ancestor directly. It was exceedingly improper for a mere Yuanying disciple to demand such a meeting. Protocol dictated that she should first meet with the sect master. There's no need. Let her come in. Aside from Qingxue, the rest of you may return. Chu Tianjun suddenly declared, leaving everyone perplexed at his decision to dismiss all, including Chu Qiuzi, for the sake of a Yuanying disciple. Soon, Lu Ruyan approached with elegance. And at the first glance, her eyes met Chu Tianjun's, her smile brimming with affection. Lu Qingxue immediately sensed something amiss about Lu Ruyan, and her hostility surged. As Lu Ruyan spoke her opening words, the atmosphere around them not only chilled but also crackled with a hint of thunderous energy. Chu Lang. Do you still remember the Lu Ruyan by the shores of the Wubo Sea? Chapter 104. The true identity of the Misty Moon. Chu Tianjun had not forgotten Lu Ruyan, for she was the first with whom he had shared such an intimate encounter. At that moment, his mind had been clouded with fervor, primarily fueled by the intensely implanted memories that felt all too real and an overwhelming desire for vengeance against Yi Chun. Today, Lu Ruyan approached him with an expression reminiscent of first love, a sight that took Chu Tianjun by surprise. However, he was acutely aware of many things now. Despite their previous profound exchanges, he harbored no affection for Lu Ruyan. After all, her original purpose had been to assist Yi Chun. She was, in essence, an ally of his adversary. Without hesitation, Chu Tianjun reached for Lu Ruyan, lifting her effortlessly, his grip tightening around her neck with unmistakable force. I am aware of your purpose in this realm, he stated coldly. You shall have a single opportunity to speak. Should your words fail to satisfy me, I will ensure your obliteration in the next moment. His frigid tone, however, had a calming effect on Lu Qingxue, who stood nearby. Chu Tianjun relaxed his grip slightly. But Lu Ruyan's countenance darkened, for she understood that he was not jesting. Quickly, she organized her thoughts and uttered a statement that would guarantee her survival. I am of the celestial realm. This fragment of my soul descended to assist Yi Chun, the heir of one of the 4 prominent families of the southern wilderness. In seizing an extraordinary opportunity, I possess knowledge of many matters concerning the celestial realm and am aware of this world's greatest secret. My descent was not by choice, and I do not dare to seek any status. I merely wish to demonstrate my worth. Upon finishing her plea, Lu Ruyan looked at Chu Tianjun with trepidation. Though her demise would not be absolute, she had come to understand much over the years. The rapidly rising ancestor of the Jiuxiu sect before her seemed far more reliable than Yi Chun. If she could ally herself with Chu Tianjun, her journey to this realm might surpass her expectations. Furthermore, there was the matter of her first experience being with him. As Chu Tianjun's hand descended, Lu Ruyan was gently released back to the ground. She took several deep breaths, then bowed respectfully before him, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, ancestor. Chu Tianjun nodded, acknowledging that although this woman had initially played her cards cleverly, she had adjusted her approach well enough to recognize him as her superior at this moment. Now, it was time to assess Lu Ruyan's true value. Let us focus on the essentials. I will pose questions, and you shall respond. First, tell me what the greatest opportunity in this realm is. This must also be the reason why Yi Chun and Lin Fan have come here, correct? Chu Tianjun inquired, relieved that Lu Ruyan's presence had alleviated some of his burdens. Lu Ruyan promptly replied, approximately over 10,000 years ago. The Wish Sage of the Wish Sacred Land in the celestial realm proclaimed that a fragment of his soul would descend to the lower realm to wander, subsequently choosing this world, which is part of the southern wilderness. The Wish Sage? Is he powerful in the celestial realm? What is his standing? Upon hearing the title of the Wish Sage, Chu Tianjun instinctively associated it with the Misty Moon. Lu Qingxue, standing beside him, shared the same thought, and they exchanged a glance of mutual astonishment. Although Chu Tianjun had always been aware of the significant background of Long Wei, he now realized that he had underestimated her. From a few words spoken by Lu Ruyan, it became evident that the immortal sovereign held a preeminent position within the immortal realm. In my understanding, the immortal sovereign represents the pinnacle of existence in the celestial realm. There are 33 sacred sites in the immortal world, although the sacred site of wishes ranks lower. The abilities and uniqueness of the Wish Sovereign make her a figure with whom many sacred sites aspire to establish amicable relations. Lu Ruyan, with a serious expression, stated that her actions were merely to demonstrate her honesty. Do you also share the intentions of Yi Chun and others, seeking the fragment of the Wish Sovereign's soul? You are indeed bold. Are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of that immortal sovereign? Chu Tianjun inquired, shifting his questioning approach. He understood that these individuals had ulterior motives, and it was clear that everything revolved around the Wish Sovereign. A gentle smile returned to Lu Ruyan's face, a sign that she felt her life was spared, and the moment to showcase her true value had arrived. The next instant, she spoke eloquently. The immortal realm is vast and expansive, primarily divided into 4 seas and 8 wastelands, encompassing 12 major regions. My family, the Lu clan, resides in the southern wasteland, which is home to the 4 prominent families, Yi, Lin, Xiao, and Chu. In fact, the families and sects of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands merely correspond to the mortal dynasties of this world. Even though the 4 great families have golden, immortal powerhouses, in the eyes of the immortal sovereign of the sacred sites, they are but insignificant insects. The 4 great families send their most exceptional disciples to this realm to lay out their strategies, indeed for the sake of the fragment of the Wish Sovereign's soul. They dare not harbor malicious intentions. They merely aspire to cultivate a favorable relationship. If fortune smiles upon them, and they can unite with the Sovereign's fragment as spouses or partners, it would be an extraordinary opportunity. At the very least, they hope to become mentors, or, if not, simply friends, or even fellow disciples. When the Sovereign's soul returns, any modest benefits granted would be beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. As for the other sacred sites, they are rather cautious and do not dare to entertain any thoughts regarding this fragment of soul, for any movement on their part could easily be sensed by the Wish Sovereign. Should they provoke the Sovereign's displeasure by making a wish, even a sacred site would struggle to withstand the ensuing depletion of fortune. Thus, figures like the 4 great families, seen as mere insects in the eyes of the Sovereign, can engage in minor actions that the Sovereign would disregard. Our Lu family is merely an ordinary clan, with our ancestral patriarch only at the true immortal level. I have come to this realm with the fragment of the soul, not daring to entertain any aspirations regarding the Sovereign's essence. My only motivation lies in the marriage alliance between the Lu and Yi families. Should the Yi family reap benefits here, my contribution would be acknowledged, thereby enhancing my status upon marrying into the Yi family and granting me access to greater resources. Lu Rian spoke exhaustively, providing crucial information. Her words not only enlightened Chu Tianjun about the most significant cause and effect, but also offered him a comprehensive understanding of the immortal realm. How many in the immortal realm are aware of the Wish Sovereign's soul fragment coming to this world? Chu Tianjun posed another seemingly trivial question. It is common knowledge. Lu Rian promptly replied. Chu Tianjun nodded, then remarked indifferently, then everything aligns perfectly. That cowardly and hypocritical fellow, Feng Susheng, must have heard this news in the immortal realm before returning to establish the Tai Academy, attempting to gather talents from across the world and subsequently forge a connection with the Sovereign's soul. His line of thought is indeed commendable. The division of the celestial soul must also be an extraordinary talent, and there exists a substantial likelihood of being drawn to the Tai Academy. However, it appears that our esteemed celestial figure has firmly set his sights on the seemingly inconspicuous Jiuxiao sect. Many matters align harmoniously, and most of Chu Tianjun's uncertainties have been resolved. At the very least, there are no lingering secrets regarding Longyue in his heart. As for whether Longyue has fully awakened these memories, it remains uncertain. If she has yet to awaken, it may not be a cause for concern. But should she have done so, Chu Tianjun is at a loss as to how to confront this celestial being. The division of the soul is neither a puppet nor a mere doppelganger. Strictly speaking, it is an extension of oneself. Everything that has transpired between Chu Tianjun and Longyue over the years essentially intertwines with the past of the wishful celestial, inevitably becoming a part of her history. The question of how they will coexist in the future indeed burdens Chu Tianjun's mind. What is your relationship with Yichen? Chu Tianjun has ceased to inquire about matters pertaining to the wishful celestial. Lu Rian's expression shifted slightly, and with her head bowed in embarrassment, she confessed, I was originally betrothed to Yichen, but he has descended to the mortal realm with his entire soul and has now perished. Thus, the engagement is naturally dissolved. At this point, Lu Rian paused momentarily and continued in a softer voice. That coffin for the deceased celestial is not a possession of the Yi family. It is a token of affection between my fiancé and me, and it seems to currently be in your esteemed hands. Chapter 105. The 4 prominent families of the Southern Wilderness. A fool's errand. Given your limited value, you may remain as a maidservant at best. Before Chu Tianjun could utter a word, Lu Qingshue's icy tone cut through the air. This remark took Chu Tianjun by surprise. While Lu Ruoyan displayed unrestrained joy, promptly kneeling before Lu Qingxue, exclaiming, Thank you, madam. I shall remain dutiful. Subsequently, Lu Ruoyan cast a hopeful glance at Chu Tianjun, who nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for her to rise. Chu Tianjun then proceeded to inquire about the celestial realm. Through Lu Ruoyan's responses, he gleaned a wealth of information. He learned that the celestial realm is a place where those above the great ascension stage are considered nobility, while the majority of its inhabitants are still engaged in the pursuit of cultivation. unless born of particularly potent bloodlines or under unique circumstances. Those born in the celestial realm start as ordinary beings. Even Lu Ruoyan's true self had spent centuries cultivating to barely attain the status of an immortal. Nevertheless, the celestial realm offers advantages. Notably, below the great ascension stage, there are no tribulations during ascension, save for the transition into the great ascension itself. Despite the absence of tribulations, the abundant celestial spiritual energy, coupled with a plethora of rare materials, means that only a minuscule fraction of aspirants manage to ascend to the immortal realm. Moreover, above the immortal level, there exist true immortals, profound immortals, golden immortals, and immortal sovereigns, indicating that there are 5 significant realms of immortality. Subsequently, Chu Tianjun focused on the 4 prominent families of the southern wilderness. Lu Ruoyan's knowledge of the 3 families aside from the Yi family was limited to widely known facts. From her discourse, Chu Tianjun learned that the Chu family was the first to establish a foothold in this realm, although he had yet to encounter any fated son of the Chu lineage. In terms of strategy and planning, the Shao family was the most adept. However, as Chu Tianjun had just returned, he was unaware of Shao Han's circumstance and thus did not recognize him as the fated son sent by the Shao family from the celestial realm. Regarding the Lin family, to which Lin Fan belongs, Lu Ruoyan possessed slightly more information. She informed Chu Tianjun of a treasure known as the heavenly mechanism mirror, which can interfere with fate within a certain radius. This revelation stirred something within Chu Tianjun, as he finally comprehended the source of Lin Fan's extraordinary fortune. He then recalled how he had shattered the Lin family's heavenly mechanism mirror while crossing realms with the 6 instruments heavenly book. As a treasured heirloom, it was reasonable to surmise that the Lin family harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. I am more familiar with the Yi family, she continued. The patriarch, Yi Qingmei, is at the early golden immortal stage, practicing the grand enchantment technique. Yi Chun is her 9th-generation descendant, prior to descending. His true self was merely at the great ascension stage, as once one reaches the immortal realm, they can no longer fully descend. At most, they can only send a fragment of their soul down. Additionally, the Yi family is responsible for sealing the soul of the immortal sovereign of wishes within the Jiuxiao sect, suggesting they possess some secret treasure, the specifics of which Ruoyan does not know. In conclusion, as Lu Ruoyan introduced the Yi family, Chu Tianjun recognized the clarity of Yi Chen's ambitions. The 4 families each exhibit distinct operational styles, suggesting that not only are our adversaries numerous, but formidable as well. Now, reveal to me the true reason behind your choice to ally with me. With a piercing gaze, Chu Tianjun directed his attention towards Lu Ruoyan, ultimately posing a question directly pertinent to her. He did not believe that a celestial being's soul fragment would genuinely alter its stance merely due to a fleeting romantic encounter. Such factors could exist, but would always remain supplementary. Chu Tianjun understood the true reasons behind her actions, yet he felt compelled to inquire of Lu Ruoyan, as her honesty would determine whether he would accept her presence. Lu Ruoyan's eyes flickered momentarily before she took a deep breath and confessed, "Indeed, I suspect you have discerned my ulterior motives. I harbor a bold hypothesis regarding why the Wish Celestial Sovereign has chosen to fragment her soul and descend into this realm. Surely, it is not a trivial endeavor, and her deliberate selection of this place suggests that while we perceive the Wish Celestial Sovereign as the ultimate opportunity, there may exist factors even she considers fortuitous. If such factors exist, I believe they lie within the Nine Heavens Sect." It was evident that Lu Ruoyan's response echoed some of Chu Tianjun's own thoughts. He immediately contemplated the improbability of the Wish Celestial Sovereign idly fragmenting her soul in such a desolate world. What perplexed him further was her ostentatious announcement made over 10,000 years prior, as if she feared that those with ulterior motives might remain unaware. "You are not without wit. If, in the future, your sect finds itself at odds with the Lu family and the other 4 great clans, how will you choose?" Chu Tianjun inquired once more. This time, Lu Ruoyan responded without hesitation, "In the Lu family, I am merely a tool for alliance. I had no choice in the past, but I yearn to live for myself in the future." "Very well, you may go now. I shall call for you if needed," Chu Tianjun affirmed, gesturing for Lu Ruoyan to depart. Though they could not rekindle their past, Lu Ruoyan felt that this new beginning was quite promising. After all, she was a person of considerable depth, and remaining within the Nine Heavens Sect would afford her the confidence to cultivate feelings for Chu Tianjun over time. Once Lu Ruoyan had left, Chu Tianjun turned to Lu Qingxue, his expression tinged with embarrassment and Filled with remorse, he said, "I apologize, Qingxue. In the past, I truly believed I had been reincarnated. Upon encountering Lu Ruyan in the Wawav Sea, driven by resentment, I acted inappropriately." Before he could finish, Lu Qingxue interjected, "Senior brother, when you dismissed everyone but me, regardless of what transpired between you and her, I bear you no ill will. Lu Ruyan is, after all, a celestial being. Whether now or in the future, should we ascend to the celestial realm, she will prove invaluable. My current concern lies with how you intend to navigate your relationship with Longyue." Lu Qingxue appeared unfazed by Lu Ruyan's presence, having rationally decided to retain her. However, when Longyue was mentioned, her demeanor grew serious. After all, that was a celestial sovereign, a being truly at the pinnacle of the celestial hierarchy, not merely an empty title. The disparity between the current Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue and the true identity of sovereign Longyue was beyond description. Should she regain her memories and be in a foul mood, she could obliterate the entire Nine Heavens Sect with but a flick of her fingers. "I shall treat her with sincerity, and I believe she will not overstep her bounds," Chu Tianjun replied. "Indeed, our Jiuxiao sect must possess a remarkable heritage. At the very least, those who inherit the teachings of the Jiuxiao sect hold identities that are not inferior to that of the celestial sovereigns." Chu Tianjun gently grasped Lu Qingxue's hand, his voice soothing, both as a response to her earlier trust in him and as a means to reassure her. Did Lu Ruoyan not assert that the celestial sovereign stands as the pinnacle of the celestial realm? Does our Jiuxiao sect's lineage not surpass even the sanctity of the celestial realm? This was the first time Lu Qingxue had heard such words from Chu Tianjun, and her expression reflected her astonishment. Chu Tianjun nodded, then spoke earnestly. "Lu Ruoyan is merely a lowly celestial. What does she truly understand? The path of forgetting emotions, imparted to her by that exalted being, is intrinsically linked to our Jiuxiao sect. This is a presence capable of perceiving the present even after 10 millennia. The magnitude of its power is beyond my ability to articulate." Chapter 106. The Shao family of the Celestial Realm CHT New Jersey N had indeed come to recognize that G11O sect was of considerable significance. Waisu New Jersey could not forget the name G11O sect, possibly because it was the legacy left behind by that great being. Perhaps the sole connection to that existence. How could Waisu New Jersey ever forget the final remnant of that extraordinary entity? Such a heritage might very well be the reason why the celestial sovereign had fragmented their soul to descend to the mortal realm. Now that he had inherited this legacy, he could not tarnish the reputation of his ancestors. Regardless of the celestial sovereign status, he must bolster his own confidence and approach matters with composure, as if he had a formidable backing. Subsequently, CHT New Jersey N conferred privately with L. Kunix about various matters. Upon hearing L. Kunix mention Shi OHN, he summoned CHTC, WNY, and others back to the discussion. CHT New Jersey N refrained from divulging the specifics of his conversation with Li RYN to these core members. Yet his gaze inevitably shifted when he caught sight of Ling Yu. Ling Yu, however, remained unfazed. She noticed CHT New Jersey N glancing at her and responded with a contented smile, leaving onlookers to presume an unspoken connection between them. Our world belongs to the southern wilderness of the 8 desolations within the celestial realm, governed by 4 prominent families: Y, LN, Shi-O, and CH. These families are the de facto rulers of our realm, and the so-called children of fortune are merely the outstanding youth of these 4 clans, seeking opportunities that would make even the celestial realm envious. CHT New Jersey N selectively shared certain information with those present. It is highly probable that Shi OHN is an envoy from the Shi-O family of the celestial realm. Should we not eliminate him now? And what of Shi OJ Shuang? We ought to eradicate any potential threats while we still can. LNY was the first to voice his opinion. As the current sect leader, he prioritized the interests of the sect, asserting that eliminating the Shi-O family members from the celestial realm to safeguard the sect appeared to be the most prudent course of action. CHTC hesitated to express her stance, seemingly still processing CHT New Jersey N's words. Yet, for a fleeting moment, her gaze towards CHT New Jersey N bore a hint of peculiarity. Let us not rush. I have heard that not long ago. Shi OHN defeated the 10th-ranked UN-Ying disciple of the Talented Ones list at TNXing TI while at the Golden Core realm. He even achieved a breakthrough amidst battle, using the Thunder Tribulation to counter demonic techniques. This indicates a person of great depth, both audacious and meticulous. Let us observe his current actions. After a brief pause, CHT New Jersey N expressed considerable interest in Shi Ohn. As soon as he finished speaking, he gestured in front of him, causing a vivid image to materialize. When the scene unfolded, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. The image revealed what appeared to be on J. Engshu Ing Peak, with Shi Ohn at its center, currently kneeling on the ground. Above him, a jade talisman floated, unleashing bolts of lightning that struck him repeatedly. It was evident to the discerning that this was not a mere exercise in refining the body with thunder. Rather, it was a form of punishment. The lightning not only tore apart his garments, but left his skin charred and raw, causing even his Yuan Ying to tremble under the onslaught. This punishment transcends the ordinary. Even within the regulations of the Jiuxiao sect, it constitutes a grave transgression warranting severe retribution. The punishment appears to have persisted for quite some time, leaving the onlookers enveloped in a haze of confusion and curiosity. Everyone assumed that at this moment, Xiao Han should be brimming with youthful exuberance, having just vanquished the 10th-ranked genius, Wan Sanluo, and attained the status of a true disciple of the nascent soul. Under normal circumstances, he would be establishing his own peak and joyfully inviting friends to celebrate. However, amidst the crowd's bewilderment, Chu Tianjun suddenly extended his hand toward the scene. And behind him, a golden compass phantasm emerged, enveloping the Jiuxiao sect in an enigmatic aura. As the compass spun, the image began to regress in a manner contrary to the laws of nature, as if time itself were reversing, returning abruptly to half a day prior. This was not a true reversal of time. Rather, Chu Tianjun, utilizing the 6 artifacts heavenly book alongside his prowess comparable to the Great Ascension stage, was extracting residual information from the void to recreate recent events. Such a technique is undeniably profound. Ordinary tricks and falsehoods could never deceive Chu Tianjun. Once the scene was recreated, all truths would be unveiled. The image reverted to half a day ago, capturing the moment when Xiao Han achieved the nascent soul and ascended to the 10th position on the genius list. Returning to Jingshuang Peak to share his joyous news with Xiao Jingshuang, preparing to establish his own lineage. In that moment, Xiao Han truly radiated confidence, his demeanor reminiscent of accomplished youth, as if the heavens were no longer distant and the stars were within reach. Yet, when Xiao Han, with a voice tinged with excitement, recounted his achievements to Jing Shuang in the small cave, Xiao Jingshuang emerged with an icy countenance. Her gaze first swept over Xiao Han and then turned to his friends and admirers behind him, her cold glare striking even Jiang Mingwei, a true disciple of the nascent soul, with a sense of dread. Xiao Han, today is your day of great joy. I had no intention of dampening your spirits. Yet you have disregarded my previous words, engaging in factionalism after joining the sect. After receiving punishment, you may then establish your own lineage. Xiao Jingshuang's voice boomed like thunder. As her words echoed, she extended her palm gently toward Xiao Han. This seemingly mundane gesture bore the weight of the nascent soul realm, and even Xiao Han, who practiced the great 5 elements technique, could only kneel in submission. A flash of anger crossed Xiao Han's eyes. He seemed poised to resist, but quickly quelled his fury and lowered his head, humbly conceding, "Sister, your reprimand is justified. I was in the wrong." Soon after, the electric Mother Divine talisman appeared above Xiao Han's head, summoning bolts of lightning to enact punishment. What purpose does this serve? Is it a ruse? Or perhaps a strategy to protect the main player, as Xiao Jingshuang is indeed the true scion of the Xiao family's fortune? It seems there are no stipulations against a female being the bearer of such fortune. Chu Qiuzi found Xiao Jingshuang's actions perplexing. Following her approach, it would not be impossible to find an opportunity to eliminate Xiao Han, yet Xiao Jingshuang could hardly justify such an action. Moreover, as a prodigious disciple who consistently upholds the sect, it would be prudent for the sect to invest in her development. CHT New Jersey N wore a contemplative expression. Although he had been absent for 8 years, he quickly recalled that the G11O sect was now undoubtedly rife, with small factions forming alliances, a trend that clearly contradicted the original intent of the sect. Yet, this was an inevitable outcome of development reaching a certain stage, often necessitating a profound transformation. From the perspective of the sect, including its regulations, such factionalism was certainly unacceptable. However, in a situation where the majority engaged in such practices, this rule was largely overlooked by all. Yet, Xiao Engshu Ing was an exception. She publicly punished her own confidants. Lin Wei subsequently dispatched the sect's elite to the front lines to engage in battle with the Tai Academy for control of Central Zhou, assigning both Xiao Engshu Ing and Xiao In to the forefront. After a moment of reflection, CHT New Jersey In instructed Lin Wei. Upon finishing his words, he rubbed his hands together, and a purple lightning appeared between them. Although this lightning was restrained within his palms, those nearby could feel its destructive power. After a few breaths, a fist-sized orb, resembling amber, materialized between his palms, within which purple lightning formed a small pool, astonishingly shaped into liquid by CHT New Jersey In. YNR, after Xiao In completes the execution, when he establishes his own peak. You shall visit J. Engshuing Peak and present this object to Xiao Engshuing, stating that it is a reward from the ancestor, commending her for nurturing an exceptional disciple for the sect. CHT New Jersey In summoned CHNYNR and handed her the orb of lightning water. Father, what is your intention? To heavily rely on the Son of Destiny, using the Xiao family's fortune to contend against the Tai Academy and the FNGX Saint? Finally, CHC grasped CHT New Jersey In's design, her gaze towards him filled with increasing admiration. CHT New Jersey In did not respond, but nodded, then remarked, the Xiao family in this celestial realm possesses considerable significance. Henceforth, our adversaries will be the four great families of the celestial realm. Simply eliminating the Son of Destiny may not be the most prudent choice. Chapter 107. The Great Deception. This decision took everyone by surprise. However, since it was made by Chu Tianjun, no one dared to voice any objections. That very night, the first wave of disciples set forth towards the front lines, among whom was Lu Qingxue, whose strength ranked just below that of Chu Tianjun. It was hardly unexpected that Lu Qingxue would rush to the front, as she had never missed any of the numerous battles faced by the Jiuxiao sect, always leading the charge. However, neither Xiao Jingshuang nor Xiao Han were included in this initial list. Xiao Han, do not harbor resentment towards Xiao Jingshuang. Your prior display on the Tianxing platform was excessively brilliant. She is merely aiding you. The Jiuxiao sect is a place of rules, and now she has imposed a penalty upon you. Even Chu Tianjun would not intervene further. To gain the respect of others, he must adhere to the established rules. For these very regulations were crafted by him. You have been granted additional time to grow. The Jiuxiao sect resembles a governing body. After all, Chu Tianjun did not ascend to his current position solely through brute strength. It is a matter of strategy. Initially, as Xiao Han endured the punishment of thunder and lightning, feelings of hatred and discontent swelled within him. Yet, it was not long before Huang emerged to impart some profound wisdom to Xiao Han. The following day, Xiao Han departed from Jingshuang Peak, maintaining a demeanor of utmost respect towards Xiao Jingshuang. As he left, she presented him with several gifts, claiming these were tokens of congratulations for his promotion to true disciple, illustrating her clear division of reward and punishment. This time, Xiao Han established his mountain peak with much more humility. After its completion, only a select few close friends celebrated with him. Indeed, when Xiao Han's peak was established, Chen Yun'er made her appearance at Jingshuang Peak. In accordance with the decree of the esteemed ancestor, she bestowed upon the saintess Xiao Jingshuang a thunderwater pearl, recognizing her for cultivating an exceptional disciple for the sect. With a serious demeanor, Chen Yun'er stood atop Jingshuang Peak, her voice resonating throughout the entire Jiuxiao mountain range. Chu Tianjun had merely instructed her to deliver the pearl, leaving the specifics of the presentation to her discretion. Nevertheless, Chen Yun'er had never failed to meet his expectations in such matters. With her commanding voice, the entire Jiuxiao sect was made aware that the saintess Xiao Jingshuang had indeed received a reward from the esteemed ancestor. With Xiao Han's ascendance, some of Xiao Jingshuang's remarks, particularly her personal punishment of Xiao Han in front of a captivated audience, became a topic of widespread discussion. The crux of this matter lay in the prevalent factionalism within the Jiuxiao sect. Thus, the true reason behind Xiao Jingshuang's reward became all too apparent. When Xiao Han and Huang heard Chen Yun'er's announcement, Xiao Han's expression froze, and Huang fell into a prolonged silence, clearly taken aback by Chu Tianjun's decision to reward Xiao Jingshuang in this manner. This Chu Tianjun appears rather formidable. Ultimately, Huang could only let out a resigned sigh. While this may seem a trivial matter, the once flourishing spirit of small factions was instantaneously subdued, prompting many faction leaders to proactively remind their members that regardless of the reasons that brought them together, The sect must always come first. Xiao Jingshuang exited the small cave at once. Although her face bore no smile, she slightly bowed her head before Qin Yuner, not in deference to her, but rather in acknowledgement of Chu Tianjun. As she received the Thunderwater Pearl, a subtle change crossed her countenance upon its contact with her palm. With a tone of respect, she inquired of Qin Yuner, "Does the esteemed ancestor have any further instructions?" Qin Yuner shook her head, yet she did not leave immediately, as if sensing that Xiao Jingshuang had more to ask. Indeed, in the next moment, Xiao Jingshuang spoke again. "May I inquire about the origin of this item?" Although Qin Yuner could not claim to be unacquainted with it, she was unaware of the provenance of the thunder water crafted by Chu Tianjun. Fortunately, being an experienced performer, she contemplated briefly before responding. "It was conjured by the ancestor's supreme power." At these words, a flicker of astonishment passed through Xiao Jingshuang's gaze, and she bowed towards the direction of Tianjun Peak, saying, "I humbly thank the esteemed ancestor for this gift. I take my leave." After Qin Yuner returned the courtesy and departed, Xiao Jingshuang, clutching the Thunderwater Pearl, gazed towards Tianjun Peak with a grave expression, unlike any she had previously exhibited. It seemed she had discerned their true identities. "I had always opposed the family's decision. I hope my unilateral actions may one day sustain the lineage of the Shao family in the southern wilderness. A mere opportunity bestowed by a celestial being has blinded you all. How can one rely on others in the contest for the great Tao?" Xiao Jingshuang spoke softly, evidently awakened to memories of her heritage from the southern wilderness Shao clan. However, at this juncture, she abruptly paused, silently reflecting, Moreover, this sect bears the name of Jiuxiao, existing for a millennium. The fortune carried by this name is beyond what our Shao clan can bear." As Qin Yuner returned to Tianjun Peak, she chanced upon Chu Yue seated in a wheelchair beneath the peach tree, her eyes vacant as she gazed into the distance. Tianjun Peak, being the highest mountain of the Jiuxiao sect, overlooked the entire sect from the edge of the peach grove. Chu Tianjun and Chu Qiuzi were a short distance away, seemingly engaged in conversation. Qin Yuner first reported that she had delivered the item to Xiao Jingshuang and relayed the two inquiries she had made. Chu Tianjun did not elaborate further, prompting Qin Yuner to approach Chu Yue, gently brushing petals from her garment and adjusting her wheelchair to offer a different view of the scenery. Was the Thunderwater Pearl a warning to Xiao Jingshuang? Chu Qiuzi's gaze was also directed towards the distance where Jingshuang Peak lay. Then, Chu Tianjuan's voice resonated. "The Thunderwater is transformed from the Calamity Thunder. I am informing her that I am aware of their identities. The Calamity Thunder is uncontrollable. Even Chu Tianjun cannot master it. However, his great transformation technique allows him to transmute his spiritual energy into Calamity Thunder. This Xiao Jingshuang is indeed intriguing. Knowing her identity is exposed, she remains remarkably composed. Frankly, I find her to embody the essence of a fated child even more than Xiao Han." CHGC spoke in a remarkably calm tone, hinting at something beneath the surface. CHT New Jersey N chuckled lightly and responded more decisively, stating, "Shi-OHN is merely the child of destiny placed in this realm by the Shi-O family of the southern wilderness. Perhaps Shi-O-J Engshuing is the true child of fortune for the entire Shi-O clan. Moreover, I sense that while the Shi-O family is calculating the division of the soul of the wishful immortal, there are also others scheming against them. Much like how at this moment, YUWI and YNR are admiring the scenery, we observe them while others observe us. This notion is indeed quite plausible. Yet regrettably, my daughter's cultivation progresses too slowly, and the opportunities for her to assist her father diminish with time," CHGC remarked, a hint of melancholy creeping into her demeanor. In the next moment, CHT New Jersey N gently placed his hand upon CHGC's head and spoke softly. "It is once again the critical juncture of survival for the G11O sect. Allow me to elevate your cultivation to the nascent soul stage." With that, CHT New Jersey N directly channeled his spiritual energy into her, and her cultivation visibly surged. Soon, the tribulation began to gather. Yet CHT New Jersey N kept his hand resting on her head, enduring the heavenly calamity alongside her. Before long, the tribulation dissipated, and CHGC's nascent soul was born, her entire aura transformed. CHT New Jersey N scrutinized her intently, and then bluntly inquired, "So, what is your innate divine ability?" Unbeknownst to CHGC, there was a subtle implication in the use of the word again in CHT New Jersey N's question. With her gaze lowered, She appeared somewhat bashful and embarrassed, and ultimately, in a barely audible voice tinged with a hint of shame, she uttered 4 words: the Great Deception Technique. Chapter 108. If there is a bright plot, why resort to deception? Thus far, there have been no spiritual entities capable of acquiring innate supernatural powers at the nascent soul stage. Chu Tianjun has only encountered 2 individuals who possess such a rare gift. One is Longyue, and the other is the present Chu Tianjun. Longyue attained her innate supernatural power only upon her second return to the nascent soul stage, initially manifesting as the ability of unforgettable thoughts, which evolved into the grand supernatural art of great prayer through diligent cultivation. Chu Tianjun, however, is far more formidable. Upon entering the nascent soul stage, she directly exhibited a grand supernatural skill known as Great Deception. The very name of this skill resonates with an ominous and dubious air. Is it possible that our fates are intertwined? Chu Tianjun mused, a pang of melancholy washing over him, rendering even the usually composed Chu Tianjun momentarily speechless. In the next moment, Chu Tianjun hastily knelt before him, her hands clutching his robe tightly. With unwavering determination in her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears, she solemnly declared, "Tianjun will forever be her father's daughter. This shall never change." She placed significant emphasis on the word forever. Chu Tianjun lowered his gaze upon her, uncertain whether Chu Tianjun had employed her great deception at that moment. Perhaps she had been using it all along, or perhaps she had never wielded it before him. In the following instant, Chu Tianjun bent down, mirroring the gesture from years past in the servant quarters, extending his hand towards Chu Tianjun. Clearly, he chose to trust this daughter with whom he shared decades of paternal affection. In the days that followed, elite members of the Jiuxiao sect surged towards the front lines of Zhongzhou, while Chu Tianjun meticulously orchestrated all matters from behind the scenes. One day, Lin Yu's decree appeared before Xiao Jingshuang and Xiao Han, summoning them to the Zhongzhou front. At this juncture, nearly all disciples above the nascent soul rank from the Jiuxiao sect, including over 1,000 elite disciples at the Golden Core level, had arrived at the front. Besides the Jiuxiao sect's core members, sects from the eastern, southern, and northern regions, along with various families, had also been called to the battlefield. The only remaining holy sons and daughters at the sect were Han Ningxiang and Wang Yi. Even the venerable alchemist Wu Qingyun had gone to the front lines to tend to the wounded. If the members of the Jiuxiao sect were destined for death, in Chu Tianjuan's heart, they were the last to perish. Among the few remaining nascent soul practitioners, aside from a handful who were not adept in combat, and the top-ranked Chen Yuner, along with Lu Ruyan, all had ventured to the front lines. Today, Chen Yuner proactively sought Chu Tianjuan's approval to serve the sect in Zhongzhou. "Go and take care," was all he said, without further elaboration. He harbored little concern for Chen Yuner. If even she were in peril, it would signify the Jiuxiao sect was on the brink of annihilation. Lu Ruyan did not request to go to the front. Instead, she found opportunities in recent days to fulfill the duties of a maid, frequently appearing by Chu Tianjuan's side, serving tea and inquiring about his well-being, evoking in him a peculiar illusion that he resembled her moonlit fantasy. The Jiuxiao sect had grown particularly desolate. Today, Chu Tianjun personally took Chu Yue for a stroll in the peach orchard, and Long Wei consistently appeared at precisely the right moments. Chu Tianjun was acutely aware that these occurrences were no mere coincidences. Rather, it was the enigmatic Hong Wei who had been observing him closely. Her appearance was as natural as the moonlight, and she first assisted Chu Yue in adjusting her attire. The connection with Chu Yue indeed served to fortify the bond between them. With the entire sect mobilizing, Lin Yu had yet to permit him to contribute to their efforts. "Tianjun, could it be that you have convinced him, the sect leader, to refrain from assigning me any tasks?" Seated before the stone table that Hong Yue had procured in years past, she began to feign complaints. "It was I who arranged it," Chu Tianjun replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, Hong Wei could hardly suppress a smile. Having perused countless romantic tales over the years, she instinctively interpreted this as a sign of Chu Tianjun's concern for her, perhaps even tinged with a hint of affection. Yet, the next moment, Chu Tianjuan's tone shifted to one of seriousness. "Should I consider addressing you by a different name? Hong Wei is not your true appellation, is it?" The smile that had just graced her lips faded, and Hong Yue's expression grew solemn. However, her gaze remained steady as she composed her thoughts and replied, "Tianjun, I have indeed felt a certain summons since stepping into the transformation stage. As my cultivation advances, I sense an inevitable departure that I cannot control. Yet, I am truly unaware of the specifics. Perhaps I do not comprehend as much as you do. I have never contemplated deceiving you, nor will I ever. After a brief pause, her expression reflected inner turmoil. But she gathered her courage to continue. Do you know the sole thought I have clung to since acquiring Yin Yin Bu Wang? It is my prayer, my unwavering wish, to be with you for eternity. Thus, even if we must part, it shall be but a fleeting separation. Faced with such an unabashed declaration, Chu Tianjun found himself momentarily at a loss. Fortunately, the presence of the comatose Chu Yue between them alleviated some of the awkwardness, keeping the atmosphere from becoming overly intimate. Chu Tianjun hesitated, refraining from providing a direct response to Han Yue. His demeanor remained grave as he stated, "The reason for not allowing you to engage on the front lines is indeed a concern for your safety. Beyond the Great Ascension, there lie 5 realms: immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, and immortal sovereign. The immortal sovereign establishes sanctuaries and reigns as a sovereign in the vast celestial realm. There exists a being known as the Wish Sovereign. If the information is accurate, it is highly probable that you are a fragment of that entity's soul." Upon hearing these words, Han Yue maintained a relatively calm demeanor, perhaps recognizing the truth behind them, for she comprehended it instinctively. Noting her silence, Chu Tianjun continued, "Currently, the schemes of the Shao and Chu families in this realm have yet to unfold, particularly the Chu family, which is said to have been plotting since time immemorial, likely lying in wait for millennia. Their target is the fragment of the immortal sovereign's soul. However, they likely remain unaware that it is you. Thus, as long as you remain concealed, the initiative lies with the Jiuxiao sect. I am already an immortal sovereign. When will you come to embrace me?" Han Yue suddenly remarked, a teasing smile dancing on her lips, her gaze imbued with a hint of anticipation. Suddenly, Chu Tianjun smiled, exuding an unwavering confidence that left Long Wei visibly astonished. "Today, I wish to convey that my affections and alliances are never dictated by the status of others. I am aware that the immortal sovereign has acquired what she desires. If your future role remains as merely the Wish Sovereign, then our paths shall diverge. To me, you are simply Long Wei of the Nine Heavens Sect. Should the 4 great families of the South Wilderness seek to exploit you, I shall ensure they pay a price, for no one can scheme against my fellow disciples." Long Yue felt a wave of gratitude and emotion, for in Chu Tianjun's eyes, even upon learning of her identity as a fragment of the Wish Sovereign, she was still regarded as a comrade. Regardless of the machinations of the 4 families, he would stand as her shield. That night, Lu Rian gently placed Chu Yue onto the bed, before proceeding to brew tea and prepare pastries for Chu Tianjun. The ancestor required neither sleep nor sustenance. Yet as a maid, her duties were obligatory, even if merely to present a pleasing sight. At that moment, Chu Tianjun sat alone in the main room of a small courtyard. The space lacked doors and windows, with no walls facing the front. Only bamboo curtains hung from the beams, shielding against the elements and fallen leaves. As the bamboo curtain was gently lifted, Chu Tianjun entered. "I have spoken to Long Yue as you instructed. She need not intervene before entering the immortal realm," Chu Tianjun announced as she appeared. Chu Tianjun responded immediately, "Indeed." Chu Tianjun, smiling, settled closely before him, radiating a warmth characteristic of a father-daughter bond. She then playfully remarked, "Father, you flatter me. Although it is my arrangement, everything related to you has been orchestrated in accordance with your will. Is this not your own intention? What use is the scheming of others if it contradicts your desires?" Chu Tianjun gazed at Chu Tianjun, returning her smile. Indeed, the words he shared with Long Yue were but a cog in a grand design orchestrated by Chu Tianjun. Yet they also reflected his own sentiments. It could be said that her strategies were intricately woven around his true intentions. Since awakening the Great Deception technique, your prowess has undeniably surged. This transcends mere scheming, Chu Tianjun remarked fondly, his words and demeanor brimming with admiration for Chu Tianjun. With satisfaction, she nestled against his side, entwining her arm with his, akin to a child basking in praise. Yet, her voice soon turned serious, devoid of innocence, as she stated, "The only inextricable scheming in this world is the overt strategy. If one possesses an overt strategy, what need is there for deceit?" Chapter 109. The precious master of the Nine Heavens Sect. In the days that followed, Chu Tianjun was largely absorbed in meditation, his intention shrouded in mystery. This was not a retreat, for whether it was the occasional visit from Long Yue or a brief glance at Chu Yue, he remained outside the state of cultivation. In contrast, Chu Tianjun had become increasingly scarce. The front lines of the Central Plains were embroiled in a tense stalemate. Although she did not personally engage in battle, she was tasked with managing logistical support and processing the overwhelming daily stream of battle reports from the front. Do not be misled into thinking that cultivators are exempt from the necessities of supply during warfare. This conflict was still driven by spirit stones, elixirs, and magical artifacts. In the absence of any decisive factor that could sway the battlefield, mutual attrition became the sole recourse. While the Tai Academy appeared to possess overwhelming strength compared to the Nine Heavens Sect, the actual disparity between the two was not as pronounced, primarily due to the encounter between Chu Tianjun and Fang Xuxing 6 months prior. In that confrontation, Chu Tianjun had boldly withstood the might of a great ascension cultivator, ultimately departing with ease, leaving Fang Xuxing speechless. In truth, Chu Tianjun had emerged victorious, although the Tai Academy had maintained its dominion for millennia. The structure of the academy meant that the cultivators of the Central Plains were affiliated with their own sects and families. They might have benefited from the academy's resources and accepted its leadership, but this was predicated on the notion that Fang Xuxing was the singular supreme power. Now, however, a formidable presence had emerged that could contend with Fang Xuxing, one that was younger and possessed greater potential. This prompted many to reconsider their unwavering loyalty to the Tai Academy. This was precisely why Chu Tianjun had engaged Fang Xuxing without hesitation, causing significant upheaval and instilling a psychological shadow over the entire community of Central Plains cultivators. Chu Tianjun had long since become a strategist, anticipating the consequences of each step he took. In fact, since the onset of hostilities between the Nine Heavens Sect and the Tai Academy, defections among the cultivators of the Central Plains had begun to surface. Initially, these were small families and lesser sects who, facing imminent attack from the Nine Heavens Sect and lacking support from the Tai Academy, opted for surrender. Although the Tai Academy boasted several cultivators at the Dongxian stage and dozens at the Lianshu stage, these individuals had their own families and sects and were far from a unified front. Particularly at the Dongxian stage, they valued their lives greatly, aware that the Nine Heavens Sect was backed by 2 venerable ancestors at that level. Moreover, rumors suggested that Yuxuanji surpassed Chu Tianjun in strength, which caused several powerful cultivators at the Dongxian stage to refrain from rash actions. These rumors had no clear origin. They had not existed before, but had suddenly emerged with undeniable conviction. Among them was a claim regarding the lineage of the Nine Heavens Sect, asserting that their doctrinal inheritance was not passed down through direct master-disciple relationships, but rather selected from the most exceptional disciples every other generation. The true legacy of the Nine Heavens Sect, once held by Yuxuanji, had now transferred to Chu Tianjun. Yet, the specifics of this so-called doctrine and inheritance remained ambiguous. Fang Xuxing of the Tai Academy also refrained from taking action. It was well understood that his movement would undoubtedly provoke a response from Chu Tianjun, and in such an encounter, many lower-tier cultivators would have no chance to escape. Hence, the ongoing conflict primarily remained concentrated at the levels of the Yuan Ying and Huashan stages. In the past 6 months, the Central State has witnessed several instances of formidable void refinement experts taking action. The first incident involved a prominent follower of the purely fanged Void Saint, whose renown in Central State is immense. In the context of warfare, the dichotomy of good and evil becomes irrelevant. Each side holds differing positions, and the fate of life and death is dictated by destiny, thus rendering judgments on character unnecessary. Currently, the Nine Heavens Sect has only one void refinement expert, Lu Qingxue, but this time it was Lin Yu, a mere transformation stage cultivator, who took action. With a single stroke of his sword, the Nine Heavens Sword made its debut before the world, leaving an indelible impression on those who witnessed it. The Nine Heavens Sword, imbued with celestial might, cleaved through 3,000 miles, not only diminishing the realm of the void refinement elder from the Tai Academy, but also leaving behind a sword chi that lingered for 10 days before dissipating. The reason behind the overwhelming celestial pressure exuded by the Nine Heavens Sword remains a mystery, even to Lin Yu, its wielder, who is simply aware of its formidable strength. The second instance of a void refinement expert engaging in combat marked the most extensive and intense battle since the commencement of hostilities, severely impacting the morale of the Tai Academy. In a confrontation devoid of any Dongxian realm powers, a late-stage void refinement elder from the Tai Academy was slain. The assailant was none other than Lu Qingxue, who has consistently fought for her sect. This time, She not only showcased her exceptional personal prowess, but also revealed that the lifting heaven thunder spear had been fully restored. With the aid of this transformative spiritual treasure, Lu Qingxue effortlessly dispatched a late-stage void refinement elder. Unlike the transformation of the Tianjun sword, the lifting heaven thunder spear transformed into a dragon, one that could only exist in the celestial realm. The war has persisted for 6 months, during which the Nine Heavens Sect has advanced its front considerably, resulting in numerous casualties on both sides. However, many prodigies have shown brilliantly in this conflict, achieving rapid advancements in their cultivation. Aware that Xiao Jingshuang hails from the Xiao clan of the southern wilderness in the celestial realm, Lin Yu, the sect leader, has taken a personal interest in her. Yet, Xiao Jingshuang has exhibited no signs of issues. Even Lin Yu must concede that she is an outstanding disciple, displaying commendable qualities. She neither forms cliques nor defies the sect's mandates. On multiple occasions, she has resolved crises on the front lines, engaging in difficult battles, including a notable instance where she single-handedly held off a void refinement elder from the Tai Academy, granting Ouyang Ming sufficient time to repair the formations. Now, aside from Lin Yu, the wielder of the Nine Heavens sword, Xiao Jingshuang undoubtedly stands as the strongest among the transformation stage cultivators of the Nine Heavens Sect. Among the nascent soul-level disciples, the top 10 prodigies are at the forefront of the battle, all capable of challenging those beyond their rank. Although the Tai Academy also boasts its own prodigies, when it comes to direct comparisons, the Nine Heavens Sect, with its history of conflict and the majority of its disciples forged in the crucible of blood and fire, surpasses the Tai Academy. Chen Yuner, who inexplicably ascended to the top of the prodigy rankings, has truly shown on the front lines this time, earning a thunderous reputation. It must be said that she possesses no formidable magical artifacts, has not mastered any profound techniques, and lacks even a single divine ability. She excels neither in the art of crafting magical instruments nor in the formation of talismans, yet among all the Yuanying disciples of the Jiuxiao sect, she arrived the latest, yet boasts the most remarkable achievements. Aside from having slain numerous fellow cultivators of her rank, several nascent soul experts from the Tai Academy have already met their demise at the hands of Chen Yuner. Regardless of her adversaries, their deaths have been exceedingly tragic, each one meeting a fate that is strikingly similar, crushed by what could only be described as an overwhelming torrent of magical artifacts. The quality of these artifacts varies significantly. While there are not many top-tier items, the majority are of inferior or middling quality, yet their sheer quantity is impossible to ignore. When confronted with a single opponent of the Yuanying stage, Chen Yuner typically hurls forth 2 to 3 dozen artifacts. In the face of a group of Yuanying opponents, she unleashes 200 to 300 at once. During a particular battle where she overpowered a nascent soul true monarch, her record reached an astonishing release of at least 3,000 artifacts. According to the recollections of the Jiuxiao sect disciples who observed from a distance, the nascent soul true monarch from Tai Academy was utterly submerged by the deluge of artifacts, leaving not a trace behind. Remarkably, this is not even Chen Yuner's limit. The impression one receives is that she possesses an inexhaustible supply of magical instruments. Consequently, when the Tai Academy encounters Chen Yuner, they promptly retreat. Earning her the moniker of Treasure Master, many harbor envy for Chen Yuner, and those from Tai Academy lament the vast resources of Jiuxiao sect. Yet only she understands that she is merely a humble disciple who scavenges for scrap, refining these discarded items into instruments whenever she finds the time. Chapter 110. The ancestor of the Chu clan practicing Qi for 10,000 years. The performance of the Yuanying disciples on the talented ones list was quite remarkable, with Xiaohan standing out exceptionally alongside Chen Yuner. His mastery of the Great Five Elements technique appeared to have reached a significant level. He could effortlessly switch between the 5 elemental forces in combat, and due to the principles of mutual generation and restraint among the elements, his methods bore a striking resemblance to Chu Tianjun's Great Devouring technique combined with the Great Creation technique. Of course, it was only a semblance, for apart from the 5 elements and their derived powers, there were still forces beyond their scope. Moreover, the Great Five Elements technique had its drawbacks, as it lacked the directness of the Great Devouring technique combined with the Great Creation technique, requiring a certain process to absorb and convert elemental power. Nonetheless, this remarkable ability made Xiaohan particularly radiant, and although he did not intentionally form cliques, he had naturally garnered many followers through prolonged battles. Under the tutelage of Huang, Xiaohan's skills in political strategy had become increasingly refined, The cohesion within his small group was exceptionally high. It could even be said that the disciples rallying around Xiao Han found his words more persuasive than those of Lin Yu, the sect leader. These issues had yet to surface, or perhaps Xiao Han and Huang were untroubled by exposure, for they were still engaged in battles for the sect, with Xiao Han leading a contingent of disciples serving as the vanguard of the Jiu sect, achieving remarkable victories time and again. At present, Xiao Han resembled a celebrated general, deeply revered by his troops and commanding from the front lines. The Jiu sect was a place governed by rules, and thus, it was impossible for them to take action against someone like Xiao Han. Huang, in less than half a year, I will reach the transformation stage, yet even so, I am far from being a match for Chu Tianjun. With him in the Jiu sect, even if I could gather half the disciples around me, the position of sect leader and the sect's legacy could never fall into my hands. Recently, Xiao Han had come to understand Huang's intentions, or rather, Huang had laid a trap for him, a scheme to usurp the authority of the Jiu sect and replace Chu Tianjun. However, Xiao Han was of a more conventional fortune. He did not possess the dark malice of Yi Chun, nor the self-righteousness of Lin Fan. He did not believe that such means could genuinely replace Chu Tianjun. While opportunities would naturally arise, a tremendous crisis would soon engulf the Jiu sect, presenting an unimaginable adversary. Lin Yu, the sect leader, was foolish for personally venturing to the front lines. As long as he perished, even if merely gravely injured, there would be a great chance for him to ascend as the new leader. Once this step is accomplished, the rest will be straightforward. I will personally eliminate Chu Tianjun. Upon his death, that Yu Xuanji cannot allow the Jiu sect's legacy to be severed, thus he will seamlessly inherit the legacy. With this inheritance, surpassing your Chu clan's ancestors would merely be a matter of time. At that point, establishing a sacred domain would be well within your reach, even. Huang's voice was laced with temptation, as his plan seemingly disregarded the wishes of the immortal sovereign's fragmented soul. However, before he could finish, Xiao Han interrupted him. What exactly is the legacy of the Jiu sect? Is it truly that formidable? Since Chu Tianjun has already obtained the legacy, how can you kill him? It must be acknowledged that Xiao Han, the child of destiny, embodies all the essential attributes of a protagonist: composed, decisive, patient, receptive to counsel, devoid of lust and greed, of extraordinary lineage, and with a venerable elder. Huang hesitated momentarily regarding the inheritance of the Tao from the Jiu sect. Xiao Han had inquired about it several times before, and while he had remained silent on the previous occasions, this time, after a brief pause, he responded, "It is a profound technique known as the Great Devouring Art. However, I suspect that the Jiu sect possesses only the preliminary methods. For the Great Devouring Art ranks among the top 10 of the 3,000 divine arts, and is capable of facilitating rapid mastery. As for my prowess, young one, you are woefully ignorant of the celestial spirit